and Lin had successfully created an immortal spell. He named the spell Nuclear Lightning Fist. The power of this immortal spell was devastating. However, its shortcomings were also especially glaring. One slip-up and he would end up killing himself. Would you look? Thanks to the Nuclear Lightning Fist, he had been bedridden for a good half-month. If it wasn't for his evergreen technique, perhaps he would be lying on a flower-filled bed now. At that time, the power and havoc unleashed by the mushroom cloud were humongous, and it left a very deep impression on his classmates. They all paid their utmost respects to Lin, who had risked his life to create an immortal spell. And Lin's deed also successfully made it into Earth Immortal Tsongqing's lessons, becoming a classic example of what not to do. It was also widely circulated around the heavenly court. It was from Su Xiaolan that Lin learned of these glorious achievements. Because she was standing nearby at the time, Su Xiaolan also received minor injuries from the Nuclear Lightning Fist. Afterward, she had bitterly snapped a picture of the charred black Lin. She even specially printed the picture out and placed it on Lin's bedside for him to gaze upon. It was glaringly obvious what she wanted to convey. Every time Lin woke up and saw that unrecognizable lump of black, he would fall deep into thought. He had a nagging feeling that as long as he launched the fist earlier, he probably wouldn't have been caught up in the explosion. When he saw the picture, however, he would lose the courage to try it again. During his fortnight of recuperation, apart from some friends coming over to visit, Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu also came to sing and dance in his ward. Finally, on one bright and sunny afternoon, he walked out of the medical center with tears brimming in his eyes. Phew! I'm alive again! And Lin stretched his arms out and reached toward the sun. Congratulations, master. You can continue to seek death now. A sweet voice came from his pocket. Hearing this, Lin winced and lowered his head in embarrassment. After performing photosynthesis for a period of time, Xiao Hong had already awakened. When he cast the Nuclear Lightning Fist, however, he forgot to put her aside. Thus, she also suffered along with her master and was blasted by the shockwaves of his immortal spell. The resentment Xiao Hong held towards her master wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. Faced with her ridicule, Lin didn't dare say anything. He was fearful that she would suddenly erupt in rage and vanquish him in the name of the sun. At the same time, at some meeting at the university, Vice Principal Yu Hua sat before a round table. In the meeting with him were 6 other high-level officials of the university. What do you all think about the student voting results regarding the Heavenly Court's student representatives for the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers? Yu Hua asked. Humph! It's a complete joke. And Lin received the most votes even though he's merely a cultivator of the spirit-nurturing initial stage. Did they vote him to be a representative so that he could bring shame upon the Heavenly Court? Zhu Zhengji, a member of the Immortal Spell Department, humphed coldly and spoke in dissatisfaction. I feel that student Lin is fully deserving of this spot. Have you forgotten what he has achieved this past year? Is there any student in the Heavenly Court more outstanding than him? The Spell Formation Research Department's Lu Yang was very bullish about Lin, and he grinned as he spoke. But we all know that he can't wield that power as he pleases. Strictly speaking, he's still only a cultivator of the spirit-nurturing initial stage. I'm afraid that having him act as the head representative is a bit inappropriate. The Magic Treasure Department's Nangongqi furrowed his brows and continued. The Heavenly Court has 3 student representatives. We can have Wang Xuanzhan act as the head representative, and Lin and Lu Qinhuan can be normal representatives. This way, we won't deviate from the customs. In addition, this arrangement is also relatively more reasonable. The other 3 high-level officials nodded slightly, evidently in favor of Nan Gongqi's suggestion. Just like that, the student representatives for the Heavenly Court was decided upon. They were Wang Xuanzhan, and Lin, and Lu Qianhuan. And Lin returned to school in high spirits and learned of this good news not long after. He was completely baffled. Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers? 3 student representatives? They want me to represent the university at a meeting. Hearing Lin fire off a bunch of questions, Su Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle. Please, Would the university go as far as to hold a whole school vote if it's just a simple meeting? Then what's this Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers? He had mysteriously become a student representative after attracting the most votes. Apparently, the voting had occurred while he was still recuperating in the medical center. Being voted in like this made Lin feel very uneasy. Perhaps this trouble was also brought upon by his fame. Anyhow, it didn't seem like anything good. The Tao Exchange Conference is a conference jointly held by four powerful forces of the Taichu continent: Heavenly Court of the Nine States, Buddhist Kingdom of the Western Paradise, Garden of Eden of the Holy Paradise, and Hall of Creation of the Creation Realm. This conference is held once every 5 years and is participated in by the younger generation of these four powers. Here, the younger generations can show off their skills and powers. The trials they have to partake in also come in all types of styles and varieties. Hearing Su Xiaolan's explanation, Lin put his head in his hands. He suddenly wanted to return back to the hospital ward and become a bludger once again. Bloody hell! Apart from Lu Qianhuan, there were still quite a number of other students of the spirit-nurturing final stage. Why did they have to pick him? The other three forces were pretty much just as powerful as the Heavenly Court. Thus, it could be anticipated that the cultivation base of their representatives wouldn't be lower than that of spirit-nurturing final stage. Playing around with these supreme prodigies, Lin felt that he still had a winning chance if they were to simply compare looks. If they were competing in other fields, though, he was only suited to be a bystander. Can I refuse to participate? Lin's mind was exhausted. It's already been announced to the entire school. What do you think? There was a smile on Su Xiaolan's face as she replied. For some reason, she was amused by Lin's aggrieved expression. Lin sat down on the floor in dejection. His face painted a picture of despair. Okay. Seeing Lin's dejected look, Su Xiaolan didn't have the heart to tease him anymore. You still have the coattails of Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan to ride on, don't you? You don't need to be so pessimistic, said Su Xiaolan as she soothed him. Them? Lin's face twitched and he lamented. Wang Xuanzhan was mentally scarred by me during the free-for-all battle event. Will he really let me ride on his coattail? As for Lu Qianhuan, I think that she'll definitely be even less reliable than me. The more Lin thought about it, the more pessimistic he became. He could already envision in his mind what they would look like during the Tao Exchange Conference. There would be one bludger, one phone zombie, and one person battling hard and carrying his two useless teammates. It's going to be so embarrassing. Lin, I heard that you've recovered. A tender shout suddenly traveled over from the distance. Looking up, Lin saw an extremely beautiful female running toward him. Her pink and white sailor dress fluttered in the wind. Under her shoulder-length pink hair was her striking purple eyes. She held a phone in her slender hand as she waved excitedly at Lin. Lin? Sister Lu, is anything the matter? When Lu Qianhuan arrived before him, Lin mustered up his courage and greeted her. I've come to conduct post-hospital recovery exercises with you. Lu Qianhuan's answer was very straightforward. What exercises? Seeing the phone in her hand, a feeling of unease gripped at his heart. Sure enough, Lu Qianhuan raised the phone in her hand and waved it around before she said, After lying in the hospital ward for so long, your brain and body are all stale and in desperate need for some activity. She chuckled and said, If you play mobile games with me, your mind can become more agile, and your limbs can become more coordinated. Didn't I already play with you heaps of times when I was still in the hospital ward? Lin thought back to how he lifted his weak and heavily bandaged fingers in order to tap on the phone screen. Hearing this, Lu Qianhuan chuckled. I've already told you those were in-hospital recovery exercises. This now is your post-hospital recovery exercise. Saying this, she shoved a phone into Lin's hands. Lin. Waking up early one morning, Yao Xiu tied her long smooth hair up into adorable twin tails. Looking at her makeup-free yet still extremely delicate and pretty face, she nodded in satisfaction. Humming a tune, she left her room. Today, she was going to practice Joker Shui's one. I seem to have seen you somewhere. After interacting with her idol in recent days, she started to develop a better understanding of his taste. The songs she sang went from the likes of My Motherland to more popular and in vogue titles. Taking light and graceful steps, Xiao walked along a small bluestone path. She could get a better feel for the songs if she practiced in a more serene environment. Just like that, she arrived at the place where she always practiced. However, she discovered an unfamiliar figure here. A Buddhist monk with finely chiseled features sat meditating atop a gigantic boulder. "Huh, it's a monk." Xiao tilted her head slightly. If she remembered correctly, their school didn't have any monks. Suddenly, she came to a realization and her eyes lit up. That's right, the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers is almost about to begin. The Buddhist Kingdom of the West also has to send representatives over. This monk is probably a representative for the Buddhist kingdom or part of their entourage. If that's the case, then he's my idol's enemy. The flames of responsibility as a fan burned within her. She felt that it was time to help Lin gather the enemy's information. As if he was meditating or in deep thought, the monk's eyes were tightly shut. Let's wake him up with a human alarm first. Stroking her chin lightly, Xiao reached a decision in her mind. She walked up next to the monk and looked toward the distant sky. Then, she started to sing unhurriedly. So everywhere is like happiness being ignited, just like when you were in the class next door. People buried their unspeakable love in the soil. They stood by watching and trying to distance themselves. I heard your voice. I hid my fear to meet you in my heart. Her voice was beautiful and the melody of the song was pleasant. However, it caused the monk to slightly furrow his brows. Seeing this, Xiao tilted her head up in triumph and continued to sing. You continue with your meditation, and I'll continue with my singing. Finally, the monk opened his eyes and looked at the girl who was dressed in green. There was no sign of anger or irritation on his face. Instead, he put his palms together and bowed slightly at her. Then he started to walk away. "Ha? Monk, why are you leaving just like that?" Seeing the monk leave wordlessly, Xiao couldn't help but call out in panic. The monk was a bit puzzled as he looked towards Xiao. "Benefactress, this humble monk felt that meditating here would disturb your singing. So, I chose to leave. It's no bother at all. Why don't you continue meditating here?" Xiao chuckled. The monk grimaced. What did she mean, no bother? Did he really have to say that he was leaving because the benefactress was disturbing his meditation? That's right. May I please ask for this eminent monk's name? Xiao continued with the friendly chatter. The monk put his palms together and said kindly, "I dare not consider myself an eminent monk. The clerical name of this humble monk is Qingji." "Oh, hi. My name is Xiao." Saying this, Xiao politely extended her hand out toward the monk. Looking at her outstretched hand, Qingji was a bit dazed and he shrunk back slightly. My master told me that I can't indulge myself in womanly lust, sorry." "Ha? Shaking hands counts as indulging in womanly lust." Xiao's bright eyes widened in incredulity. Qingji's face flushed slightly red, and he turned his gaze away from her. It wasn't that he hadn't seen beautiful women before. However, he had never had any physical contact with other females before. Thus, he instinctively turned down the offer for a handshake. He had meditated in recluse at the varicolored stone forest for 20 years, and his mind was devoid of filth. However, it was also because his mind was like a blank canvas that he was more susceptible to the enticements of the secular world. Xiao didn't mind that her offer for a handshake was rejected. She clasped her hands behind her back and looked Qingji up and down in interest. Her gaze made Qingji feel a little uncomfortable. He bowed slightly and said, "Benefactress, if there's no other matter, then this humble monk will take his leave." "Hang on. May I ask, who are the representatives of the Buddhist kingdom?" Qingji just wanted to leave quickly. Thus, he promptly answered, "It's this humble monk and his two fellow junior monks, Qing Yan and Qing Xian." Hearing this, Xiao drew in a sharp breath. Looking at the monk with finely chiseled features, she exclaimed, "No joke! Qingji put his palms together and said solemnly, "Monks do not tell lies. Then what are your cultivation bases?" Yao Xiu felt that Qingji was easy to talk to. Thus she continued to ask him questions. There was a reluctant look on Qingji's face. "I'll let you go if you tell me." Yao Xiu chuckled. "My cultivation base is half-step soul formation stage," Qingji answered immediately. "Both my fellow junior monks are of the spirit-nurturing final stage." Hearing this, Yao Xiu nodded in satisfaction. By the looks of it, their school had this Tao exchange conference in the bag. "Benefactress, this humble monk will take his leave now." Just as Qingji turned to leave, a crisp voice sounded from behind him. "Oi, Qingji." Qingji turned his head around. "What's up? Stop calling me benefactress all the time. I have a name, you know. In the future, just call me Miss Xiu." The girl in green smiled sweetly. Under the warm glow of the sun, her smile appeared especially beautiful. Miss Xiu." Gazing at the girl before him, Qingji felt his heart stir slightly. Hearing Qingji address her by her name, Yao Xiu smiled and nodded. For some reason, Qingji's mind was no longer tranquil and calm like before. He was alarmed by this, and he nodded at Yao Xiu before quickly shifting his gaze away. Then he walked away flustered. Seeing the monk leave in a panic, Yao Xiu covered her mouth and chuckled. "This monk feels so dopey. He's definitely no match for my idol." Initially, she had still wanted to tease this monk a little more. However, seeing him cooperating so sincerely, she couldn't bring herself to continue teasing him. So, she decided to let him leave. "All right, I'll skip singing practice today. I need to pass this information on to Enlin as quickly as possible. That way, he can get himself mentally prepared." Yao Xiu was brimming with excitement as she walked down the mountain. As she envisioned Enlin gazing at her with newfound respect in his eyes, she became increasingly worked up. Meanwhile, a gigantic arc broke through the layers of cloud and flew over from a distance. The arc was light maize in color, and it appeared primitively simple yet impressive. Two wings of light spanning thousands of feet in length flapped on either side of the arc. The entire arc was shrouded in a white glow, making it appear ethereal and holy. From another direction, a silvery white disk also flew over slowly. Its outer shell looked solid, and it had a rich metallic luster. Under it, lightning crackled and arced about. Unknowing observers would perhaps think that it was some sort of mechanical contraption. In reality, it was actually an enormous creature. Within the circular disk, there were tree people whose bodies were entangled in roots and branches, rock golems whose chests spit flames, and a bizarre creature who picked off and ate with relish the fruits growing on its own body. These creatures came from the creation realm and were the supreme prodigies of the Hall of Creation. Gazing toward the floating continent which had already appeared in their view, a look of eagerness and excitement appeared on their faces. Victory in this Tao exchange conference would definitely belong to them. Just as Yao Xiu found in Lin, his Zhuge was being blasted to death by Luban No. 7's rocket. The shockwaves of the explosion went as far as to destroy his nexus, and Lin once again lost the battle. As they took a break between games, Yao Xiu told them of everything she had learned regarding the three representatives of the Buddhist kingdom. "Few so fortunate. Now that I know the Buddhist kingdom doesn't have any kick-ass cultivators of the soul formation stage, I feel slightly more relaxed." And Lin breathed a sigh of relief and looked toward Yao Xiu gratefully. Yao Xiu, beautifully done. Having her wish fulfilled and being praised by Enlin, Yao Xiu instantly flushed red with excitement. She was so excited that she could barely breathe properly. Heavens! God and praised me. God and praised me. Yao Xiu was drunk with joy. In contrast, Lu Qinhuan curled her lips in disdain. Regardless of whether the opponent is of the spirit-nurturing stage or of the soul formation stage, if we're to compete in League of Valor, I'll definitely beat them. And Lin grimaced when he heard this. "Sister, you're living in La La Land." He sighed in his mind. She was a hacker who modified her champion into an invincible being every time. If she could find a foreign representative to play with her, and Lin would livestream himself eating shit. After lamenting in his mind, and Lin continued playing League of Valor, the mishmash game made up of League of Legends and Arena of Valor. Why did he play this game with Sister Lu? This was a long story. No, he wasn't a masochist. Rather, he found that playing this game really could exercise his mind. His opponent was an enemy who started off with freakish amounts of resources and buffs. How could he perform counterattacks and turn the tables when his skills were few in number and weak in power? This was a mental exercise in how to battle someone much more powerful than him. During the game, he had to make use of his intelligent analyses and his dexterous hands. He needed to continuously accumulate battle experience and train his mind on how to beat invincible enemies. These valuable experiences he had gained and the strong mindset he had developed were not merely restricted to the in-game realm. Rather, they could be transferred into reality and provide him with the mindset necessary to battle cultivators of higher ranks than him. Moreover, he could cultivate while playing, thereby training his ability to multitask. This was also very beneficial. 2 hours are up. Here are your spirit stones. Realizing the time, Lu Qianhuan retrieved 1,000 spirit stones from her storage ring and handed them to Lin, and Lin elatedly accepted these spirit stones. Spirit stones were also part of the reason he played with her. After all, gaming partners also needed fees for their time and effort, considering the wasteful and extravagant way he spent spirit stones. Tycoon felt that he would eventually end up exhausting them all one day. Thus, he had to also work hard to come up with some revenue-generating methods. There were only 2 days left until the opening ceremony of the Dao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers. As the hosts of this conference, the United University of Cultivation had already announced a university-wide break. And Lin estimated that if he rested less, he could earn around 20,000 spirit stones just by gaming with Lu Qianhuan for the next 2 days. Even to some large cultivation clans, this was a very significant amount of spirit stones. However, Lu Qianhuan tossed him these spirit stones without any hesitation at all. And Lin even started to suspect that her family owned spirit stone mines. Otherwise, how did she have so many spirit stones to squander? And Lin had even asked Lu Qianhuan about this once. However, she didn't give him a straight answer. Rather, she told him that due to some reasons, her relation with her clan wasn't that great. Apart from having more spirit stones, she felt really hollow and void. Which was why Lin should hang out and play games with her more often. And Lin obviously wouldn't believe her bogus story. He couldn't be bothered to delve deeper into the matter either. All he needed to do was to accept her donations in peace. As he was gaming, an explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Huh? There are people fighting? Isn't fighting on university grounds banned? Out of curiosity, Lin looked toward the direction of the explosion. Then, he saw a black sword intent rushing toward the skies. What's so interesting about that? It's just a small-scale scuffle. Let's continue our game. There was a slight glimmer in Lu Qianhuan's eyes. At the moment that Lin was distracted, she had taken the opportunity and killed his champion once again. As Lin's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the battle, he felt a familiar feeling itch at him. Sister Lu, excuse my absence for a moment. It seems like an acquaintance of mine is over there. Saying this, he leaped onto his brick and flew off toward the direction of the battle. Hey, we still haven't finished this game yet. Lu Qianhuan stomped her feet in frustration and flew off after Lin on her six-feathered staff. Boom! The black sword intent slashed down. However, it was shattered by a rock golem who had flames bursting from his chest. After shattering the sword intent, the rock golem's fist smashed into the black-robed male's body, sending him reeling back and spitting blood. Humph! You dare provoke me with such meager power? Cultivators of the spirit-nurturing initial stage are all this weak. The Lin you speak of is no different. The rock golem had an expression of disdain as he looked toward the collapsed male. Brother, are you okay? A pretty girl ran over and helped the black-robed male up. These two people were none other than the siblings, Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu. Yao Mingxi clutched at his chest and looked toward the humanoid rock golem coldly. Heh, and Lin is no different. He doesn't even need a single finger to crush you into a pulp. Humph! I'll see how long you can remain stubborn for. The rock golem once again pounced toward Yao Mingxi. Yao Mingxi pushed Yao Xiu aside. Faced with that vast and powerful aura, he didn't take a backward step. Instead, he raised his sword and charged toward the rock golem. "Brother!" Yao Xiu screamed while her eyes appeared bloodshot. She knew that Yao Mingxi was beyond his limits already. If he continued on like this, he would definitely receive severe injuries. However, Yao Mingxi still raised his sword and charged ahead fearlessly. If it wasn't for the rock golem slandering Enlin in public after learning that he was a representative for the heavenly court, Yao Mingxi wouldn't have gone to such extreme lengths either. The spectating students were also gritting their teeth and seething in anger as they looked towards the rock golem. If it wasn't for the fact that their cultivation base was far weaker than the rock golems, they would have also rushed over to pummel him. "Stop!" Seeing this scene as he flew over on his brick, Enlin instantly called out loudly. He discovered that Yao Mingxi was already in a very bad state. If the two of them continued to battle, Yao Mingxi would definitely receive severe injuries. Expand! 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 The black brick kept growing in size, eventually crushing down at the rock golem with the weight of MT Tai. Seeing the black brick that was descending upon him, the rock golem immediately smashed his fist toward it. Boom! A massive shockwave blasted out over 100 feet. The earth couldn't endure this devastating power either as it cracked and caved in. Ah! The black brick remained still and the rock golem started screaming in pain. As if he had struck something insanely solid, his fist started to splinter and crack. "Senior Enlin!" Yao Mingxi stared dazedly at the figure descending from the skies and his entire body trembled. Yao Xiu covered her mouth in surprise and delight. Seeing Enlin appearing so suddenly, the surrounding students also started to cheer. There was a passionate glow in their eyes as they gazed at him. "Yao Mingxi, what happened?" Enlin asked in curiosity. He turned around to face the exhausted male. Private scuffles were against university rules. Yao Mingxi was most likely aware of this fact. Hearing Enlin's question, Yao Mingxi glowered at the rock golem. "When this rock golem learned that you're a representative for the heavenly court and that you're a cultivator of the spirit-nurturing initial stage, he proclaimed that the heavenly court had no prodigies left and could only pick trash to represent them. I overheard this and couldn't contain my anger. So, I challenged him to a duel." And Lin grimaced. He finally understood now. Sure enough, foreign creatures unaware of the truth could cause huge ruckuses when they came into contact with retarded superfans. This commotion had arisen because of him. However, it would be quite difficult to defuse this situation. The rock golem pushed aside the black brick. Looking at Enlin, his battle intent raged. "You're Enlin, that trash? Enlin. All right, I've already been abused to such an extent." Enlin was no pushover. He decided to take this matter into his own hands. "Heh, I'm Enlin, your father." Enlin cracked a grin. Then he unsheathed his evil-slaying sword. "You've got balls," the rock golem roared. "Let's see how long you can be arrogant for." With his body radiating a boundless might, the rock golem charged toward Enlin. He was renowned throughout the Hall of Creation for his short temper. Now that someone dared to provoke him, of course he had to teach them what pain and agony felt like. Lu Qianhuan also arrived at the scene of commotion. Seeing the rock golem, her eyes lit up. "Wow, this cosplay is absolutely spot on. Malphite, is that you?" She could barely contain her urge to use a combo attack on the rock golem. However, she was scared that she would disturb Enlin's flex, so she forcefully suppressed this urge. Although this rock golem was easily angered and acted without thought for consequences, the fact still remained that he was a fearsome cultivator of the spirit-nurturing final stage. Now that he was charging over, Enlin felt immense pressure. Enlin didn't dare to take his opponent lightly. Right from the beginning, he used his divine inspection and wind spirit technique. The rock golem's fist brought with it a powerful might as it cut through the air toward him. Rings of winds appeared below Enlin's feet, and his steps were light as he quickly turned his body. The rock golem's heavy fist scraped past his shoulder. In the same instant, a white wind shrouded around his evil-slaying sword as it struck out like lightning. drawing out a pure white moon crescent. It cut toward the rock golem's arm. Boom! The evil-slaying sword collided with the indestructible-looking igneous arm. The energy of the collision exploded outwards, blasting the spectating students back. Immediately afterward, the igneous arm started to fracture and crack open. Boiling red lava started to seep out from the cracks in the rock golem's arm. The rock golem screamed in pain and stumbled back in retreat as a look of shock spread over his face. Why, you actually have the ability to injure me? He was unable to come to grips with the fact that a student of the spirit-nurturing initial stage could wield such a terrifying sword technique. And Lin brandished his sword in disappointment. The rock golem was a bit more thick-skinned than he anticipated. However, this didn't make much difference as he was still able to injure the rock golem anyway. Seeing Lin injure the rock golem with a single strike, Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu's eyes burned with fervor. They were extremely worked up, and they felt as if the anger in their chests had been let out. The surrounding students also started cheering loudly. A representative from the Hall of Creation? Godin only needs one strike to defeat you. Godin held back his full power. Otherwise, he would have been able to settle this battle with a single finger. Having interactions is most important. If Godin uses his full power from the get-go, then no one will want to battle with him. Hearing the discussion of the students, and Lin's expression remained calm and composed. The rock golem, on the other hand, was startled and enraged. "Come again!" the rock golem roared. Then he charged toward Lin once again. This time, a red flame burst from his body and enveloped his surroundings. His speed increased significantly, and even his aura became more vast and boundless. And Lin frowned. He thought that the rock golem would stop after being injured by him. "Stop!" A roar once again boomed down from the sky. A white sword shot down from the sky and stabbed into the earth. A powerful wind force was released from the sword, causing the charging rock golem to stop in his tracks. Seeing this familiar scene, and Lin's eyes twitched. He thought back to his battle with Liu Debao, which occurred not long after he entered the university. Sure enough, a blue-robed male descended from the sky. He flashed his badge and said solemnly, "I'm a member of the university enforcement team. Engaging in private scuffles on university grounds is an extremely abominable act. Are you two the ones involved in the scuffle?" Saying this, the blue-robed male shifted his gaze toward Lin and the rock golem. When he saw the rock golem, his expression suddenly changed. Upon seeing Lin, his expression changed even more drastically. "Fuck, why does it have to be him? This isn't Senior and Lin's fault. This battle was caused by me. And Lin got involved in order to protect me." Seeing a member of the university enforcement team arrive, Yao Mingxi instantly shouted in panic. He definitely couldn't let his idol become embroiled in this mess because of him. "You can't arrest Godin. This rock golem clearly slandered him off first. That's right. Creatures like him should be taught a lesson. I recognize you," a pretty girl yelled loudly. "You're fourth year, Class 1's Xianxia. If you dare arrest Godin, then don't even think about chasing Sister Qin when anymore." Looking at the angry crowd, Xianxia, the blue-robed male, felt a splitting headache. He suddenly felt that he was under immense pressure. Upon seeing Lin, he knew that such scenes would unfold. How good would it be if Lin was still the most connected backdoor entrant of the past? Xianxia sighed miserably in his mind. On one side was the social relationship, on the other side was professional responsibility. As a member of the university enforcement team, he knew that he needed to uphold his duty and obligation. After all, it was an undeniable fact that the two of them had been involved in a scuffle. As for the cause, that could be further investigated after they were arrested. As if waiting for Lin's input on this, Xianxia turned his gaze toward him. And Lin smiled faintly. "It was the rock golem who slandered me off first. Then his actions irked me, so I started to abuse him too. That's how we got into a tussle. This has nothing to do with anyone else." Xianxia nodded upon hearing this and announced loudly, "According to the relevant rules listed in the regulations of the United University of Cultivation, You two are now under arrest and will be detained in the university detention facility for 3 days. For what reason are you arresting Senior and Lin? If you want to arrest someone, then arrest me. I was the first one who instigated a fight. Yao Mingxi's eyes were bloodshot, and he yelled loudly at Xianxia. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to this and silently handcuffed Lin. He knew that Lin wouldn't be released even if he arrested Yao Mingxi. Thus, he might as well play deaf and arrest one fewer person. And Lin also understood this. Instead of having both him and Yao Mingxi arrested, it was better if he took full responsibility for this. At any rate, it was only 3 days of detainment. Brother, Yao Xiu sobbed. Senior and Lin has actually gone to such extents for you. She was moved to tears by her idol's selfless actions. Yao Mingxi's body trembled as he stared dazedly at Lin's disappearing figure. How could he not understand the reason behind Lin's actions? Right now, he could only clench his fists and bury this feeling of remorse and gratitude deep within his heart. Although the surrounding students were also indignant as they watched Lin being led away, they did understand why he had made this decision. Xianxia, just you wait. I'm going to tell this to Sister Qin when right now. You're done for. Hearing this, Xianxia, who was taking the rock golem and Lin away, staggered and almost fell. Quickly though, this shout was drowned out by other cries of support for Lin. As expected of my idol Lin. He's so reliable. Godin, we all support you. I support you. You'll be a hero again when you come out. All of a sudden, the students all started applauding. The applause was thunderous, and it traveled into Lin's ears. Turning to look at the rock golem next to him, Lin taunted, "Do you see that? That's what you call lose the match and lose support. Howl." Hearing this, the rock golem howled loudly. He glowered at Lin, and the flames on his chest burned brighter and more intense. Lin shrugged his shoulders, feeling extremely proud of himself. He was very happy right now. Not only did he crush the rock golem in all aspects, he even earned 3 days in detention. The Dao Exchange Conference was going to begin in 2 days. Now that he was going to be detained for 3 days, it meant that he had the opportunity to not participate in this whatever bullshit Dao Exchange Conference. Absolutely marvelous. At the same time, perched on a tree not far away from them, a golden-eyed owl spat in disgust. Tui, that idiot Hongdo. He causes trouble wherever he goes. Hopefully this situation doesn't escalate any further. I need to inform the Lion King at once. Watching the rock golem walking further and further into the distance, the owl was both annoyed and furious. He should have never allowed him to go strolling by himself. After strolling for a while, he had strolled himself into a detention cell. What was up with that? The owl sighed again. It spread its wings and flew toward the sky. Within the school detention room, Lin received some very depressing news, which stated that seeing as both he and Hongdo were representatives of their respective forces, they would only be in detention for 2 days. Once the 2 days passed, he was still required to take part in the Dao Exchange Conference. Lin sat on the ground, completely dejected after receiving the news. He was unable to muster up even a shred of energy. In the room opposite his, Hongdo opened his rocky lips and cackled with a sound resembling a tractor. Cuckoo. When I get out of here, I'll be sure to beat the crap out of you at the Dao Exchange Conference. Both of them were extremely powerful combatants, so they had to be detained in separate rooms. Otherwise, another huge battle would be inevitable. Lin completely ignored Hongdo's taunts since empty words had no meaning anyway. After a while, Lin's fans all came to visit him with all sorts of delicious food. He tucked into a big meal right in front of Hongdo's face, and Hongdo could only look on with envy. There were no meals that would be served during their 2 days in detention, but it wasn't like they would starve to death anyway. These braised chicken wings are delicious, so fragrant and crispy, and the texture of the meat is exquisite. This beef from the highlands of the Green Barn Mountain is not bad either. It's quite chewy and it's been cooked to medium-well perfection. Lin rattled off as he ate, and the alluring aroma of the food wafted throughout the detention rooms. Hong Do's eyes shone with envy as he stared at all the food positioned around Lin. He swallowed heavily and spoke in a gravelly voice. Humph! You think you can provoke me with this? My heart is as solid as a rock. Lin glared at Hong Do from the corner of his eye and sneered. Solid as a rock? Your fuse is as short as your memory. Aren't you embarrassed to proclaim that your heart is as solid as a rock? Flames of rage erupted in Hong Do's chest upon hearing this. Who did you say has a short fuse? Lin's lips twitched slightly. Damn. You didn't have to be so cooperative. Are you a pig? I can't believe I've been put in detention because of an idiot like you. He shook his head and sighed heavily with a remorseful expression on his face. You dare to mock me? I'll beat you to death right now. Hong Do's eyes widened in rage as the igneous rocks all over its body crackled and popped in an extremely imposing sight. Come. If you don't attack me, you're my son. If you do, then you're my grandson. Lin yawned as he gazed scornfully at Hong Do. A thought suddenly occurred to him. If they had another fight while being in detention, would their time in detention be further extended? What audacity! Hong Do was at the height of his rage after Lin's taunts. Scorching red flames exploded forth from his body, instantly melting away the steel bars in front of him as he strode toward Lin like an ancient god-fiend. Ha! It looks like you're planning to become my grandson then. Lin chuckled in triumph. Hong Do became even more incensed upon hearing this, and liquid flames with extremely high temperatures began to burst forth from his chest. He roared with a voice like rumbling thunder. Exploding lotus flames. Lin did not back down from his attack, and he began to manipulate lightning with his left hand as a golden light illuminated his right hand. Mountain-quaking lightning fist. This was the simplified version of the nuclear lightning fist. It was a self-invented immortal spell that was not imbued with the power of the darkness of origin. But even so, it still had terrifying destructive power. Meanwhile, not far from the detention facility was where the school's executive department was located. A well-built man patted Xianxia's shoulder in consolation. Student Xianxia, as the leader of the university enforcement team, you handled this situation very well. No matter who it is, as long as they're within school grounds, they must follow the rules. I trust that student Qin Wen will understand this as well, so you need not worry. Yes, Department Head Li Yong. Xianxia could only nod at his words, but he was in anguish. If Qin Wen could understand, then she wouldn't have changed their plans to admire the full moon together into a trip to get chicken drumsticks and deliver them to Lin as a midnight snack. Let's go. I'll pay a visit to Lin and Hong Do as well. Hopefully they've realized their mistakes and established a truce by now. Li Yong chuckled lightly to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded his head in affirmation. They're both representatives of the four powers. They definitely know what they should and shouldn't do. Perhaps their prior clash may have led to them becoming good friends. Both of them exchanged a knowing smile as they walked shoulder to shoulder toward a white building. That was where the detention rooms were located. Boom! A pillar of red flames erupted into the sky, knocking the roof off the white building. Golden bolts of lightning pierced through the sky like sharp swords, making the ground tremor with the accompanying rumbling boom. Both of them surveyed the scene from afar, their mouths agape in shock. Department Head, I feel like I can detect very familiar energy from the center of the explosion. Xianxia stammered hesitantly. Not just one, but two familiar sources of energy. Li Yong corrected. Xianxia wiped away the sweat that had begun to appear on his forehead. Are they trying to destroy the detention facility? Boom! Another violent tremor erupted as cracks began to appear throughout the structure of the building. Yes, it does appear as if they're destroying the place. Li Yong nodded with a solemn expression. Lin was sitting in a chair with his face covered in dirt and grime. Even his hair had curls running through it from being singed by flames. Unsure of how to act, he stared nervously at the middle-aged man in front of him. Sitting beside Lin, a rock golem rubbed away the red lava flowing from its body and skirted its gaze around the room in embarrassment. The man in front of them was Vice Principal Yu Hua. although there was no hint of rage in his expression, and Lin and Hong Do were still enveloped in an invisible sense of pressure which was making them fidget involuntarily. "All right, who wants to go first?" Vice Principal Yu Hua asked in a cold voice. "Hong Do attacked me first," and Lin immediately replied. Hong Do's chest tightened with rage. "You mocked me first. A gentleman will fight with words but not fists. Have you not heard of this?" And Lin countered in a dignified manner. "You!" Hong Do's chest exploded and roaring flames began to burst forth. He would like nothing better than to beat the living crap out of Lin now. Hong Do was not very eloquent and always lost in battles of words to Lin. Now that fighting him was not an option, Hong Do was feeling quite distressed. Vice Principal Yu Hua massaged his brows in exhaustion. He felt like they would probably start a fight again if he was to hold them captive in the same facility. Thus, he immediately began to consider separating them. "Hong Do, return to your camp first. As for the reparations, I'll talk to the Lion King about that myself." Yu Hua spoke. "All right." Hong Do nodded in agreement. "And Lin, you go back as well and behave yourself," Yu Hua continued. And Lin widened his eyes in disbelief. "You're letting us go just like that? You're not going to extend our detention terms?" Yu Hua puffed his beard out in rage. "Don't think that I don't know what you're plotting. If you get into any more trouble, you better prepare for some harsher punishment." A suffocating sense of power suddenly swept toward Lin. He immediately began to nod obediently like a little chicken pecking at rice. "Remember, if you fight among yourselves again, I'll immediately withdraw your right to participate in the Tao exchange." Yu Hua warned the two of them with a solemn expression. Hong Do nodded earnestly. However, Lin's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked toward Hong Do with a thoughtful expression. "And I'll penalize you 100,000 spirit stones on top of that," Yu Hua added. The spark in Lin's eyes immediately dimmed. In the end, Lin went away with Yu Hua's warning clear in his mind. He was already exhausted after battling Hong Do twice and had no more interest in being looked after by Lu Qianhuan. So he returned to his living quarters and soon fell sound asleep. The next day, a group of people was wandering around in the schoolyard, attracting countless eyeballs and causing a bit of a sensation. All of them had fine and smooth skin, with blue eyes and long, pointy ears. They were also all extremely handsome and had beautiful white wings growing from their backs. Most importantly, they literally glowed. A faint divine glow exuded from their bodies as if they were blessed by the heavens as they walked on the earth. Within the United University of Cultivation, countless students all turned to look at them and discuss amongst themselves. "Wow! Look at those guys there. They're so handsome. The females are really beautiful too. They're like a group of idols. I heard that the Light Wing clan from the Garden of Eden were blessed by the heavens. It seems that there's definitely truth to this claim. Just their looks alone are worthy of admiration and envy." In the face of such attention, the guests from the Holy Paradise all wore gentle expressions and behaved naturally. They only seemed to keep a little bit of distance from everyone but were not arrogant or haughty in any way. Within a small building in the White Wing School district, "Big brother, there's something really interesting going on outside, woof!" Dabai charged through the window and exclaimed excitedly. It's so early in the morning. Can't you speak a bit more softly?" Lin complained. He was still in bed, and his eyes were quite bleary. "Big brother, it's already noon." Dabai patted Lin's face eagerly with its paws. Lin was just about to say that he would be able to sleep for a whole day if Dabai didn't disrupt him. But he was met by the sight of Dabai's huge paws flying toward his face. Slap! 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 And Lin immediately flared up in rage and jumped up from his bed. "What do you want? There's a bunch of bird people outside. They're all beautiful and have big boobs and asses." Dabai smiled slyly with a knowing expression. And Lin. Thus he leaped onto Dabai and hurriedly flew into the sky. About a dozen Light Wing clan members walked casually in the schoolyard, but they seemed to have a set destination in mind. "August, do you think Lin is really in the White Wing School district right now?" A beautiful woman in a white robe spoke with a clear and crisp voice. The handsome man at the front of their group nodded his head. He brought out a piece of paper, on which was Lin's address and photograph. If he's not home, we'll just have to wait for him by the door. We'll definitely be able to see him today. Not taking into account other matters, this Lin sure isn't bad to look at. The woman smiled daintily at the sight of the photograph. The students passing by were all entranced at the sight of the woman's pure and dazzling smile. Surely, restrain yourself. Don't be a pervert, August said expressionlessly. Shirley pursed her lips but didn't say anything. August should just mind his own business. What right did he have to prevent her from looking at other men? Dabai flew in the air excitedly. I'm following their scent. They're directly up ahead, woof. And Lin's lips twitched. Should he praise Dabai for his acute sense of smell? Immediately after this, they arrived at a location directly above the Light Wing clan group and began to survey them from above. These are members of the Light Wing clan? My God, they really do glow, and Lin exclaimed in marvel. That's not the point. The point is, have you discovered that they all have really sexy figures? Woof. Dabai wagged his tongue as his big watery eyes stared unblinkingly at the group down below. And Lin peered down at the women below, some of whom wore white veil dresses, exposing their fair shoulders and sexy collarbones. Some wore slightly looser dresses, and Lin could catch the sight of a tempestuous rustling of two snowy white peaks. Both of them inhaled involuntarily and continued to trace the Light Wing clan group in the air. August, the guy riding the dog in the air, he seems to be following us. Shirley suddenly spoke. August nodded. I've already noticed, but this is the territory of the Heavenly Court. They won't dare to do anything over the line. A light blush crept onto Shirley's face. But I feel like they've already crossed the line. With their eyes that's, August faltered before coming to his senses and shifting his gaze to the air above. As their eyes met, Dabai immediately averted his gaze, turning to look at the clouds in the sky. And Lin also instantly shifted his gaze away, pretending like he was appreciating the scenery the whole time. August. When their gazes once again fell on the group below, and Lin suddenly felt like something was amiss. Dabai, why do I feel like they're missing a person? He asked curiously. Dabai's eyes were wide with excitement as he wagged his tongue. No, the women with the big boobs and asses are all there. Oh? And Lin scratched his head. Suddenly, a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from behind them. Dabai's body trembled as Lin turned to look behind them. They were greeted by the sight of a man with a set of white wings spread wide, a dazzling light erupting from his whole body. He gripped the air with both hands as swirls of white light began to appear, gathering a terrifying amount of power. And Lin and Dabai were shocked at the sight and knew they were about to get fucked. Big brother Angel. This is all a misunderstanding. And Lin yelled hurriedly. The man sneered coldly. Divine punishment, white swirling heavenly pillars. The white whirlpools of light began to disperse, while pillars of light appeared and descended with almighty power. Boom! The powerful force from the pillars of light collided head-on within Lin and Dabai. The unbridled power contained within the pillars of light immediately knocked them to the ground, even cracking the ground below. Woof! How terrifying! Dabai crawled out of the rubble and shook its fur. And Lin also felt as if his body had been disassembled, and he too struggled as he crawled out from the rubble. He then patted his body while using the light breeze technique to blow away the surrounding dust and debris. After the dust settled, he discovered that they had been surrounded. They were surrounded by the Light Wing clan group. All of them wore cold expressions, and some had even pulled out their weapons. What do you have to say for yourselves? A man walked out and interrogated them with a frosty expression. Although everyone already knew what Lin and Dabai were doing, they still decided to give them a chance to repent. This is all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. And Lin was surrounded by many powerful cultivators, but he still forced himself to calm down. Xianxia, what else is there to be said? We're just carrying out our official duties. Tell them to stop interfering with our work. Woof! Dabai said menacingly. Xianxia? And Lin faltered for a moment at Dabai's words before coming to his sense and praising Dabai in his heart for his quick thinking. He clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with a tranquil voice. I'm Xianxia, the leader of the university enforcement team. The expressions of everyone from the Light Wing clan seemed to shift upon hearing this. So Lin continued, This is my mount who had seen that you all were traversing within our school grounds. He was afraid of any potential mishaps and so decided to patrol the area. If we've disturbed everyone, then I offer my sincerest apologies and will be taking my leave now. He climbed onto Dubai as he said this and waved in a friendly manner to all the Light Wing clan members as he prepared to depart. It had to be said, and Lin's excuse was perfect. Even if everyone still had doubts, they couldn't express their doubts at his words. Shirley blinked her bright eyes as she stared at Lin, feeling as if he was quite familiar for some reason. August was just descending from the sky at this moment and brought out his piece of paper again. After comparing back and forth a few times, he couldn't help but ask, And Lin and Dubai's bodies trembled in unison. You're Lin, right? August asked eagerly. August grimaced as he stared at August. Why would you say I'm Lin? August brought out the photo on his piece of paper and showed it to Lin. Have a look. It's identical. And Lin and Dubai trembled again at the sight of the photo. It was indeed identical. Well, this was fucking awkward. Everyone fell silent as the atmosphere became more awkward. And Lin and Dubai were in a pinch. A photo of Lin had already been presented. What else could they say? Dubai, what now? And Lin transmitted his voice to Dubai anxiously. Big brother I have no clue. Dubai replied with an innocent expression. He looked around with pitiful expression and continued to transmit his voice to Lin. However, I don't think I'm in much danger. The one who should be worrying now is you. Have you ever seen a justice warrior kill a pervert on a horse? Then kill the horse afterward as well. And Lin's mouth gaped open and he felt as if he had fallen into a glacier. Dubai was right, this was irrefutable logic. So that meant that he was in a lot of danger right now. You're Lin, right? August pointed to the photo as he stared at Lin. Although he framed his words as a question, there wasn't really any doubt in his conviction. And Lin looked around at the powerful angels around him and smiled sheepishly. Yes, I'm indeed Lin, but I actually have my own reasons for. He was still scrambling for an excuse when, to his surprise, August was already charging at him. And Lin was greatly startled by this. What the fuck? You're gonna attack me again before I've even finished my explanation. Just as he was about to yell, Don't hurt me, his hands were suddenly clasped in August. What a fantastic coincidence. We were just on our way to find you. August exclaimed excitedly. Ha! And Lin blinked in incomprehension. He looked around to find that all the members of the Light Wing clan seemed to have changed their attitudes toward him as their expressions softened. Some of them were even smiling at him. What was going on? Ah, yes, fancy meeting you here. Say, why are you guys looking for me again? And Lin tried his best to remain calm and maintain a tranquil smile on his face. He had to change the topic and try to get everyone to forget what had just happened. August saluted Lin respectfully. I am August of the Light Wing clan. From our sources, we have discovered that you were the one who vanquished the Dark Knight Monarch, and we are here to express our gratitude. The Dark Knight Monarch? And Lin immediately calmed down upon hearing this. There's no need for gratitude. She and I were enemies in the first place. August smiled warmly. The Dark Wing tribe is our sworn enemy. Through killing the Dark Knight Monarch, who is one of the 12 monarchs of the Dark Wing tribe, you have done a great deed for the Light Wing clan. Hence, it is most definitely necessary that we express our gratitude and present a gift to you. We implore you not to refuse. And Lin's heart thumped at his words. There was even a gift? Then, of course, he was going to accept. He feigned a reluctant expression on his face. August, you are far too kind. Surely, August called out. A beautiful woman stepped out of the ranks at his call. Her perfectly proportioned figure coupled with her angelic features immediately made Lin and Dubai's eyes light up. Shirley's eyes also lit up when she saw Lin and she stared at him intently. Looks, 7 out of 10. Combat strength 10 out of 10. But your halo of heroic charisma elevates both those criteria to 10 to 10. Ha! And Lin was rooted to the spot by Shirley's evaluation. August's face fell. Shirley, don't forget what we're here to do. Oh! Shirley came to her senses and retrieved a giant blue egg from her storage ring that was as tall as half a person. This is the egg of an icy flame fairy dragon, which is a high-tier dragon. After hatching, you'll receive a male fairy dragon with great potential for evolution. It's a natural beast pet. And Lin's heart almost fluttered out of his mouth from excitement. This was a high-tier fairy dragon. Just any dragon egg was already extremely valuable, but this was the egg of a high-tier dragon. Its value was absolutely unfathomable. Mr. N. This is a gift presented to you by our clan. Shirley passed the egg to Lin with a smile. And Lin carefully accepted the dragon egg with excitement flashing in his eyes. Thank you. How do I hatch the egg? Shirley smiled sweetly. You just need to place it under the sun every day and drip a drop of your blood essence onto the tip of the egg each day for it to absorb. Once the egg hatches, the newborn dragon will automatically recognize you as its owner. And Lin nodded earnestly at her instructions, and in fear that it would bump into something, he hugged the egg to himself extremely carefully. Why didn't he just put the egg away into his storage ring? It was because he wanted to hold it for a while longer. Finally, after making some small talk with August and the others, they bade farewell to each other. August and the others continued to explore the school after presenting their gift to Lin, whereas Lin returned to his living quarters excitedly on Debai's back. In the air, Debai sighed with emotion. It really is our lucky day today. Not only did we get to witness some splendid scenery, we even got this egg for it. And Lin stroked the egg with contentment on his face. It's all because of your big brother and who is so wise and gallant. Within a small building in the White Wing School district, Xiao Hong, Debai, and Xiao Chou all gathered together to survey the egg closely. Wow! When the egg hatches, the dragon will probably be bigger than I am. Xiao Hong wobbled her cute red head from side to side as she exclaimed in a sweet voice. And Lin looked at Xiao Hong speechlessly. No shit at your size. Even an egg from the mother dragon's ovaries is probably bigger than you. We're going to welcome a new member to our family soon. What should we name our new little brother? Woof! Debai was quite excited. Xiao Chow's bulb-like eyes also lit up. His thoughts were focused on something else. I'm going to be a big brother soon. And Lin cleared his throat. With regard to naming the dragon, I have some thoughts. Xiao Chou covered her face in anguish while Xiao Chou stared at him in anticipation. Debai just nodded his head with a blank expression. Seeing as the egg is blue, why don't we call it Xiao Lan? Xiao Hong, Xiao Chou, Debai. As the eldest disciple, Xiao Hong immediately stood up for her yet-to-be-born little brother. She was no longer the frail Xiao Hong that could be bullied at will. She couldn't stand by and watch the same tragedy she suffered befall her little brother. Xiao Chou directed an insulting sneer at Lin. Hee master. Are you naming based on colors again? Xiao Chow's fur is yellow, why not just name him Xiao Huang? Then we'd have Xiao Hong, Xiao Huang, Xiao Lan, and Debai, all of which are colors. How great is that? 2. Hong equals red, Lan equals blue, Bai equals white. The taunting nature behind her words was very obvious. She was clearly expressing her dissatisfaction at Lin's weird naming conventions. However, Lin's eyes immediately lit up at the idea. What a great suggestion. How did I not think of it? Xiao Chou, your name is now Xiao Huang. He pointed at Xiao Chou excitedly, and Lin felt as if he had been enlightened. From now on, he decided he would name all his beast pets after different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, aqua, blue, purple. 7 different colors beast pets forming the Rainbow Army. Xiao Chou almost blacked out at Lin's decision while Debai couldn't help but recoil. Xiao Hong wore an expression of despair on her face as she wilted as if she had gone a whole day without photosynthesizing. Time passed very quickly and it was already noon before anyone knew it. A member of the Light Wing clan came to Lin's living quarters to invite Lin to lunch. Lin had already accepted their dragon egg, so he really had no choice but to attend. He pondered for a bit before placing the fairy dragon egg on the windowsill under the sun before setting off to lunch with Xiao Hong, Xiao Chou, and Dabai. In events like this, he needed numbers to bolster his presence. If he didn't have people to accompany him, what could he do? Easy, he could use his beasts as replacements. Thus, the four of them went to lunch together. Time passed by slowly. A cute girl in green garments and a handsome man in a black robe appeared at Enlin's door. Upperclassman Enlin has already taken a day's break, so it shouldn't be too much trouble for him if we visit him today, right? Yao Mingxi spoke a little hesitantly. Big brother, since when did you get so indecisive? If you love him, just tell him. He has finally made it out of detention. We have to express our love to him. Yao Xiu giggled. You're right. Yao Mingxi was blushing a little as he knocked on the door uneasily. After a long while, Yao Mingxi was a little disappointed. Is there no one home? Yao Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Look, big brother, there's an egg there. This egg certainly looks quite out of the ordinary. Big brother, could this be upperclassman and Lin's dinner? It's quite possible, after all. Godin has just returned. This egg should be something he's trying to use to recover from his injuries from battling Hong Do. Ha ha ha. My cooking is top-notch, big brother. Let's give upperclassman and Lin a surprise. Okay. Then it's all up to you. Within a large, antique ark, a series of delicious dishes were being brought on. All the dishes from the Light Wing clan were very high in energy. Each of them was extremely proficient in replenishing the body. And Lin and the others soon began to feel their bodies heat up as a sense of fullness spread throughout their bodies. Surely, I drink to you. Thank you for your icy flame fairy dragon egg. And Lin raised his glass with a grateful expression. Shirley pursed her lips in a smile and also raised her glass in response. Her beautiful eyes continued to linger on Enlin as if she was thinking about something else. August made his way over and warned her in a low voice. Shirley, stop being a pervert. We have to participate in the Tao Exchange Conference tomorrow. All right. Geez, you're so annoying. Shirley puckered her petite pink lips in dissatisfaction before continuing. You can't compete with Enlin anyway. What's the point of being so anxious? August. Enlin and the others enjoyed themselves thoroughly at lunch. At the conclusion of the meal, it was already close to nighttime. Following this, Enlin left the ark and walked with Dabai back to his living quarters. Big brother En, when our little brother is born, should we send him to cultivate at the mythological beast sect for a while? Dabai suddenly asked. Enlin was slightly taken aback by this as he hadn't actually thought about it before. Although the icy flame fairy dragon could recognize its owner straight after birth, Enlin was at a complete loss with regard to how to train it to grow up. We can definitely consider sending it to Beast Kindergarten. Enlin nodded in approval after pondering to himself for a while. Woof! I can introduce a teacher to our younger brother. Dabai barked excitedly. He could already envision his younger brother growing up strong and healthy under his guidance. Our younger brother is an icy flame fairy dragon, so it should have an affiliation with fire. I have gathered a lot of observations in the element of fire. Perhaps I can instruct it in the way of fire. Xiao Chao's inner mentor was raring to go. He could already envision his younger brother ruling over the heavens under his guidance. Xiao Hong also chimed in with her delicate voice. Then I'll be responsible for teaching our younger brother how to photosynthesize. She could already envision her younger brother growing taller each day under the sun. Enlin, it's too early to be discussing things like this. It'll still be a long while until our younger brother hatches. Let's go back to check on him first. Enlin and the others had been walking around for a while, so it was time to go back anyway. Dabai and the others all nodded in agreement. They suddenly felt a sense of responsibility as elder siblings. Thus, they walked to the door of Enlin's living quarters. Huh? What a delicious smell! Dabai sniffed as drool began to roll down his chin. Why does it feel like it's coming from my room? Enlin blinked in surprise. Xiao Chao's bulb-like eyes lit up immediately. Big brother En, could it be that one of your superfans is preparing dinner for you in there? Enlin came to his senses at Xiao Chao's reminder. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu really were capable of doing something like that. With this in mind, a smile surfaced on his face. How thoughtful of them. He was quite happy that a fan would do something like this for him from time to time. Right at this moment, Xiao Hong's dainty red head poked out in Lin's pocket. Where's our younger brother? Xiao Hong's words directed everyone's attention to the windowsill, where there was nothing. Where was their younger brother? And Lin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou all fell into silence. They were even a little bit afraid to breathe. Dabai made his way toward the door and accidentally inhaled. It seems like the smell of eggs. And Lin's hands trembled as he gripped the door handle. His whole body began to quiver. The door opened. A rich, delicious scent flowed from the room. But everyone suddenly found it hard to breathe. Surprise! Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu yelled in unison with wide smiles on their faces, as if they were welcoming the return of their idol. Senior and Lin, we've prepared dinner for you. Come have a taste. Yao Xiu wrapped a slim arm around Lin's and dragged him towards the table. She began to rattle off the dishes on the table excitedly. This is egg and lotus root, egg with lobster, egg fried rice, golden egg yolk assorted dish. Senior and Lin, this is an egg feast prepared by me, what do you think? Yao Xiu's cute face was filled with anticipation, as if she was expecting praise from Lin. Lin stared at the succulent dishes on the table, feeling like he was choking on something. Yao Mingxi thought Lin was too moved by their gesture, so he patted Lin's shoulder in a friendly gesture. This is just a small display of our admiration. If Senior Lin likes it, we can cook it for you every day. Can I ask? Where on earth you got so much egg from? And Lin pointed at the feast on the table and asked with quivering lips. Oh, this is all made from the huge egg on your windowsill, Senior Lin. Egg is good for the body, but it has to be cooked in the correct way to fully bring out its effects. Yao Xiu introduced with a proud expression. She then pointed to a corner in the room and continued, we can also use this stuff to make soup. It has very high calcium content. And Lin, Dabai, Xiao Chou, and Xiao Hong all looked toward where Yao Xiu was pointing. Darkness flashed in front of Lin's eyes and he almost fainted. He felt like his chest had been ripped apart. Dabai and Xiao Chou both trembled as tears began to well up in their eyes. Droplets of dew appeared on Xiao Hong's vibrant red petals as she sobbed quietly. Younger brother? Xiao Chou's legs gave out from under him and his eyes turned completely soulless. Younger brother, you died such a horrible death. Dabai felt like he was about to go mad from anguish as he howled in grief. And Lin strode toward the corner of the room as his body trembled and swayed uncontrollably. He collapsed to his knees in front of the broken eggshell. The huge blue eggshell had been reduced to a pile of fragments at this point. He grabbed a fragment in his hand with trembling fingers and repented in a low voice. Xiaolan, it's all my fault. My fault for not keeping you in a safe place. The atmosphere in the room became extremely gloomy. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu were both startled by everyone's reactions. A terrifying thought began to emerge in their minds. The younger brother you're referring to is... Yao Mingxi inquired anxiously. And Lin held a bunch of eggshells to himself and cast his gaze towards Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu. This the remains of our younger brother. We wanted to hatch it, but you... Boom! Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu were rooted to the spot as if they had been struck by lightning. They weren't idiots. And Lin's reaction and Lin's words were enough for them to comprehend what had happened. Oh my God! What have I done? Yao Xiu stared at her own two hands as her body trembled. It was her. She ripped the body of Senior and Lin's younger brother to shreds. And she also cooked the remains. In the end, she was even going to make soup from the remaining eggshell. Yao Mingxi's eyes also completely lost focus as his mind blanked out. They killed the younger brother of their idol? And they even cooked the remains for their idol to eat? Ha 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 ha. Tears streamed down Yao Mingxi's face as he neared the brink of collapse. He had already come to realize what heinous crime he had committed. Senior and Lin, please don't blame my sister. This is all a result of my stupidity. Let me pay the price for all the mistakes made here. Yao Mingxi brought out his long sword and slashed it toward his own neck, hoping to repent through his death. "Brother, no!" Yao Xiu cried in anguish. Whoosh! A blast of energy struck Yao Mingxi's long sword, sending it flying away from his neck. "Senior Enlin, you?" Yao Mingxi stared at Enlin with a trembling voice. The person that had intervened was none other than Enlin. Enlin did not say anything. He instead collected all the fragments of the eggshell and placed them on the kitchen counter. He looked towards Yao Xiu and spoke expressionlessly. "Weren't you going to make soup? Come on then, the soup might take quite a while to cook." Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu were all dumbstruck. Xiao Chao's petite body quivered. Dabai's legs gave out from under it, and Xiao Chao's eyes widened. All of them were staring at Enlin with shock written on their faces. Had Big Brother gone crazy? "Say, Senior Enlin," Yao Xiu asked nervously. "It's okay, I haven't gone mad. Go make the soup. Didn't you say it has high calcium content? Don't waste the eggshells." Enlin nodded and spoke calmly. Had he really not gone mad? Dabai and Xiao Chou both grimaced in unison. Yao Xiu approached Enlin extremely cautiously, as if she were a frightened and guilty kitten. She stared at Enlin with a hint of fear in her eyes as she extended her slim hands in front of her. "Should I really make the eggshells into soup?" Enlin nodded earnestly and handed the eggshells to her. Yao Xiu. Knock, knock, knock. Crack, crack, crack. The kitchen was once again filled with the sound of cooking. Soon, Yao Xiu had started a fire and began to boil the eggshells. Everyone sat down around the table. An extremely alluring aroma wafted from the dishes on the table. This was partly due to Yao Xiu's cooking skills and partly due to the fact that the egg of their younger brother was an extremely delicious ingredient in itself. Dabai had already forgotten his grief, and he stared intently at the dishes on the table. Dabai couldn't help but swallow at the sight of the food in front of it. With his acute sense of smell, the delicious food on the table was simply irresistible. "Let's tuck in, everyone. Don't let our younger brother's sacrifice be in vain." Enlin spoke as he picked up his chopsticks. Xiao Chou, Xiao Hong, Dabai, Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu. Enlin did not take notice of everyone's expressions. He had already convinced himself that it was better to experience Shaolan with all his heart, rather than mourning and feeling despair over it. He picked up a piece of the egg with lobster first. The lobster's shell had already been cracked open by Yao Xiu, exposing the soft, white lobster flesh within which was coated with a layered delicious egg yolk, giving the flesh a delightful golden hue. An extremely alluring aroma wafted through the air. Enlin placed the tender lobster meat into his mouth and his taste buds were immediately enveloped in an exquisite taste, causing his body to tremble. He chewed slowly, savoring the taste in his mouth. Delicious. Dabai also began to eat after Enlin. The dish closest to him was the egg rolls. In all honesty, the dishes presented an irresistible temptation to him, and all that was stopping him was a sense of grief and guilt in its heart. The taste of the egg rolls was indescribable. It was simply far too delicious. Xiao Hong transformed into her captivating human form. Her eyes met with Xiao Chao's and they both also picked up their chopsticks. If their master was eating, then they had to as well. The egg with lotus root was crispy and aromatic, making them completely unable to stop eating. Yao Xiu wiped away the tears in her red-rimmed eyes and chewed down heavily on her lower lip as she picked up her chopsticks with trembling fingers. Yao Mingxi also began to follow suit. The fairy dragon egg was not only extremely delicious, but the energy contained within was not inferior to a low-tier immortal fruit. At the same time as they were experiencing a delicacy, their cultivation bases were also receiving a boost. And Lin sniffled as tears streaked down his cheeks. Shaolan, I'll never forget you. Your taste, your texture, and the energy you've imbued me with. All of it will be motivation for me to advance further. Upon hearing Enlin's words, tears also welled up into Bai's eyes, but his chopsticks did not rest for a second. Younger brother, I pray for your sake that there's no murder and slaughter on the other side. Xiao Chou and Xiao Hong also began to cry and their tears began to drip down onto the table. I was on the brink of becoming an older brother. Who would have thought? Farewell Xiaolan. Xiao Chou placed a piece of an omelette onto his plate as he wept. Due to the fact that the icy flame fairy dragon was a fire-type beast, not only was consuming the egg aided in the growth of Xiao Chou's cultivation base, even his black flames were becoming more powerful. Xiao Hong placed a piece of egg with lotus root into her mouth and was immediately treated to a peerlessly delicious and fresh taste. She felt as if her whole body was basking in comfort as she lied in an immortal realm. Sob, sob, sob. There'll be no one to inherit my photosynthesis skills. Sob, sob, sob. She sobbed as she chewed on the egg with lotus root. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu were also crying as they ate. They were extremely remorseful for the heinous crime they committed. The atmosphere throughout the whole meal was a very strange one. Everyone was grief-stricken and shed tears. But they didn't stop eating. Instead, they were mourning as they ate. This was because the dishes on the table were simply far too delicious. They couldn't stop. After eating a whole plate of thousand-layer egg ribs, Dabai grabbed the plate in his paws and began to lick the plate clean. This is all that's left of our younger brother. We can't waste anything, woof, everyone. Thus, the egg feast was devoured under a gloomy cloud of remorse and mourning. Even a bucket full of egg-fried rice had been completely emptied. Yao Xiu brought out the eggshell soup from the kitchen. Everyone drank the delicious soup and tears began to flow once again. Yao Mingxi, Yao Xiu, you don't have to be too critical of yourselves. The main factor that led to this tragedy was the fact that I didn't look after our younger brother with proper care. And Lin felt as if he had been revitalized after he took a sip of the delicious soup. Now that we have eaten our younger brother, he shall live on in all of us. Everyone stirred at his words and echoed his sentiment. Our younger brother will live on in all of us. And Lin raised his bowl into the air. Let's all drink to our younger brother. Everyone looked at each other before raising their bowls. To our younger brother. Glug glug. After finishing the soup, Dabai even went as far as to eat all the eggshells at the bottom of the soup pot. It was high in calcium content after all. Soon, the last trace of Xiao Lan's existence on this earth had been exterminated by Enlin and everyone else. Burp! Dabai accidentally burped before blushing and averting his gaze awkwardly. Everyone had no choice but to admit their younger brother really was delicious. Everyone was full after demolishing the feast of egg dishes and began to sigh with emotion. Even though Enlin had told them not to pin the blame on themselves, Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu were still racked with guilt. They wanted to burst into tears again. They had never met such a kind and thoughtful person in their lives. To be able to have such a person as their idol was like a vast fortune they did not deserve. On the flip side, Dabai, Xiao Chou, and Xiao Hong had already recovered. They were still sad, but they had accepted reality. Enlin patted his stomach and announced with a solemn expression, I hope everyone can remember this day as the day of Xiao Lan's death, lest we forget. Everyone nodded in response. That night was a night they were destined to remember for the rest of their lives. Regardless of whether it was the heart-wrenching grief or the first-rate cuisine, they would definitely not forget the events of today. That night, a galaxy of stars appeared in the sky alongside a dazzling moon. There was still a faint lingering aroma in the room, but some things no longer lingered in their lives. As everyone mourned, something belonging to the dragon clan of the West rose slowly into the night sky, before descending elsewhere. Morning came and colorful silk banners began to float up into the sky above the United University of Cultivation. In the blue sky plaza, which could hold a capacity of close to 100,000 people, a myriad of flowers bloomed and tall trees swayed in the wind. On their branches, there were colorful banners attached with messages like, Welcome to the Tao Exchange Conference. 50,000 students from the university were gathered in the plaza. Aside from them, the representatives for the Tao Exchange Conference and entourages from the Buddhist Kingdom, the Garden of Eden, and the Hall of Creation were also gathered there, totaling a few thousand people. And Lin was in fantastic condition today. He didn't know whether it was due to the meal from yesterday, but he felt as if his body was brimming with power. The Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers had not officially begun. And Lin, Lu Qianhuan, and Wang Xuanzhan were all representatives of the Heavenly Court, and they were chatting among themselves by the Dao Exchange's platform. The younger generation representatives of the Buddhist kingdom, Qing Ji, Qing Yan, and Qing Xian sat in silence beside the Dao Exchange's platform with their eyes closed. Shirley, August, and Arthur from the Garden of Eden were showered with divine light as they smiled lightly at the people gathered in the Blue Sky Plaza. Their supermodel looks, combined with their endearing smiles, instantly attracted countless fans. Shirley peered at Lin from time to time with meaningful glances, as the blue ring in her hand flashed with a faint, peculiar light. The least popular group among them was none other than the group of young representatives from the Hall of Creation. Hong Do was a thick and burly rock golem with a ball of flames burning in his chest and two fiery red eyes glinting with bloodlust, perfectly encapsulating the look of an antagonistic boss character in video games, and an abstract one at that. Dong Yen was even taller than Xiao Yanzi from Pearl Princess. Her wings emitted a dazzling gleam, and her body exuded an air of frostiness, making her appear both cold and heartless. As for Huang Shan, he was a bit more handsome. He was humanoid at least, and his whole body was a smooth and shiny golden hue which emitted a metallic glint, while his eyes seemed to have golden flashes of lightning crackling within. The entourage from the Hall of Creation was also a bunch of strange creatures who appeared as if they were a bunch of highly intelligent monsters that had come to attend the Dao Exchange. With a formation like that, not only did they receive no attention from the students in the plaza, even the thousands of creatures in the Hall of Creation's entourage were all standing idly, picking their noses and popping their pimples in boredom. Classmate Lin, will you be using your full strength later on? If you plan on fighting with your full strength, I'll just stand off to the side and not get in your way. Wang Xuanzhan looked over at Lin and spoke earnestly. Lin winced at his words. What was this about fighting full strength? This was his full strength, for God's sake. His chest felt a bit tight as he reiterated with a solemn expression. I'm only a student of spirit nurturing initial stage. Wang Xuanzhan gave him a knowing look. All right, if classmate Lin wants to conserve his strength, then I'll have to display my lowly skills. Lin did not know what else to say and could only stand off to the side while smiling in silence. Don't worry, with Wang Xuanzhan on our side, we can just do nothing and win anyway. Lu Qianhuan elbowed Lin lightly with a smile on her face. How about we have a little match first before the Dao Exchange conference starts? Lin immediately shook his head at her suggestion. Sister Lu, there are tens of thousands of onlookers here. Please don't toy with me. Humph. So what, you scaredy cat? Lu Qianhuan glared at Lin with disdain before bringing up some single-player game on her phone. Lin sighed lightly. All the other representative groups were either attracting fans like some sort of superstars or sitting silently like sages. But over at the heavenly court side, only Lin's handsome looks were worthy of note. Lu Qianhuan was also quite beautiful, but she was always staring at her phone like an immature little girl with no class. As for Wang Xuanzhan, he was not as intimidating as the representatives of the Hall of Creation. Nor was he as handsome as Lin, so he became the most ordinary-looking out of the three. Of course, that would all change after the Dao Exchange Conference officially commenced and he could show off his skills. Vice Principal Yu Hua of the Heavenly Court, the Lion King of the Hall of Creation, Vanessa of the Garden of Eden, and Hui Ming from the Buddhist Kingdom were all gathered at the forefront of the spectator stands. Aside from that, a woman in a simple robe with beautiful features straight out of painting had her gaze resting on Lin. She spoke quietly but in an extremely determined tone. Lin, this time, I'll be sure to even the score. Out of the blue, Lin suddenly felt a shiver running down his spine. He turned to find a rock golem with flames burning in his chest smiling at him with a sinister expression. Their eyes met and Hong Do puffed out his burly chest. The flames within seemed to burn even more brightly than before. Lin. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Welcome, fellow cultivators from the Garden of Eden, the Buddhist Kingdom, and the Hall of Creation who had to travel from afar to participate in our Dao Exchange Conference, which is held once in every 5 years. We shall sit and participate in the Dao Exchange here and witness the grace of the young prodigies from the four powers. As the host, Vice Principal Yu Hua was the first to make a speech. right on the heels of which the leaders of the other three powers, Huiming, the Lion King, and Vanessa also all gave simple speeches. These were all tasteless scripted speeches, so no one paid much attention. You could make your speech as brilliant as you want, but if your young representatives were useless, then there was no point. So the main thing everyone focused on was how the young representatives performed. And Lin always felt like this situation was a little similar to the Olympic Games held on Earth. As long as you swapped countries out for the four powers and thought of the participants as athletes who were fighting for glory for their nation. The competition was divided into segments of spells, Tao, intent, life, and seize, thus comprising a total of 5 events. Each event was worth a different number of points, and the team with the most amount of points would not only receive a fabulous prize but more importantly, there was a lot of glory up for grabs. The reason why Lin did not want to participate in the Tao Exchange Conference was that he had no confidence in himself and was afraid he would drag the team down. If he made a fool out of himself, not only would he be an embarrassment to the school, he would also be known as a disgrace throughout the kingdom of the 9 states. What a terrifying notion! Soon, the speeches concluded and the Tao Exchange Conference officially commenced. The first event was spells. It was actually just a competition between the level of spell techniques used by competing cultivators. Bodhisattva Huiming walked onto the competition stage and brought out a huge black stone plaque from his Buddhism beads. The plaque was 100 feet wide and 1,000 feet tall, settling with a loud rumble on the stage. This is a stone plaque for testing the level of a spell technique. It can determine the level of a spell technique used by a cultivator by dividing it into the 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. This segment requires the young representatives of each side to unleash their spell techniques at the stone plaque, with the Yellow level initial stage as 1 point, all the way up to Heaven level final stage as 12 points. Bodhisattva Huiming's words reverberated around the Blue Sky Plaza. The rules were simple. Cultivators simply had to demonstrate their most powerful spell techniques as a show of their talent and the education they had received. And Lin felt like the huge black stone plaque was a bit like the red crystalline walls of the Vermilion Bird sect. But the types of spell techniques the stone plaque could detect were more varied, which made it a more advanced tool. He nodded his head lightly. He should be fine for this segment at least. After all, he had a trump card. All right, then let's begin. For the spell segment of the event, the young representatives of the Garden of Eden were the first to take the stage. Shirley, August, and Arthur, all 3 of them were people that Lin was quite familiar with. After all, they had just had lunch together the day prior, so he had a chance to communicate with them then. Arthur was Spirit Nurturing final stage, and he was the first to take the stage. He brought out a silver longbow, and the vital energy between heaven and earth suddenly began to swirl violently before forming a golden arrow which he shot forth from his bow. Boom! The arrow struck the stone plaque with a resounding boom, sending tremors through the ground with the explosion of energy. The spell formation surrounding the stage severely dulled the effects of the shockwaves from the collision. So Lin and the others could only feel a strong breeze pass by them instead of any substantial force. The stone plaque remained unmoving after the strike as an evaluation appeared on its surface. Earth level, initial stage. Arthur, 7 points. Bodhisattva Huiming announced. The next person to take the stage was Shirley. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked up at the sky as if she were a beautiful maiden receiving blessings from above. Immediately after this, flashes of white light began to appear, intertwining around her body like a light breeze. This was the embryonic stage of a domain. Orbs of light imbued with powerful vitality appeared in her hands and floated toward the black stone plaque before merging into the plaque. The plaque trembled for a moment before another message was displayed. Earth level, final stage. Shirley, 9 points. Huiming announced again. Last August took the stage. He was once able to knock both Lin and Dabai out of the sky in one hit, so his combat strength was definitely not to be scoffed at. In fact, he was a soul formation stage cultivator just like Wang Xuanzhan. The spell he unleashed this time was still the same divine punishment, white swirling heavenly pillars. But this time he did not hold back. White rays of divine light imbued with terrifying power descended from the sky before colliding with the stone plaque, and the resulting explosion of light had everyone looking away or covering their eyes. Even with the protection of the spell formation, the stage still cracked open under the might of the pillar of light. Devastating power radiated outwards, and even though he was quite far away from the stage, it caused Enlin to involuntarily retreat 2 steps. Heaven level initial stage. August, 10 points. This time, cries of surprise began to erupt from the audience. As the first group to take the stage, the Garden of Eden had put on a scintillating performance. Their total tally settled at 26 points, exerting a lot of scoreboard pressure on the remaining 3 teams. After that, the representatives from the Hall of Creation took the stage. Hong Do, Dong Yen, and Huang Shan each received 7, 8, and 9 points respectively for a total of 24 points. As expected, Hong Do, who was able to fight on par with him, was the weakest from his group. And Lin was starting to panic a little. The representatives from the Buddhist kingdom also took the stage. Qing Ji, Qing Yan, and Qing Xian each received 9, 8, and 8 points respectively, equating to a 25-point total. The 3 teams were neck and neck, with the Garden of Eden holding a slight temporary lead. It was time for the Heavenly Court representatives to take the stage. And Lin looked around toward the other teams to find Hong Do smiling at him with a gloating expression as if to say, "So what if I only got 7 points? You'll be the one at the bottom of the pack anyway." Fuck. Was he being looked down on by an underachiever? And Lin did not know why, but his chest tightened slightly at the sight of Hong Do's face. Wang Xuanzhan was the first to take the stage. He had the blood of the Dragon Clan running through his body, granting him great mastery over lightning spell techniques. His thunderous dragon domain was like an eruption of thunder and lightning, instantly shocking the audience into an uproar. The evaluation he received, in the end, was heaven-level initial stage, the same as August. Wang Xuanzhan's lips curled a little as if he was a little unhappy with the score, but he still returned to stand beside Enlin. Next, it was Lu Qianhuan's turn. She was number 2 on the university's heaven roll, the embodiment of both beauty and power. Apparently, she was also at half-step soul formation stage. If Lu Qianhuan could produce a good performance, then Enlin would feel a lot more relaxed. But for some unknown reason, Enlin was unable to bring himself to rely on Sister Lu. He. Finally time for me to shine. Lu Qianhuan walked toward the stage with a light smile. Her purple eyes flashed brightly like stars. Lu Qianhuan's instantly attracted the cheering from tens of thousands of male spectators when she took the stage. She stared at the black stone plaque and inhaled deeply before extending both palms towards the stone plaque in the distance. A 6-feathered staff quickly turned as it levitated by her side, accumulating an extremely terrifying power. "Eat this final spark." Her clear, crisp cry was accompanied by a blast of energy shooting forth from her staff, forming a pink pillar of life which struck the stone pillar like the blast from a laser cannon. Boom! The blast of energy exploded with extremely high temperature as the wind howled around the plaque. And Lin breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of this. With such devastating destructive power, this was at least worthy of an evaluation of 9 points. A message began to display itself on the plaque. Earth level, initial stage. Bodhisattva Hui Ming announced again. Lu Qianhuan, 7 points. WH. What? Only 7? And Lin's eyes widened in incredulity. Not only him, but the tens of thousands of spectators gathered in the plaza were also all shocked into silence before a loud chorus of boos erupted. That's bullshit. Why is it only 7 points? My final spark is unmatched in its power. It should be at least 11 points. Lu Qianhuan furrowed her brows and argued in a loud voice with Hui Ming. Hui Ming grimaced slightly as he put his palms together in front of him. Patron Lu's spell technique does indeed have amazing destructive power, but it is lacking in substance. It's like a forced imitation of something. There's only an outer shell, but no concept or sense of enlightenment within. His voice was not very loud, but every member of the audience heard his explanation. There were mighty figures of the Return to Void stage in the audience anyway, so if there was an incorrect judgment made, there would definitely be someone to dispute the decision. The students weren't idiots either. They soon began to quiet down following Hui Ming's explanation, but expressions of disappointment still lingered on their faces. Lu Qianhuan walked back to Enlin's side with a pout as she muttered to herself under her breath, cursing everyone for their inability to appreciate beauty. There was a 10-point result as well as a 7-point result from the Heavenly Court, giving everyone the impression that their strongest and weakest members had just taken the stage. Especially the Hall of Creation, they had originally thought that they would be ranked last this round. But they didn't anticipate that the half-step soul formation stage student from the Heavenly Court would only get a meager 7 points. They suddenly felt like they had this in the bag. Hong Do chuckled to himself. And Lin is at best on par with me. So his result will probably be either 7 or 6 points. The tens of thousands of students in the plaza also felt like they had this one in the bag. 10 plus 7 plus 12 makes a total of 29. They couldn't even get 30 points, what a shame. It's fine as long as we come first. If we perform too well, the other 3 powers won't want to participate anymore. That's true, Godin should hold back a little bit and get something like 10 points. It makes the competition more enjoyable to watch if the scores are close. It was finally Enlin's turn to take the stage. The spectator stands instantly erupted into raucous cheers, and this was something no other contestant had been treated to. Hong Do was startled by the sudden eruption of cheers. What the hell? Why is Enlin so popular? The representatives from the Hall of Creation were all weird creatures, so they had next to no interactions with the other students. As such, they did not know just how breathtaking the legend of Enlin was. The cheers from the spectators instantly placed a huge amount of pressure on Enlin. He did have thick skin, but he still had an ego, and he really didn't want to disappoint everyone. Among the 4 powers, even those who had performed slightly below par, like Hong Do and Arthur, they were still the finest prodigies of their respective power, so the spell techniques they used were certainly not mediocre by any means. By his estimation, if he were to use the Mountain Quaking Fist, it would only be around 5 points. If he were to perform the Mountain Quaking Lightning Fist well, it would probably be around 6 or 7 points. This kind of result would place him at the bottom of the pack. As for the 6 strikes of the War God, the first technique was quite deep and profound, but it was lacking in power. If he were to use the Evil Slaying Sword to boost the power of the technique, the plaque would definitely take that in consideration and display a standardized evaluation. It seemed that he had no choice but to use his trump card. As long as he was careful, he should be fine. And Lin took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. He made his way toward Wang Xuanzhan. Senior Wang, I'm going to be using a trump card next, so I hope you can stay by my side to protect me. Wang Xuanzhan was in a slight stupor after hearing this. He then exclaimed in shock, "You're going to use your full power? No, wait. If you're using your full power, why would you need my protection? I'm still spirit nurturing initial stage. But the spell technique I'm about to use, I'm a little scared of it myself. So I want to implore you to protect me from the aftermath," Enlin said earnestly. Wang Xuanzhan did not know why, but he felt a chill run down his spine at Enlin's sincere expression, making him a little fearful and reluctant to agree. "Whoa! Enlin, are you going to use a big technique? I'll protect you as well. I'll use my prismatic barrier." Lu Qianhuan volunteered excitedly. Wang Xuanzhan's lips twitched in a grimace. Even Lu Qianhuan had volunteered, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Thus, Enlin made his way toward the stone plaque under the eager gazes of all the spectators. This time, he had to carry the team. Enlin was about to have his turn on the stage while accompanied by the scorching gazes of the spectators which had settled on him. Yao Mingxi, Yao Xiu, and his other fans all clenched their fists tightly, silently cheering for their idol with all their might. In the VIP stands, a woman in a simple robe twirled a strand of hair around her slim finger absent-mindedly as she stared down at the man on the stage with an intrigued expression. "How many points do you guys think Big Brother and will get?" a delicate girl with short hair asked. The person that proposed the question was none other than Enlin's old teammate, Miao Tian. "Let's have a bet. I bet 100 spirit stones that Big Brother and can get 12 points." Zhong Yongyan waved his fan about with a calm expression. "I'm also betting on Big Brother and to get 12 points." Luo Zipping chimed in. Me too, Sun Xinglian echoed. Sigh. Miao Tian shook her head and sighed. It seems there's no point in betting anymore. At this moment, and Lin had already gauged the correct distance between himself and the stone plaque. From the moment he unleashed his technique to the moment it would explode, he had to calculate meticulously so the explosion occurred right at the moment the technique made contact with the stone plaque. After recollecting the horrifying events of that day over and over again, and Lin finally found the correct distance and stood in silence on the spot. And Lin took a deep breath and looked at the two people beside him. My life is in your hands. Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan nodded with severe expressions with their protective spell techniques at the ready. The spectators were all quite curious at the sight of this, unable to comprehend why Enlin had an accompanying entourage on stage. But when they saw Enlin manipulate lightning with his left hand while his right fist began to glow golden, some people were already beginning to realize what he was doing. In particular, among them were the few dozen second-year students who were in the first class with Enlin. They suddenly recollected the terrifying moment in their Immortal Spells class when they were propelled into the air by the force of a huge mushroom cloud. Earth Immortal Tsong Qing's beard trembled as his eyes widened. Is he really going to use that technique? Su Xiaolan stared intently at Enlin with a mixture of worry and rage in her expression. He's playing with his life again. Hong Do scratched his head in bewilderment from not too far away. Wasn't this the mountain-quaking lightning fist? At most, it would warrant a 7-point evaluation, but why was it that everyone's expectations were so high? Bolts of blue lightning began to appear in the sky before entangling themselves onto Enlin's right fist and transforming into golden lightning. Sweat began to seep out of Enlin's forehead as the darkness of origin began to merge into the spell technique. The insane destructive power that was able to simultaneously encompass everything and annihilate everything at the same time began to transform the very nature of his spell technique. Violent bolts of golden lightning were slowly pulled toward the wisps of black aura, as everything began to fall silent in the face of the suffocating power radiating from the spell technique. Everyone in the spectator stands suddenly felt an indescribable chill running down their spines. Yu Hua, Hui Ming, the Lion King, Vanessa, as well as the other mighty figures of Return to Void stage were all staring intently at Enlin's right fist with grave expressions. Nuclear lightning fist. A golden fist projection intertwined with golden lightning erupted forth with Enlin's roar. Lu Qianhuan's six-feathered staff glowed brightly, constructing a pink barrier which encompassed Enlin. Wang Xuanzhan was in shock at the suffocating power from Enlin's technique, but he also activated his water orb barrier, engulfing the three of them within. Just as the golden fist projection was about to make contact with the stone plaque, the wisp of black aura within the fist projections suddenly blossomed like a lotus flower, causing the fist projection to collapse in on itself while shrinking drastically with its destructive power. There was an instant where the world seemed to fall silent. Boom! An extremely powerful burst of energy exploded forth, setting off a loud rumbling audible even in the heavens. The earth shook, and the surface of the ground was pulverized by the golden fist, bringing with it an aura of destruction. The golden lightning swept through the surroundings, obliterating everything that it touched. Lu Qianhuan and Wang Xuanzhan, who were closest to the epicenter of the explosion, both trembled as they felt the vast explosion of violent energy. Holy fuck! What the hell is this? The blast of energy made contact with the pink barrier, which cracked and shattered completely in less than a second. It then continued onwards onto the water orb barrier, which lasted about 3 seconds before it was completely evaporated. The shockwaves went on to collide with the three people within the barrier. Yet another small mushroom cloud flickered with lightning as it billowed up from the earth. Its powerful shockwaves even knocked over a large number of spectating students. The Return to Void mighty figures in the audience immediately restricted the blast of energy, protecting everyone in the spectator stands. However, the three people on stage weren't so lucky. Hong Do's red eyes widened with shock at the sight of the mushroom cloud seemingly within reach. His rocky mouth fell open with incredulity as he felt the tremors running through the ground. And Lin was capable of this. If Enlin had used this technique in their battle, Hong Do would probably be reduced to a speck of dust on the ground, Everyone in the spectator stands all gasped in unison. They had extremely high expectations for Enlin, but they still couldn't help but tremble at the sight of the mushroom cloud. What a terrifying immortal spell! Bodhisattva Hui Ming waved his hand and a boundless expanse of golden light enveloped heaven and earth, settling the dust and debris in the air. The stone plaque was still quivering as a message was finally displayed. Heaven level intermediate stage. Enlin 11 points. Everyone was shocked by this result, clearly unable to comprehend why an immortal spell as fearsome as this was not at the final stage of the heaven level. Hui Ming nodded before explaining. The power and concept behind this immortal spell are all top-notch, but the balance of energy is skewed and it's extremely volatile, so there's a lot of room for improvement. Everyone began to nod at Hui Ming's explanation before collectively turning their gazes toward Enlin. No matter what the evaluation was, the undeniable fact was that Enlin managed to save the heavenly court from their dire situation by turning the tables around and becoming the team with the most points in the spell segment. As expected of God En, he could just casually drop any immortal spell and completely turn the tables in an instant. Back in the day when he was just a backdoor entrant, I was already a fan. To see him steadily grow into the prodigy he is now, looking down on the world with undisputed supremacy and fighting for the university's glory, I can't help but sigh with emotion. A male student spoke with a jaded expression. Kya, Senior Enlin, I want to bear your children. A few younger female students couldn't help but screech at the sight of Enlin's heroic action. God En is the hero of our school. Say, didn't he tell us that he couldn't self-detonate for the moment? So why is he suddenly able to do so? He didn't self-detonate and he's still spirit-nurturing initial stage. Look, he's lying on the ground just there. A student looked toward the stage with a scorching gaze. Everyone turned to lock their gazes onto Enlin in unison. They were waiting for him to stand up so they could shower him with raucous cheers and applause. The woman in the VIP stands covered her mouth as she chuckled lightly, a flash of mirth flitting through her eyes. I have to admit, he's still just as sporadic as before. Except now he's switched targets and no longer screwing me over. The representatives from the other three powers all winced at the scene in front of them. Vice Principal Yu Hua descended onto the stage in a flash to assess the condition of Enlin and the others, and the sight that greeted him made his chest tighten involuntarily. Lu Qianhuan was riddled with wounds as she lay on the ground, casting a healing spell on herself before kicking Enlin aside. Wang Xuanzhan lay spread-eagle, face down on the ground, his face covered with dirt and debris as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and tears welled up in his eyes. A remorseful expression surfaced onto his face. What kind of fucking madman am I helping here? Why the fuck did I agree to this? Meanwhile, Enlin had been knocked out cold by the force of shockwave and was currently lying lifelessly on the ground. Silence engulfed the whole venue as everyone stared at the three people on the ground. This was just the spell segment, but there were already two representatives who were severely injured and one who had fallen unconscious. Could it be that the Heavenly Court representatives had wiped themselves out? Everyone was completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of their eyes. They had never seen anything like it. There was only one woman in the VIP stands who was taking great pleasure in their misfortune. He really screwed over whoever he came into contact with. Prior to this, he was screwing her over, and now he was screwing his teammates over. What a pleasant sight to behold. She seemed to have already forgotten that her objective was to cheer the Heavenly Court on. Sob, I'm so touched, for God and to go so far just to secure victory for the school. Tears began to flow down a female student's face. Senior Enlin may have fallen, but he's forever standing tall and upright in my heart. Who would have thought the competition would be so fierce? The number one spot is certainly not easy to secure. Our three main representatives have fallen. What happens now in the rest of the competition? Just as everyone was discussing amongst themselves, Bodhisattva Hui Ming had already cast a healing spell on the three people lying on the ground. Vice Principal Yu Hua stared up into the sky with a dejected expression. What the fuck was this? Did the three of them just commit a kamikaze attack? Having hosted so many Dao Exchange conferences, this was the first time he had ever seen anything like this. Vice Principal Yu Hua massaged his brows as his head began to throb. Spell Dao Intent, Life and Seize. Out of the 5 segments, only one had been completed. What were they going to do about the other 4? Wang Xuanzhan swayed as he stood up unsteadily. Vice Principal, I can still continue. Lu Qianhuan continued to lay on the ground as she plucked out her phone with a cold expression. Vice Principal, I'm done. This competition is too dangerous for me. Please find someone else to replace me. And Lin was also lying on the ground like a dead fish, showered in healing Buddhist light. Vice Principal Yu Hua. All right, it seemed like they were screwed then. The representatives from the other 3 powers all looked at the 3 people on the ground with conflicted expressions. Should they be happy? They received first place in the spells segment with a total of 28 points. Could they find it in themselves to celebrate? Should they be sad? They looked at the 3 semi-disabled representatives on stage and felt like they had a chance again. Not only were they not sad, but they were also feeling a little fortunate. After much discussion between the higher-ups in the 4 powers, it was decided that time would be afforded to the 3 representatives to facilitate recovery, after which the competition would continue in the afternoon. And Lin finally woke up at noon, and the sight that greeted him was one of Wang Xuanzhan sitting in a chair, staring at him with a resentful expression. Before he had a chance to speak, Lu Qianhuan's small pink fists rained down on him, causing him to almost froth at the mouth. After suffering a beating, and Lin finally had a chance to inquire about their situation. After learning that he had received 11 points and successfully turned the tables in the end, he breathed a light sigh of relief. But he subsequently realized another very serious problem. What are we doing here right now? He stared at the pristine white walls and beds emitting faint healing auras around him in shock. We're recovering from our injuries here. Lu Qianhuan rolled her eyes at An Lin. Thanks to you, the Dao Exchange Conference has been postponed until this afternoon. And Lin. All right, it seemed that he had underestimated the power of the nuclear lightning fist after all. Who would have thought that even the combined effort of Lu Qianhuan and Wang Xuanzhan was still unable to nullify the shockwave? But it was only with their help that the shockwaves were nullified to the extent that it was. So An Lin expressed his sincere gratitude and apologies to the 2 of them. Afternoon soon came. The Blue Sky Plaza was once again stacked with spectators. The Heavenly Court representatives attracted the most eyeballs by far. After their time in the recovery ward, Wang Xuanzhan was pretty much fine aside from a few internal injuries. With bandages wrapped around her slim arms, Lu Qianhuan was looking a bit more miserable. And Lin was in an even more pitiful state as even his handsome face was covered in bandages, resulting in a look that wouldn't be out of place in the Hall of Creation team. But this did not affect his popularity in the slightest as he was immediately greeted by raucous cheers upon his entrance. Vice Principal Yu Hua cleared his throat. Now that everyone is here, we shall commence with the second segment of our Dao exchange. Dao. On the path of Dao, everyone is equal. Everyone present has their own Dao which they strive to protect and abide by. The path to seeking Dao is a long and arduous one. To a certain extent, one's mental fortitude toward their Dao determines how far they will go. So the Dao segment will primarily be a competition of Dao hearts. A huge crystal screen appeared from his storage ring at the conclusion of his sentence. Celestial Immortal Yu Hua made a few seals with his hands, and a large blue gate suddenly appeared on the stage. This is the passage to the Starry Maze. The representatives from all 4 powers can enter through here to reach the mystic realm known as the Starry Maze. The Starry Maze is also known as the path to your own heart, and every step you take will incur something that attempts to shake your Dao heart. There are 99 steps in total, and each step you take will earn you 0.1 of a point. The rules weren't hard, but An Lin was a little spooked. The path to your own heart? A test of your Dao heart? For a guy like him who basically hacked his way to this point, did he really have a Dao heart? He considered this question and was unable to find just what kind of Dao he was pursuing. Some people wanted to be the best pill refinement master under the heavens. Some people wanted to be the best sword immortal who ever lived, and there were also some who sought vengeance as their Dao. In conclusion, the stronger their intent in pursuing Dao, the more steady and firm their Tao heart would be. For a troll like him, did he really have a Tao heart? And Lin began to get more and more pessimistic. He felt like he was screwed here. The crystalline screen began to radiate a brilliant light, and from which an image of the mystical realm, starry maze, appeared from within. There was a vast expanse of stars on the backdrop of a pitch-black night sky, with a river below the stars reflecting the enchanting scene in the night sky. The countless stars in the sky all shone with varying degrees of brightness. As the river reflected the starry night sky, it gave the impression that the whole space seemed to be engulfed in a sea of stars, thus creating a beautiful spectacle to behold. A series of small stones paved the way forward, and there was a speck of stardust at the end of the path. Many students were attracted by the scene in front of them, and as they cast their gazes toward the crystalline screen, all of them gasped in unison. "So beautiful! What an enchanting sight! I feel like I have the urge to explore the starry maze myself, not to test my Tao heart, but just for the scenery alone." "You have to try harder then. You'd at least have to be third on the Immortal rankings board to have a chance." "Sigh, that's true. Without strength, everything is but a dream. It's not impossible. Just look at God and..." When he first came here, he was zero-stage Tao body, but now he's overpowered. Senior and Lin's stories can be encouraging, but they can't be replicated. The Tao segment commenced to a sea of chatter among the spectators. The first group to enter the mystic realm were the representatives of the Buddhist kingdom, and they led off with Qing Yen. Within the starry maze, each step was a mystery. Under normal circumstances, people with more powerful cultivation bases had a deeper understanding of Tao and therefore had a stronger Tao heart as a result. However, it varied from person to person at times. Some people could have extremely strong Tao hearts at a younger age, so there were still many inconclusive factors at work. Qing Yen put his palms together and set foot onto the floating stone path. Through the crystalline screen, and Lin and the others could see that Qing Yen would pause with every step before continuing on. Each step seemed to be quite difficult. After walking for a while, a sheen of sweat began to appear on his forehead, and he closed his eyes as he recited the Buddhist sutra to himself. His steps began to falter and become more and more strenuous until finally, he raised his heel off the ground, but his body trembled uncontrollably, and he could not take another step. Sweat began to drip down into the river below, sending ripples which distorted the sea of stars above him. 5 minutes later, a flash of white light caused his body to slowly dissipate, and he reappeared on the stage. Thump! Qing Yan's face was slightly red from exertion and his legs gave out from under him as he fell to his knees. It looked like he had just endured a grueling battle. Qing Yan, 56 steps, 5.6 points. Celestial Immortal Yu Hua announced. Immediately after this, it was Qing Xian's turn to enter the mystic realm. He performed a little worse than Qing Yan and only ended up advancing 52 steps for a score of 5.1 points. Lastly, it was time for Qing Ji to tackle the maze. His entrance was met with a hint of anticipation from everyone else. Qing Ji was the head representative of the Buddhist kingdom. Apparently, he had cultivated in private in the varicolored stone forest for 20 years, thus imbuing him with a pure and unclouded state of mind as well as an extremely firm Tao heart. Sure enough, he began to advance step by step after entering the maze, and although his progress was not very quick, each of his steps was solid and grounded, as if there were no temptations or illusions that could impede his footsteps. After advancing to his 50th step, Qing Ji saw a green figure flash past atop a small hill. Her clear and mellow singing flowed directly into his heart, as she wore a light smile on her delicate, cute features and extended a slim hand towards him. Qing Ji did not think that he would see her in the starry maze, and his heart involuntarily shuddered. "Stop always calling me benefactress. I have a name, you know. In the future, just call me Miss Xiao." The girl in green smiled sweetly. His eyes lost focus slightly. Miss Xiao. Boom! Something seemed to explode in his mind as his whole body trembled. His eyes pierced through the illusions like a set of sharp swords, and he returned to the starry maze as a sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A rare expression of fear appeared on Qing Ji's face, but fortunately, His Tao heart was strong enough to overcome the illusion. He began to step forward yet again, but each subsequent step became exceedingly more difficult. In the end, he stopped at the 67th step. Qingji, 67 steps, 6.7 points. Vice Principal Yu Hua announced. Qing Xian and Qing Yan were a little taken aback by this result. Qingji's Tao heart was renowned throughout the Buddhist kingdom, so they had thought that he would be able to go at least 70 to 80 steps. The Buddhist kingdom received a total of 17.1 points for this segment. Immediately following them were the 3 representatives from the Hall of Creation. In the end, they only scored a total of 14.2 points. Hong Do, with his self-proclaimed heart as solid as stone, only managed 32 steps before he fell into the river below, causing Enlin to burst into raucous laughter. When Hong Do exited the mystic realm gasping for breath, he was greeted by the sight of Enlin laughing his ass off. Their eyes met and Enlin immediately gave him a thumbs up. Rock Golem Hong Do is truly the strongest under the heavens. Hong Do's eyes widened with rage, and he almost spat out a mouthful of lava, but he didn't dare to retaliate. He had no choice, and Lin presented a nuclear threat after all. Following this, the Garden of Eden representatives took the stage and received a middling score of 16.2 points. August, who had the strongest cultivation base, managed 63 steps, which was slightly below Qingji, but it was still a great score. Time passed by quickly, and it was time for the Heavenly Court representatives to take the stage again. After some discussion, they decided to stick with the sequence of Wang Xuanzhan first, followed by Lu Qianhuan with Enlin rounding up the tail. In the words of Wang Xuanzhan, Enlin was an extremely volatile element. If he went first, he could exert a lot of pressure on the rest of the team, so even if he was to pull some shenanigans, at least leave it until the end. Enlin could only grimace at this, but he had no words to retaliate. "I'll make a good start for us." Wang Xuanzhan waved at the two of them confidently as he walked like a hero into the blue gate. Enlin stared at his senior's back, praying for a victorious return from the hero. "Now, what obstacles will I encounter?" Wang Xuanzhan appeared in the mystic realm, but confident smile still lingered on his face. Greed, lust, starvation, illness, extreme cold, a sea of fire. Wang Xuanzhan progressed through each and every obstacle in his way. His footsteps were firm and confident as he walked along the stone path. His speed was perhaps even superior to that of Qingji. And Lin's eyes lit up at the sight. Who knew that Wang Xuanzhan's Tao heart would be so firm? It looked like he could rely on him to carry the team. On the 46th step, Wang Xuanzhan's footsteps faltered slightly. He saw Enlin. Golden lightning flashed on Enlin's right fist as a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Senior Wang, eat this, nuclear lightning fist." Countless golden fist projections immediately began to rain down upon him with devastating power. Wang Xuanzhan's face twitched at the illusion in front of him. Never would he have thought that shit like this would disrupt his Tao heart. However, this was not enough to scare him off. "Break!" He continued onward with firmness in his step as he cut through every illusion in front of him. On the 60th step, Wang Xuanzhan saw a young man with delicate features looking toward him from over his shoulder, before turning back to face forward and continue onward. "Chun Chun." Wang Xuanzhan faltered again before chasing after the figure of the young man in front of him. Suddenly, his heart throbbed, and he halted in his steps. No, he couldn't go. Wang Xuanzhan was showered in cold sweat, and his breathing became a frenzied panting. He almost failed just then. This was a trauma that had always remained in his heart. Even now that he had reached soul formation stage, he still could not wipe it away. He continued onward, but each step seemed to be extremely arduous. The students at the spectator stands stood up with their fists clenched anxiously as they stared up at the figure on the blue crystalline screen. 62, 63. He was close, very close to the mark that Qingji had set. When Wang Xuanzhan reached his 68th step, the crowd erupted in raucous cheers. This was already the highest individual score in the Tao segment of the competition. At times, the might of one person could bring joy to everyone in the camp they represented. It showed that the finest talents the university had to offer were not inferior to any of the other three powers. Wang Xuanzhan was still advancing, but his footsteps halted, and his pupils contracted on his 70th step. He saw Enlin yet again. This time, Enlin extended a finger toward him as an overwhelming sense of terror engulfed his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Those memories that he didn't want to remember began to surface in his mind. In the face of such absolute power, his eyes began to lose focus and his expression became vacant. Finger of the heavenly Tao. In the face of this single finger, Wang Xuanzhan couldn't take another step. 5 minutes later, his body dissipated into spots of white light and he was teleported out of the mystic realm. Wang Xuanzhan, 70 steps, 7 points, Vice Principal Yu Hua announced. This was the highest score for the segment and attracted another wave of raucous cheers from the students in the plaza. Wang Xuanzhan wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and was immediately greeted with the sight of that extremely familiar face. And Lin ran over excitedly. As expected of senior Wang Xuanzhan, 70 steps is an amazing result. Wang Xuanzhan forced a smile onto his twitching face. And it's all thanks to you and Lin. Huh, all thanks to me? And Lin did not understand what Wang Xuanzhan was referring to, and he blinked with a blank expression on his face. Wang Xuanzhan did not want to speak to Enlin. He turned to Lu Qianhuan instead. Lu Qianhuan, it's up to you now. Do your best. Lu Qianhuan giggled smugly as she puffed out her chest. You can count on me, Senior Wang. Lu Qianhuan twirled her six-feathered staff as she made her way casually into the blue gate. And Lin stared after her with anticipation burning in his eyes. She was a half-step soul formation stage cultivator. If she could go about 60 steps, then he only had to do a little better than Hong Do for them to secure first place in this segment. Lu Qianhuan walked into the starry maze and was immediately entranced by the beautiful scenery within. My God! Are these stars real? She unleashed a final spark into the starry sky as she wondered to herself. The white bolt of energy tore into the night sky like a sharp sword. Boom! The energy from her final spark exploded, causing a ripple to appear in the starry night sky above her. Vice Principal Yu Hua winced and immediately transmitted his voice to her. Student Lu, please be serious and stop trying to destroy public property. Lu Qianhuan was startled by Yu Hua's voice transmission and stuck out her little pink tongue before setting off. The obstacles became stronger as you progressed on the stone path. Each contestant simply walked on the path expressionlessly, so it really didn't make for very interesting viewing. Hence, all the spectators were a little bored and began to chat among themselves. Hey, look! Sister Lu seems to be slowing down. No shit. It's not supposed to get easier as you progress. The important thing is, she stopped after only about a dozen steps. No way. Some students began to refocus their attention on the crystalline screen. Within the starry maze, Lu Qianhuan was already sweating profusely with a conflicted expression on her face. Ah, this game is really fun. I want to play this game too. Don't delete it. Sob, sob, sob. Lu Qianhuan's body swayed as she made her way forward. What? There are no phones here? Her alluring purple eyes seemed to have lost all their luster as she stared around her. She was surrounded by a vast expanse of desert and there was nothing fun to play with there. She was absolutely stupefied. Tears began to overflow as she stood rooted to the spot. 5 minutes later, Lu Qianhuan was back and the crowd was shocked into silence. Wah! And Lin, this mystic realm is far too cruel. There's nothing in there. It's so lonely, so boring. Please comfort me. She sobbed as she wiped tears away from her face with her slim, delicate hands. And Lin was completely dumbfounded, unable to offer up even a single word of comfort. Lu Qianhuan, 16 steps, 1.6 points. Vice Principal Yu Hua was on the verge of collapse, but he still forced himself to announce Lu Qianhuan's score. What a fucking disgrace. All the higher-ups from the university also averted their gaze, trying to hide their shame. The tens of thousands of students in the spectator stands were completely incredulous. 15 steps? That's terrifying. Wang Xuanzhan's airways began to constrict. and his face began to turn red. He felt as if everything that he had worked so hard for had now been eaten by a dog. "You guys probably think I'm a useless teammate, right?" Lu Qianhuan sobbed as she stared at the two people in front of her. Useless teammate? And Lin suddenly had a revelation. He was always worried that he would be the one to drag the team down and be a disgrace to the university. But it looked like Lu Qianhuan had taken that position away from him. She came last in the spell segment, and now she was also last in the Dao segment. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes as she wiped them away with her hands. She felt guilty and ashamed as she too wanted to build a reputation for the young sorceress that she was in front of the tens of thousands of people in the audience as well those from all four powers. But her best efforts were met with such a tragic result. "Sister Lu, calm down, we can still win this." And Lin did not speak his thoughts. Even though he agreed that she was useless, he chose to console her with his words instead. Lu Qianhuan stared up at Lin as her tears faltered. She raised her head to find that Lin was looking down at her with an expression of encouragement on his face, and not a hint of anger could be seen. She was momentarily touched by his words. "Lin, you don't blame me?" And Lin extended his fingers toward her and flicked her on the forehead. "Ouch! What the hell are you doing?" Lu Qianhuan covered her forehead with her hands as she complained about it with a light blush on her face. "You screwed your teammates over, and now you expect your teammates to not blame you. That's far too naive." And Lin chuckled lightly. "But it's not a problem. I'll just turn the tables again." He made his way toward the blue gate at the conclusion at the sentence. Lu Qianhuan pursed her pink little lips as she stared after Lin, seemingly a little entranced. Wang Xuanzhan also raised his head to stare after Lin as hope reignited in his heart. He knew that Lin was a person capable of creating miracles. If it were him, then maybe he really could turn the tables and not let his prior efforts go in vain. The students in the spectator stands were also all aware of this, and they also stared at Lin with hope and anticipation. Even the mighty figures from the four powers stirred and began to focus their attention. They had thought that Lin's unfathomable power couldn't be wielded at his own behest. But his nuclear lightning fist clearly demonstrated that even though Lin was of spirit-nurturing initial stage cultivation base, he was still capable of blowing away everyone's expectations. And Lin walked into the blue gate and was struck by a burst of dizziness before he appeared under a starry night. There was silence all around and the stars in the sky lit up the darkness, forming a galaxy of stardust, shimmering with a dreamlike glow. The lake beneath him reflected the starry night above, forming an endless expanse of the same starry night sky all around him. And Lin was momentarily entranced by the scene around him, and he only returned to his senses after a long while. Such exquisite scenery. He brought out his phone from his storage ring and snapped a few pictures of the starry sky, then took a few selfies too. 20 million pixel resolution soft flash dual camera. Light up your beauty. Wang Xuanzhan. All the spectators. Aya. Lu Qianhuan slapped her own forehead for forgetting to take a few photos herself. After snapping a few pictures, Lin stowed his phone away into his storage ring and continued onward. The first few steps should be quite easy, so he wasn't very nervous. However, he had only taken his first step onto the stone path when heaven and earth suddenly began to tremble, and the scene in front of him began to transform. A boundless sense of fear began to engulf him, and Lin was instantly horrified. He didn't understand what illusion this was. This was only the first step, and it was already this hard. How was he supposed to go on? Suddenly, an endless wave of pain swallowed up his body, threatening to tear him apart. This was an indescribable sense of pain. It transcended above and beyond physical, mental, and spiritual pain. He wanted to roar in agony, but he was unable to make a sound. A voice reverberated throughout his mind. With the power of the whole clan and the power of heaven and earth. And Lin's body was torn apart. To put it more accurately, it was his very existence that was ripped apart. Everyone on the Blue Sky Plaza stared up at Lin with incredulity. Why isn't Senior Lin moving? Is he stuck? No way, this is only the first step. Anyone here would probably have no problems on just the first step. If Godin stops here, I'll eat my own shit. Then why has he stopped there? No one knew how to answer that question. They could only stare up at the person on the screen in silent confusion. 5 minutes later, the light flashed, and Enlin returned to the stage. After exiting the mystic realm, he immediately fell to the ground, panting heavily. His brain was a pile of mush, and he had clearly not recovered from whatever he had experienced. He was greeted by dead silence. The tens of thousands of spectators all maintained a deafening silence where even a pin drop could be heard. Yes, they were all dumbfounded. Regardless of whether it was the students or the return to void stage mighty figures, all of them were staring at the man panting heavily on the stage. Everyone, Lu Qianhuan. And Lin's confident words of, "I'll turn the tables," still reverberated in her mind. But she now understood. If she was the one that screwed her teammates over in a video game, then Enlin was the small fry that died as soon as he appeared. Enlin, one step, 0.1 of a point. Celestial Immortal Yu Hua's voice reverberated throughout the plaza. He felt as if he had collapsed. This was no longer just disgraceful. This was like having shit smeared on his face. Wang Xuanzhan almost fainted after hearing the announcement. What was the point of all his hard work? It was all in an attempt to alleviate some pressure on his teammates so they could perform with no qualms. What was the result? He got the highest individual score, following which one of his teammates received 1.6 points while the other received a paltry 0.1 of a point. Tears welled up in Wang Xuanzhan's eyes as his lips trembled. "You useless teammates." And Lin finally came to his senses after hearing his score being announced. He stared at everyone around him with wide-eyed shock as he scratched his head. "You useless teammate." Wang Xuanzhan's anguished voice sounded from beside him. "Enlin." Enlin was also a little baffled. How could this happen? The mystic realm was far more terrifying than he imagined. It simply didn't seem plausible. He looked toward Vice Principal Yu Hua with a pitiful expression. "Vice Principal, I think something is amiss here." Vice Principal Yu Hua could only shake his head and sighed with a resigned look on his face. The Starry Maze was an extremely mysterious mystic realm to the point that even returned to void stage mighty figures couldn't glean the entirety of the secrets hidden within. And Lin's result was very hard for everyone to accept. Even Yu Hua himself didn't believe that Enlin would be unable to even make it to the second step. But that was the irreversible reality. There was no way they could find out the reason for this result, so he could only announce the result as it was. The Heavenly Court received a total of 8.7 points in the Dao segment, placing them dead last. This was an absolutely crushing result, and some students were already wiping away tears in private. Many of them were still unable to accept what had happened. Impossible. How could our God and not even be able to take one step? Could it be because he's not feeling well? It simply doesn't make sense. I suspect it might be because of the aftereffects from the explosion in the spells segment. Wah, has he become disabled in pursuit of glory for the Heavenly Court? I'm more curious about where the guy that said he's going to eat his own shit if God and got stuck on the first step has gone to. Do you have a soul? How could you be thinking about things like this right now? All the students at the spectator stands were discussing among themselves. Even those from the other three powers were staring at Enlin with peculiar expressions as if they had seen some sort of anomaly. He almost received full points in the spell segment, but then he almost received 0 for the Dao segment. What the hell was going on? Hong Do was chortling with mirth as he gave Enlin a thumbs up. Enlin's Dao heart truly is number 1 under the heavens. Enlin winced at Hong Do's words. Who would have thought that a day would come when he would be insulted by a weak trash like Hong Do? There were 5 segments in total. Spells, Dao, Intent, Life, and Seize. Although they were last in the total standings at the moment, they could still turn the tables with the last 3 segments. They were down but not out. And Lin clenched his fists in determination. He planned to fight until the end and redeem himself. Wang Xuanzhan, Lu Qianhuan, what would happen to you guys? And Lin exclaimed in shock as he turned his gaze upon his 2 teammates. The 2 of them was lying down on the ground, staring up vacantly at the clouds in the sky. Don't bother me. I'm just a failure. I brought up the rear among the heavenly court representatives, and I'm the disgrace of all young sorceresses. Lu Qianhuan spoke with a hopeless expression. Don't bother me. Just let me lie here like this. What's the point of coming first? It just ends in a loss anyway. What's the point of even trying? You'll lose to everyone anyway. To be honest, this is all just fate. That's right. Some things simply could not be achieved no matter how much you tried. It was all just fate. And Lin was stunned into silence at this sight as a thought welled up in his heart. It's over. Both of them have completely lost their fighting spirit. If a team lost their urge to fight, then what the fuck was the point of even competing? No, he had to reignite their will. Lu Qianhuan. What? If you're losing in a video game, what would you do? Surrender, of course. And Lin winced. Fuck, that wasn't the response he wanted. He yelled loudly. Wrong. When you're losing, you should be thinking about how to turn the tables. Trust me. With our collective efforts, we can stage a perfect comeback. The last person who said that to me successfully secured 0.1 of a point. Lu Qianhuan wrinkled her intricate nose as she mumbled in response. And Lin felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart by her words. His fighting spirit was almost snuffed by her response. He temporarily gave up on Lu Qianhuan and directed his attention toward Wang Xuanzhan. Senior Wang, you're the head representative of the Heavenly Court. Should you just roll over and accept defeat like this? So what? Even if I fight, even if I come first individually, there's still a possibility that the team will come last. And Lin, I'm not blaming you for anything. I just want to say that this is all fate. And Lin. If Earth Immortal Ming Yuan heard this, he would definitely happily accept Wang Xuanzhan as his personal disciple, and Lin had nothing to say in response. After hearing Wang Xuanzhan's response, he felt as if another knife had been driven into his heart. And Lin had originally intended to reignite their fighting spirit, but even he himself was falling into despair. He raised his head up to the sky and heaved a forlorn sigh. Vice Principal Yu Hua also felt exhausted at this scene. But the conference had to continue, so he introduced the Lion King from the Hall of Creation as the latter went up to the stage to host the third segment. The third segment was a competition of intent. This was referring to the true intent that one had attained. There were countless types of true intent in this world, and each of them reflected the level of depth to which a Tao seeker grasped their own domain. The Lion King walked onto the stage and a huge black crystal appeared from his storage ring. This is the Intent Realm crystal. You will only need to place your hand on the crystal and inject your true intent within, and your consciousness will appear within the crystal. There are 10 mechanical puppets within the crystal which you'll need to battle with your true intent. The mechanical puppets will appear sequentially after you vanquish its predecessor. You'll be rewarded 1 point for each mechanical puppet that you defeat. Your battles will be displayed on the crystal, and even if your consciousness is destroyed within the crystal, it'll have no impact on your physical body. The spectators all became a bit more excited at the Lion King's description. After all, this segment involved a combative element, so it should make for some good viewing. And Lin's breathing also began to speed up as a scorching expression appeared in his eyes. An Intent Realm crystal. What a familiar name. His true intent was very powerful, on par with even the top prodigal sword Immortal in the Purple Star State. He had this segment in the bag. Su Chenyun also smiled lightly from the spectator stands as she stirred slightly. And Lin should be able to redeem himself this time. Oh, why do you say that? Su Xiaolan asked curiously from beside her. To be honest, even her heart ached for Lin after his score of 0.1. Su Chenyun's eyes rippled like water as she stared at the man on stage. She then recounted to Su Xiaolan the events during which Lin competed against Sword Grand Master Zhang Yanan of the Greenwood Imperial Palace in the discipline of true intent. Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up after hearing Su Chenyun's description of the event. She was also beginning to develop an interest in the events that were about to happen next. For this segment, the Heavenly Court team were the first to take the stage. Wang Xuanzhan, Lu Qianhuan. Let me go first this time. And Lin proposed with a serious expression. Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan were all taken aback by his words. And Lin asked, if I come first this time, Are you guys willing to fight with me for first place in this Tao Exchange conference? And Lin spoke each word firmly as a scorching intent burned in his eyes. They did not know why, but Lin's confident demeanor suddenly lit up the fire in the other two team members' hearts. Well, now that you put it that way, how could I refuse? Wang Xuanzhan replied with a knowing smile. I do well in video games where I'm winning, so if you can put us in an advantageous position, I'll definitely be happy to offer my services. Do your best. Lu Qianhuan smiled sweetly, and Lin nodded solemnly. Don't give up. We can still turn the tables. He began to walk toward the black crystal at the conclusion of his sentence. He had to use his actions to inspire everyone. Everyone in the plaza began to stir again when they saw Lin step onto the stage first. Senior Lin has decided to go first. Is he planning to get an early advantage? That's hard to say. We all saw what happened in the Dao segment. Godin is performing really inconsistently. We're simply too far behind on the standings. Everyone began to become more pessimistic again. They were still full of anticipation at Lin's entrance, but they were clearly not as enthusiastic as before. All the representatives from the other three powers all looked at Lin. They were intrigued by him. In their eyes, Lin was the epitome of inconsistency, as he seemed to be capable of anything and nothing. Lin took a deep breath as he made his way to the huge black crystal and injected his consciousness within. He was familiar with this process, so all his actions were smooth and coordinated, and he soon appeared in the cavernous space. This was a vast desert, and the sky above was a dark red with a few wisps of breeze fluttering by from time to time. Lin could detect that this space was even more stable than the space he had entered when he fought Zhang Yanan. This intent realm crystal was of quite a high caliber, so there shouldn't be mishap where the crystal cracked. Boom! A wooden mechanical puppet descended from the sky and made its way toward Lin with jerky, uncoordinated movements. The students on the plaza all became nervous again when they saw the mechanical puppet appearing on the crystal. It's here. It's here. What does Senior Lin plan to do now? Do you think he would be KO'd in one shot by the mechanical puppet? Would Godin be completely immobilized like last time? Shut the hell up, you guys. Can you just place your trust in Lin? It had to be said. Lin's performance in the last segment was quite a traumatic memory to them, to the extent that they involuntarily became nervous and pessimistic at the sight of the mechanical puppet. Lin watched as the mechanical puppet made its way toward him jerkily, completely at a loss for what to say. Fuck! Were they looking down on him? He drew his sword of true intent. Instead of wasting one of the 6 techniques on his puppet assailant, he slashed out with just a basic movement of the 6 techniques of the war god. Whoosh! A bright sword projection slashed past and tore the wooden mechanical puppet into specks of sawdust. All the spectators, they had to admit that they were a little too pessimistic. No, to be more accurate, the god they were familiar with had returned. Boom! A second wooden mechanical puppet descended from the sky and charged toward Lin. Its movements were a lot smoother and more agile compared to its predecessor. Oh! It seems like the difficulty has been scaled up quite a bit. Lin chuckled lightly as he slashed out again at the oncoming puppet. The sword projection ripped the puppet apart for another insta-kill. Right on the heels of this, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th puppets all appeared in succession. Each and every one of them was turned into dust by his sword projections. He was like a powerful sword immortal, sweeping away all obstacles in a seemingly unstoppable display. All the students on the plaza stared intently at the figure on the crystal. Their gazes were scorching once again. Boom! The 6th mechanical puppet fell from the sky. His whole body was pitch black and covered in blue flames. The true intent of fire rippled outwards in a wave from its body. It charged quickly at Lin as the blue flames took on the shape of a tiger, shattering Lin's sword projections. This battle lasted a full 10 minutes before Lin finally defeated the puppet. Vice Principal Yu Hua sighed lightly in his heart. Lin's sword intent was very good, but 6 puppets appeared to be the extent of his abilities. Everyone also had similar thoughts. From the difficulty with which Lin defeated the 6th puppet, it appeared that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. However, Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qinhuan did not think this. They were staring at the figure on the crystal with anticipation in their eyes. And Lin said he would take first place and they didn't know why, but they believed him. But the stage he was at now was clearly not worthy of first place. The seventh mechanical puppet descended from the sky. This puppet was holding twin sabers and each slash would send a saber projection of over 1,000 feet toward Enlin. First technique, wind sword. Behind Enlin, the projection of a male suddenly appeared. The projection stood proudly in midair as it reached toward the sky, causing the wind and clouds to stir up violently before materializing into a sword in midair. The sword of wind and clouds stretched over a distance of a few thousand feet before it slashed down toward the mechanical puppet with immense power, as if it was threatening to cut heaven and earth in half. The seventh mechanical puppet was completely destroyed by this sword technique. Another insta-kill? All the spectators drew in a deep breath as shock appeared on the faces. They didn't think that Enlin would still have more tricks up his sleeve. The eighth mechanical puppet suffered the same fate of being insta-killed by Enlin's wind sword technique. The sword intent behind his wind sword technique was comparable with that of the sword techniques used by the number 1 sword Immortal prodigy of the Purple Star State, so it was naturally very powerful. The ninth mechanical puppet wielded a white long sword which tore through space and allowed it to instantly appear in front of Enlin. Thousands of flying swords appeared behind it as a physical projection of its mighty sword intent, tearing the very ground around it to shreds. Enlin's wind sword technique was nullified by the mechanical puppet's powerful sword intent. Following this, the thousands of flying swords began to tremor and formed a dragon-shaped sword formation which flew at Enlin with boundless power. Second technique, Shadow Tiger. The dragon sword formation tore through Enlin's body, but it was as if his body was an illusion, and it was dispelled at the slightest contact. Heaven and earth suddenly fell dark. What's going on? Did the screen just die? Holy fuck. A black screen right at the climax. Stop torturing us. What happened to Big Brother and in the end? Sigh, if the people from the Hall of Creation were just ugly, then so be it. But how come even their props are fake? The students in the plaza all exploded into a frenzy of discussion as the screen went black. The Lion King was greatly startled too and immediately checked the Intent Realm crystal, but he did not find any problems with it. He stared at the screen in shock. Could it be? Light began to reappear. When the image on the crystal re-emerged, everyone was greeted to the sight of Enlin with shrouds of black mist surrounding the blade of his sword. In front of him, the ninth mechanical puppet had already been split in half. It's over, some students exclaimed with disbelief. Could it be that it was his sword intent that turned heaven and earth black? Bravo, Godin. To be able to achieve such an amazing feat. Some students gasped in disbelief while others were sighing with shock and admiration as everyone began to get excited again. Right at this moment, heaven and earth began to tremor violently. Soon, a pitch-black whirlpool began to appear in the sky. The whirlpool encompassed almost the entire space and a figure exuding an extremely terrifying aura began to appear in the very center of the whirlpool. It was like the master of the whole realm, summoning countless meteorites to crash down on Enlin. This was the intent of Armageddon, and also the strongest mechanical puppet in the Intent Realm crystal. Countless flaming meteorites crashed down on Enlin, creating a scene reminiscent of depictions of Armageddon. Enlin stood unmoving from his spot as the pressure descending upon him almost forced him into asphyxiation. Nice. I'll use my final technique here. Divine Sword. His whole body trembled as he stared at the terrifying scene raining down upon him while he fought to recollect the last sword technique in his mind. Boom! Endless destructive power descended on heaven and earth, crashing down with a brilliant golden light which was imbued with vast divine might. The force of the attack radiated outwards, destroying everything in its wake. The image on the crystal was once again blocked out, but this time it was a golden screen instead of a black screen. All the spectators were so awestruck by the scene that they were unable to summon up any words. Was this really a fucking battle between intents? This was clearly a battle against Armageddon. And Lin felt his head twitch slightly before his consciousness began to flood back into his body. He sat onto the ground in exhaustion and looked worried at the intent realm crystal before heaving a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily the crystal didn't crack. And then the crystal blacked out again. What's going on? Why is there a black screen? Could it be that God and has more tricks up his sleeve? First turning the screen gold, then turning it black? That's possible, let's wait and see. 1 minute later. Everyone. It seemed like this time it really was a black screen. Look! God has returned. Someone exclaimed after a while. Almost everyone had their attention focused intently on the image on the crystal, so they didn't realize that Enlin had already regained consciousness. Everyone instantly shifted their gazes on Enlin, and those at the spectator stands cheered again. What a scintillating battle from Godin, as expected of my idol. Say, the crystal blacked out, so did he win or lose in the end? Oi! What are the judges doing? Hurry up and announce the result. Stop. Can't you see the Lion King is at a loss for what to do? Let him recover first. The Lion King laid a hand on the crystal as his body trembled, and he stared at Enlin in disbelief. For the crystal to black out, it could only mean that the energy within had been completely expended, which meant that the mechanical puppets as well the heaven and earth within were all annihilated by that one sword. Where did this godlike genius come from? The Lion King mumbled vacantly to himself. To rebuild the world and activate the crystal would cost 200,000 spirit stones. Fuck. And this had to come from his own pocket. What a fucking waste. The Lion King howled internally with anguish but still announced the final result. Representative Enlin vanquished all 10 mechanical puppets for a score of 10 points. Cheers erupted throughout the venue at this announcement. All the representatives from the other 3 powers were also looking at Enlin with admiration. Enlin had just shown them an extremely scintillating battle of true intent. They had no reason whatsoever to dispute the result he had gotten. Enlin stood up and made his way toward Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qinhuan with a smile on his face. See, I told you I'd get number 1, and I've delivered on what I promise. No one should be able to get more than full marks, right? So now, it's time for you guys to perform. Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qinhuan's hearts trembled at his words as they smiled and nodded in unison. Next, it was their turn to capitalize on this brilliant start. The second person to take the stage was Wang Xuanzhan. His fighting spirit was at an all-time high and a roaring flame burnt and crackled in his heart. Yes, he had been in despair once. He had felt like his teammates were useless, so it was pointless no matter how hard he tried. But now, Enlin had used his actions to give him motivation, to let him know that there was still hope for victory, that they still hadn't lost. The Intent Realm crystal was activated by the Lion King, and Wang Xuanzhan entered the Intent Realm with zero hesitation. Wang Xuanzhan's true intent was spear intent. Lightning flashed around him as he gripped his spear tightly, standing between heaven and earth as if he was the god of war, taking on each and every mechanical puppet that dared to attack him. The first few mechanical puppets were defeated in no time. It was only until the 6th mechanical puppet appeared that he had a little difficulty. This was the mechanical puppet with blue flames burning all around its body, so it was imbued by extremely powerful true intent of fire. The clash between their true intents whipped up a huge storm of ash and dust in a thrilling battle. In the end, Wang Xuanzhan managed to pierce through the head of the mechanical puppet, thereby securing victory. The 7th mechanical puppet was the one wielding dual sabers and possessed terrifying saber intent. It was on this exact mechanical puppet that Enlin was forced to use his wind sword technique. In this battle, Wang Xuanzhan utilized his dragon spear true intent to the extreme, making him appear as if he were a dragon soaring through the heavens in a powerful and imposing display. In the end, the dual saber-wielding mechanical puppet fell to his spear, but he himself was also riddled with wounds. The 8th mechanical puppet was a yin-yang puppet. The mechanical puppet wielded ice of extreme cold in one hand and flames of the golden crow in the other. Its movements were extremely agile and unpredictable, qualities which it did not have a chance to display last time as Enlin insta-killed it with his wind sword technique. Wang Xuanzhan fought intently with this mechanical puppet for a long while, but he was, unfortunately, lacking slightly in stamina and was outlasted by the Inyang mechanical puppet. All the students in the spectator stands all sighed forlornly at the scene. They had seen Wang Xuanzhan piercing the mechanical puppet a few times with his spear and thought he would be able to come out on top. But the final result belied their expectations. The representatives from the other three powers all breathed light sighs of relief. And Lin's full marks performance had already placed a lot of pressure on them. If Wang Xuanzhan was able to defeat the eighth mechanical puppet, then they were going to be firmly on the back foot. Next, they all turned their gazes on Lu Qianhuan. If Lu Qianhuan performed consistently according to how she performed in the two previous segments, then they still had a chance. It's all up to you now, Lu Qianhuan. Wang Xuanzhan consciousness returned, and he looked toward Lu Qianhuan with encouragement. Lu Qianhuan made an okay hand signal in response. You can count on me. She injected her consciousness into the black crystal and appeared in a vast expanse of desert. Several tens of thousands of students all stared up at her beautiful figure, hoping their goddess would be able to redeem herself. Boom! The first mechanical puppet descended from the sky. This mechanical puppet clearly existed with the sole purpose of giving away free points, and it began to leap toward Lu Qianhuan in jerky, awkward movements. Lu Qianhuan flipped her hand, and her six-feathered staff appeared in front of her. Her slim fingers gripped onto the staff as she charged toward the mechanical puppet. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Qianhuan and the wooden mechanical puppet engaged in an intense battle. Wang Xuanzhan and Lin, all the spectators. In the end, Lu Qianhuan relied on her advantage in agility to knock the mechanical puppet into pieces with her staff. Phew, what a nuisance to not be able to use immortal spells. She wiped the sweat off her forehead, and her face was already red from exertion. The second mechanical puppet was a lot more agile, and Lu Qianhuan fell into an arduous battle. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. After a fierce battle, Lu Qianhuan came out slightly on top. Sigh, it looks like we're screwed for this segment as well. Although I really don't want to admit it, it seems like Sister Lu is simply not suitable for a competition like this. What a pity. Gaden and Wang Xuanzhan tried so hard too. All the students stared up at the image of the woman on the crystal with worried expressions. All their burning passion seemed to have been quashed under a spray of cold water. The third mechanical puppet descended with a rumbling boom. Each of its attacks was extremely powerful, and Lu Qianhuan was forced into retreat, clearly unable to hold on for much longer. It looks like Lu Qianhuan can only get 2 points here. We have a chance. Hong Do yelled excitedly. True intent was a strong point for the Hall of Creation representatives, so this was the best chance they had to turn the tables around. Just as everyone was giving up on Lu Qianhuan, she herself also sighed lightly. Sigh, it appears I won't be able to redeem myself as a young sorceress. There's no way around it then. After all, I did promise Lin. I guess I'll have to use it, even though I don't want to. Lu Qianhuan's bright purple eyes suddenly began to cool as her six-feathered staff disappeared during her retreat. What appeared instead was a light blue long sword in her hand. Slash. The trajectory of her slash was almost faster than what the naked eyes could detect. Within an instant, Lu Qianhuan had appeared behind the wooden mechanical puppet. Crack! The mechanical puppet was instantly slashed into thousands of pieces right in front of everyone's eyes, and each of cross-sectional incisions was extremely smooth and clean. Gasp! All the spectators staring up at the screen gasped in unison as expressions of shock and bewilderment appeared on their faces. Insta-kill? And Lin's eyes also widened drastically. Sister Lu can use swords? And her sword techniques are so powerful too. Wasn't she supposed to be a young sorceress? When did she become a swordmaster? She didn't even unleash her sword during the free-for-all battle. Wang Xuanzhan slowly came to his senses, and although shock still lingered on his face, he slowly began to accept this as reality. Although this is the first time I've seen Lu Qianhuan wielding a sword, she is from the Heavenly Sword Sect, so it's really no surprise. Heavenly Sword Sect? And Lin nodded as everything suddenly became clearer to him. The Heavenly Sword Sect was one of the 4 main sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States. It was the place where all sword immortals yearned to go, as there were countless renowned swordmasters and genius sword immortals there. It was the undisputed holy land of swords on the Taichu continent. If Sister Lu came from there, then it really wasn't too much of a surprise that she had a second identity as a sword immortal. As they were discussing amongst themselves, Lu Qianhuan had already destroyed the fourth and fifth mechanical puppets. Her movements were smooth and coordinated, giving off both grace and elegance. The sixth blue flame mechanical puppet was very powerful, so she had a little more trouble there, but she was still able to come out on top in the end. "We've got this one in the bag." Wang Xuanzhan pumped his fist excitedly. Lu Qianhuan was already at 6 points, which was a very high score already, so they had pretty much reserved top spot for this segment. The dual saber-wielding mechanical puppet appeared. The saber intent of this mechanical puppet was extremely powerful, and it was also at this stage where Wang Xuanzhan began to have trouble. Frosty heavens! Lu Qianhuan's cherry lips twitched slightly as a hint of blue light flashed across her eyes. Blue smoke suddenly began to appear on her porcelain-like skin, forming blue strips which hung off her lithe and graceful body. She stalked forward expressionlessly toward the mechanical puppet like the goddess of snow and ice. Her light blue longsword scratched out a thin trail in the ground, from which a frosty air was emitted. The scene behind her had already become a world of snow and ice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of powerful saber projections slashed through the air toward Lu Qianhuan. But the seemingly extremely powerful saber projections all halted in their progress 100 feet away from her before they froze solid. Lu Qianhuan stepped forward, her body advancing over 100 meters with each leap. Her longsword was as quick as lightning as she slashed down toward the dual saber mechanical puppet. A frosty aura engulfed heaven and earth as everything around her began to slow down before finally solidifying. Yet her sword was even quicker than before. Whoosh! The blue sword projection slashed through in a white line, splitting the mechanical puppet cleanly in half. The extremely powerful dual saber mechanical puppet had also been insta-killed. After that, even the yin-yang mechanical puppet that had managed to defeat Wang Xuanzhan fell victim to Lu Qianhuan's frosty heaven's sword intent and was slashed into pieces. This time, all the spectators were in shock. They stared up at the figure on the crystalline screen while they were at a complete loss for words. This wasn't some young sorceress. This was a peerless swordswoman. Her frosty dispositions, her proud and upright posture, her exquisitely beautiful features, all of that combined to form a top-rate female sword immortal. Even Su Qinyun was staring at her with envy and admiration in her big, watery eyes. She also had the dream of becoming a sword immortal who was the perfect blend of power and grace and be just like Sister Lu. Although Lu Qianhuan was very powerful, she still fell in the end to the boundless sword formation of the ninth mechanical puppet. As her consciousness returned to her body, she heard her score being announced. Lu Qianhuan, 8 points. All the tens of thousands of students began to cheer loudly again as the whole venue erupted. Some male students, in particular, were red in the face as they screamed her name like madmen. Yes, her score had exceeded everyone's expectations. This was a score worthy of the admiration and raucous cheers she received, and it was also a score that brought despair to all the other three powers. Setting aside Lin's performance, she had become the most eye-catching contestant on the stage. Lu Qianhuan was not able to redeem herself as a young sorceress, but she was able to successfully redeem herself as a student representative. Not bad, eh? Lu Qianhuan made her way toward Lin and Wang Xuanzhan. Both of them stared at her blankly before offering thumbs up in unison. Lu Qianhuan burst into laughter at their expressions. Her laughter that was as beautiful as March cherry blossoms had enchanted all its onlookers. The exemplary performance of the three heavenly court representatives lit up the whole venue. Hope was reignited in the tens of thousands of students gathered in the stands. They now knew that none of the three representatives were pushovers, and as long as they put their mind to it, they would definitely be able to catch up to the other powers. And Lin and his team received a total of 25 points for their performance, which should allow them to close down the gap significantly between themselves and the other teams. The conference continued. The Garden of Eden representatives received 6, 6, and 7 points for a total of 19. The Buddhist Kingdom representatives received 5, 6, and 7 points for a total of 18. The Hall of Creation finally had their turn under the spotlight as well for 6, 7, and 7 points, amounting to a total of 20, which placed them in second. Hong Do was finally not bringing up the rear as he received 7 points during his trial. His true intent of fire was pretty strong after all. After the intent segment, all 4 powers were at totals of around 60 points, so everyone was at the same starting point yet again. The leader of the Garden of Eden made her way on the stage. Her explosive figure, tapered waist, and her 36D balloons instantly made everyone fall silent. The sun shone upon her, exuding a faint glow which appeared both holy and majestic. She cleared her throat and began to read out the instructions for the life segment. All living beings will encounter countless obstacles during their growth, some of which may even be insurmountable ones. It is a vital skill to learn how to survive in all types of dangerous environments. The path to Tao is long and arduous, and the survivors are the winners in the end. Only by preserving their life can one gain the opportunity to become a mighty figure. The trial of life would be a test of how everyone could persevere in the face of perilous situations. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. As she elaborated, a white orb of light appeared from within her body. It then expanded in front of her before transforming into a special passageway. This is the gate toward the perilous trial realm. I'll plant a seed of life in all of you. The moment the seed shatters is the moment you'll be eliminated. During the course of the trial, contestants are not permitted to attack one another, or they will be immediately disqualified. Green orbs of light began to appear in Vanessa's hands as she concluded her explanation. The 12 green orbs of light merged into each contestant's body and disappeared, and Lin could feel the seed of life in his body. There was an invisible barrier enveloping it, within which the seed of life exuded a strong aura of vitality. Vanessa continued, "There are 10 perilous realms in this trial. You'll be considered to have passed if you last 10 minutes in each realm, for which you'll receive 1 point. Contestants, please enter the spatial passageway toward the trial ground. Your trials will be broadcasted through the crystalline screen. Is this a quest for survival?" And Lin raised his eyebrows. He did not know why, but he suddenly recalled his experiences in the Purple Star Research Institute ruins. The 12 representatives made their way collectively into the spatial passageway, where they appeared in an underground world filled with flowing lava. "The trial will now commence. Please persevere for 10 minutes. A voice reverberated throughout the space, causing everyone to focus their attention. "Phew! It's so hot." Lu Qianhuan began to use a cooling immortal spell as her face began to redden. "Don't get complacent. If this is a perilous realm, then there are definitely some hazards we have to be mindful of," Wang Xuanzhan cautioned, and Lin nodded solemnly as he surveyed his surroundings cautiously. All the other representatives were also doing the same while they prepared to activate their protection spell techniques at a moment's notice. Rumble, rumble, bubbles frothed within the lava, but aside from that, it was extremely quiet. Aside from the rumbling of the magma, there were no other sounds. 5 minutes passed. There were still no further developments. Everyone was beginning to feel quite confused as they stared cautiously at their surroundings. Time ticked by slowly. "Congratulations. You have all progressed past the first perilous realm." Vanessa's congratulatory voice suddenly reverberated through the air. Everyone was caught by surprise before coming to a sudden realization. So this was a freebie round. Everyone was struck by a rush of dizziness as they were teleported once again. This time they appeared on the side of a mountain. They were surrounded by a vast expanse of snow and ice as the wind howled around them, sending snow and ice billowing into the air. "We're not just going to have to stand in the cold for 10 minutes, are we?" Lu Qianhuan puffed her cheeks out in protest at the bland and unimaginative nature of the trial. "Vanessa is probably treating us to a fire and ice experience. I have to say it's not bad." And Lin stretched lazily. The temperatures were quite low, but it posed no threat to cultivators like them. Everyone else was also standing around with expressions of resignation. There was no challenge at all, the whole thing was just boring. Boom! Heaven and earth suddenly began to tremor violently. Everyone looked toward the source of the disturbance anxiously. What was that sound? Qingji furrowed his delicate brows. The sound seemed to be approaching them as it grew stronger and stronger like a wave. It's an avalanche. Everybody run. And Lin exclaimed, Calm down, we can fly, you know? August chuckled lightly as he spread his white wings and flew up into the sky. And Lin came to his senses and couldn't help but blush with embarrassment before he also rose into the air on his brick. He was a little bit hyperactive due to the survival nature of the trial. Everyone also began to rise into the air to avoid the avalanche. Hong Do laughed as he watched the vast expanse of snow and ice hurtling toward him. What a pathetic little avalanche. I'd have no problems even if I were to just lie down here. He lay down with contentment on his face as he sent scornful gazes up at everyone rising into the air. Rumble. Huge waves of snow tumbled down, causing the ground to tremor and quake, instantly drowning Hong Do's body. And Lin stroked his chin. This magnitude of avalanche would definitely not be able to harm Hong Do in the slightest, but it was unnecessary for him to flex like this. Moments later, Hong Do eliminated. Score 1 point. Vanessa's voice sounded in the air. Everyone was taken by surprise by this announcement and looked down at the vast expanse of snow below them in shock. Boom! Hong Do exploded out of the snow and ice. He had clearly heard the announcement too, and he had a look of disbelief as he immediately argued, Impossible! I'm completely unscathed, so why am I eliminated? Are you sure you're completely unscathed? Have a look at your seed of life. Vanessa's voice sounded again. My seed of life? Hong Do came to his senses, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He could feel that the seed of life in his body had completely vanished. How? This is bullshit. How could the seed be this fragile? Hong Do yelled in defiance, completely unable to accept the reality at hand. You look down on potential hazards and are overconfident in your own abilities. This is a cardinal sin while on the path to seeking Tao. One has to remember to be vigilant and cautious throughout their lives. Otherwise, next time it may be your very life force that gets snuffed out instead of just this seed of life. A cold voice sounded again. Hong Do roared in defiance, but to no avail as his body was already beginning to slowly vanish. Everyone looked at Hong Do with gratitude and sympathy. They were sympathetic as he only scored 1 point and would undoubtedly be placed in dead last again. But they were also grateful as he alerted everyone to the fact that the seeds of life they were carrying were so fragile. Huang Shan and Dong Yen were completely unmoved by Hong Do's elimination. Dong Yen even yawned with a bored expression. That idiot's finally gone. Huang Shan nodded as golden flashes of lightning crackled in his eyes. He really is an idiot, no wonder we came last in every Dao exchange conference. The higher-ups just had to send an idiot like him to drag us down. And Lin, is it really fine for them to speak so badly of Hong Do like this in front of everyone? Everyone can hear their conversation. Congratulations. You have successfully progressed past the second perilous realm. The voice sounded again after a few minutes. This was immediately followed by another dizzying bout of teleportation. Everyone appeared in a deep ocean where they immediately became engulfed under terrifying water pressure. All the representatives unleashed their protective spell techniques to offset the terrifying water pressure. Although their bodies would be able to handle the pressure, their seeds of life would definitely be unable to. With this in mind, everyone once again expressed their gratitude toward Hong Do in their hearts. The ocean around them was pitch black and deathly silent. August unleashed a light-emitting spell technique and surveyed their surroundings. Everyone was immediately startled at the sight that was revealed around them. This was a fucking colony of monsters. Countless huge black shadows floated around them, including all types of strange-looking deep-sea fish with their cavernous mouths agape as they floated by, as well as some indistinct, twisted figures that shredded any living being that approached into mincemeat to devour. Their eyes had generally all atrophied, so there was no strong response to August's spell. We should be okay if we just stand here in silence, right? Lu Chenhuan transmitted her voice to Enlin. I wouldn't count on it. There was an avalanche in the last perilous realm, so this one definitely won't be so simple. And Lin rolled his eyes in response. Right at this moment, A huge black shadow began to float toward them as it opened its cavernous mouth. Water began to gush violently into its mouth, and everyone suddenly felt a strong pull. "Be careful, everyone. I'll rid us of this monster." Qing Yen roared as he charged toward the huge black shadow with scintillating golden light bursting forth from his hands. "Golden Buddha palm. Qing Yen, don't be rash," Qing Ji yelled. But it was too late. Qing Yen had already charged toward the black shadow as a huge golden palm of 100 feet in size flew forward with terrifying power. Boom! The black shadow was dispelled by his palm. However, Qing Yen was suddenly engulfed by a sense of extreme peril. His pupils contracted drastically as countless huge black shadows began to reveal themselves in the pitch-black water before charging toward him. Sharp claws, tentacles, poisonous feelers, sharp spikes, an endless barrage of attacks erupted forth. "Ah!" Qing Yan's anguished cry sounded in the pitch-black depths of the ocean. As for everyone else, they had already escaped to over a kilometer away, and they were still running. Qing Ji and Qing Xian cast their gaze on where Qing Yan had disappeared and winced collectively. In the end, they put their palms together and mumbled an "Ba" before they continued onward. They had already seen the dense pack of shadows behind the monster when Qing Yan first initiated the attack. With so many monsters, they could only be defeated if every one of the representatives worked together. But the representatives from the other three powers immediately chose to sell him out without hesitation. So there was no point in even trying to fight. If they charged out without thinking like Qing Yan, then all of the Buddhist kingdom representatives would probably be eliminated all at once. So it wasn't that they didn't want to save Qing Yan, they simply had no choice. Qing Yan eliminated. Score: 2 points. Vanessa's voice sounded. Qing Yan's body was also teleported away in the same instant. Splitting up in this situation is the worst thing you can do. This Qing Yan sure is stupid. Lu Qianhuan shook her head with disappointment. With his game sense, if he were to play League of Valor, he'd definitely be at the bronze tier. And Lin peered at the woman beside him. If those words were spoken by anyone else, he would have no objections. But for them to be uttered by her, and Lin somehow felt like Qing Yan had been insulted. Within the depths of the ocean, everyone firmly abided by the strategy of running and hiding as soon as they encountered monsters, and thus, everyone managed to progress through this perilous realm. Congratulations! You have successfully progressed past the third perilous realm. Space began to warp and transform again after Vanessa announced the result. This time, they all came to a restaurant. Everyone was a bit baffled. The previous few environments did appear quite perilous. But what the hell were they trying to pull with this restaurant setting? Before everyone had a chance to recover their composure, Vanessa's voice sounded from above. Debilitating poison spell formation. Boom! All the representatives swayed in unison as they became affected by the debilitating spell formation. Immediately afterward, mountainous piles of ingredients appeared in front of them. Vanessa's voice sounded again. You now have lethal poison running through your systems, and you'll need to find the appropriate ingredients from the pile to cure yourselves of the poison. Of course, some of these ingredients can save you, while some others can kill you. You don't have a lot of time, so make your choices quickly. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they pounced on the pile of ingredients with no hesitation. If there were only a few ingredients that could cure them of their poison, then they had to strike first in case it all ran out. If they didn't act now, what the hell were they waiting for? The poison in our systems is weakening our meridians, thereby causing our vital energy to dissipate, so it's a poison with yin properties. Thus, we need to collect ingredients with yang properties that can bolster our meridians and vital energy, then choose between them to find a suitable antidote, Wang Xuanzhan elaborated hurriedly. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan both nodded solemnly as they began digging through the pile of ingredients. 2 minutes later, and Lin and Lu Qianhuan both stopped what they were doing and looked up into the sky with dejected expressions. Where exactly did they source all these weird ingredients from? He couldn't even identify a single one of them. This situation greatly highlighted the importance of knowledge of elixirs and pills. But one of them was a noob that had only cultivated for a year, while the other was a little girl with a gaming and internet addiction. They had absolutely no chance. And Lin did not want to give up and began to use his divine inspection technique on a medicinal ingredient that looked like a ginseng plant. A string of information began to appear in his mind. Ancient deep-sea ginseng grows in the depths of the Black Sea and is a product formed from a combination of the feces of 1,000-spike squid and wood coral. It is a 9th-grade spirit medicine with a spicy taste and contains no sugar, which helps to boost kidney function. And Lin. The description was very detailed, even elaborating on the ingredient's taste. But it didn't say anything about its goddamn properties. Soon, all the useful medicinal ingredients had been looted by the representatives. Wang Xuanzhan hugged a bunch of ingredients to himself excitedly as he looked toward Lin and Lu Qianhuan, before momentarily falling into a daze. Where are your ingredients? He asked in a trembling voice as a bad feeling suddenly began to well up in his heart. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan both stood there empty-handed with their heads bowed in shame. Lu Qianhuan spoke in a timid voice. Well, although we didn't gather any ingredients, we can emulate the spirit of the god of agriculture. And Lin's eyes lit up at her words as he too suddenly discovered the purpose for his own existence. That's right. We can act as guinea pigs to try the medicine Senior Wang makes. In myths and legends, the god of agriculture tasted all the medicinal ingredients in the world to determine their properties and functions, so they could emulate these mighty feats. Wang Xuanzhan's lips twitched as he was suddenly struck with a fit of exhaustion. He turned around to analyze the poison in his body, no longer wanting to speak to the two retards behind him. Flames danced in Wang Xuanzhan's palms as the medicinal ingredients also began to float in the air. Flaming bluestone flower, 10 grams, dragon vines, 8 grams. Blood roots, 16 grams. Condense. Wang Xuanzhan clutched his hand and the essence of the medicinal ingredients began to condense to form a shiny golden pill. He was already weakened from the poison, so the exertion almost caused him to black out, but he still successfully condensed the pill in the end. Senior Wang, please allow me to taste the pill. I have no fear of death. Lu Qianhuan volunteered herself. One had to try a pill first to determine if it could indeed cure them of their poison. If the proportions of the ingredients were incorrect, then they could well die. Senior Wang, such a dangerous and arduous task can only fall on my shoulders. And Lin extended his hand forward with a valiant expression. Wang Xuanzhan stared at Lu Qianhuan and Lin coldly before placing the pill in his own mouth. Lu Qianhuan and Lin. Firstly, there's not enough time. Secondly, there aren't enough ingredients left to make another pill. Thirdly, I no longer have the strength to make another one. Wang Xuanzhan elaborated coldly as he wore an expression filled with disappointment. So they didn't even get the chance to emulate the god of agriculture. There were only 3 minutes remaining. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan picked up the ingredients that were left from Wang Xuanzhan's pill refinement and looked at each other. Which ones do you want to eat? And Lin asked. Lu Qianhuan picked up a few vibrant and colorful ingredients. These ingredients are pretty at least. I think they'll be okay to eat. And Lin nodded and placed the remaining ingredients into his mouth. Thus, the two gods of agriculture began to chew on their respective ingredients. They were screwed anyway, so they might as well make one last Hail Mary effort. Oh, it's so bitter. Lu Qianhuan's face soured as she narrowed her bright purple eyes while complaining. The ingredients that don't look that great actually taste pretty good. And Lin chewed with a pleased expression. Time was up. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan's eyes rolled back as they began to froth at the mouth, both succumbing to the poison in their systems. And Lin, Lu Qianhuan, and Arthur have all been eliminated. Score: 3 points. Vanessa's voice announced. Poor Arthur did manage to make a pill for himself, but it didn't work, so he too was eliminated alongside Lin and Lu Qianhuan. The students on the plaza were all in anguish at the twin elimination of the Heavenly Court representatives. The teacher responsible for teaching students about pills and elixirs covered his face in shame. All negative conditions were immediately alleviated once Lin and Lu Qianhuan were teleported back to the stage. Phew, that was close. I felt like I really was going to die from the poison. And Lin said with an expression of lingering fear. Yeah, Being poisoned truly is not a good feeling. The feebleness and desperation made me fall into complete despair. I'm going to study about pills and elixirs diligently from now on. Lu Qianhuan clenched her fists with determination. The two of them had been eliminated, but all was not yet lost as they still had Senior Wang to carry them. And Lin cast his gaze onto the crystalline screen to find that the remaining contestants had already entered the fifth perilous realm. The fifth perilous realm was the ruins of an immortal, within which ferocious beasts aplenty and countless booby traps laid around. Wang Xuanzhan's powerful combat strength combined with his quick-witted reactions allowed him to progress with no real trouble. However, Shirley, Qing Xian, and Qing Ji were all eliminated in this round. Huang Shan and Dong Yen performed exceptionally well as they were naturally sensitive to hazards, so they were able to detect dangers before they struck. Progressing on to the sixth perilous realm, there were only 4 representatives left: Huang Shan, Dong Yen, Wang Xuanzhan, and August. On a vast yet barren patch of land, all sorts of demonic fiends roamed and gathered. Suddenly, 4 outsiders descended there. The demonic beasts turned around instantly to stare at the 4 living beings who were emitting strong auras, and drool began to drip down uncontrollably from their sharp fangs. Almost instantly, the army of demonic beasts began to charge toward them. Huang Shan, Dong Yen, Wang Xuanzhan, and August could only run away with all their might. This was a straightforward test of survival. There were demonic beasts everywhere in this realm, and some of them were just as strong, if not even more powerful, than the representatives they were hunting. All of them had the same goal, and that was to devour the 4 outsiders. All the remaining representatives felt like it was basically them against the whole world. Dong Yen was swallowed whole by a demonic dragon. August was crushed under a stampede of thousands of dark demons, and Wang Xuanzhan was blasted to death by the collective lightning strikes cast by a huge pack of demonic lightning falcons in the air. In the end, only Huang Shan, who moved like lightning, was able to last the duration of 10 minutes and progress through this perilous realm. Lu Qianhuan and Enlin both breathed a collective sigh of disappointment at the sight of Wang Xuanzhan's demise. They only received a total of 11 points in this segment. Huang Shan progressed to the 7th perilous realm, where there was a huge hole in the sky. Before he even had a chance to react, his body was ripped to shreds by the spatial turbulence. The freakishly difficult trial of perilous realms finally came to a conclusion. In the segment of life, the Buddhist kingdom received 10 points, the Garden of Eden received 12 points, the Hall of Creation also received 12 points, and the Heavenly Court received 11 points. Before the last segment C's commenced, and Lin calculated the total scores for each of the 4 powers. The Buddhist kingdom was at 70.1 points, the Garden of Eden was at 73.2 points, the Hall of Creation was at 70.2 points, and the Heavenly Court was at 72.7 points. The gap between the 4 powers was not very large, and Enlin was very surprised to find that the Hall of Creation was not ranked last. The final round would decide which of the 4 powers would come out on top. Vice Principal Yu Hua stepped onto the stage and announced the rules for the C segment. The final segment is known as the Battle for the Holy Grails. There are 9 Holy Grails scattered throughout a place called the Zhonglong Mountain Ranges, among which 5 of them are iron, 3 of them are silver, and 1 of them is gold. The representatives must enter the Zhonglong Mountain Ranges to fight for the Holy Grails. An iron Holy Grail equates to 1 point, a silver Holy Grail equates to 2 points, and the gold Holy Grail equates to 5 points. During the course of the trial, combat between the representatives is permitted, but contestants will be eliminated as soon as their defeat judgment seal is triggered. Vice Principal Yu Hua waved his hand as he spoke, and a defeat judgment seal appeared on everyone's bodies. And Lin sighed lightly at the sight of the familiar defeat judgment seal. It appeared that this trial was going to be quite a brutal one where combat was inevitable. A white teleportation spell formation appeared on the stage and all the representatives stepped on it. On the plaza, regardless of whether it was the tens of thousands of students or the entourage from the other powers, all of them were cheering their team on with all their might. This was the final trial and also the one that would decide which team would emerge as the victor. Everyone became extremely animated, and the sound of uninhibited cheers rose all the way up into the heavens. A white light flashed, and all 12 representatives were teleported to the Zhonglong mountain ranges. At the same time, a huge screen displaying the images of all 12 contestants began to materialize on the Blue Sky Plaza. And Lin opened his eyes after recovering from a burst of dizziness and was greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of hilly terrain. He immediately looked around him to find that Lu Qianhuan and Wang Xuanzhan were still there beside him. But the representatives from the other 3 powers were not nearby. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least they didn't have to engage in battle anytime soon. In order to defend against the other teams, I think we should stay together, Wang Xuanzhan proposed. And Lin nodded in response. Combat was permitted, so that meant they could eliminate all their opponents first before they went searching for the Holy Grails. To split up now would just be asking for trouble. Guys, look, there's a white pagoda there. Could there be Holy Grails there? Lu Qianhuan pointed to a hill in the east as she spoke. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan looked toward the direction in which Lu Qianhuan was pointing and saw that about 2 to 3 kilometers away, there was indeed a white pagoda that was reflecting a pale white light under the sun. To place a pagoda in such an obvious location, I feel like it might be a trap. Wang Xuanzhan stared at the pagoda with furrowed brows. Well, it's always better to have a target rather than just wander about aimlessly. Let's go have a look there anyway. And Lin said, even if there was a trap, they should be able to escape with their strength anyway. Lu Qianhuan raised both hands high up in the air. I agree. Thus, with a 2-to-1 vote, the 3 of them began to make their way toward the white pagoda. On the way there, the ground suddenly began to tremor violently. Be careful. Wang Xuanzhan drew his long spear as he surveyed their surrounding cautiously. And Lin had also detected a suffocating presence in front of them, and his whole body tensed with anticipation. Roar! A huge golden tiger covered in sharp spikes hurtled out of the forest toward Wang Xuanzhan like a sharp sword as it moved with lightning speed. Everyone was extremely shocked at the sight of the huge tiger, not in response to how ferocious it was, but instead because they saw a crown on the huge tiger's head. The crown was crafted to resemble an iron holy grail. The huge golden tiger was here to deliver the Holy Grail to them. Nice! Wang Xuanzhan roared as he struck out with lightning flashing around his spear. The huge golden tiger's claws collided with the tip of the spear, causing a blast of energy to radiate all around them. Wang Xuanzhan was knocked back a few steps by the force of the collision, and the huge tiger also flipped onto its back before landing heavily on the ground. Hee, not bad, kid. The giant tiger smirked. Golden gales of wind suddenly began to whip up within a 30-feet radius of the tiger, reducing the surrounding trees to sawdust before burning them into non-existence. And Lin stumbled back in retreat at the sight of this as his breathing began to accelerate. This was a complete domain. You had to defeat a soul beast just for an iron holy grail? This trial was way too hard. And Lin felt like he should just stand off to the side. With his pitiful level of strength, he would only get in the way if he were to join in on the battle. Dragon scales began to surface on Wang Xuanzhan's body as his aura began to increase in power. Thick, dark clouds began to obscure the sky above as flashes of thunder and lightning exploded in the sky. His surroundings began to transform into his electric domain as bolts of lightning flashed like countless serpentine dragons around him. He had completely activated the bloodline of the ancient dragon clan, thereby allowing him to summon up terrifying power. And Lin nodded in approval and admiration. This was the true power of a cultivator of soul formation stage. The pressure he created was a lot stronger than even the huge golden tiger. The huge golden tiger quivered as he sensed Wang Xuanzhan's overwhelming power, and he unleashed an ear-splitting roar at Wang Xuanzhan, which transformed into golden shockwaves hurtling toward the cultivator. The roar shook the ground around them in a radius of 5 kilometers, causing the ground around them to fracture and quake. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan could only cover their ears in agony. Wang Xuanzhan stood completely unfazed by his opponent's soundwave attack. You call that a roar? Wang Xuanzhan sneered as he too unleashed a dragon roar in response. Roar! The roar, which was imbued with peerless dragon might, and the sound of exploding lightning instantly drowned out the huge golden tiger's roar while causing the ground 1,000 feet radius around them to cave in under the pressure. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan could only cover their ears in pain. Not only were their eardrums about to burst, they felt as if they were about to be concussed from the shock waves, and they almost blacked out while frothing at the mouth. Team leader, stop it with the friendly fire. And Lin howled in anguish, but his voice was instantly dispelled by the terrifying sound waves exploding around them. The two of them were about to cry. Just fight. For God's sake. Why are they holding a roaring contest? At this rate, his two teammates would die before the battle even began. The huge golden tiger spat out a mouthful of blood at Wang Xuanzhan's roar and stared at him with incredulity. It wanted to use its roar to intimidate its foe, but it didn't expect its opponent to have an even louder roar than he did. No. This guy is far too strong for me. The huge golden tiger's intuition told it that it was about to die if it didn't escape soon. Go to hell, tiger slaughter divine technique. It roared as it slapped its paws violently onto the ground, causing dust and debris to rise up all around them. Wang Xuanzhan's whole body tightened as he prepared to meet the tiger's technique. 3 seconds later, his expression turned into one of rage. Shit! It's trying to run. Lightning crackled around his body as he pounced toward the direction where the tiger had escaped to. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan were still rooted to the spot with their hands firmly clasped over their ears. Tears began to well up in Lu Qianhuan's bright purple eyes. And Lin, am I deaf? Why can't I hear anything? And Lin opened his mouth and shouted in confusion. Huh? What did you say? Lu Qianhuan saw and Lin's lips move and also responded in kind. Huh? What did you say? Bastard, you aren't escaping. Wang Xuanzhan's body transformed into the afterimage of a lightning dragon as he struck out with flashes of lightning intertwining his spear. He was as swift as lightning and afforded the tiger almost zero reaction time. The tiger only had time to twist slightly in the air before the spear pierced through the side of its body, sending bolts of lightning flashing for 1,000 feet through the puncture wound and tearing apart the ground below it. Blood spilled everywhere as the tiger collapsed to the ground, howling in anguish. Wang Xuanzhan did not stop. Instead, he pounced toward the tiger, mercilessly slashing down with his spear in a terrifying display of power. Bowing dragon head. As the spear fell, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared and pounced down toward the tiger. The tiger supported itself up onto its hind legs as it unleashed its domain to the fullest extent. A shadow of a huge golden tiger's head appeared above it, and it roared as it met the shadow of the azure dragon head-on. Boom! The azure dragon and the tiger's head collided and began to tear at each other with their sharp teeth. Terrifying explosions of energy erupted all around them, causing the ground to cave in as violent streams of turbulence created gale-forced winds around them. In the end, the azure dragon vanquished the tiger head. His long spear slashed down and pierced through the head of the tiger. Congratulations! The Heavenly Court has received 1 point. Vice Principal Yu Hua's voice sounded in the air. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan, who were following the trail of destruction, all faltered at the announcement before whooping in celebration. Haha! Senior Wang Shi is reliable. It looks like he took care of that tiger. Lu Qianhuan waved her fists around excitedly. After a period of deafness, they finally recovered their hearing and were in the process of making their way toward where Wang Xuanzhan was. It seems like there's an announcement each time a Holy Grail is obtained, which means that the other teams clearly haven't obtained any yet, so we've drawn first blood. And Lin laughed excitedly. Each and every point mattered, so even if it was just a single point, it was still a nice lead. Elsewhere in the Zhonglong mountain ranges, August sighed with emotion as he raised his head to stare off into the distance. As expected of the Heavenly Court representatives, they've already gotten a point. Shirley chuckled lightly and waved her hands. Let's not fight for the top spot with them. If Lin gets serious, not even the defeat judgment seal can save us. August nodded in agreement. Of course, we'll do our best to avoid confrontation against the Heavenly Court's representatives. But as for the Buddhist Kingdom and Hall of Creation, we should still do our best against them. And Lin was someone that was powerful enough to slay even the Dark Knight Monarch. So they weren't dumb enough to pick a fight with Lin. After all, they could only live once, so they should not let it go to waste. The Buddhist kingdom representatives also heard the announcement from above, but they had no time to react, because they were currently being chased by a bone dragon with an iron holy grail on its head. Fellow junior monks, go and hide in the ditch there. Xianxia yelled as the 99 Buddhist prayer beads in his hands flew toward the bone dragon to form a restrictive spell formation that trapped the bone dragon within momentarily. Xianxia and Yen charged toward the ditch with tears in their eyes. What a pitiful experience this trial was for them. They were ecstatic when they saw the bone dragon presented the Holy Grail to them on a platter. But then they found that they were no match for the bone dragon and were reduced to running for their lives. What a tragic fate. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan were finally reunited with Wang Xuanzhan. Wang Xuanzhan was surveying the iron Holy Grail in his hand with a hesitant expression. Senior Wang, you're so badass. Lu Qianhuan praised with a grin. Wang Xuanzhan smiled lightly in response. I received a point after obtaining the Holy Grail, so theoretically, the Holy Grail should have no value to us now. But I've got a feeling that the Holy Grail is hiding some secrets. Secrets? Lu Qianhuan stroked the Holy Grail with her slender fingertips, and a flash of white patterns appeared on the surface of the Holy Grail. The veined patterns on the Grail are very interesting. The lines are all very smooth and intricate, but they all stopped at critical points, giving the onlooker a sense of incompleteness. She became more intrigued as she surveyed the Grail. Wang Xuanzhan could not glean anything else from the Holy Grail. And Lin used his divine inspection technique on the Holy Grail, only to receive an evaluation of Iron Holy Grail, not good to eat. The evaluation made him skeptical once again of whether the divine inspection technique he received was, in fact, a fake product. Both of them had no further ideas, so the Holy Grail was given to Lu Qianhuan for further inspection. The three of them continued on toward the White Pagoda. They soon saw a small river flowing peacefully. Lu Qianhuan immediately tossed the Iron Holy Grail into the river. Plop! The resulting splash was quite spectacular. And Lin? Wang Xuanzhan? Both of them stared at Lu Qianhuan, completely dumbfounded. But Lu Qianhuan was staring at the river intently in anticipation. That's not right. Shouldn't there be a river god that jumps out of the water to ask me, "Hey, young sorceress, did you drop a golden Holy Grail or a silver Holy Grail?" Lu Qianhuan stroked her smooth chin while she sported a confused expression. And Lin came to the realization of what she was talking about and stared at Lu Qianhuan in shock, wondering just how someone could be so retarded. Wang Xuanzhan massaged his brows and sighed in exhaustion. He no longer wanted to speak. A minute passed and the river remained peaceful with no hint of anything out of the ordinary occurring. There were no river gods. There were no gold or silver axes. So of course, there weren't any gold or silver Holy Grails. Disappointed, Lu Qianhuan dug the Iron Holy Grail out of the water and continued to inspect it with a gloomy expression. The three of them continued on toward the White Pagoda while they remained vigilant to their surroundings the whole time. However, aside from a few cute animals, they discovered no abnormalities along the way. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the White Pagoda. Pearl Pagoda? Why does this name seem so out of place? And Lin stared at the plaque above the gate of the pagoda with furrowed brows. A pagoda that appeared here should be named something like the Immortal Pagoda or Demonic Pagoda or Evil Spirit Pagoda or something like that. And then, they would have to fight through an army of demons and monsters to finally secure the Golden Holy Grail. Yes, that was how it should have been. After opening the Pearl Pagoda, they were greeted to the sight of a barrier of rippling water which prevented them from being able to see inside. Wang Xuanzhan's eyes rippled with golden light as his line of sight pierced through the barrier of rippling water. At the very least, it appears there aren't any noteworthy hazards on the first floor. But we can't be sure that there aren't any living beings or booby traps on the higher floors. Wang Xuanzhan analyzed, and Lin and Lu Qianhuan nodded. If this wasn't a trap, then it certainly was worth inspecting. Thus, the three of them passed through the barrier and entered the Pearl Pagoda. Ha ha ha! They fell for it. A rock golem laughed with a tractor-like sound from a patch of grass near the Pearl Pagoda. After entering the Zhonglong mountain ranges, they immediately placed this high-rank spirit tool, Pearl Pagoda, in the most eye-catching location, with the sole objective of waiting for the other representatives to fall into their trap. The Pearl Pagoda had no traps or hazards within, so it was easy for people to lower their guards and enter into its interior. But once you were in, it was hard to get out. Without the wielder's permission, this pagoda was a one-way passage enclosure which was constructed from materials even more solid than most high-rank spirit tools. "Should we bring them in?" Dong Yen asked in a cold voice. Huang Shan shook his head. "Let's wait a while longer. If the representatives from the Garden of Eden also fall into the trap, then our victory is assured." They did not even count the Buddhist kingdom representatives as a threat, so their strongest competitors were the Garden of Eden's representatives. They were no match for them in a fight, and they had fallen behind significantly on the scoreboard, so it was certainly no easy task for them to secure victory. Right at this moment that an announcement sounded in the air. Buddhist Kingdom, Qing Yen, eliminated. The 3 Hall of Creation representatives all faltered at the announcement before Hong Do began to chortle again. They've already had a representative eliminated. It looks like the Buddhist Kingdom is going to come last for sure. Another announcement sounded in the air. "Congratulations. The Buddhist Kingdom has received 2 points. Hong Do." A flash of coldness appeared in Huang Shan's eyes. "Fuck you, Hong Do. If you laugh again, I'll beat you to death. Do you hear me?" Hong Do recoiled as the flames in his chest also dimmed. He nodded in panic but did not dare to say anything. Dong Yen sighed. "We're now last on points. Should we continue to wait here for the other representatives to fall into the trap?" Their plan was pretty much to wait on the spot for their opponents to fall into their trap. It would result in fantastic returns if they were to succeed, but at the same time, they lost the ability to be mobile and actively fight for the Holy Grails. The points that the Buddhist kingdom obtained were like a siren to them, alerting them of their situation. If things continued like this, all the Holy Grails would be gone before everyone fell into their trap, so it would completely defeat the purpose. Vital energy rippled around Huang Shan's hands as he maintained the restrictive power of the Pearl Pagoda, and a conflicted expression appeared on his face. After a long while, he made a decision. "Let's wait for 2 more hours." Elsewhere in the Zhonglong mountain ranges, there was a place shrouded in cloud and mist where there was a danger at seemingly every turn. Xianxia gripped Qing Ji's arm to support him as they continued onwards. Both of them were bloodied and battered, and their auras had diminished significantly. Qing Ji turned to look behind him with a pained expression. "Qing Yen." The 3 of them were chased into this area rife with perils by the Bone Dragon, but it was at this time they saw a silver Holy Grail. However, in the process of fighting for the Holy Grail, Qing Ji was forced to use a mystic technique, and Qing Yen also perished in the process. "Sai, what do we do now? There's only the 2 of us left." Qing Ji was cursing himself for his weakness. In the process of securing the silver Holy Grail, one of them perished and the other 2 were heavily injured. And this was in a situation where none of the other representatives intervened. If other representatives did intervene, they probably wouldn't get the chance to even touch the Holy Grail. On the Blue Sky Plaza, tens of thousands of omniscient students stared at Lin and the other anxiously. They had seen Huang Shan release the Pearl Pagoda, as well as how the Heavenly Court's representatives had been trapped within. It would an absolute travesty if they were trapped in there with no way to escape until the trial ended. Do you think God N and the others would be able to escape? Definitely. I don't believe that they would be trapped by a mere pagoda. Why haven't the 3 representatives from the Hall of Creation left yet? Are they waiting for more people to fall into their trap? Humph! How shameless. Instead of fighting for Holy Grails as they should, they're using all these underhanded tactics. Some students protested angrily. However, the entourage from the Hall of Creation was full of pride. Not only were they not ashamed, but they were also extremely proud. In their eyes, the end result was everything. So what if the Heavenly Court's representatives are supposed to be badass? They've still fallen into our trap. The end will always justify the means. Look, Godin is about to make his move. Some students began to exclaim. Lu Qianhuan blinked before saying with a serious expression, I feel like we've fallen into a trap, and Lin grimaced and slapped his forehead. This isn't a matter of feeling anymore. It's pretty damn obvious that we have. Within the Pearl Pagoda, there was absolutely nothing aside from the bare ground and walls. There weren't even any higher levels, and the whole space was empty as empty could be. There wasn't even a shadow of a holy grail here. It was just flat out a cage. Sigh, I got too complacent. I detected no killing intent, so I made the rash decision to enter. But I didn't anticipate that this might be a trap set by our enemies. Wang Xuanzhan furrowed his brows in self-criticism. It's okay, it's just a tower. I'm sure we can break it open with our combined strength. And Lin encouraged everyone. Following this, he brought out his evil-slaying sword and began to slash at the walls of the Pearl Pagoda. Slash, slash, slash. The evil-slaying sword was extremely sharp, but it did not leave so much as a trace on the walls of the tower. Mountain quaking fist, and Lin switched to an immortal spell instead. Boom! Golden light crackled and exploded forth, but the wall remained unscathed. Fuck! It's this solid? Do I have to use my nuclear lightning fist? And Lin's fighting spirit was provoked as his expression cooled. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan immediately gripped in Lin's arms. Classmate and Lin, please don't be rash. Wang Xuanzhan dissuaded him with an anxious expression. And Lin, even if you want to surrender, don't use this kind of masochistic technique. It hurts like hell, Lu Qianhuan implored. Having seen just how terrifying the nuclear lightning fist was, Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan knew that regardless of whether it could break through the tower, there was to be only one end result for them, and that was mass elimination. In order to prevent Lin from doing anything stupid, Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan began to experiment in his stead. Wang Xuanzhan's unleashed his lightning dragon domain to its fullest extent, sending powerful spears of lightning crashing into the walls, causing the whole tower to tremble as electricity ran through its walls. Lu Qianhuan's final spark rained down on the walls, and the resulting shockwaves even forced Lin to retreat a few steps. But it was still unable to break open the tower. They did not give up and continued to unleash powerful immortal spells, causing the tower to rumble and quake. A short while later, both of them lied down on the ground, panting heavily while displaying enraged expressions. This tower is even harder than a tortoise's shell, Wang Xuanzhan exclaimed angrily. Lu Qianhuan did not want to say anything. Instead, she pulled out her phone from her storage ring. In the air above the Zhonglong mountain ranges, 3 people with white wings flew by slowly while constantly surveying the surroundings around them. The sun shone on their bodies, which radiated a faint holy glow. These 3 were none other than August, Shirley, and Arthur from the Garden of Eden. August, there's a white tower up ahead. Do you think there will be holy grails in there? Shirley's eyes lit up as she pointed at the glowing white tower in the distance with excitement. For a tower to appear in such an eye-catching location, I have a feeling it might be a trap. August stared at the tower in the distance with furrowed brows. Well, it's always better to have a target rather than just wander about aimlessly. Let's go have a look there anyway. Even if there was a trap, they should be able to escape with their strength anyway. Shirley also nodded in excitement. I agree. Thus, there was a 2-to-1 vote. The 3 of them began to fly toward the White Tower. Soon, they had flown to the location directly above the tower. The 3 of them descended down to the entrance of the tower where a barrier of rippling water prevented them from being able to see inside the tower. They crossed through the barrier into the tower, each and every one of them on high alert. And then they were all stupefied. Yes, all 6 of them. Shit, we've been ambushed by the heavenly court. Arthur immediately drew his longbow with a panicked expression. All 3 of the heavenly court representatives looked at him with a sympathetic expression. And Lin shook his head and sighed. Bruh, please look closely. Who the fuck would set an ambush without even having their weapons at the ready? He pointed to Lu Qianhuan, who had resumed playing on her phone as he spoke. Check out her state of mind. Do you think she looks like someone that's trying to ambush anyone? Arthur. August had come to a realization of what had happened and sighed heavily. It looks like we've all been screwed over. Shirley gritted her teeth tightly. The Buddhist kingdom representatives definitely wouldn't do something like this. So it has to be those bastards from the Hall of Creation. Outside the Pear Pagoda, the 3 Hall of Creation representatives rushed out abruptly from the patch of tall grass in which they had been hiding. Gather! Huang Shan made a seal with his hands, and the huge tower flashed with white light before shrinking drastically to sit in the middle of his palm. Ha 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 ha! All our strongest competitors have been trapped. We'll be the champions for sure now. Hong Do chortled with glee as his prior distress completely vanished. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning struck Hong Do's head. Hong Do's head was charred black as tears welled up in his eyes, instantly putting a stop to his gravelly laughter. Huang Shan glared at him coldly. You want to laugh again? Dong Yen spoke excitedly. Now that both the Heavenly Court and Garden of Eden's representatives have been trapped, we can focus on searching for the Holy Grails now. Huang Shan nodded. With their collective might, they should be able to crush the 2 remaining Buddhist kingdom representatives. All they had to do was to collect the Holy Grails, hold the Pearl Pagoda, and constantly keep a grasp of what's happening in there. Notify me immediately if there's something amiss. Huang Shan tossed the Pearl Pagoda at Hong Do. Hong Do accepted the Pearl Pagoda carefully. Although this high-tier spirit tool was extremely strong and couldn't be broken even by an attack from a soul formation stage cultivator, it was always better to be safe than sorry. He released his divine sense to detect what was happening within the tower, only to find that the interior of the tower was vibrating violently, suggesting that it was clearly under attack. He, struggle all you want, but you won't be able to break through the tower's defenses with such pitiful attacks. I just love seeing you guys struggling with all your might to no avail. Hong Do chuckled as he held the Pearl Pagoda with a satisfied expression. At this moment, inside the Pearl Pagoda, the Garden of Eden representatives finally ceased their attacks as they panted heavily with enraged expressions. Everyone stared at each other. All of them were at a complete loss for what to do. Everyone was trapped here, so the first priority was to figure out how to get out of the tower. Hence, a truce automatically ensued as everyone began to discuss options. However, after much discussion and experimentation, they were still unable to find a way out. Thus, Lu Qianhuan became bored again and resumed playing on her phone. Shirley was getting quite bored too and sidled up to Lu Qianhuan, clearly very interested in the toy in her hands. There was no way Lu Qianhuan would let a playmate like her slip by, and she immediately dragged Shirley down into the depths of depravity with her. She then proceeded to emphatically abuse Shirley in the game, successfully securing glory for the Heavenly Court. And Lin couldn't help but wince at the sight of Shirley copping a hiding at the hands of Lu Qianhuan. After a few matches, tears began to well up in Shirley's blue eyes as her cheeks began to turn red. She threw the phone down in anger. What a crappy toy. Hey, don't be like that. How about I give you a handicap? I'll let you take advantage of 10 lives. Lu Qianhuan immediately tried to dissuade her new playmate from giving up on the game. A handicap of 10 lives? Shirley's body trembled slightly as she felt like she had just been insulted. But she still did not have the confidence to accept the challenge. Can I ask you a question? Why is the character you're using so much stronger than mine? Shirley asked after much internal conflict. 'Cause I'm strong, of course. Lu Qianhuan explained as if she was elaborating something obvious. Your question is like asking why can't you beat August in a fight? It's because he's stronger than you. Shirley nodded in semi-comprehension. She turned her attention back to the League of Valor game on the phone and declared with determination. If that's the case, then I have to beat you. I believe that as long as I work hard enough, I'll definitely be stronger than you. Thus, Shirley and Lu Qianhuan resumed their battle. And Lin looked at Shirley with an expression of sympathy. He wanted to say to her, "Poor child, can't you see? Your understanding of whether a character is strong or not is completely built on what Lu Qianhuan has told you." Of course, as Lin was praising Lu Qianhuan in heart for winning glory for the Heavenly Court through her gameplay, he also chose to forget a certain flag. On the Blue Sky Plaza, the students began to become excited again after a period of gloominess. They were watching a game being live-streamed. Lu Chenhuan versus Shirley in League of Valor. Whoa. Sister Lu beat her even with a handicap of 10 lives. Shirley's having the crap beaten out of her. It looks like she's on the verge of tears. I'm suddenly feeling a bit sympathetic to her. Sister Lu looks so beautiful when she's playing games. Shirley's not bad either. Her skin is fair, and she's got a nice face and big boobs, and on top of that, she can even glow. Hey, what are you guys even focusing your attention on? Are we really watching a trial to see who can get the most holy grails? Are these the games of the mortal world? It looks so fun. I want to play as well if I get the chance to descend into the mortal world. All the students were discussing among themselves. But the Light Wing clan's entourage was beginning to feel quite embarrassed. Although Shirley did let loose and did some unexpected things from time to time, but for her to be whipped like this in front of such a large audience, even if it was just a game, it was still a disgraceful display. Poor Shirley. I can't watch anymore. This game is clearly unfair, but she's still persisting. I really don't understand why. Shirley's too stubborn. If she doesn't win, she might just keep playing like this, rising to the occasion instead of bowing to hardships. If you think about it that way, it's pretty motivational. Sigh, we can only comfort ourselves like this. Anyhow, are the representatives just going to be trapped like this until the end of the trial? Not only were the Light Wing clan concerned, but all the tens of thousands of students were also quite worried about the same thing. Although it was pretty awesome seeing Sister Lu wreck someone like this, but if they could only watch this game being live-streamed while those slimy bastards from the Hall of Creation became the champions, that would be a major travesty. Within the Zhonglong mountain ranges, only the Buddhist Kingdom and Hall of Creation's representatives were able to move around freely. The Buddhist Kingdom representatives were a lot more subdued. After consuming some regenerative pills, they sought refuge in an obscure cave to recover from their injuries. There was no hurry anyway. At least up until now, there were no other announcements of other teams obtaining any more holy grails. Hence, from their perspective, the best option was to recover as much as possible before embarking on their next hunt for holy grails. Meanwhile, the Hall of Creation's representatives were actively searching for holy grails, hoping to close the gap in points as quickly as possible. Within the Pearl Pagoda, there was only silence aside from the sound effects from the game, League of Valor. After an indeterminate period of time, August clenched his fists tightly, seemingly as if he had made up his mind on something. He made his way toward Enlin and opened his mouth with a solemn expression. Enlin, there's no point in continuing like this. Use your nuclear lightning fist. Everyone turned to look at him in shock. August, don't be rash. We can think of another way. Shirley dissuaded. Everyone was aware of just how terrifying the nuclear lightning fist was. If the technique was unleashed in such a confined space, they'd probably all get blasted into oblivion. August shook his head firmly. I'm aware of your concern, but there's a forbidden spell I can use to minimize the damage we'll sustain from the resulting shockwave. Everyone was silent for a short while. Could it be that you're planning to use the Holy Redemption technique? Arthur's eyes widened as he became more animated. Don't do it. August, if you use that forbidden spell, your mental energy would be completely drained and you'll fall into unconsciousness. We don't stand a chance at victory without you even if we can break free. Shirley shook her head in objection. August smiled lightly. Well, we're at an impasse here. If we don't break out of here, we'd have no opportunities at all. Plus, I'll only be unconscious for a short time, and the trial wouldn't conclude so quickly. He turned his gaze upon Enlin and his team. I hope we can come to an agreement. After I use the Holy Redemption technique and fall into unconsciousness, please don't take advantage of the opportunity to attack the Garden of Eden's representatives. Enlin and his team wouldn't refuse this offer, so of course, they immediately nodded their heads in agreement. August breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer had any reservations now. He was not worried that the heavenly court would go back on their promise. After all, each and every one of their words and actions was being live-streamed to everyone on the Blue Sky Plaza. If they were to go back on their promise, even if they were to become the eventual champions, they would receive very negative backlash from the audience and there would be no honor at all in their victory. Then please begin, and Lin. I'll use the holy redemption technique to dematerialize everyone's bodies for an instant, thereby granting us immunity from the ensuing shockwave. A white light began to flash in his hands as he elaborated slowly, and Lin nodded. This was actually an agreement forged on mutual trust. If August only used the holy redemption technique on the three Garden of Eden's representatives, then the heavenly court's representatives would all be left to die. They were also relying on the fact that all their words and actions were being broadcasted to the tens of thousands of spectators on the Blue Sky Plaza. Bolts of blue lightning began to merge into his golden right fist. At the same time, the power of the darkness of origin began to enter the fray, triggering a certain qualitative change. Outside the Pearl Pagoda, the three Hall of Creation's representatives discovered a Holy Grail. They all charged toward the Holy Grail with ecstatic expressions. This Holy Grail sat atop a huge flame python of over 100 feet in length. An extremely powerful aura radiated from its body, making it resemble a majestic king of snakes as it looked down with disdain at its three assailants. This mutant beast was very powerful. Huang Shan, Hong Do, and Dong Yen all raised their guard as they prepared themselves for a grueling battle. The Pearl Pagoda trembled slightly, but Hong Do's attention was focused elsewhere, so he did not take notice. Within the pagoda, an energy capable of destroying everything was already in the process of exploding. August spread his hands flat before him, an earnest expression of worship appearing on his face. A mighty golden figure appeared behind him, spreading a holy light imbued with the mystical power of blessing upon everyone. A terrifying storm of golden lightning raged within the pagoda, causing the watertight pagoda to expand like a balloon before cracking under the immense pressure. Crack! Hong Do trembled when he heard this abnormal sound. He looked toward the expanding Pearl Pagoda as golden cracks began to spread over the structure of the pagoda like spider webs, causing a terrifying power to leak out from within. Hong Do stared with wide eyes at the Pearl Pagoda. He suddenly felt like he was holding a bomb on the verge of exploding. Team leader, there's something wrong with the pagoda, he yelled and immediately tossed the pagoda at Huang Shan like a hot potato. Huang Shan's attention was focused entirely on the python, and when he turned to face Hong Do, he was greeted by the sight of the Pearl Pagoda, which had been tossed at him. Cracks had spread all over the Pearl Pagoda, and a devastating power began to burst through. Hong Do, I will fucking kill you. Those were Huang Shan's last words. The Pearl Pagoda exploded. Golden lightning exploded like an atomic bomb, annihilating everything around the pagoda. A huge crater appeared on the ground below them as a mushroom cloud flashing with lightning rose into the air. The length of time that August's holy redemption technique could keep them dematerialized was very limited. After the Pearl Pagoda was destroyed, his technique also lost its effect. Their bodies materialized once again. Then, they were all pounded by the shock waves of the explosion. Although much of the explosive energy had already dissipated, the power of the shock waves was still terrifying. All 6 of them were ruthlessly blasted back, and Lin was spitting blood as he crashed to the floor. Clouds of smoke and dust billowed around them, and howls of grief and anguish reverberated in the air. A cool breeze blew over and swept away the smoke and dust. A gigantic circular pit floated into appearance. And Lin was near the edge of the pit, and he stood up with great difficulty. He was on high alert as he scoured his surroundings. There were still members of the Hall of Creation nearby, and he absolutely couldn't let his guard down. Shirley held the unconscious August in her arms, and a white glow radiated from her hands, healing his external wounds. Half kneeling in the center of the pit was a golden creature whose eyes were flashing with arcs of electricity. Its smoking body trembled, and it panted heavily as golden blood seeped from its skin. Seeing this creature, and Lin tensed up and instantly drew his evil-slaying sword. In front of him was the Hall of Creation's head representative, Huang Shan. Luckily, I had a protective spirit tool. Otherwise, I really would have been eliminated from this battle. Cough, cough. After he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, Huang Shan's chilly gaze turned toward a certain direction. Collapsed on the floor, there was a rock golem. Whoosh! Becoming an arc of golden lightning, Huang Shan instantly appeared next to Hong Do. Then he kicked him viciously. Boom! Hong Do howled in anguish as his gigantic body was kicked into the sky. Glancing into the sky, Huang Shan once again dashed over. Drawing a chilly trajectory, the charred black giant swallow also flew into the sky. Enlin, Wang Xuanzhan yelled, "Don't let them escape." Enlin suddenly came to a realization. It looked as if Huang Shan was blasting its teammate. However, it was actually trying to seize this opportunity to escape. As he jumped on his brick and chased after Dong Yen, he turned to glance at Wang Xuanzhan. However, he found that Wang Xuanzhan was battling a powerful python and was unable to disengage. You want me to chase after the three of them by myself?" And Lin grimaced in bewilderment. "Are you sure that this isn't seeking death?" It was a pity, though, that no one replied to his question. What he received in reply was a golden bolt of lightning which struck over from the distance. Boom! In this moment of imminent danger, he raised his brick before him and blocked the sudden attack. The explosion of the lightning halted the momentum of his brick. And Lin poked his head out only to discover hundreds of ice blades shooting toward him. He instantly ducked down and continued to hide behind his brick. The ice blades clanged heavily against his brick, and a cold chill swept through the surroundings. This icy chill caused Enlin to shiver uncontrollably. Fuck! How the hell am I supposed to chase after them now? Final spark. Right at this moment, a scorching pink beam flashed past Enlin's body. Boom! The miserable shriek of the giant swallow sounded from the distance. Hey! The beauty has come to save the beast. Lu Qianhuan flew atop her six-feathered staff, and her pink shoulder-length hair fluttered in the wind. A beaming smile stretched across her pretty and delicate face. And Lin was heartbroken that he was referred to as a beast. He didn't look at Lu Qianhuan. Instead, he looked toward the direction of the fleeing Dong Yen. Disregarding their other qualities, the representatives of the Hall of Creation were definitely top-notch in the art of escaping. Even though she was struck by the final spark, Dong Yen still flew like the wind, disappearing from their view in no time. "Let's go. We'll let them off the hook this time." Lu Qianhuan waved her hands and said, "Let's help Wang Xuanzhan deal with that python first." Seeing the representatives of the Hall of Creation fleeing so quickly, she didn't feel like chasing after them anymore. Witnessing the Garden of Eden and Heavenly Court's representatives work together to break free, the atmosphere on the Blue Sky Plaza once again reached a fever pitch. God and has finally displayed his prowess again. No matter how many times I see it, I'm stunned by his nuclear lightning fist every single time. August was also amazing. Both of them played a critical role in this pagoda-breaking operation. Haha! Look at the representatives of the Hall of Creation. They've eaten their own bitter fruit this time. Seeing that the explosion of the Pearl Pagoda had injured the representatives of the Hall of Creation, the spectators all clapped their hands in glee. It's a shame they escaped, though. Hong Do came here to act cute. What difference will it make if they hang around a little longer? They're going to be last anyway. Compared to the excitement of the Heavenly Court students and the Light Wing Clan's members, the members of the Hall of Creation were feeling much worse. After great amounts of effort, they had finally entrapped the representatives of two other forces and laid down the foundation for their victory. To their surprise, though, the Garden of Eden and Heavenly Court mounted a stunning joint assault. Not only did they break free from the Pearl Pagoda, they even snatched away the Holy Grail, which was right at their fingertips. The Lion King angrily slammed the table. "Hong Do, that stupid cunt." The Lion King was extremely frustrated at how things had progressed, yet did not know who to blame. So, he chose to vent his anger off on Hong Do. Amidst the Zhonglong mountain ranges, the fleeing Hong Do felt a chill shoot down his spine. Then he involuntarily sneezed. Turning his head and looking behind him, he found that Huang Shan was staring at him with a chilly expression. "Hong Do." Huang Shan put on a fake smile. "Hee. Hong Do, I'll settle the score with you later." Hong Do shivered when he heard this. His huge body shrank back like a little rabbit, and tears started brimming in his eyes. He could envision just how sorry a situation he would be plunged into later. Elsewhere on the battlefield, an intense battle was underway. As the flame python slithered around, powerful firestorms and flame tornadoes swept through the surroundings. The blistering heat of the flames was so intense that even the soil on the ground started to blacken and melt. Wang Xuanzhan instantly cast a defensive water sphere. Rather than retreating, he instead advanced toward the firestorms. Electricity crackled around his silver spear as he burst through the flames, and it smashed down toward the python like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The flame python was extremely agile, and surprisingly, it was able to dodge Wang Xuanzhan's strike. Right at this instant, however, a golden arrow cut through the air. It exploded through the sound barrier and with a speed of several Mach, pierced through the python's skull. Splash! A fountain of blood spurted out, and the python hissed in anguish. Light binding! Lu Qianhuan waved her six-feathered staff, and a halo of light which possessed powerful restrictive abilities appeared around the python. Lucent singularity, final spark. Devastating rays continued to flash upon her staff, and both the ball of light and laser beam she cast hurtled toward the python's head. The ball of light exploded on the python's head and caused it to become slightly dizzy. The laser beam crashed into it immediately afterward, its devastating power almost penetrating through the python's head. Hiss! The python let out a wretched hiss, and its entire body started to turn a deep shade of red. Right at this moment, and Lin leaped down from his flying brick. Mountain-quaking lightning fist. Roaring with lightning, a golden fist descended from the skies and crashed into the python's head. Boom! The python's head received another devastating strike, and it was driven into the earth. Lightning teeth. His body once again becoming a streak of lightning, Wang Xuanzhan materialized above the python. His body was covered in scales, and the power of his bloodline had been fully activated. Like the sharp canine of a lightning dragon, his spear tore toward the python's throat. Tear! The python's gigantic head was cleanly sliced off by Wang Xuanzhan's spear. Crimson blood fountained out and formed a cloud of blood mist. Congratulations! Heavenly Court has received a point. A sound once again reverberated across the skies. Once the battle ended, Wang Xuanzhan retrieved the Holy Grail and tossed it toward Lu Qianhuan. Then, he turned to Arthur and said gratefully, "Thank you." The arrow just then had helped them a great deal. It was none other than Arthur who had picked out an opportunity to fire this arrow. Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. Together with Shirley, he supported August in his arms and flew off toward the distance. Gazing at their disappearing figures, and Lin sighed with emotion. Working together with them was absolutely amazing. They even assisted them with attacks just then. How could he harden his heart to attack them the next time they met? The veined patterns on this Holy Grail are different from those on the Holy Grail we obtained before. It seems like a completely new system which is independent of what we've seen before. Lu Qianhuan spoke slowly as she ran her hands over the Holy Grail. Is there some special meaning behind these veined patterns? And Lin took an energy-restoring pill and asked in curiosity. I feel like I'll be able to discover the pattern if we obtain a few more Holy Grails. Lu Qianhuan grinned. Hehe. If we obtain a few more Holy Grails, then we'll be ranked first in total score anyway. At that time, what difference will it make whether you discover the pattern or not? And Lin shrugged and continued walking forward with Wang Xuanzhan, not looking at Lu Qianhuan, who was pouting because of what he said. Out of the 9 Holy Grails, 3 had already been seized. The whereabouts of the remaining 6 were still a mystery. The 3 of them wandered aimlessly around the Zhonglong mountain ranges. The sun gradually set and the sky glowed softly with the color of dusk. And Lin caught a marmot overlord. This marmot reached his waist in height, and its voice was especially loud and clear. This meat was also delicious and tender. And Lin had roasted this marmot, and its meat was especially crispy and flavorsome. Lu Qianhuan and Wang Xuanzhan were both full of praise as they devoured it. As there was no takeaway, the tens of thousands of spectators on Blue Sky Plaza could only take fasting pills to sate their hunger. Seeing the marmot on the crystal screen, they were filled with envy and jealousy. After devouring the marmot, the 3 of them continued on their journey. Now was a critical time in the battle for the Holy Grails, so they decided not to rest at night. Instead, they decided to continue searching for the Holy Grails. Huh? Guys, check out that side. Lu Qianhuan pointed to the east and exclaimed, "It seems like there's a fire burning over there," and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan's expressions became stern. Looking toward the east, they could vaguely discern a glimmer of light. "Let's go and check it out." Wang Xuanzhan impatiently ran toward the direction of the light. Although they ran quickly, the three of them still tried their best to suppress their auras. After all, it was extremely likely that the representatives of another force were situated at where they were heading to right now. Haidodama 1. As they were nearing the source of light, and Lin realized that these balls of fires burned a blue color. These flames burned slowly and floated gently in midair, appearing silent and sinister. "Hang on. These flames are abnormal." Wang Xuanzhan was startled, and he shouted in panic, "Be careful, guys!" Right as he shouted this, numerous balls of blue fire slowly rose from the floor and encircled them. Hundreds upon thousands of blue flames burned silently around them. Although these flames didn't burn fiercely, their weight in numbers still made one feel unease and apprehension. "Hee hee, come play with me." A child's voice suddenly traveled into their ears. This voice sounded distant and hazy, yet also sounded as if it was whispered right next to their ears. It made their skin crawl with goosebumps. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. A crimson skeleton walked over and appeared in their field of vision. Seeing this skeleton, and Lin's eyes widened. This skeleton reached his waist in height and its bones were thick, making it appear like a fatty. Its head was also just a skull, yet it had a pair of round and innocent eyes. In all honesty, and Lin would have preferred that the eye sockets of this skull remain empty. With a pair of sparkling eyes in its skull, this skeleton appeared especially uncanny. Moreover, sitting on this skeleton's head like an imperial crown was a silver holy grail. Thousands of Haidodama floated up and down like the rising and falling of waves. They even let out giggling sounds, making them appear extremely terrifying and eerie. "Hee hee, come play with me." The short and fat red skeleton's distant and hazy voice once again sounded. "Sure, come play League of Valor with me." A pink-haired girl held her phone up and cheerily invited the red skeleton over. Silence suddenly fell around them. Wang Xuanzhan and Lin, short and fat skeleton. After a moment of deep contemplation, the skeleton took out a mirror and checked itself out. Afterward, it straightened the imperial crown on its head and noticed that it was indeed quite frightening. "You asked us to play with you? Are you going to play or not?" Lu Qianhuan had a look of discontent. A dazed expression once again appeared in the short and fat skeleton's vivid eyes. "What are we going to play?" "League of Valor, of course. Best of 3. Lu Qianhuan took out 2 mobile phones and chuckled giddily. "If I win, you have to give me the Holy Grail on your head." The short and fat skeleton blinked as it stared at the mobile phone. "Is this a new type of toy? How about if you lose?" Lu Qianhuan chuckled coldly, and a look of scorn spread across her pretty and delicate face. "What a joke. Me? Lose?" Hearing this, the short and fat skeleton was dazed once again, and the surrounding Haidodama suddenly started to burn brighter and more intensely. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan both tensed up. As expected, they could only settle this through a battle. "Very well." The skeleton laughed heartily. "You've successfully ignited my flames of competitiveness. Watch how I crush you to tears. Hurry up and tell this king the rules." "And Lin?" Wang Xuanzhan. "Heh, no problem," Lu Qianhuan said confidently. "I can even let you practice a few times after telling you the rules, so as to avoid you saying that I'm bullying the weak." Just like that, the short and fat skeleton and Lu Qianhuan both squatted on the floor. They each had a mobile phone in their hands, and Lu Qianhuan started teaching the skeleton how to play. Exchanging a glance, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan both saw the look of utter disbelief on each other's faces. "Holy fuck, you can fucking do this." This skeleton actually agreed to such an unfair competition. Is it brainless? And Lin suddenly came to a realization. Oh, it seems to have a skull head. It really is brainless. This toy is very interesting. I understand it now. A sharp look appeared in the skeleton's eyes, and it started playing League of Valor with great interest. After playing a few matches with the AI, it instantly felt like it was invincible at this game. Brimming with confidence, the skeleton challenged Lu Qianhuan to battle, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan were speechless as they watched this unfold. They sat at the side and didn't feel like saying anything. The end result was easily predictable. A match between a noob and a hacker could only end in crushing defeat for the noob. 1-0. I don't accept this. How are you so powerful? Staring at the large defeat spread across its screen, the skeleton gripped its phone tightly, an unyielding look on its face. No, I can definitely beat you. The difference between us isn't very great. The skeleton sucked in a deep breath and started the second match. And Lin grimaced. One player was killed a whopping 30 times and one player wasn't even killed once. What the fuck do you mean the difference isn't great? 2-0. The short, fat skeleton stared dazedly at the massive defeat emblazoned across its screen, unable to recover from its shock. After a moment, it stammered, "S so powerful." Lu Qianhuan extended her slender hand toward the skeleton, her purple eyes vivid and charming. Come on, cough it up, A look of conflict flashed through the skeleton's eyes. In the end, however, it still removed the silver holy grail from its head and handed it over to Lu Qianhuan with shaking hands. I am a good loser, it said sincerely. Here, take it. Lu Qianhuan accepted the holy grail in satisfaction. However, Vice Principal Yu Hua's voice didn't sound from the skies. Huh? Is this method illegal? She frowned and looked toward the sky. On Blue Sky Plaza, Vice Principal Yu Hua was stupefied as he stared at the crystal screen. He had forgotten to announce the results because he truly was stunned. Only one thought roared through his mind. Holy fuck, you can fucking do this. The spectating members of the four forces also forgot to grumble as they stared dazedly at the scenes unfolding on the crystal screen. Only one thought roared through their minds. Holy fuck, you can fucking do this. Ah, I won this holy grail using my own powers. Why can't I get points for it? Lu Qianhuan raised her head and looked toward the sky. She knew that Vice Principal Yu Hua was watching, so she raised this question loudly with a look of discontent on her face. Hearing this voice, Vice Principal Yu Hua finally came to his senses. He sucked in a deep breath. Congratulations! Heavenly Court has received 2 points. His voice was extremely loud and clear, and it reverberated around the entire Blue Sky Plaza and Zhonglong mountain ranges. Hearing this announcement, the tens of thousands of spectators all shuddered. An expression of profound respect and awe surfaced on their faces as they looked at the female on the screen. A web addict who knows how to hack is truly terrifying. Seeing that the spectators were still caught in a daze, Vice Principal Yu Hua announced loudly, out of the 3 silver rank war demons, only the blood skeleton has the mind of a child. The representatives for the Heavenly Court didn't choose to fight recklessly. Rather, they chose to target the fragile mind of the blood skeleton. They tempted and deluded it with a game and eventually caused the blood skeleton to walk down the fateful path of game addiction. There are many things in this world which don't necessarily have to be solved through force. If one targets the enemy's weak points, they may be able to achieve victory even if they don't use a single bit of force. In this battle, the representatives of the Heavenly Court demonstrated this point perfectly. Vice Principal Yu Hua's words reverberated around the entire Blue Sky Plaza. His explanations were resounding and well-founded, and he had praised the Heavenly Court's representatives to the sky. The members of the other forces had a nagging feeling that something was off, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. On the other hand, the tens of thousands of Heavenly Court students all exclaimed in sudden realization when they heard Vice Principal Yu Hua's words. So that's how it was. No wonder it felt so weird seeing that red skeleton playing with a phone. So it turns out that it only has the mind of a child. Right after meeting the skeleton, the 3 of them were able to identify its weakness and formulate a perfect plan. Such frightening observation skill and reaction speed. Goddess Lu has crushed the blood skeleton and once again made a massive contribution. The three of them were calm in the face of danger and courageous when making their decision. They've brought great pride upon our heavenly court. Amidst the Zhonglong mountain ranges, and Lin and the others were completely oblivious to the praise being heaped upon them by their fellow students. Hearing that they received another 2 points, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan both felt like they were living in a dream. They could obtain holy grails through playing games? What the hell was this? Meanwhile, Lu Qianhuan felt that this was only right. After all, she had relied on her own abilities to cheat and win. It was only natural that she received a silver holy grail for her efforts. You've already lost, Lu Qianhuan said as she looked toward the blood skeleton. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave now. Don't leave. Let's play a few more games. I can definitely beat you. There was a stubborn look in the blood skeleton's eyes. Lu Qianhuan pursed her lips. But you've got nothing else of value to lose to me. I'm very busy right now, so I don't have time to entertain battles which have no stakes. The blood skeleton was dismayed upon hearing this. Looking at the crimson defeat splayed out across its screen, it fell deep into thought. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan both raised their guards, secretly preparing against any sudden attacks from the blood skeleton. I still have information which I can divulge to you, the blood skeleton stammered after a moment of silence. Apart from the golden holy grail, I can divulge the locations of all the other holy grails to you. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan both drew in a sharp breath, and they looked at the skeleton in utter disbelief. Holy fuck, he's selling out his teammates just like that? And he's selling them out so readily? Lu Qianhuan was also a bit surprised as she looked toward the skeleton. You can seriously divulge the locations of the other holy grails? She asked incredulously. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? The queen has been teaching me to be an honest child who doesn't tell fibs. I'm only a child, and it's wrong for me to tell fibs. Saying this, the blood skeleton raised its index fingers and poked at its cheeks. This was an extremely disturbing attempt to act cute. Moreover, even if I tell you guys the locations of the holy grails, you guys may not be powerful enough to obtain them anyway, the blood skeleton added. Lu Qianhuan was skeptical as she accepted the blood skeleton's challenge to battle. This time, she would receive the location of one holy grail for every 2 games she won. Just as it wished, the blood skeleton was able to compete with Lu Qianhuan once again. 2 hours later, the blood skeleton had nothing left to lose. Short and fat blood skeleton. After being ravaged game after game, the skeleton finally became aware of the gulf in their skills. It was like the earth and she was like the heavens, it was like a firefly and she was like the sun. The massive difference in their skills made the blood skeleton feel great despair. Disheartened, its eyes became dull and lifeless. After taking a moment to recover, the blood skeleton said in low spirits, the blue-winged bone dragon roams around White Tree Plateau, which is located in the northwestern region of the Zhonglong mountain ranges. The wind and thunder Geminis can be found near Blackpool Lake in the eastern region of the Zhonglong mountain ranges. One after another, the blood skeleton guiltlessly revealed to them the locations of the holy grails, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan gave up on grumbling and sighing with shock. Instead, they started to record this valuable information enthusiastically. Without a doubt, knowing the general whereabouts of the holy grails would provide them with a huge advantage. Not needing to slowly hunt for the holy grails anymore, it could be said that victory was already in the bag. Lu Qianhuan was very happy to see the blood skeleton keeping its promise, so she gifted it a phone. Here, keep this phone, it's solar-powered. When you have time, practice more with the AI. We'll play again if the opportunity arises. The short and fat skeleton trembled as it held the phone in its hands. Thank you so much, sister, it stammered. I'll try my best. I'll definitely defeat you next time we meet. This is the first time someone's gifted me a toy. The skeleton was so touched that it was even sobbing as it spoke. The blood skeleton was deeply moved, and it hugged the phone like it was its favorite toy. There was a look of gratitude in its eyes as it looked towards Lu Qianhuan. This expression appeared adorable yet frightening. Lu Qianhuan smiled faintly and remained largely indifferent to all this. It was only a mobile phone after all. She had wanted to swap out this iPhone 8 ages ago. Sure enough, the Oppo R12 was more suited to her tastes. Just like that, Lu Qianhuan and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan were farewelled by the blood skeleton and the thousands of blue flames. The three of them soared into the skies and continued on their journey. On Blue Sky Plaza, the spectators once again descended into silence. The tens of thousands of students were stunned as they watched Lin and the others being cheerily farewelled by the blood skeleton. They were shocked speechless. The members of the remaining three forces all looked at Vice Principal Yu Hua coldly. It was as if they were questioning, "This skeleton isn't a fucking agent working for the Heavenly Court, is it?" Vice Principal Yu Hua grimaced as he tried to think up an explanation. After a moment, he explained with a pained expression, "The spiritual beings which reside in the Zhonglong mountain ranges are all creations born from the interaction between the Dragon Artery and Ling Huang Holy Grail. The character and temperament of these war demons are all different and unique. Judging by the circumstances, I can only say that the representatives of the Heavenly Court exploited their enemy's weakness in character to the extreme." This explanation made quite a bit of sense. At the very least, the students of the Heavenly Court accepted it. Occasionally, remarks such as "save the world through playing games" could be heard. However, these remarks didn't elicit any overly intense reactions. As for the remaining three forces, they didn't buy this explanation at all. They all looked at Vice Principal Yu Hua as if he was blatantly covering something up. Yu Hua felt extremely aggrieved. He had never come across such strange occurrences before. However, they just happened to bizarrely transpire now. He knew that explaining any further would be pointless, so he continued to spectate the battles with an aggrieved expression on his face. At Blackpool Lake, the three representatives of the Hall of Creation bumped into the Wind and Thunder Geminis. An intense battle finally erupted. Blackpool Lake. Dark clouds covered the sky and neither moon nor stars could be seen. Bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky. They gathered without dissipating, and a large region of the earth was transformed into a pool of lightning. The howling winds were biting cold, and they were like sharp blades as they lashed through this region. Fallen leaves drifted over from the distance, and they were instantly cut to shreds when they came into contact with this wind. Boom! Appearing like a golden lighting dragon, a figure which was shrouded in golden lightning dashed forward. It broke through the wind blades and lightning pool and pounced toward a pitch-black male. Lightning sword. The male clutched at the void, bringing with it a raging might. A blue lightning sword slashed down toward the golden lightning dragon. There was an ear-splitting rumble as the golden lightning dragon collided with the blue lightning sword. The two entirely different lightning clashed and tore at each other. Like pouring rain, the thunderclouds and lightning in the sky crashed down toward the golden lightning dragon, causing it to falter momentarily. At this moment, the blue lightning sword ripped apart the golden lightning dragon and cut toward the golden figure behind it. This golden figure was none other than Huang Shan. Huang Shan didn't dodge or evade, and the blue lightning sword tore a gaping wound into his body, sending a stream of blood spurting out. Whoosh! Huang Shan transformed into a streak of lightning and arced backward in retreat. Meanwhile, Dong Yen and Hong Do made a mad dash forward. Suspended in the air not far before them was a silver holy grail which was radiating with a soft glow. That was right. The holy grail here wasn't worn on the war demon's head. Instead, it was suspended in the air. You weaklings want to snatch our holy grail with that meager strength of yours? Like a burst of wind, a silvery white male was upon them in an instant. He struck at the void toward Dong Yen and Hong Do. A tremendous wind pressure crushed down from the skies, causing the ground within a 100-foot radius to completely cave in. Dong Yen and Hong Do were unable to dodge this sweeping attack, and their bodies were pounded into the earth. Retreat! At this moment, Huang Shan suddenly roared. A dense cloud of terrifying lightning chased behind Huang Shan as he sprinted away from his opponent. Chaotic frost. Dong Yen spread its wings and a snowstorm suddenly swept into emergence around this giant swallow. The snowstorm materialized into countless frost swords and shot into the surroundings. The silvery white male casually swiped his hand and hundreds of frost swords were shattered by his wind blades. At this moment, Dong Yen and Hong Do had already retreated and were fleeing into the distance. The speed at which you guys flee is fairly quick, the silvery white male mocked. Looking at it from this point of view, you guys do indeed have some redeeming qualities. Huang Shan, Hong Do, and Dong Yen only stopped fleeing after leaving the region of wind and lightning. After seeing that the wind and thunder Geminis hadn't chased after them, they stopped where they were and started gasping heavily for breath. Phew, they're way too fucking strong. Hong Do lamented in despair. There's no way we can beat them. In terms of speed, the wind and thunder Geminis were evenly matched with Huang Shan. In terms of destructive power, the wind and thunder Geminis were more so far stronger than the three of them combined. It could be said that apart from having an advantage in numbers, there was nothing else that they had an advantage in. What's more, there's a restrictive spell formation near that Holy Grail. Even if we break through the wind and thunder Gemini's defenses, we still need a considerable amount of time to crack open that spell formation. Dong Yen also appeared depressed and low-spirited as it spoke. During the battle just then, it had dashed toward the Holy Grail at full speed. Unexpectedly, though, it crashed headfirst into the spell formation and almost crushed itself to death. Hearing this, Huang Shan sighed heavily. A look of unwillingness appeared on his face as he looked toward the region of wind and lightning. Just as the three of them were at a loss for what to do, a voice suddenly sounded. Are these benefactors interested in cooperating with us? A monk with finely chiseled features spoke in a warm and gentle voice as he slowly walked over. These newcomers were none other than the Buddhist kingdoms Qingji and Xianxia. The one who offered was naturally their head representative, Qingji. Huang Shan was slightly taken aback. Then he asked, "So you're suggesting that our forces work together to snatch the Silver Holy Grail? But there's only one Holy Grail. How are we going to decide who gets it? If both forces were focused on snatching the Holy Grail for themselves, then it was without a doubt that they would hold back their full strength. At that time, there would be a very real possibility that no one would be willing to spearhead the attack. The Silver Holy Grail would be yours. This humble monk knows the location of a blue-winged bone dragon. When the time comes, I simply need my benefactors to help us snatch that Iron Holy Grail." Hearing this, the expressions of the Hall of Creation's three representatives eased. To them, this transaction was not detrimental. Only two members of the Buddhist kingdom were here to help. Thus, aiding them in snatching an Iron Holy Grail was only fair and reasonable. The representatives of the Hall of Creation didn't think for long before quickly accepting the monk's offer. Just like that, the two forces started discussing how to work together to snatch this Silver Holy Grail. Meanwhile, Enlin and the others were flying toward the eastern region of the Zhonglong mountain ranges. After learning the locations of the Holy Grails, they stopped wandering around aimlessly. Right now, they were full of vigor as they flew quickly toward their destination. There seems to be lightning flashing about in the distance. It's most likely that place. Wang Xuanzhan's battle intent surged. Iron Holy Grails were already unable to sate his appetite. Only battling for Silver Holy Grails could fire him up. Whoosh! The three of them flew even quicker, afraid that some other force might snatch away the Holy Grail before them. Right now, thunder and lightning boomed in the region of wind and lightning. Powerful and dazzling blade projections flashed from Dong Yan's wings as it charged toward Thunder Gemini. Thunder Gemini, who could manipulate lightning, should have been able to deal with Dong Yan's attacks easily. Unexpectedly, though, Xianxia, a monk well-versed in the art of restrictive spell formations, suddenly appeared. Possessing within them powerful restrictive abilities, streams of golden symbols burst from Xianxia's palms. These symbols were surprisingly able to hold Thunder Gemini back momentarily. As a result, Thunder Gemini was unable to take Dong Yen and Xianxia down quickly. Nearby, Wind Gemini, who was floating in midair, was trapped by a spell formation formed by Qingji's Buddhist prayer beads. Hong Do transformed into a gigantic rock golem 100 feet in height and fiercely swiped his thick and sturdy hands at Wind Gemini. Boom! Wind Gemini was pounded into the ground by Hong Do's massive palms, and the ground cracked open from the devastating impact. In the instant that the Wind and Thunder Geminis were trapped, like a piercing sword, a figure transformed into a golden streak of lightning as it broke through the wind and lightning formations and dashed toward the Silver Holy Grail. The restrictive spell formation around the Silver Holy Grail suddenly erupted, releasing an even more violent and powerful wind barrier. Blinding arcs of lightning also flashed within the raging winds, restricting Huang Shan from breaking through. Huang Shan didn't choose to slowly undo the spell formation protecting the Holy Grail. Instead, he chose to ram his way through this spell formation. Divine lightning of the Emperor! Huang Shan roared loudly, and an even more intense golden lightning crackled into appearance around his body. The golden lightning swept outwards in a circular path, and the blue lightning surrounding Huang Shan faltered momentarily in this instant. Then, as if it was terrified, the blue lightning started twisting and distorting around the path of the golden lightning. The wind barrier of the wind formation also started to split and crack open under the fearsome assault of the golden lightning. Huang Shan roared as he exerted his full strength and tried to break through the wind formation in one go. At this instant, a spear tore through his lightning domain like an azure dragon and viciously stabbed toward him. Huang Shan's pupils constricted, and a cold chill rose from his heart. It wasn't the Wind or Thunder Gemini who attacked him. It was the Heavenly Court's Wang Xuanzhan. Wang Xuanzhan! Huang Shan roared angrily and glowered at the male who suddenly attacked him. Who wouldn't flare up in rage if someone tried to steal their spoils of battle just as they were about to succeed? At this moment, an azure dragon projection floated from Wang Xuanzhan's spear and pierced into Huang Shan's lower abdomen. Thrusting his spear as he charged forward, Wang Xuanzhan pushed Huang Shan thousands of feet back. "And Lin, hurry up." "Got it." And Lin descended on his brick, and his eyes became a snowy white. Divine inspection technique. Instantly, the structural makeup and flaws of the restrictive spell formation all appeared in his eyes. "Trying to snatch our Holy Grail? No way." A thunderous roar boomed in the distance. It wasn't Huang Shan who roared this. Rather, it was Thunder Gemini who had broken free from Xianxia and Dong Yen. Mysterious sword of 1,000 lightning. Thunder Gemini's body flickered as he moved, and the thunderclouds in the sky started to furiously swarm together, each bringing with them an astounding might. Thousands of lightning swords fiercely stabbed down toward Lin. Boom! The lightning swords blotted out the heavens, and they poured down like torrential rain. If ordinary cultivators of the spirit-nurturing stage saw this extraordinary scene, they would perhaps become weak at the knees in fright. And Lin, however, remained calm and indifferent. He extended a finger and tapped at the void. The thousands of lightning swords suddenly froze. Even the booming thunder softened into a quiet rumble. Silence suddenly descended upon heaven and earth. Lightning manipulation technique. Have it back. And Lin swiped his finger and all the lightning swords started to tremble. Then, they broke free from Thunder Gemini's control and changed direction in midair, becoming tens of thousands of bolts of arcing electricity as they pierced back toward him. What's going on? This was the first time that Thunder Gemini had lost control over his own lightning and had it arc back to attack him instead. The sight of this had him in great shock. However, Thunder Gemini quickly came to his senses. He immediately formed a circular lightning shield and raised it to block the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts rained down upon him, and he was instantly drowned in a sea of crackling lightning. At this moment, Wind Gemini broke free from Qingji and Hong Do's attacks. He ignored their pursuit and instead dashed toward Lin. He knew that Lin was the person they needed to deal with first. A halo of light descended from the skies and snared the pouncing Wind Gemini. At almost exactly the same moment, a white beam of energy streaked toward his chest. Boom! Wind Gemini was caught off guard, and the powerful beam of energy exploded on his chest, causing him to spit blood as he was sent reeling back. "And Lin, we don't have much time." Lu Qianhuan let out a soft cry and charged toward the retreating Wind Gemini on her six-feathered staff. And Lin knew that time was running out. He activated his divine inspection technique again and started searching for flaws in the spell formation which protected the Silver Holy Grail. Here it is. He flicked his finger and a burst of energy struck at the void somewhere above the Holy Grail. Crack. Fractures appeared in the wind barrier as it shattered, and the defensive lightning flashing amidst the winds also started to slowly vanish. And Lin smiled faintly. I'll kindly accept this Holy Grail. Just as he grabbed toward the Silver Holy Grail, a golden palm projection viciously swatted toward him. There's no way you're going to snatch away our Holy Grail, a monk with finely chiseled features shouted. Without any hesitation, he launched an attack on Enlin. This monk was the Buddhist kingdom's head representative, Qingji, and his attack was not something to be scoffed at. His golden palm projection was swift and violent, and this attack gave Enlin little time to react. All he could do was reply with a mountain-quaking fist. Boom! The golden palm projection brought with it a vast and mighty Buddhist halo as it collided with Enlin's mountain-quaking fist. This palm projection contained within it the exquisite principles of Buddhism. Coupled with Qingji's cultivation base of half-step soul formation stage, the power that this palm possessed was extremely terrifying. Enlin's golden fist could barely hold up for a second before it was completely obliterated by this golden palm projection. Without losing its momentum, this golden palm projection smashed into Enlin's chest. The massive force of this strike blew him back hundreds of meters, and he felt as if his body was about to break up and fall apart. Lu Qianhuan was surprised and angry when she saw Qingji disengage from the battle with Wind Gemini. After she saw him blasting Enlin back, she became even more worked up. She completely ignored Wind Gemini and dashed toward the Holy Grail. Seeing this, Wind Gemini also gave up on scuffling with Lu Qianhuan. His duty was to guard the Holy Grail, so his priority right now was to eliminate Qingji. Thunder Gemini had just recovered from being bombarded by thousands of lightning swords. Lightning snaked around his body, and he became a streak of lightning as he also bolted toward Qingji. Seeing Lu Qianhuan and the Wind and Thunder Geminis aggressively charge toward him, Qingji became numb with fear. If he didn't snatch the Holy Grail now, then there would be no more opportunities for him to do so. Without any further hesitation, he grabbed the Holy Grail and dashed toward Huang Shan's location. They could immediately leave this region of wind and thunder once he handed this Holy Grail over to Huang Shan. Catch! Qingji tossed the Holy Grail toward Huang Shan, who was 1,000 feet from him. Huang Shan's speed was unmatched by anyone else present on this battlefield. Seeing the Holy Grail flying over now, a look of delight spread across his face. Congratulations! The Buddhist kingdom has received 2 points. At this moment, a dignified and majestic voice suddenly resounded across the skies. Enlin, Qingji, Huang Shan, Dong. The silver Holy Grail smashed into Huang Shan's head, then clunked down onto the floor. Huang Shan was paralyzed to the spot in shock, as if he was still trying to process the message which boomed down from the skies. Almost everyone in the region of wind and lightning fell into a daze. This news came way too suddenly, and Lin quickly came to his senses. That was right. The ownership of the Holy Grail wasn't determined based on who was in possession of the Holy Grail. Rather, it was determined based on which person touched the Holy Grail first. The first person to touch the Holy Grail would earn points for the force they belonged to. By the looks of it, the representatives of the Buddhist kingdom had wanted to help the representatives of the Hall of Creation snatch this silver Holy Grail. However, the way that things panned out really did make one feel a slight sense of melancholy. This ending was unexpected yet reasonable. And Lin and the others had complicated expressions on their faces, and there was a hint of sympathy in their eyes as they looked toward Huang Shan. Qingji slapped his head in realization. Then, he put his palms together and said apologetically, Amitba, I'm so sorry. This humble monk was far too careless in his actions. I really didn't do it on purpose. His apology sounded genuine, and even the apologetic look on his face was sincere and convincing. He truly didn't do it on purpose. However, just because it wasn't on purpose, it didn't mean he could do this. Huang Shan bent down and picked up the silver Holy Grail. His eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't know whether to feel angry or sad, realizing that the reward for all his efforts and hard work had been reaped by others. He was overcome with sadness, a look of anguish in his eyes. He eventually managed to stammer a few words in grief and indignation. "Why, you guys are bullying us." Blue Sky Plaza. The members of the Hall of Creation all wore dark expressions on their faces as they glowered toward the Buddhist Kingdom camp. Meanwhile, the Buddhist Kingdom members were bewailing, "Amitabha, praise be, praise be." This infuriated the Hall of Creation entourage, and they almost vomited blood in anger. The students of the Heavenly Court remained relatively calm throughout all this. Although Enlin and the others didn't obtain the Holy Grail, they had come to interfere and steal anyway. If they successfully snatched the Holy Grail, then that would be their good fortune. If they failed to snatch the Holy Grail, then they would accept it calmly and wouldn't feel too hung up about it. As for the cooperation between the Buddhist Kingdom and Hall of Creation, they had seen it all play out loud and clear. In the end, the Buddhist Kingdom mysteriously became the biggest winner. Qingji had acted in desperation, and his actions didn't really deserve any criticism. At most, one would slander him as scheming monk or brainless idiot. At the very least, it wouldn't result in him being condemned by everyone. The Hall of Creation was definitely feeling extremely distressed and frustrated. They were clearly first to discover the Silver Holy Grail and had even battled so hard in order to obtain it. In the end, however, the points had gone to the Buddhist Kingdom. Countless sympathetic gazes turned toward the crystal screen where it was showing Huang Shan, who was on the verge of a breakdown. Hong Do was unable to control his emotions, and he leaped toward Qingji in fury. "Stop! Benefactor Hong Do, please calm down. This humble monk can help you obtain iron holy grails." Seeing Hong Do charge over in rage, Qingji immediately made an offer to help. "Trade a silver holy grail for an iron holy grail. Do you think I'm retarded?" Crimson flames burst from Hong Do's body, and he was like a ball of fire as he leaped fiercely toward Qingji. "Ah, you really are a retard. He didn't say that he would only help you guys obtain one iron holy grail. Wouldn't everything be even if he helped you guys obtain a few more iron holy grails?" And Lin shook his head and started adding fuel to the fire. Hong Do faltered momentarily. Anger boiled in his chest, and he felt that he had to let this rage out. Thus, he charged toward Qingji even more ferociously. He was in an extremely bad mood right now and could only be pacified if he beat the shit out of the monk in front of him. Right at this moment, the wind and thunder Geminis suddenly ascended into the sky slowly. They put their palms together and started chanting in a bleak and distant voice. "The Holy Grail has been stolen. None of you can leave. Divine Wind and Thunder Extermination Formation. Activate. Divine Wind and Thunder Extermination Formation. Activate." Following the wind and thunder Gemini's roar, thick webs of lightning suddenly rose from the ground, covering an area of over 10,000 square feet. It was like a spherical barrier, and it trapped them all within it. Within this formation barrier, the howling winds and crackling bolts of lightning were dozens of times denser than before. All that could be heard was the furious booming of the wind and thunder. Hong Do was still in his giant form, and he was instantly struck by more than a dozen lightning bolts and wind blades. He howled in agony and immediately shrunk his body back to normal size. Fuse! The black and white Geminis suddenly pressed up against each other. Then, a blinding light shone brilliantly from their bodies. The intensity of this light caused everyone to squint their eyes. After the light disappeared, a terrifying aura started to expand outwards, causing them to involuntarily tremble in fear. And Lin looked up and saw that a male with yin-yang skin had appeared in the sky. There was a condescending look in his eyes as he swept his gaze across those below him on the ground. He stood atop the wind and clouds, and his body was bathed in a pool of flashing lightning. His eyes were piercing, and the lightning around him pulsated as he breathed. This all made him appear extremely powerful and otherworldly. The Holy Grail has been stolen. The energy gathered over the years by this spell formation can finally be released fully. In this region, I'm the ruler of all wind and lightning. Even cultivators of the soul formation stage will not be able to crack open this divine wind and thunder extermination formation. The black and white male had an air of calm and indifference as he stood proudly in the sky. His voice boomed, and it possessed an intimidating might as it reverberated through the skies. Boom! A streak of energy struck someplace in the void, and the wind and thunder formation suddenly started to tremor violently. Then, a crack appeared in the formation. As if they had anticipated this, and Lin, Wang Xuanzhan, and Lu Qinhuan quickly charged toward this crack. You guys really want to embarrass me? The black and white male's face twitched. However, his body moved much faster than he spoke. The black and white male was like a flash of lightning, and he appeared before Enlin in the blink of an eye. Then he instantly kicked at Enlin. The male knew that Enlin had the uncanny abilities to manipulate lightning and shatter spell formations. Thus, he decided to target Enlin first by choosing to battle with him using close combat. Claps of thunder roared in the sky, and the male's dazzling lightning kick gave Enlin little time to react. Enlin barely had time to raise his sword in defense before that crushing lightning kick landed on his sword. An indescribable force traveled through his sword and into his body, and the air surrounding him was ripped to shreds. The shock waves of the impact swept out thousands of feet. Pwah! Enlin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body crashed heavily into the floor, smashing out a massive pit. Enlin! Seeing this, Wang Xuanzhan instantly turned back and charged toward the black and white male who still planned on attacking Enlin. Meanwhile, Lu Qinhuan rushed toward the collapsed Enlin. She cast a prismatic barrier as she sped over, blocking out the blades of wind and bolts of lightning which swept toward her. Enlin picked himself up from the pit with great difficulty. His blood was churning, and he was still coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Enlin, are you okay? Lu Qinhuan dashed over anxiously. Enlin shook his head and laughed bitterly. I can still move. I just can't fight anymore. Saying this, he looked toward the black and white male with a lingering fear in his mind. He felt that the kick just then had almost taken his life, and he had expected that his defeat judgment seal would activate. Then, he looked toward where the crack in the formation had been. At this moment, it had already fully closed up. Divine inspection technique. His eyes became a snowy white as he continued to search for flaws and defects in the spell formation. It would be difficult to cause the spell formation to fully collapse, but forcefully opening up a crack was still doable. As he was searching for flaws in the spell formation, Wang Xuanzhan's anguished cry suddenly sounded from the skies. There was a flash of lightning and the black and white male once again appeared before Enlin. There was a mocking smile on his face and he chuckled. I said from the beginning, none of you can leave. Like before, the male kicked toward Enlin's chest. There was nothing fancy about this kick, but merely its speed and power could completely crush Enlin. However, Enlin was different from before now. His divine inspection technique was active, and he could see through the flaws of the male's attacks. No, even if he could see through it, his speed still wouldn't be able to keep up. First technique, Wind Sword. Relying on the first technique of his 6 strikes of the war god, Enlin momentarily drew on all the power within his body to raise his speed to a maximum. Then, he shifted his body and slashed backward. The lightning kick from the male scraped past his body. Shrouded in a white glow, his evil-slaying sword drew a deadly arc as it cut toward the male's neck. Seeing that Enlin was able to dodge his kick, the male was astonished. Then he felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, he leaped backward. Swoosh! The sword flashed over at an insane speed, yet the black and white male still managed to dodge it. Just as he dodged this sword strike, a white beam of energy which was shredding apart the earth blasted ferociously toward him. This was Lu Qinhuan's final spark. The timing of her attack was perfect, and the male had no chance of dodging it. The laser beam exploded on the male's chest, yet it only managed to push him back a few steps. His chest was scorched black and the sound armor fracturing could be heard. Wind armor. Lu Qinhuan was slightly taken aback, and she instantly yelled at Enlin, Run! The black and white male took her final spark head-on and barely suffered any damage at all. Now, fearsome lightning danced around his body, and he once again charged toward Enlin. Roar! Wang Xuanzhan leaped into the air and thrust his spear toward the black and white male viciously. The projection of an azure dragon formed behind him, and his spear tip was the harsh and unadorned fang of this dragon. The black and white male frowned. He couldn't ignore Wang Xuanzhan's attack. Yin and yang started revolving below his feet, and bursts of wind and lightning shrouded his fist as he punched toward the head of the dragon projection. Boom! There was another earth-shattering rumble as the male clashed with Wang Xuanzhan, and the impact of their collision formed a devastating lightning windstorm. Wang Xuanzhan had put all of his power behind that strike, yet he was still blown back by the punch of the male. Taking advantage of this moment, Enlin used his divine inspection technique to once again identify a flaw in the spell formation. A streak of energy shot from his fingers and struck at some point in the void. Just as he thought that a crack would be opened up in the spell formation once again, another streak of energy blasted the burst of energy that he shot out. Enlin was slightly dazed. He turned around and saw that the black and white male was looking at him with a cold sneer on his face. Lightning flashed, and the male once again charged toward him. It appeared as if he wouldn't give up unless he disposed of Enlin first. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning suddenly arced over and struck toward the black and white male. At the same time, numerous Buddhist prayer beads floated into the air. These beads worked in harmony with a golden sigil, and they released a powerful restraining ability as they attempted to hold back the black and white male. The representatives of the Buddhist kingdom and Hall of Creation also joined in this battle. After seeing Hong Do being scorched black while attempting to forcibly crack open the spell formation, Enlin understood why they had all joined in this battle. If they fought the black and white male head-on, not a single one of them was his opponent. Their best chance at survival was to crack open the spell formation and flee. However, Enlin was the only individual capable of cracking open this spell formation which had been gathering energy for numerous years. Thus, he became a crucial member of this battle, and the representatives of the other forces had no choice but to protect him. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and rip open this spell formation, Huang Shan roared. Seeing Huang Shan pull himself together after receiving such a shock, Enlin was slightly moved. However, he didn't have time to muse over that, and he quickly used his divine inspection technique again. The spell formation kept circulating, and its flaws also changed with this circulation. Enlin once again found a flaw and flicked a streak of energy over into the void. This time, there were numerous people attacking the black and white male, so he was unable to prevent Enlin from attacking the spell formation. Boom! A breach opened up in the spell formation once again. This time, there were rings of wind under Enlin's feet, and he also cast his wind sword technique for a second time. In order to raise his speed, he really gave it his all. His body became a blur as it broke through the sound barrier, and a white shockwave exploded behind him. His vital energy was severely depleted, and there was a possibility that he wouldn't be able to fight after using this wind sword technique. However, he didn't have time to think about this now. If he was any bit slower in his escape, he would perhaps be blasted back by that kick again. The black and white male's roar could be heard in the distance. Suddenly, lightning dragons and wind wolves materialized near the breach in the formation, and they all glowered at Enlin aggressively. Then, Enlin used his lightning manipulation technique and made the lightning dragons charge at the wind wolves. There was another burst of violent explosions as the wind and lightning energies tore at each other ferociously. Under the protection of Lu Qianhuan's prismatic barrier, Enlin charged through this chaos of energy without slowing down and successfully dashed out of the breach in the spell formation. Lu Qianhuan followed closely behind him. After she escaped the formation, she used a spell technique to hold the crack in place and prevent it from closing. Enlin lay down on the floor exhausted. Through the crack, he could see that the intense battle continued to rage on inside the formation. As the representatives battled, though, they slowly inched closer toward the breach in the spell formation. Hong Do, who didn't participate in the battle, also ran out after them buoyantly. When he saw that Enlin was lying defenseless on the ground, he really wanted to charge over and beat him up. Upon seeing Lu Qianhuan glaring at him, though, he forcibly contained this urge. Soon after, Dong Yen and Xianxia also dashed out. Boom! Amidst ear-splitting explosions of thunder and lightning, Qing Ji, Wang Xuanzhan, and Huang Shan beat back the black and white male. Then, they all lunged toward the breach in the formation. Seeing them escape the spell formation one after another, the black and white male descended into a violent rage. He realized that he wouldn't be able to trap them all, so he decided to only hold one or two of them back. Red Lotus Demonic Lightning. The male clapped his hands together and a crimson lotus bloomed on the path that Wang Xuanzhan and the others had to take. It appeared sinister yet beautiful. Looking closely, it could be seen that this lotus was actually formed by small arcs of crimson lightning. It exuded a terrifying aura as it laid there. Before them was the red lotus demonic lightning, which was on the verge of exploding, and behind them was the pursuing black and white male. They only had a split second to make their decision. Huang Shan used a forbidden spell, and his body became alike a golden flying sword. His speed became so quick that it was almost impossible to stop him. Wang Xuanzhan and Qing Ji decided to stop where they were. They cast long-distance immortal spells in an attempt to prevent the male from chasing over. Boom! The red lotus demonic lightning exploded, carrying with it the contrasting energies of evil and holiness. The lightning enveloped Huang Shan's entire body. Instantly, the lightning blasted out over thousands of feet, and the chaotic energy that it carried wreaked absolute havoc, obliterating everything that it came into contact with. After this explosion, Wang Xuanzhan immediately dashed toward the breach in the formation. Seeing this, the black and white male threw an extremely condensed bolt of lightning toward Wang Xuanzhan. It whizzed toward him like a sharp sword, and it attempted to prevent his escape. Unexpectedly, though, Wang Xuanzhan paid no heed at all to this bolt of lightning. Instead, he focused all his power on sprinting toward the breach. The lightning pierced through his dragon scales and penetrated through his body, injuring his organs and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't slow down a single bit and instead relied on the momentum of the strike to charge out of the breach. Meanwhile, Qing Ji immediately used a defensive forbidden spell. His aura weakened rapidly and a golden defensive barrier appeared around his body. This barrier was as sturdy as a tortoise shell, and neither lightning nor wind could penetrate through it. Encased in this defensive barrier, Qing Ji also dashed out of the breach. Wang Xuanzhan and Qing Ji practically broke out at the same time. In the end, it was Huang Shan who was the last to recover from the male's attacks. He had underestimated the power of the red lotus demonic lightning, and the explosion had dazed him and riddled his body with wounds. By the time he recovered, he had already fallen behind Wang Xuanzhan and Qing Ji. Without any hesitation, he immediately drew upon all his strength and lunged toward the crack. Aya! Seeing Wang Xuanzhan and Qing Ji break out, Lu Qinhuan suddenly let out a soft cry. Then, like a delicate willow, she slowly collapsed. Just like that, her slender and shapely body laid down on the floor. Her breathing was shallow, and she appeared delicate and pitiful. She pursed her lips and said pitiably, "I have no strength left." With no one holding the breach open, there was nothing left preventing the spell formation from self-regeneration. After being held down for so long, the self-regeneration ability of the spell formation burst forth like a compressed spring. It healed the breach in an instant, and the representatives had no time to react. Fuck! Huang Shan's angry roar sounded from within the spell formation, and this was the last that they heard from him. Just like that, a golden streak of lightning crashed into the spell formation's barrier and exploded with a loud rumble. Huang Shan, Hong Do and Dong Yen both exclaimed in shock. Then, they started casting immortal spells and attacking the location where the breach had previously existed. The roars of immortal spells crashing into the barrier were unceasing. As energy raged about, the web of wind and lightning merely trembled slightly. There was no sign that it was going to tear apart again anytime soon. The thick pool of lightning blocked their view. Thus, they were unable to see what was going on inside the spell formation. However, it was clear as day that the situation inside was very desperate. "You!" Hurry up and tear an opening from the outside. Hongdo roared at Enlin. Right now, only Enlin could aid Huangshan and give him a fighting chance at survival. A look of ridicule flashed in Enlin's eyes. Lying on the floor and panting heavily, he waved his hand feebly. I'm spent, big brother Hongdo. Looking toward Enlin and Lu Qinhuan, who were both lying on the floor like dead fish, Hongdo erupted in rage. Why you? He stammered with a shaky voice. You guys are clearly doing this on purpose. Enlin and Lu Qinhuan both ignored him. They secretly performed expiration and recovered the vital energy in their bodies. The representatives outside the spell formation couldn't see what was happening inside. However, the tens of thousands of spectators on Blue Sky Plaza had an omniscient view, and they could all see Huang Shan's miserable state. Huang Shan's anguished wails sounded without pause. He was a powerful lightning-wielding cultivator, yet he was absolutely ravaged by the black and white male. The black and white male was furious. He was only able to trap this one creature after letting so many other people escape from his grasp. Naturally, his anger was all vented off on this one creature that he had captured. Wind Sparrow Frost Slash. Ah! Darkness Obliterating Lightning Spear. Ah! Nine Dragons Divine Lightning. Ah! The members of the Hall of Creation all turned pale. Watching the scenes unfolding on the crystal screen, the members of the three other forces could also hardly bear to watch on. Some of them even turned their heads around and averted their gaze, choosing instead to look at Enlin and the others who were lying on the floor like dead fish. Soon after, a resounding voice boomed in the skies above the Zhonglong mountain ranges. Hall of Creation's Huang Shan, eliminated. Hearing this voice, Hongdo and Dong Yen stood rooted to the spot in despondency. Even though they had anticipated this, they still received a massive shock when it truly eventuated. Their strongest teammate had now been eliminated. What were they going to do for the rest of this battle for the Holy Grails? They wouldn't even be able to obtain Iron Holy Grails, let alone the other more valuable Holy Grails. Benefactors, there's no need to panic. This humble monk can help you guys obtain Iron Holy Grails. Just as Hongdo and Dong Yen were feeling despair, Qingji walked before them and sincerely offered his help. Dong Yen grimaced as it looked toward Qingji. It really wanted to yell at him. Meanwhile, Hongdo really wanted to beat up this monk. This entire series of events had given him a very farcical feeling. The monks had snatched their silver Holy Grail in exchange for Iron Holy Grails and had even caused their head representative to mysteriously be eliminated. After all this, they still wore a look of benevolence as they offered to help them. Phew, keep calm. Remain steady and still like a boulder. Hongdo's body shook in anger, and he kept reminding himself to stay calm. In the end, the Hall of Creation and Buddhist Kingdom decided to continue with their cooperation. Initially, Wang Xuanzhan had wanted to seize this opportunity to eliminate the members of the other two forces. However, this thought was quickly rejected by himself. First of all, he was heavily wounded and could barely wield any of his power. Secondly, his two teammates were both exhausted of vital energy and were currently lying on the floor like dead fish. He shook his head begrudgingly. Let's not waste time, Wang Xuanzhan said. We'll rest for a while, then head off to the next destination. Enlin and Lu Qinhuan nodded. They knew the general location of the remaining 3 Holy Grails. After recovering for a bit, they could directly head to one of these locations. The representatives of the Buddhist Kingdom and Hall of Creation had already soared into the sky and flown off into the distance. Wang Xuanzhan applied some spirit medicine to his wounds and roughly bandaged them up. He raised his head and said unhurriedly, "Let's deal with the Ghost Axe Giant next." In the northwest region of the Zhonglong mountain ranges, on a plateau which was dotted with white trees, as if they were searching for something, the monks and creatures scoured around as they flew. This is where we came across the blue-winged bone dragon before. This bone dragon is fierce and violent, and its regenerative ability is insanely strong. That time, Xianxia, Qingyan, and I decided to temporarily retreat as we were unable to outlast this dragon. Qingji calmly explained the situation to Hongdo and Dong Yen. In reality, he had no faith in defeating this dragon. After all, Huang Shan, the Hall of Creation's strongest member, had already been eliminated. Their current formation of 3 spirit nurturing final stage cultivators and 1 of half-step soul formation stage cultivator was not all that different from the formation last time. Hopefully, we won't have to flee in disarray from the dragon like last time. Howl! The loud and resonant roar of a dragon traveled over from a nearby mountain. It's the blue-winged bone dragon. The 4 of them were overjoyed and they immediately hurried over in the direction of the roar. A short while later, the 4 of them arrived at where the dragon roar had come from. Then they all fell into a daze. What greeted them was the sight of 3 handsome and pretty people. They had majestic white wings spread behind their backs, and they were currently looking at them in surprise. A male with a powerful aura was currently holding an iron holy grail in his hand, and he blinked when he saw the 4 of them. Congratulations! Garden of Eden has received 1 point. An announcement boomed in the skies. Xianxia, Xianxia. The 2 representatives of the Hall of Creation started crying. What the fuck? You can't bully us like this. The representatives of the Garden of Eden had come across the blue-winged bone dragon soon after August woke up. Thus, they decided to battle it and eventually managed to obtain their first Holy Grail in this competition. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave, they came across Xianxia and the others who had just hurried over. This caused the representatives of the Garden of Eden to feel a bit surprised. You guys are late, Shirley grinned smugly. After lying low for so long, they were finally able to regain their confidence following August's awakening. Now, they were ready to give it their all to catch up to the other forces. By the looks of it, the Hall of Creation has no hope of winning anymore, August remarked softly. Only the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist Kingdom can compete with us now. Now that the representatives from the Buddhist Kingdom have delivered themselves over, it makes things easier for us. Hearing August's remarks, Hong Do and Dong Yen were both irked. Just as they were about to let loose a torrent of abuse, they found that Xianxia and Xianxia had already started to retreat and flee. Holy fuck! Do you guys feel no shame fleeing so quickly? Seeing the representatives of the Buddhist kingdom escape, Hong Do wailed in grief. My apologies. The Holy Grail has already been snatched, and the Garden of Eden is attempting to eliminate this young monk. We must go ahead and strategically retreat first. Xianxia shouted this as he ran, and he paid no attention to his image. However, this made a lot of sense. After all, if they still fretted over their image and stayed back to chatter some more, then they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Stop them! August, Shirley, and Arthur flapped their wings and became streaks of white as they dashed after the 2 monks. Watching their disappearing figures, Hong Do and Dong Yen fell deep into thought. Hong Do was burning with rage. Shit! We've been completely ignored. Quit looking down on us. During the entire exchange, the 3 representatives from the Garden of Eden never looked at them even once. Such contemptuous attitude made Hong Do explode in anger. Meanwhile, Dong Yen didn't appear very enraged. Rather, she exhaled dejectedly. I've done some calculations, Dong Yen said slowly. Right now, we're sitting at a total of 70.2 points. The Heavenly Court has the highest total at 76.7 points. At present, there are still 2 Iron Holy Grails and 1 Golden Holy Grail remaining in the Zhonglong mountain ranges. Which is to say, we can only come first if we obtain all the remaining Holy Grails. Hong Do grimaced. He felt that the future was bleak and full of hardships. That was basically an impossible task to complete. It was little wonder that August had said they had no hope of winning anymore. However, he was still unwilling to give up. If the heavens wanted to crush him, then he would defy the heavens. Humph! Since that's the case, then we'll snatch all the remaining Holy Grails. Hong Do's angry remark was more so of a pump-up for himself rather than a comment toward Dong Yen. Congratulations! Heavenly Court has received 1 point. A sound once again reverberated from the skies. Dong Yen. Hong Do's mouth gaped open, and his bloodthirsty eyes became dull and lifeless. This competition, it's over for us. Inside some cave, Arranged here was a spell formation that had its aura hidden. 2 monks were sitting on the ground and panting heavily. A bitter smile emerged on Xianxia's face as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. In the beginning, he was worried that the bone dragon would force them to flee again. But now it was even better. The bone dragon didn't cause them to flee. Rather, they were forced to flee by 3 bird people. After hearing that the heavenly court had received another point, the flying August, Arthur, and Shirley all let out a soft sigh. Currently, the Garden of Eden was sitting on 74.2 points, and the Buddhist kingdom was sitting on 74.1 points. Meanwhile, the heavenly court now sat on 77.7 points. Right now, there was only 1 iron holy grail and 1 golden holy grail remaining in the Zhonglong mountain ranges. It was of no significance who obtained the iron holy grail because whichever force obtained the golden holy grail would become the force with the highest total score. The iron holy grail is already meaningless to us, August said. Let's focus on finding the golden holy grail. However, Shirley was of a different opinion. I reckon that the iron holy grail is still worth fighting for. At any rate, we should cement our place as second first. Meanwhile, the Hall of Creation's Hongdou and Dong Yen were also in a conversation. Dong Yen, even though it's impossible for us to come first now, we can't finish this battle for the Holy Grails on 0 points. Perhaps we're not strong enough to compete for the Golden Holy Grail. However, it's possible for us to obtain an Iron Holy Grail and make our results look slightly better. It would be stupid to be fooled by Hongdou's short temper and recklessness. When push came to shove, his unyielding and unwavering resolution was really quite touching. Dong Yen nodded emphatically, clearly moved by Hongdou's words. Yeah, even though we can't compete for first place, we can still put in a good performance and display the strength of our Hall of Creation. Just like that, Hongdou and Dong Yen recovered from their low spirits. They pulled themselves together and started to search for the last Iron Holy Grail. However, only a short while had passed before a voice once again reverberated from the skies. Congratulations! Heavenly Court has received 1 point. Hongdou. Dong Yen. Hongdou's body swayed. The flame burning in front of his chest flickered dimly and almost extinguished. He was stunned speechless. After finally lifting her spirits, Dong Yen was instantly plunged into dejection and despair by this announcement. Dong Yen could only look up toward the sky and lament. The heavenly court is so ruthless. Somewhere amidst the Zhonglong mountain ranges, a raging fire was burning. Nearby, a tree person of 100 feet tall collapsed on the floor. Its life force had completely disappeared already. Lu Qianhuan was smiling broadly as she played with the holy grails on the floor. She was triumphant and excited, and it was as if she was showing off her favorite toy. There were 4 iron holy grails and 1 silver holy grail. Haha, we're gonna come second at the very least now. Say, we might be able to come first even if we lay down and take a nap here. As if a huge weight had been taken off his shoulders, and Lin appeared relaxed and carefree. Right now, there was only 1 golden holy grail left. Compared to the difficulty of obtaining a silver holy grail, the difficulty of obtaining this golden holy grail was definitely on another level. Perhaps the representatives of the other forces would all be eliminated by the powerful war demon when they tried to snatch this golden holy grail. The probability of this happening was definitely very high. Thus, the heavenly court was under the least pressure out of the 4 forces. Of course, it could be argued that the Hall of Creation was also under very little pressure. After all, there was already no hope left for them. Student and Lin, don't be too conceited. We should ride on this momentum and try to obtain the golden holy grail without let-up. Only in such a way can we display the power and might of the heavenly court. And Lin nodded at this. In fact, he also wanted to see what the golden holy grail looked like. After all, it was worth 5 points. This was already the combined worth of all the iron holy grails. If the war demons guarding the 5 iron holy grails all gathered together, they would have been able to crush any single one of our 4 powers. And Lin thought to himself, in fact, even if our 4 powers combined forces, we still wouldn't be able to defeat those war demons. Then, how freakishly hard is it to obtain this golden holy grail? I can't wait to see. Compared to Enlin's eager anticipation, the representatives of the Garden of Eden and the Buddhist kingdom were all feeling nervous and under immense pressure. Their only option right now was to obtain the Golden Holy Grail. Thus, all they could do right now was to search for it with burning impatience. Lu Qianhuan, who was investigating the Holy Grails, suddenly sucked in a deep breath. She picked up a stick and started scribbling and drawing on the ground. And Lin was a bit puzzled. "What are you drawing?" "A summoning spell formation," Lu Qianhuan replied absent-mindedly. "What are you summoning?" "The Golden Holy Grail." "What are you summoning?" "The Golden Holy Grail." Lu Qianhuan's reply was like a crack of lightning, and both Wang Xuanzhan and Enlin shuddered when it struck them. "So you're drawing a spell formation to summon the Golden Holy Grail? You're not kidding me, right?" And Lin was in disbelief as he stared at the complex patterns on the ground. He. "That's exactly what I'm doing, silly." There was a glimmer in Lu Qianhuan's eyes as she laughed. And Lin, Wang Xuanzhan. Seeing the dark expressions on their faces, Lu Qianhuan finally told them the truth. "I suspect that there's some sort of connection between the Holy Grails. The unique patterns on each Holy Grail are probably there to distinguish between some sort of special signal from the different Holy Grails. If I draw these unique patterns into the aura tracking spell formation, then perhaps I can get the spell formation to form some sort of connection with the last Holy Grail." And Lin blinked his eyes in confusion. Although he didn't really understand, he felt like it was something very impressive. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhan's eyes lit up. This aura tracking spell formation is similar to those spell formations which can track bloodlines, right? The bloodline tracking spell formations can make use of unique bloodlines to track down the location other similar bloodlines. This aura tracking spell formation should be a few levels above those types of bloodline tracking spell formations. I heard that they already touch upon the power of karma. Who would have thought that Sister Lu could also use such spell formations? I can only carve the simplest type of aura tracking spell formations right now, Lu Qianhuan chuckled. This spell formation will only be effective if the unique patterns on the Holy Grails are intrinsic to them. Moreover, the more unique the patterns that exist and the closer they are to us, the higher the chances for us to succeed. After a short while, an extremely complex spell formation appeared on the ground before them. Lu Qianhuan was a bit pale and beads of sweat were trickling down her forehead. Clearly, carving out this spell formation had taken quite a toll on her. In the center of the spell formation, the 5 unique patterns of the Holy Grails were carved out in a characteristic way. These patterns were the part of the spell formation which acted as some sort of link to the power of karma. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky started to swarm. Huge amounts of vital energy started converging toward the aura tracking spell formation, attempting to activate this spell formation. And Lin gulped as he anxiously looked toward this spell formation. Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst from the spell formation. 3 white needles started materializing above the spell formation, and they each pointed toward a different direction. It worked! Lu Qianhuan yelped in surprise. She hadn't held high hopes for this experiment. To her delight, though, it actually worked. Right now, she was feeling even more excited than Enlin and Wang Xuanzhan. Her expression was as if she had won some major prize. Do these 3 needles represent the directions of the Holy Grails? If so, then which direction is correct? Wang Xuanzhan asked in confusion. None of them. There was a beautiful glimmer in Lu Qianhuan's purple eyes, and she pointed toward a section of the spell formation. This is the correct direction. Looking at where she pointed, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan found that there was still a tiny needle sitting amidst the spell formation. It looked as if it was going to dissipate any second, and it was currently pointing toward a certain direction. A look of realization suddenly emerged on Enlin's face. I understand now. The other 3 needles are pointing toward the locations of the other Iron Holy Grails and Silver Holy Grails. The unique patterns carved into the spell formation are from the Iron Holy Grails and Silver Holy Grails. Thus, their connections to the spell formation are much stronger. The Golden Holy Grail is independent of these other Holy Grails. Thus, the connection to it is much fainter. That's why the needle pointing toward it is also so insignificant in comparison. Lu Qianhuan snapped her fingers and said cheerily, "Exactly. The direction that this tiny mushroom-sized needle is pointing toward is the direction of the Golden Holy Grail. Now, we have a destination to head toward." Just as she finished saying this, the spell formation erupted with a loud boom and the small needle inside it shattered and vanished. The spell formation couldn't hold up anymore and it self-destructed. Lu Qianhuan stuck her tongue out and suggested, "We've determined the direction anyway. Let's go." And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan both nodded. At any rate, they had a direction to follow now. Without wasting any more time, they flew off with Lu Qianhuan in the direction pointed out by the needle. In the northeast region of the Zhonglong mountain ranges, there sat a steep and jagged mountain. This mountain was formed from black stone, and its tip was capped with white snow. Although it was night now, the snowy tip of the mountain reflected the warm glow of the moon, making it appear tranquil and holy. In a clearing on the mountainside, there was the faint flicker of flames. "Dong Yen, it seems like there's someone on that mountain." Hong Dou's eyes were keen, and he stared intently at a large mountain around 2 kilometers away from them. In the pitch black of night, any flicker of light was extremely noticeable. Dong Yen was also intrigued by this. "Let's go check it out. Take care to conceal yourself." They speculated that it was definitely the representatives of another power on the mountain. They couldn't fly over as that would be too eye-catching. So they chose to land on the ground and run over. After going through a period of depression, the 2 representatives of the Hall of Creation once again pulled themselves together. They had a new strategy now, and the core idea of the strategy was reap benefit from confusion. That was right. They wanted the Golden Holy Grail, didn't they? Then let them battle and fight for it. Once the battle reached a critical juncture, the ambushing Hong Dou and Dong Yen would then suddenly jump out and join in the fight for the Holy Grail. Although such action was slightly reprehensible, their strength dictated that this was their only chance of success now. Just like that, Hong Dou and Dong Yen continued to close in on the flicker of fire burning on the mountainside. Soon after, they were able to see the flames clearly. This was a raging campfire, and there was currently a wild boar roasting on top of it. This wild boar was almost cooked through, and the mouth-watering smell of its meat wafted through the air. A dainty little girl wearing a white dress was in high spirits as she rotated the spit rod. The flickering flames were reflected in her clear eyes, and she greedily licked her soft pink lips. The secretly observing Hong Dou and Dong Yen were baffled. Who was this little girl? "Hey, Dong Yen, is that thing on her head?" Hong Dou's voice trembled with excitement, and his face revealed his shock and feeling of absurdity. Dong Yen nodded seriously. "I think so too. That's definitely the Golden Holy Grail." That was right. This dainty and adorable girl wore an exquisite and magnificent crown on her head. From the front, one could even make out the contours of the Holy Grail. Although she wore the Golden Holy Grail on her head, it appeared neither majestic nor oppressing. Rather, it appeared absurd and comical and even seemed a little childish. It was as if the Golden Holy Grail was an exquisite toy. Dong Yen and Hong Dou started to feel a bit restless. They could barely contain themselves even though they knew that things were definitely not as simple as they appeared on the surface. But what if obtaining this Golden Holy Grail wasn't as difficult as they imagined, and they also had the strength to snatch it? The wearer of the Golden Holy Grail was only a little girl. They were the first of the 4 powers to find the Golden Holy Grail. Were they really going to do nothing? Hong Dou and Dong Yen could barely hold themselves back. Perhaps their only advantage was the fact that they arrived here first. Like raging wildfire, a what-if mentality spread through their minds and they couldn't stamp it out no matter what. "I'll go feel her out. Dong Yen, you act according to the circumstances." After a while, Hong Dou finally made up his mind. Dong Yen didn't raise any objections. Evidently, he also approved of Hong Dou's plans. The little girl looked up from her spit roast toward the rock golem who suddenly appeared before her. Hong Dou was extremely nervous. Looking into the little girl's eyes, though, he noticed that he didn't feel any sense of terror or foreboding. His mind whirred, and he decided to go with a gentle and diplomatic approach. "Hello, little sister." Hong Do tried his best to hide his malicious intent, and he waved at the little girl in a friendly manner. For some reason, though, the little girl's pretty face became cold and emotionless after hearing Hong Do's greeting. Instantly, a feeling of danger enveloped Hong Do, and his entire body reflexively tensed up. Just as he was about to retreat, a small and nimble fist had already smashed into his chest. "Please call me Queen," accompanied by an earth-shattering rumble. The little girl's crisp voice reverberated through the skies. Boom! The impact of the fist caused the earth to split and the mountain to tremor. The powerful shockwaves ripped gigantic gorges into the earth before exploding several miles into the distant sky. Hong Do's eyes bulged and lava gushed from his mouth. His hard, igneous body split and cracked open. A golden barrier had materialized around him and absorbed half of the impact. Otherwise, the full power of that fist would have directly crippled Hong Do. Hall of Creation's Hong Do, eliminated. A pronouncement of judgment once again boomed in the skies. Hong Do was insta-killed by the little girl. His eyes lost their focus, and his consciousness faded away. His body was also slowly teleported out of the competition grounds. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Dong Yen started to shiver in fright. She hid behind a boulder and tried her best to suppress her aura. Shit. The speed and power of this girl were completely beyond Dong Yan's comprehension. With such a massive gulf in power, how the heck could Dong Yen obtain the Holy Grail? She would be running to her death if she were to reveal herself. The pitiable Hong Do. He was eliminated after only saying a greeting. After observing a minute of silence for her teammate, Dong Yen once again turned her attention back to the little girl. No. Dong Yen suddenly came to her senses and shook her head. "I'm turning my attention back to the queen," she thought to herself. Seeing Hong Do disappear, the queen pursed her lips and returned back to her spit roast. She had a look of indifference on her face as she turned the spit rod, and it was as if she had simply done something trivial and insignificant. Meanwhile, Lin and the others also heard the pronouncement of Hong Do's elimination, and a slight feeling of apprehension gripped at their hearts. Who would have thought that the Hall of Creation would manage to arrive before us? Lu Qinhuan exclaimed in surprise. It's not necessarily the case that he was defeated by the war demon guarding the Holy Grail. Perhaps he was defeated by the representatives of another power. Wang Xuanzhan smiled faintly, and there was a look of nonchalance on his face. And Lin shrugged his shoulders. If that's the case, then whichever power did it is so lame. A similar exchange also took place between amongst the Buddhist Kingdom and Garden of Eden. Apart from expressing their surprise, the representatives didn't appear to be too worried. On Blue Sky Plaza, the Hall of Creation's Huang Shan and Hong Do lay half dead on a healing spell formation. They remained silent as they gazed at the crystal screen dazedly. After a short while, Hong Do finally murmured. "At that time, we were so daring and full of mettle. We first entrapped the Heavenly Court and Garden of Eden, then had the monks flee in terror. We were easily going to win this battle for the Holy Grails over chatter and laughs. Now, however, we're going to wind up with 0 points." Boom! A bolt of golden lightning struck Hong Do's head, and thick black smoke started wafting from it. "Why did you strike me?" Hong Do was dumbfounded, and he wailed in grief and indignation. "You fucking big mouth. If there weren't so many people, I would leap over right now and beat you to death." The sound of Hong Do's voice infuriated Huang Shan, and his eyes were extremely cold as he looked toward Hong Do. Hong Do felt a cold chill envelop his entire body, and he shivered uncontrollably. That was right. This was Huang Shan's killing intent. He wasn't joking. Amidst the Zhonglong mountain ranges, the 3 representatives of the Heavenly Court were still flying through the skies and searching for suspicious signs. We still haven't discovered anything even though we've almost flown out of the Zhonglong mountain ranges. Did we stray from the correct direction? And Lin asked anxiously. Who cares if we're slightly off? I've already made fine adjustments 2 times. I don't have any energy left to prepare another aura tracking spell formation. Preparing aura-tracking spell formations was extremely taxing on the mind. Lu Qinhuan pouted her lips and looked elsewhere, ignoring Lin. Wang Xuanzhan understood that this wasn't something they could control. Being able to determine the approximate direction was already very fortunate. All they could do now was to scour the surroundings and look for small hints. Huh? It seems like there's flames flickering over on that mountain. His eyes lit up as he looked toward a large mountain in the distance. Flames? It's not the camp of some other force, right? And Lin also noticed the faint glow. From the distance, it looked like a flashing star in the darkness of the night. Let's go check it out. If it's the Buddhist kingdom or Garden of Eden, then we'll find an opportunity to eliminate them, Lu Qianhuan said in excitement. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan didn't have any objections to this suggestion. Instead of fighting for the Golden Holy Grail, it would probably be easier to eliminate their competition. After all, they had the highest total score right now. If their opponents were all eliminated, then they would come first. Just like that, the three of them flew recklessly toward the glowing flame. When Lin and the others saw the person next to the flames, they were all rooted to the spot in bewilderment. A young girl was currently munching on a wild boar leg gripped in her hands. She was wearing a white dress and glanced apathetically at the three people who had appeared before her. Seeing these three people appear, the secretly observing Dong Yen rejoiced in schadenfreude. Approaching the Golden Holy Grail so recklessly, this is going to be fun to watch. Wang Xuanzhan is a bit stronger, so he should be able to take 2 of those punches. The students on Blue Sky Plaza also clenched their fists anxiously. They had all witnessed this little girl's power. Now that the representatives of the heavenly court were approaching her so recklessly, it could be said that they were skating on thin ice. The little girl stood up silently as she regarded these 3 uninvited guests, and she cocked her head slightly. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan both tensed up. They saw the Golden Holy Grail on her crown. Lu Qianhuan also noticed the crown on the little girl's head, and her purple eyes lit up. "You're wearing a crown on your head," she exclaimed in excitement. "Could it be that you're Her Majesty, the Queen?" And Lin, Wang Xuanzhan, Dong Yen, and Lin, Wang Xuanzhan, and Dong Yen were all stupefied. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan were given a fright by Lu Qianhuan's bizarre line of thought. As for Dong Yen, holy fuck, what's with this godly opening remark? How did she know to address this little girl as Her Majesty, the Queen? She's cheating, right? She's used backdoor connections, right? The girl in the white dress was also slightly dazed. When she came to her senses, her expression relaxed a little. To everyone's surprise, she smiled faintly and said, "You've got quite the keen sense. This queen will give you guys the chance to speak." "Speak? For what reason did you come here?" And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan were dumbfounded once again. The little girl actually smiled. This kind of opening remark was actually successful in initiating a discourse. Also, was this little girl truly a queen? Their minds were whirring as they turned their gaze back toward Lu Qianhuan. As if they were looking at a hacker, there was a look of disbelief on their faces. The girl asked them what they came for. Wasn't this fucking nonsense? They came to retrieve the Holy Grail, of course. But they couldn't tell her this. Could they? For some reason. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan didn't reply. Instead, they waited for Lu Qianhuan to speak. Only Lu Qianhuan's mysterious line of thought would be able to get through to this quirky little girl. She had already become the Heavenly Court's foreign secretary. "Your Majesty, we've come here because we want to admire the crown on your head." Lu Qianhuan smiled sincerely. The little girl knitted her brows slightly. This answer was a bit unexpected. "Admire this queen's crown?" Lu Qianhuan nodded. "That's right. I have a hobby of studying the craftsmanship of crowns. If your Majesty can let me study the crown for a second, then I'll be forever grateful." And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan finally came to their senses when they heard Lu Qianhuan's words. "Genius. As expected of our foreign secretary, this pretext is rational and reasonable and doesn't appear abrupt at all. It was most likely that one was judged as having obtained a holy grail when they held it in their hands. This could be seen from their interaction with the blood skeleton, which was to say, they could completely use this as an excuse to hold the holy grail in their hands. That way, they would be able to successfully obtain the Holy Grail. No. In the worst-case scenario that this didn't work, they could just run away with the Holy Grail. This could also minimize the dangers of obtaining the Holy Grail. If they were successful in their escape, then the judges outside would have no choice but to accept their victory, right? The three of them all looked at the little girl in eager anticipation. The little girl chuckled. However, this chuckle was very cold, and it sent a chill down their spines. Hee. Do you guys think I'm easy to fool just because I'm a child? Wang Xuanzhan and Lin and Lu Qianhuan's expressions all changed drastically. The little girl chuckled coldly and put the wild boar leg back onto the spit. Then, she raised her small and dainty hands and adjusted the crown on her head. I know exactly what you're trying to do. You're definitely trying to trick me into giving you the crown so that you can become queen, right? Ha! Lu Qianhuan was stunned. She was taken aback by the little girl's reply, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan were also stunned. They both thought that their ulterior motives had been seen through. Unexpectedly, though, it was just the wild imaginations of a little girl. Even the foreign secretary almost got tripped up by this. Fortunately, though, none of them had displayed any sense of hostility. It looked as though they could still continue on with this conversation. That's certainly not the case. I truly only want to admire your crown for a moment. If you don't believe me, I can give you an invaluable toy as collateral, Lu Qianhuan said sincerely. Just as expected, she fished out a mobile phone and started explaining its functions to the curious little girl. This plaything was extremely enticing to young children. Sure enough, the little girl's interest was piqued. She walked to Lu Qianhuan's side and looked curiously at the colorful contents on the phone, and her lips curled up into a smile. Interesting. The little girl smiled sweetly. A refreshing breeze blew over and all seemed tranquil and beautiful. Apart from the fact that a small and dainty fist had already smashed into Wang Xuanzhan's chest. The speed of her punch was insanely quick. It was so quick that Lu Qianhuan only had time to widen her eyes in shock, and Lin had no time to react at all. Only Wang Xuanzhan managed to raise his hands slightly in an attempt to block this surprise attack. However, this still wasn't enough as the two of them had been standing too close together. In order to hide his hostility, Wang Xuanzhan hadn't fully activated his ancient dragon bloodline, meaning that he wasn't at the peak of his powers at this moment. This small and dainty fist, however, was like a deadly viper which suddenly struck out from its dark ambush. Boom! This fist was silent when it swung out. However, it was earth-shattering when it connected. The shockwaves of the impact blasted outwards, sweeping Lu Qianhuan and Lin off of their feet. This strike blasted Wang Xuanzhan into the sky like a cannonball, and it also caused his bones to crack and his chest to cave in. Wang Xuanzhan spat out a mouthful of blood which had bits of his internal organs mixed in. The little girl exclaimed softly in surprise, and she fiercely stamped her foot on the floor. The force of the impact caused the ground crack and cave in, and her small and nimble body rocketed into the sky. Immediately, the loud crack of a sonic boom sounded behind her. Senior Wang. This all happened too quickly and too suddenly. By the time Lin and Lu Qianhuan came to their senses, the little girl had already flown off after the severely injured Wang Xuanzhan. Brilliant flashes of lightning arced through the pitch-black night sky as Wang Xuanzhan fully released his vast lightning domain. The mighty roar of a dragon also echoed through the surroundings. Wang Xuanzhan was covered in dragon scales, and his spear appeared like a raging dragon. Amidst a vast pool of lightning, his spear viciously thrust forward toward the little girl before him with an indomitable will. As before, the little girl swung out her simple and plain fist. However, it was the simple and plain fist which ripped through the lightning domain and smashed into the spear tip. Looking up toward them, Lin found that their collision had distorted the surrounding air. Then, an indescribable shockwave materialized into a hazy white front as it rippled outwards. An ear-splitting explosion rocked the heaven and earth, and the mountains and lakes all trembled violently. Wang Xuanzhan, who had already unleashed his full strength, spat out another mouthful of blood and was once again sent flying back. Huh? There's a battle going on over there. This lightning, It looks like the heavenly court's Wang Xuanzhan. They're not trying to snatch the golden holy grail, right? Please don't let them succeed. Seeing the raging battle in the distance, the three representatives of the Garden of Eden immediately transformed into streaks of white and dashed over. They had to fight for this golden holy grail. The little girl once again trod upon the void and lunged toward Wang Xuanzhan. The corners of her lip curled up into a triumphant smile. This is the last punch. Boom! The shockwave of the fist blasted through Wang Xuanzhan's body and upturned thousands of feet of the ground below. Heavenly Court's Wang Xuanzhan eliminated. A voice boomed through the skies. August, Shirley, and Arthur stopped in their tracks. Looking at the little girl thousands of feet in front them, they drew in a sharp breath. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan exchanged a glance. Without any hesitation, they immediately found an inconspicuous place to hide. This golden holy grail is far too terrifying, and Lin said solemnly. We can't take it by force, we can only take it by ruse. Lu Qianhuan nodded and sighed in agreement. This little girl is such a scheming child. Even though she's so powerful, she still chose to trick us into letting down our guards before attacking. And Lin remained silent, and a cold chill spread through his body. That was right. Everyone was tricked by her. Having the incident involving the blood skeleton before as a precursor, they made the mistake of thinking that this little girl like War Demon was also simple-minded and easy to trick. Unexpectedly, though, she played along with Enlin and the others and took advantage of their preconceptions to eventually dispose of their strongest member. If Wang Xuanzhan was fully alert and wasn't struck by the girl's first punch, then he at least would have had the chance to escape even if he couldn't defeat her. After seeing her devastating punch, the three representatives of the Garden of Eden had already started to retreat resolutely. They needed to give this matter further thought and discussion. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting for rabbits. Using some small tricks are actually fairly interesting. The little girl giggled as she looked at the vanishing Wang Xuanzhan. Then, she saw the three fleeing members of the Light Wing clan, and her pretty little face darkened again. You guys, boom! She stamped her small and delicate foot, and the air around her exploded. The white cone of air suddenly dissipated, and a thin white trail appeared behind the little girl as she quickly closed in on the three members of the Garden of Eden. Left without even greeting this queen, her first punch was targeted toward the comparatively slow Arthur. The little girl flew above him, and her small fist ferociously smashed down. In this moment of great danger, Arthur activated a white light shield. This light shield was shattered by the fist, and the impact of the strike had Arthur arch over like a drawn bow. The earth below ruptured with a loud rumble, and a fissure stretched out thousands of feet into the distance. So disrespectful. The little girl finished speaking. Arthur's eyes bulged, and they slowly lost their focus. A golden protective barrier materialized around him. Garden of Eden's Arthur eliminated. As the little girl dealt with Arthur, August and Shirley fled another significant stretch of distance. Seeing them flee so resolutely, the little girl frowned. Glancing back at the dancing flames in the distance, she started to turn around and fly back toward the mountainside. When August and Shirley saw the little girl give up on her chase, they both felt as if they had escaped from the clutches of death. In fact, if the girl continued to pursue them with that terrifying speed of hers, even August couldn't say with confidence that he would be able to shake her off. On the clearing in the mountainside, the campfire still crackled and burnt strongly. However, the surrounding earth was filled with cracks and pits. It looked as if the entire area was about to collapse. The little girl landed lightly and walked up to the campfire. Then, she picked up the spit rod and looked at the burnt wild boar skewered upon it. She scrunched her face up and sighed. Ah! It still got burnt. Enlin and Lu Qianhuan were currently hiding behind a rock slab, and they had carved out a spell formation in order to hide their aura. Upon seeing the little girl's look of misery as she stared at the burnt boar, a glimmer appeared in their eyes. She looks like a glutton, Enlin whispered. How about we target this? Lu Qianhuan blinked at this suggestion. But we neither have the ingredients nor have the culinary skills. How are we going to target it? This is indeed a problem, Lin conceded. After deciding that this approach was implausible, the two of them didn't become disheartened. Rather, they continued to observe the little girl's actions. The little girl didn't give up on the roast boar. Instead, she tore out the burnt bits and continued to munch down on the boar. As she ate, she mumbled nonstop, saying things like, "Pity the crispy and delicious boar skin. Why are people so wicked and sinister? This queen is so lonely." Out of nowhere, the little girl started lamenting. She had a melancholy expression on her face as she looked toward the sky. And Lu Qianhuan. For some reason, it felt very strange to hear the little girl say this kind of thing. Also, where did that pink-haired girl run off to? The toy that she had looked fairly interesting. It's a pity that she was trying to dupe this queen though. If it wasn't for my emotion-detecting ability, I really might have been tricked by her. The little girl once again sighed in a manner far beyond her age. Lu Qianhuan and Enlin both fell silent. They caught a key phrase. Emotion-detecting ability? Lu Qianhuan's ruby lips moved as she whispered. Which is to say, this little girl is still interested in mobile phones. And Lin nodded. It's most likely true that she's interested in mobile phones. However, her emotion-detecting ability can perhaps detect the emotions and feelings of others. It was because she detected our lies and malicious intent that we ended up being tricked by her instead. Lu Qianhuan frowned. But we're definitely going to have the negative emotions of malice and deceit. We're trying to steal the golden holy grail after all. As such, we'll definitely be greeted by her fist no matter how we appear in front of her and try to negotiate. As long as their aim was to steal the holy grail, which was to say the crown on the little girl's head, their malicious intent would definitely be detected by her, and Lin pondered over this for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something brilliant, his face suddenly lit up in excitement. What if our aim isn't to steal the holy grail? Isn't to steal the holy grail? You mean deceive ourselves in order to hide our true emotions? We'll probably also be caught if we try this, Lu Qianhuan replied disapprovingly. And Lin shook his head. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, we give up on trying to obtain the holy grail. We'll attain victory in another manner. Give up on trying to obtain the holy grail? Attain victory in another manner. Lu Qianhuan mumbled to herself as she pondered over Lin's words. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up in realization. What you're saying is, we'll give up on this holy grail, but at the same time, we'll also prevent the others from trying to obtain this holy grail? Exactly. And Lin smiled. Our ultimate goal is to win this competition. Right now, our total score is the highest out of the 4 powers. So, once we eliminate all the other competitors, victory will be ours. This doesn't go against our original intention. We'll appear before her with the mindset of trying to help her eliminate all the enemies. And Lin continued. That way, we'll be useful to her and appear well-intentioned. Regardless of whether she has emotion-detecting abilities or powers to differentiate between good and evil, we won't be scared either way. Because our aim is to help her. And this is our firmest conviction. That's brilliant. Lu Qianhuan's eyes glimmered with excitement, and she looked at Enlin in admiration. It was as if she was getting to know him anew. Enlin smiled faintly and said, Then our problem now is this. Do we immediately go to offer our assistance now? Or do we wait until a battle has erupted before going to help her? Being as strong as she is, that little girl mightn't even need our help. If we act rashly, we might leave a bad impression instead. We only need to observe quietly and help her when she's in more of a desperate situation. Lu Qianhuan chose the relatively more conservative approach. Enlin nodded and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, there was still another figure not far behind them. That was right. The Hall of Creation's Dong Yen was hiding just behind them. Dong Yen was also a silent observer. However, she had the advantage of being able to act first. Although I don't know what you two are whispering about, I feel that I should help you guys out a little. A mysterious smile appeared on Dong Yan's face. There weren't many immortal spells that could be cast covertly, but she just so happened to know one such immortal spell. Ice fission. A cold chill started to slowly spread from within the rock slab that Enlin and Lu Qianhuan were hiding behind. Like a violently erupting volcano, this cold chill eventually burst outwards with a loud rumble. Boom! The rock slab suddenly exploded, sending shards of crushed rock flying everywhere. Who's there? The little girl instantly locked her eyes onto the two figures behind the rain of rock shards. Your Majesty, it's us. A smile surfaced on Enlin's face as he walked out with his hands up. Fuck. We've been screwed over. However, now was not the time to look for the culprit. If he acted rashly, what awaited him was that deadly fist. Hey, Queen! Lu Qianhuan also had a cheery smile on her face as she walked out calmly. The little girl smiled. She looked them up and down with a curious expression on her face. What a surprise. You two still have the gall to appear before me, and Lin winced. He really wanted to say that they didn't actually have the gall to do so. At this moment, Lu Qianhuan had already opened her mouth to speak. We came here because we want to help your Majesty. The little girl was slightly taken aback. Help me? And Lin nodded and said sincerely, That's right. We've come to help you exterminate all the enemies who have their eyes on your crown. The little girl's expression changed slightly. She tilted her head and studied Enlin pensively with her clear and vivid eyes. Why? She asked curiously. I eliminated one of your teammates. Because we're participating in a competition right now, Lu Qianhuan answered honestly. If we help you protect the crown on your head, then we'll be able to achieve victory. And Lin nodded in agreement. Both of them looked very frank and sincere, because these were the true thoughts in their minds. A look of slight surprise flittered across the little girl's face. She gazed at the two people in front of her and didn't reply straight away. After a short moment of silence, the childish feel disappeared from her pretty and delicate face, and she smiled widely. This was an especially adorable smile. So these are your true thoughts, she said in a crisp voice. Very well. As if their minds were in sync, and Lin and Lu Qianhuan both bowed together. Your Majesty, please allow us the chance to serve you. Very well. From now on, you two are my guardians. The little girl nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, and Lin and Lu Qianhuan became this little girl's guardians. The hiding Dong Yen was stupefied. She watched on dazedly as this unfolded, and she felt that the entire world had descended into absurdity. Guardians? Holy fuck, weren't you guys supposed to start fighting? How come you've suddenly become lackeys to the Golden Holy Grail? What the fuck is with this progression? Dong Yen felt that her world had been flipped upside down. It's a lie, she stammered. It's all a lie. Blue Sky Plaza. Watching these scenes unfold on the crystal screen, the feeble Wang Xuanzhan grimaced. He felt his blood churning, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. Shit, dude. I was beaten half dead by this little girl just a moment ago, and now you guys actually became her lackeys? This is so tormenting. Almost all the spectators on Blue Sky Plaza were stunned when they watched these scenes unfold, especially when they saw Enlin and Lu Qianhuan bow and vow themselves to the little girl. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and curses raced through their minds. This is insane. What kind of godly progression is this? Become guardians of the Holy Grail? Is this event going to transform from the battle for the Holy Grails into the defense of the Holy Grails? No. This is clearly guarding Athena 1. They're only doing this because they have a specific aim in mind. Now that they've become that little girl's guardians, all they need to do is eliminate the remaining enemies. Once they accomplish that, then the Heavenly Court will become champion. It's all because the Hall of Creation's Dong Yen was so underhanded. Otherwise, Godin and Goddess Lu wouldn't have made such a decision. I reckon this strategy is fairly good though. I think I may have been watching a fake competition. After a short moment of silence, intense discussions broke out all over Blue Sky Plaza. Gazing at the crystal screen, the three representatives who were beaten silly by that little fist, Hongdo, Wang Xuanzhan, and Arthur, all felt like dying. They felt like the world had deceived them. On a mountainside amidst the Zhonglong mountain ranges, and Lin, Lu Qianhuan, and the little girl sat around a campfire. And Lin was guardian of the left, and Lu Qianhuan was guardian of the right. As the queen's guardians, they had the honor of being able to receive a share of the wild boar. Looking at the current situation, the enemies are weak and we are powerful. In other words, they're no match for us. And Lin analyzed the situation seriously as he munched down on roast boar. They can't defeat us in a head-on battle. What we need to do is make sure that we don't fall into their traps. To be honest, with the strength that your majesty possesses, even if we do fall into any traps, we can break out of them using brute strength. As Lu Qianhuan spoke, it started to feel like there was nothing else left to analyze. Soon after, they came to a conclusion. That was right. They concluded that they were too strong. They would use their overwhelming strength to rip through any traps or cunning schemes. In the face of absolute power, any and all hindrances were meaningless. Ha! We've really latched onto a massive coattail. The two of them involuntarily exclaimed in their minds. Just like that, the three of them continued to leisurely chomp down on wild boar meat. Afterward, they scoured the surroundings, but didn't find the person who had forced them out of their hiding. They couldn't be bothered continuing their search either, as their current situation wasn't all that bad anyway. After dinner, the little girl grabbed one of Lu Qianhuan's phones. She sat to the side and started fiddling with it herself. She didn't have much interest in the mobile games that Lu Qianhuan spoke of. Instead, she was more interested in some functions and applications on the phone. For example, Pick 2. Wow! My eyes became so big, looking at her large and bright eyes in the selfie she took. The little girl couldn't help but start giggling. I can even give myself a heart-shaped face, round face, flat face. She kept giggling to herself as she used various types of filters and beautifiers. She looked much like a little girl who had just received a new toy. In the distant sky above the mountain ranges, there was a transparent white mirror in front of August and Shirley. Through this mirror, they could clearly observe what was going on at the mountainside in the distance. After witnessing the events that had just transpired, they were dazed for a long time. Those two people are Lin and Lu Qianhuan, yeah? August stammered. Shirley nodded expressionlessly. August sucked in a sharp breath. They're actually interacting joyously and harmoniously with the golden holy grail's war demon? Looking at the little girl who turned around occasionally to talk cheerfully with the two people, Shirley nodded dazedly. Just like that, the two of them observed the mountainside through the mirror for a long while. The strength of the golden holy grail's war demon is practically impossible to overcome already. August sighed in despair. Now, even the heavenly court's two representatives have joined her. Heh! They're so brutal. On the mountainside, the queen decided to take her two guardians to her imperial palace. The three of them flew up the mountainside. Then, the little girl waved her slender hand, and it was as if something had been lifted off of the mountaintop. The ice and snow disappeared to reveal the mountaintop's true appearance. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan widened their eyes in astonishment. What they saw was a boxy rock formation sitting atop the summit of the mountain. If they had to describe it, then they would say that it looked as if this mountain was wearing a cube-shaped crown. Welcome to my territory, Queen's Peak. The little girl cheerily welcomed them as they landed on the mountaintop. This mountaintop was very open and spacious, and there were even ponds and vegetation scattered about. In the center, there was a white palace. It was small and exquisite, and it appeared especially refined. And Lin looked around and asked curiously, "This place can't be seen from the outside. Apart from illusory spell formations, are there any other protective spell formations?" The little girl shook her head. "I'm very strong, so I don't need to have an awful mess of spell formations. Besides, in the past 100 years, no outsider has been able to snatch away my crown." And Lin and Lu Qianhuan both shivered when they heard this. "The outsiders you came across before, were they similar to us?" Lu Qianhuan asked uneasily. "Of course," the little girl sneered. "Do you think that I'm absolutely clueless? We Holy Grail war demons are beings formed from the interaction between the Dragon Artery and Ling Huang Holy Grail. Even if we're killed, we'll still be reborn. However, This queen hasn't experienced the feeling of defeat for a long time. Saying this, her demeanor was as if she was feeling lonely from being too invincible. She raised her head slightly and sighed softly. This queen has personally eliminated hundreds of people. What powerful beings have I not come across? Hearing this, Lin and Lu Qianhuan dared not speak any further. They knew what this figure represented. This number was accumulated from the countless prodigies who had failed. Initially, Lin had wanted to ask the little girl about the last time that the Golden Holy Grail was stolen. He wanted to her ask when it was and who had accomplished it. However, he was afraid that this kind of question would annoy her. What would he do if she replied with her fist? With this in mind, he forcefully suppressed his curiosity. They walked into the palace. From the outside, it looked exquisite. However, its interior was actually very simple. Basically, there were just some ordinary decorations and furniture. There wasn't even a single treasure. Have a seat. I'll prepare some tea for you guys. Seeing the two of them sit down, the little girl started searching everywhere for a tea set. Lin and Lu Qianhuan exchanged a glance, and they saw the look of astonishment in each other's eyes. The queen was going to prepare tea for them? What was this all about? The little girl didn't look at them. Instead, she clumsily laid out the tea set, washed the tea, prepared the tea, and poured the tea. Then, as if becoming aware of something, her pretty little face flushed a slight red. She pointed toward the tea and said in a dignified manner, "Drink it, guys." "Okay." Lin nodded and took a sip from the teacup. This flavor was very astringent. It was as if the tea had been made from leaves casually plucked from some random old tree. Seeing them both taking a sip, the little girl smiled faintly. She blinked excitedly and asked in her crisp voice, "How's the tea that this queen prepared?" "Delicious." Lin and Lu Qianhuan replied in unison. "Don't lie to this queen. I know that you two are lying." Lin, Lu Qianhuan. "But I still wanted you guys to try it. After all, it's been ages since I've had guests over at my place. I also want to do some things that hosts should do. Actually, you could have chosen to pour water." Lin didn't speak this out aloud. Lu Qianhuan looked at the little girl sympathetically. "Then you must feel so bored living here, right?" "It's not boring at all. I go out to hunt every day and eat tasty and delicious meats. At night, I can also gaze at the moon and stars. Every 5 years, outsiders like you guys come, and I can even fight. It's so interesting." The little girl counted off all the things she found interesting on her slender fingers. Lin, Lu Qianhuan. It would have been fine if she didn't say anything. After listening to the things that she listed, her days really did seem extremely boring. In order to alleviate her boring routine, Lu Qianhuan gifted the little girl a mobile phone. This was her tribute to the queen. The little girl didn't turn down her gift. Rather, she was quite moved as she accepted it. She held the phone in her small hands and exclaimed, "It would be great if all the outsiders were as thoughtful and understanding as you guys." In her eyes, this mobile phone was like an extraordinary treasure. She couldn't hide the smile on her face as she looked at it with her bright eyes. Just like that, the three of them conversed cheerily as they awaited the final battle. 5 figures hid in the darkness of night and looked coldly toward the crown on the mountaintop. Dong Yan, August, Shirley, Qing Ji, and Qing Xian had already gathered together. At this moment, these 3 powers had already joined forces. In fact, they had no choice but to do so. It would be wishful thinking for any one team to try to go after the Golden Holy Grail themselves. Right now, their only hope was to combine their strengths. August had witnessed firsthand the devastating nature of the little girl's powers. Thus, he didn't hold much hope for this alliance formed by their 3 powers. The Golden Holy Grail's war demon was already terrifying enough in itself. Now, they even had to deal with Lu Qianhuan and Lin as well. Thinking of this, August let out a long sigh. If it wasn't for the fact that Qing Ji had an ace in the hole, perhaps he would have lost all hope already. Qing Ji's ace in the hole was something that could defeat even the Silver Holy Grail's war demon. They had used a fortune to activate and repair it, and now it could finally be used again. When used in harmony with August's 5 elements angel formation, it could give rise to some extraordinary effects. Right now, this was also the only thing that they could count on. Dong Yen pinched out a small snowbird which flew toward the mountaintop and started hovering about. I can't detect any spell formation auras on the mountaintop. Even the concealment spell formation has been removed. By the looks of it, they're also waiting for us to head over. Dong Yen used the snowbird to scout out the mountaintop, then reported the findings to the team. August smiled bitterly. Well, this just goes to show that they have no fear. With that kind of power, they don't even need to use any strategies or tricks anymore. They can just crush us by using their strength. In the short amount of time during which that thing is active, our power mightn't necessarily be weaker than hers. If we can take advantage of this and catch her off guard, then we'll still have a winning chance. Qing Ji put his palms together and said calmly. His expression remained calm the entire way through, but his tone clearly conveyed his sense of conviction. August had never seen Qing Ji's trump card before. However, his confidence and calm demeanor could in itself boost their allied team's morale. After discussing their battle strategy, the five of them slowly approached the mountaintop. The mountaintop was very quiet. A chilly air silently swept by, yet it also felt a little gentle and soft. Upon landing, the five of them saw the small and exquisitely built palace. A blue spell formation appeared under their feet. They each stood in a different corner, and a five-colored light radiated with vigor and vitality. White feathers drifted in midair without falling, and a vast aura of holiness started to sweep into the surroundings. The five elements angel formation has been activated. When we're battling, be careful of your positions. A holy radiance suddenly dazzled in August's eyes, and his aura changed completely. A powerful aura started emanating from his body. He held his hands across the void from each other, and a white cyclone combined with the power of the five elements. His aura became even more terrifying. Divine punishment, white swirling heavenly pillars, bringing with it a boundless might. A spiraling column of light descended from the sky toward the white palace. Boom! A fist projection burst upwards and shattered that boundless and powerful column of light. At some point in time, the little girl had already appeared at the entrance of the palace. She regarded August and the others with a chilly expression. You guys want to destroy this queen's home right after arriving? The little girl asked coldly. Seeing the little girl casually shatter his powerful move which he had charged up for a long time, August's expression changed slightly. He didn't reply and instead charged toward the little girl. As if in tactic understanding, the remaining four members also charged with him. Their intention was extremely evident. They weren't here to speak nonsense. They were here to fight. Dong Yen was standing upon the water element position. As Dong Yen flapped her wings forward, a towering wave blotted out the skies and surged violently toward the little girl. If it was before, Dong Yen definitely wouldn't be able to wield such powerful immortal spell. However, thanks to the elemental buffs provided by the five elements angel formation, Dong Yen could wield such powers temporarily. Standing in the fire element position, Xianxia cast a Vajra palm toward the little girl. This golden palm projection continuously grew in size. Containing the ultimate wisdom of Buddhism, its power was further magnified by the fiery aura that it possessed. Shirley took out a white harp and her slender fingers plucked at the harp strings like a butterfly fluttering through flowers. The melody and acoustic waves materialized into thousands of white arrows which rained down upon the little girl like a shower of stars. Looking at the descending immortal spells which blotted out heaven and earth, the little girl's expression didn't change a single bit. Instead, she stepped into an adorable bow stance and threw a simple yet stern punch. The air in front of the fist was slightly distorted by the devastating pressure that the fist exuded. Boom! As heaven and earth shook, a crushing fist projection rocketed forward. The power of this fist tore a hole into the towering wave, shattered the Vajra palm, and caused the thousands of white arrows to splinter and vanish. After all this, it still moved toward August. There was a solemn expression on August's face, and he let out a deep roar. Then he also threw a fist forward. An ear-splitting boom exploded out into the distance, and the collision of energy caused the ground to fracture and split. Blood sprayed from August's fist, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he stumbled back in retreat. Without truly facing this little girl, one would never be able to comprehend just how terrifying her power really was. Now, however, they had finally experienced firsthand this crushing power. With a single punch, she shattered Dong Yen, Xianxia, and Shirley's joint attack and even managed to wound August. Even though they were mentally prepared, this power still had them overwhelmed with shock. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan also walked out of the palace. Seeing their queen's earth-shattering punch, they stood to the side and exclaimed in marvel. If all went according to plan, they would only need to stand by the side and cheer the little girl on. Shirley continued to pluck at her harp, and a pure green light started to surge toward August's body. This extremely powerful burst of life force repaired and healed his wounds. However, the little girl clearly wouldn't give them time to take a breather. Stamping her feet, she burst through the sound barrier and zoomed toward the nearby August. Archangel! August roared loudly, and his other 4 teammates all came to their senses. Power coursed through the spell formation and converged toward August's body. The white feathers surrounding the spell formation suddenly quivered. Then, they quickly converged together and radiated a brilliant light. The little girl was already upon August, and her small and nimble fist punched toward him. At almost exactly the same moment, a divine glow suddenly shone magnificently from behind August's back. Its radiant rays were alike the dazzling sun as they lit up the entire night sky. Amidst this endless stretch of divine glow, the projection of an archangel suddenly appeared. It raised its fist and also punched toward the little girl. As the 2 fists collided, heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. With the exception of the little girl and August, everyone else felt an indescribable sense of suffocation. The colliding energies exploded, and the shock waves that it generated surged out thousands of meters, uprooting all the trees and vegetation on the mountaintop. The little girl stumbled back a few steps. Looking up toward the archangel behind August's back, a look of surprise emerged on her face. This was the first time that she had been forced backward by someone. August wore a cold expression and his aura became even more ethereal and profound. The archangel behind his back also became increasingly solid. An even more terrifying aura swept out into the surroundings. Make haste. August spoke calmly as his body lunged toward the little girl. Golden symbols danced around Qingji's body as an overwhelming Buddhist halo burst forth. I'm ready, he nodded and said. Let's begin. Only now did the battle for the Golden Holy Grail truly begin. Heavenly Manipulation Technique. 18 Diamond Buddhas. Golden light flashed in Qingji's eyes as his aura became vast and powerful. 6 huge symbols exploded with resounding booms in the air. From the shattered symbols, 6 golden Buddhas with mountainous auras emerged. Bu Dai, Ba Jiao, Chang Mei, Ken Men, Xianglong, Fu Hu. The heavenly manipulation technique was an extremely powerful puppet manipulation technique from the Buddhist kingdom. Those who cultivated the technique to its fullest would be able to control a total of 18 diamond Buddha puppets. At Qingji's current cultivation base, he was naturally unable to perform the technique to such an extent. Even with the assistance of the angelic formation of 5 elements, he was only able to control 6 diamond Buddha puppets. But even with just 6, that was enough. Boom! Gale force winds brewed on the ground with the emergence of the 6 diamond Buddha puppets. The light of the Buddha shone brilliantly as waves of powerful auras tumbled toward the girl in front of them like huge waves. During this period, the girl exchanged a few more blows with the angelic projection behind August, but was still unable to gain a decisive advantage. August, Shirley, and Dong Yen were all injected with confidence, as they sensed the extremely powerful auras of the 6 diamond Buddha puppets behind them and their fighting spirits were reignited. Each of the 6 diamond Buddha puppets possessed power that was just barely on par with a soul formation initial stage cultivator. Aside from using the energy from spirit stones, Qingji had to constantly inject his own vital energy into the puppets, which was an extremely taxing task that he could not keep up for long. However, with the assistance of the angelic formation of 5 elements, Shirley, Dong Yen, and Xianxia could also inject their energy into the 6 puppets, allowing Qingji to maintain control over them for a longer period of time. At the behest of Qingji's intent, the 6 diamond Buddha puppets all pounced toward the girl at once while bringing out their respective Dharma treasures. They each had their own divine abilities, all of which were powerful enough to shake heaven and earth itself. The angelic projection was already fighting on par with the little girl. With the entrance of the 6 diamond Buddha puppets into the fray, the little girl was forced into retreat. On the Blue Sky Plaza, the entourage from the 3 powers were originally all dejected and had accepted defeat, but hope was reignited in their hearts at the sight of the trump cards unleashed by the Garden of Eden and the Buddhist kingdom. The students of the heavenly court were beginning to get anxious. Their representatives had already forged an alliance with the little girl, so they were essentially on the same boat. Now that the war demon was forced into a disadvantageous situation, the heavenly court's seemingly assured victory was suddenly under threat. A celestial maiden in a simple robe sat in the VIP stands, staring intently at the crystal screen. She was not focusing her attention on the heated battle. Instead, her anticipation-filled gaze was wandering toward the man who was spectating the battle from nearby. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan did not expect the 3 powers to be able to summon up such terrifying power after joining forces. They were already planning to enter the battle when they saw the little girl being forced into retreat. Let's go stall those puppets. Even if we can't contain them, let's try to find a way to at least disrupt. Those puppets are extremely powerful, so they definitely wouldn't be able to maintain them for a long time, Lu Qianhuan exclaimed in panic. And Lin blinked in confusion. What? Which ones are puppets? Lu Qianhuan's eyes widened. Are you blind? Those shiny golden monks are puppets. What? They're puppets. They're so realistic and lifelike. I thought they were materialized from some type of immortal spell. And Lin was in shock. Speaking of which, are puppets even permitted in competitions like this? Lu Qianhuan rolled her eyes. Of course, this isn't like cheating using talismans. Manipulation of mechanical puppets requires perfect harmony between your mind, qi, and consciousness. To be able to wield them is a manifestation of the wielder's power in itself. Thus, their use would not be banned. So if there's a type of puppet that doesn't require manipulation or control, but is unable to manifest the wielder's power, would we be able to use them? And Lin was a little hesitant when he asked the question. What are you getting at? What I'm saying is, let me show you something interesting. Boom! The little girl was being surrounded by the 6 diamond Buddha puppets, while an angel drew its bow, shooting forth an arrow imbued with a peerless divine glow. The arrow pierced through her shoulder before taking a huge chunk out of the mountain behind her, leaving a huge trench in the ground. Blood spilled everywhere, and the little girl gritted her teeth and swung her fists around as she stumbled back in retreat. The 6 diamond Buddha puppets, each of them wielding a myriad of divine abilities. The girl could only use her fists in retaliation. Straight punch, jab, hook. She didn't know any other moves. All she was capable of were these simple fist techniques. Victory is in sight. Let's give it one last push. August roared as he chased after the girl in hot pursuit. They could already see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they chased after their opponent with all their might. Boom! Another 3 diamond Buddha puppets were sent flying by the girl's fists. Their seemingly indestructible bodies were riddled with craters as cracks began to extend from them like spider webs. However, Fu Hu, Xianglong, and Chong Mei grabbed this opportunity to close the distance between themselves and the girl and began to unleash their divine abilities. Jade Tiger Quake. The Fu Hu puppet unleashed a powerful fist, conjuring up the projection of a tiger's head in the air as golden ripples exploded forth with a roar, annihilating everything around the projection. Dragon-slaying sword. The Xianglong puppet made a seal with its hand as a golden sword of 100 feet in length slashed toward its petite opponent with devastating sealing power. Demon sealing lock. White strands of thick rope flew forth from the Chong Mei puppet's hands, pouncing on the girl as if they were pythons seeking to ensnare the opponent. The girl had just unleashed a fist and did not have time to retract her arms in defense before the 3 divine abilities descended upon her. The dazzling divine abilities descended upon her, and she knew that she couldn't dodge this attack. She narrowed her bright eyes and balled herself up in preparation to take the attack head-on. But right at this moment, two figures appeared in front of her. Be careful. The girl was in a momentary daze at this sight before yelling in panic. She knew what would inevitably happen if people with guardian-level power were to take on those three divine abilities. But in the next instant, her pupils contracted and a shocked expression appeared on her face as she discovered the identities of the two figures in front of her. Activate Ionic Deprivation Protection Formation. The two figures in front of her raised their arms as a film of blue light appeared around them, encapsulating themselves as well as the girl within. Boom! The Jade Tiger Quake collided with the film of light, crushing the ground beneath it into sand and dust, but was unable to penetrate the barrier. The golden dragon-slaying sword stabbed viciously into the barrier, releasing vast amounts of sealing power. A few cracks appeared in the barrier, while the huge golden sword was completely shattered by the backlash. The white strands of thick rope struck the barrier but could only skirt around its exterior before mysteriously catching on fire. They blocked it? The little girl stared at the scene before her with her mouth completely agape in shock. Two humanoid mechanical puppets stood in front of her proudly, emitting a white metallic sheen. August and the others were also quite surprised by the fact that the attacks from the puppets had been dispelled and stared cautiously at the two silvery white puppets standing before them. Allow me to introduce my little pawns. This is Gundam number 1 and Gundam number 2. And Lin made a grand entrance and explained with a smile on his face. As for which one is Gundam number 1 and which one is Gundam number 2, I don't really remember myself, but that's fine, the result is all the same anyway. Gundam number 1. Gundam number 2. Take down those monk puppets. At Lin's command, the two silvery white Gundams finally unleashed their terrifying power in front of everyone for the first time. The appearance of Lin and his two puppets was something August and the others did not expect. But no matter what happened, they had no other choice but to grit their teeth and charge into battle. Qingji knew that Lin's two puppets were extremely powerful, so he sent the Ba Jiao and Bu Dai puppets to battle them, with containment being the number 1 priority rather than trying to defeat them outright. The other 4 puppets skirted around Lin and the others and charged toward the war demon with the golden holy grail. August also chose to cooperate with the 4 diamond Buddha puppets and unleashed a barrage of attacks. The battle erupted again. Qingji soon found out that he had miscalculated, and it was a major miscalculation too. The power of Gundam number 1 and Gundam number 2 far exceeded his expectations. When the Bu Dai and Ba Jiao puppets began to charge at them, one of the Gundams pushed both palms in front of it and unleashed a purple ring of light which enveloped its 2 assailants within. Immediately afterward, extreme pressure began to appear between heaven and earth, crushing the 2 diamond Buddha puppets straight into the ground with the weight of 10,000 mountains. Boom! The ground cracked open violently as it became unable to bear such extreme force and began to cave in an extremely uniform fashion. Qingji, who was engaged in battle with the little girl, felt a chill running down his spine as he detected the situation that the Bu Dai and Ba Jiao puppets were in. He glanced at Gundam number 1 and Gundam number 2 and exclaimed in a trembling voice, "This is gravitational control?" Gravity was one of the most difficult forces to attain and use in the infinite different paths of Tao. This was the first time he had seen a puppet capable of manipulating gravity. He was still yet to recover from his shock when the other Gundam suddenly propelled itself with flames shooting out of its back to appear almost instantly above the 2 diamond Buddha puppets. It spread its hands open, and a blue sword of light which was constructed from some mysterious particles appeared in its hands. At the same time, its eyes turned golden in color as it scanned the 2 puppets below it before it slashed down viciously toward the parts on their structures that were dented and cracked from the girl's fists. The slashes did not seem very powerful, but they all came from uncanny angles. They managed to both avoid the Ba Jiao puppet's defenses while slashing into its most vulnerable parts as it began to dismember the Ba Jiao puppet's body. All of this happened in an instant, so from the perspective of a third person, it looked like the Gundam pounced on the Ba Jiao puppet, which was trapped under a force field of exponentially boosted gravity, before slashing out in a beautiful arc and slicing the Ba Jiao puppet cleanly in half. The Ba Jiao puppet disappeared in a burst of golden light. Qing Ji, who was the wielder of the puppets, instantly spat out a mouthful of blood from the backlash. The Gundam did not stop there. Instead, it instantly slashed its sword toward the Budai puppet, seemingly with no transition nor pause. The Budai puppet had already activated its divine ability as countless golden flying sword flew from its sleeves toward the Gundam, each of them imbued with the true intent of the Buddha. In such close quarters, it was impossible for the Gundam to dodge. The Gundam did not dodge. As a matter of fact, it twisted its body slightly so the golden swords hurtling at it did not strike any vital points while the blue sword in its hand continued to slash down in the same trajectory. Each of its movements seemed to be choreographed. There were no undulating emotions. Instead, it exemplified the notion of float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Boom! Gold light erupted as the Gundam was knocked away by the Diamond Buddha puppet. But the Budai puppet's head was also decapitated by Gundam number 1. Qing Ji once again received backlash from this, but this time, it was not as simple as just coughing up a mouthful of blood. His whole body swayed as he struggled to stay upright. Even the 4 Diamond Buddha puppets still under his control seemed to falter in their movements, as if they were going to collapse. Shirley was immediately startled into using her strongest healing spell technique on Qing Ji. If Qing Ji fell now, their situation would instantly become a dire one. Qing Ji stared at the silvery white puppets with fear in his eyes. The puppet that had exerted gravitational control had already turned his gaze upon the other 4 Diamond Buddha puppets. The mechanical puppet that had been knocked aside by the Budai puppet also stood up again and dusted itself off. There was no hint of any damage sustained from the blow it took. Qing Ji was overwhelmed with shock at the sight of this and immediately yelled out, "August, finish this quickly. We don't have any time." Indeed, they really had no time now. The power of Enlin's twin mechanical puppets had far exceeded his expectations. If both of the mechanical puppets entered the fray, the only possible result would be a one-sided massacre. The angelic projection in the air began to increase the intensity of its attacks as it worked in coordination with the 4 Diamond Buddha puppets to rain down attacks on the little girl, causing the earth to fracture and mountains to crumble with their terrifying might. The little girl was struck a few times by the oncoming attacks, but she also shattered the head of the Chong Mei puppet in the process. The battle was extremely brutal and blood began to seep out of the corner of her mouth, and her soft, petite face was starting to appear a little swollen. Qing Ji's whole body trembled as he fought to maintain control of the puppets, while he forcefully held himself upright. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan chose to engage in guerrilla tactics outside the battle by unleashing a few powerful spell techniques from time to disrupt the opposition without actually entering the fray themselves. Firstly, this was to prevent August from focusing his attacks on Enlin in a bid to remove the threat posed by Gundam number 1 and Gundam number 2. Secondly, they weren't powerful enough to battle August and the others head-on anyway. Lu Qianhuan was initially worried that Enlin would be targeted by everyone in the opposition for his control over the Gundams. But it was a pity that by the time they came to realize just how fearsome the Gundams were, 2 of the Diamond Buddha puppets had already been vanquished, and they had lost their opportunity to strike at Enlin. Almost each and every one of the spectators on the Blue Sky Plaza was staring in a daze at the mechanical puppets glowing with a silvery white light. Just a few moments ago, the 2 Gundams were able to vanquish 2 of the powerful Diamond Buddha puppets in a matter of seconds. This was simply far too shocking for them to comprehend, especially when they considered that the wielder of the Gundams was only a spirit-nurturing initial stage cultivator. One had to realize that whether a mechanical puppet was powerful or not depended heavily on the wielder's mind, chi, and consciousness. In other words, it was usually the case that the stronger the wielder was, the more powerful the mechanical puppets that they could manipulate. However, the mechanical puppets Enlin was manipulating were unimaginably powerful, and it appeared that Enlin was still able to engage in guerrilla warfare at the same time, seemingly as if he did not even need to focus any attention on controlling them. The feeling that this scene gave everyone was as if he had just summoned 2 soul formation stage helpers which could fight completely autonomously. The students were okay. These were God and's mechanical puppets after all, so no matter how insane they were, it was still acceptable to them. But the entourages from the other three powers were completely unable to accept what was happening. Are these really fucking puppets? They aren't armor-clad warriors, are they? Su Xiaolan was also quite confused. These mechanical puppets looked like they required zero control, and their appearances were quite strange as well. Su Qinyun detected her confusion and began to patiently explain to her the unique aspects of the mechanical puppets Lin was using. This included things like smart autonomous control and power cores, causing Su Xiaolan to gasp in amazement. As Su Xiaolan listened to Su Qinyun's explanation, her mind was beginning to drift away from the mechanical puppets. She was instead lamenting at the fact that Su Qinyun knew so much about Lin that she didn't. This truly was not a good feeling. In the VIP stands, a woman with wispy brows clenched her hands into fists as she stared intently with a scorching gaze at the mechanical puppets on the crystal screen. There's no mistaking it, those are mechanical bloodline contraptions from the Purple Star Research Institute. Who would have thought Lin would be in possession of such treasures? The battle had finally progressed into its final moments. The angelic projection and the diamond Buddha puppets were unable to vanquish the golden Holy Grail's war demon before the Gundams began to force their way into the battle. August's face fell as he made an important decision in these dire circumstances. The state of the battle began to tilt heavily as the two Gundams entered the fray. One of the Gundams spewed forth a stream of purple flames from its mouth. The purple flames were imbued with a penetrative frosty aura, almost destroying the angelic formation of 5 elements. What the hell? These mechanical puppets can use dark purple dragon flames. August was forced into retreat by the purple flames with a shocked expression on his face. These dragon flames were abilities that the Dragon Clan were born with and could not be emulated by any spell techniques. But these metallic Gundams were flipping his understanding on its head. Even the return to void mighty figures on the Blue Sky Plaza furrowed their brows lightly at this as surprise surfaced in their expressions. The little girl instantly staged retaliation as the pressure on her lessened. She threw fist after fist, each of them extremely simple and crude, but imbued with the power to nullify all spell techniques, instantly shattering the chest of the Fu-Hu puppet. Qing Ji spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with Shirley relentlessly casting healing spell techniques on him, the damage he received from repeated bouts of backlash was far too much, and he began to kneel onto the ground. Without a wielder to control them, all the remaining diamond Buddha puppets completely collapsed. The little girl continued in her relentless attack as she struck out with her fists at the archangel projection in the sky. The unparalleled power in her fists pulverized mountains as well the ground below her. The archangel projection suffered the bulk of the force and immediately began to flash in and out of existence as it teetered on the brink of collapse. August and the others stumbled in retreat as blood spewed forth from their mouths, but they were still barely maintaining the spell formation. The diamond Buddha puppets had been vanquished and the angelic formation of 5 elements was on the brink of collapse. All of this signified that August and the others were truly at the end of the line. Apologies in advance, everyone, but please allow me to be selfish and gamble for one last time. August roared with an apologetic yet determined expression on his face toward the 4 people behind him. Sacrifice, heavenly flames of judgment. The little girl was still in the process of charging toward August, but an extremely powerful pillar of white light suddenly descended upon her, forcing her into retreat. She wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth as she began to make her way toward August again with fighting spirit raging in her eyes. After a devastating battle, she was already quite severely injured, but her combat strength did not diminish. She was not afraid of the spell technique August was about to use, but she knew that it was the right decision to try and prevent him from unleashing the spell. 2 silvery white figures skirted around the little girl and pounced toward August. The archangel projection dissipated into particles of light which began to envelop the spell formation. 2 white spears of light shot forth from the spell formation at unimaginable speeds and instantly pierced through the bodies of Gundam number 1 and Gundam number 2. Commence the sacrifice. August's voice began to become cold and emotionless. Shirley stared at his figure with a conflicted expression before finally accepting his decision and closing her eyes. Dong Yen, Qing Xian, and Qing Ji were all quite perplexed. They only realized what just happened when the spell formation began to draw vital energy from their bodies. The angelic formation of 5 elements began to absorb everyone's vital energy as a holy light burst forth. Prior to this, they had voluntarily injected their own vital energy into the spell formation. But now the spell formation had completely taken the initiative as it sucked in their vital energy with no restraint. Ah! Stop! If the spell formation keeps sucking away my vital energy, I won't even be able to put up a fight. Dong Yen roared as she charged toward the edge of the spell formation in a bid to escape its suction force. She had retained some strength to fight for the Holy Grail after the little girl was defeated, but his remaining strength was being sucked away at an alarming rate, leaving him extremely weak and depleted. Boom! She collided with the edge of the spell formation but was forced back by the power of the holy light. Amitba, August, why would you go so far? Qingji stared at August with a perplexed expression. As the center of the spell formation, August was paying the heaviest price out of anyone right now. Not only was his vital energy rapidly dissipating, but even his mental energy and consciousness were also becoming extremely weak as his aura diminished to a state akin to that of an old man on his deathbed. The spell formation continued to absorb everyone's power with no reservation. White feathers imbued with a mysterious power began to flutter into the sky before merging together. Boom! The little girl pounced but was once again knocked back by the holy light. The 5 people inside the spell formation had already collapsed to the ground. They no longer even had the energy to stand, but the spell formation was still relentlessly absorbing every last ounce of their energy. The feathers merged to form a slowly rotating whirlpool in the sky. It began to expand and soon covered a radius of thousands of meters, almost obscuring the entirety of the sky above them. A golden flame burned in the heart of the whirlpool, within which contained an extremely fearsome destructive power, which seemed like it could engulf and destroy all things in this world. And Lin stared up at the terrifying whirlpool in the air and immediately summoned the Gundams to protect him. Master, due to heavy damage to internal components, self-regeneration has been activated. There is now insufficient energy. Gundam number 1 and Gundam number 2 spoke in unison. The puncture wounds in their chests from the spears of light had already been sealed, but the glow in their eyes was beginning to slowly diminish. And Lin winced. Can't you fucking leave self-regeneration until later? What the hell are you trying to pull by doing this while still in battle? Heavenly flames of judgment, descend. August made a slashing motion with his arm down at the little girl. The little girl clenched her delicate fists as she planted her feet beneath her at shoulder width with an adorably stoic expression. She stared up at the whirlpool in the sky as a solemn expression began to appear on her face. The golden flames from the center of the whirlpool descended with the power to cleanse heaven and earth and vaporize all things in its wake before engulfing the entire mountain. From afar, it looked like a huge golden pillar which was supporting the heavens. The flames lit up the entire night sky, creating a vast and mighty spectacle that evoked fear in all onlookers. And Lin raised his head to stare up at the devastating technique and only had time to bring out the black brick as a means of protection. The prismatic barrier had also appeared around him at some point in time. Immediately afterward, they were engulfed by boundless light and heat. A sky-splitting rumble began to reverberate between heaven and earth. On the blue sky plaza, the crystal screen was once again taken over by a golden light. The tens of thousands of spectators were in shock at the devastating power of August's final attack. They then came to senses. There was no more commotion, only deathly silence. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation as they stared up at the crystal screen, waiting for the final result. The light receded and the whirlpool in the sky dissipated. The once tall and proud mountain had been reduced to dust. The ground was littered with countless shards of rock and stone, some of which were still glowing red and emitting black smoke as a show of just how terrifying the heavenly flames were. A series of golden barriers shone lightly among the vast expanse of rock shards. Dong Yen, Qingji, Xianxia, August, Lu Qinhuan, surely, all of them were severely injured, and if it wasn't for the golden defensive barriers, they would all have been cremated by now. Dong Yen, Xianxia, and Lu Qianhuan had fallen into unconsciousness, while the others struggled to keep their eyelids open. August and Shirley enveloped their wings around themselves in a semicircle but were still unable to escape the devastating power of the heavenly flames. All the spectators on the Blue Sky Plaza stared blankly at the scene before them, their hearts filled with a conflicted feeling. The heavenly flames of judgment were unimaginably powerful, so it wasn't a surprising result that all the representatives fell to the technique. So basically, August just blasted both his friends and enemies to death with his finishing technique? I don't know why, but I suddenly recalled God and's nuclear lightning fist. Bullshit. God and's nuclear lightning fist only blasts his own teammates. August sure did try his best to try and obtain the Holy Grails. It's a pity that he went too hard and was unable to save even himself. Perhaps he's trying to prove himself by doing this. You have to admit, that last technique is worthy of our respect and admiration. Vice Principal Yu Hua sighed and began to make announcements in a clear voice. Buddhist Kingdom, Qing Ji, Qing Xian, eliminated. Garden of Eden, August, Shirley, eliminated. Hall of Creation, Dong Yen, eliminated. Heavenly Court, Lu Qianhuan, and Yu Hua suddenly faltered and began to scan the image on the crystal screen with a puzzled expression. Everyone on the plaza also realized something and gradually began to become excited. I feel like I didn't see Godin on the screen. Yeah, I was a bit shocked by the heavenly flames earlier, so I've only just realized this too. Could he have been buried into the ground? Godin is too badass for that to happen to him. All the students became more and more excited as they speculated among themselves. They all gazed up at the screen, hoping to find the person in question. Vice Principal Yu Hua was also doing the same thing. In the end, they discovered a huge black brick. The brick was still vibrating slightly, and a low, anguished male voice sounded from beneath it. Help! Someone, please come save me. The man's cries for help were still reverberating. Vice Principal Yu Hua's lips twitched slightly as he made a correction. Heavenly Court, Lu Qianhuan, eliminated. As for the man buried under the brick, he had not been surrounded by a golden barrier, so he had not yet been eliminated. The tens of thousands of students should have been ecstatic at this sight, but they somehow couldn't summon any cheers. After all, Godin had survived such a terrifying spell technique but was now trapped under a brick. This was just, help! The man's cries became weaker and weaker, up until he heard Vice Principal Yu Hua's announcement of Lu Qianhuan, eliminated. He finally stopped struggling. He knew that no one would come to save him, and Lin panted in exhaustion under the black brick. He wanted to shrink the size of the brick, but his energy essence had been completely expended, and he was heavily injured, so he was unable to perform even such a simple task. After hearing that everyone had been eliminated, he suddenly realized something, and that was that the Heavenly Court had already won. If they had already won, then what was he doing stuck here? I want to go back. Teleport me back. I want to go back. Teleport me back. He continued to shout, but there was no response. After a long while, a voice sounded in the sky. There are only two ways to exit the trial. The first way is to be defeated, thereby triggering the defeat judgment seal. The second way is to obtain the Holy Grails and secure victory. There's no other way. And Lin grimaced upon hearing this announcement. Be defeated? Can't you see I've already been defeated by this black brick? Obtain the Holy Grails? I'm stuck under this black brick. How the hell am I supposed to do that? All right, don't take me back. You guys can just watch me chill under this brick? And Lin said in a feeble voice. The tens of thousands of spectators' faces darkened once they heard Lin's words. Did they want to watch Lin chill under a brick? Hell no. But the trial was not yet over, so they couldn't really do anything. But there was always a turn of events. A little girl struggled and faltered in her footsteps as she appeared in everyone's line of sight. Her white dress was covered in blood and grime, and her porcelain-like face was also riddled with burns. She made her way to the brick and kicked it aside. Boom! She appeared to have used a bit too much power and kicked the brick a bit further than intended. and Lin was injured once again by the impact and moaned lightly in pain, but at least the weight of the brick was off his body now. Under the white light of the moon, they saw the figure of the little girl who appeared a little lonesome. The girl smiled and plucked Lin out of the ground like a little bunny. She exulted in a clear yet hoarse voice, "Left Guardian, we won." And Lin looked at her innocent smile and nodded before squeezing out a smile of his own in response. "We've secured victory with our cockroach-like tenacity. Survival truly is the key to victory." The girl furrowed her brows slightly and placed Lin back on the ground with a sorrowful expression. "It's a pity. My little palace wasn't strong enough and got destroyed." And Lin surveyed their surroundings but could only find a pile of debris and rubble. There was not even a semblance of the former palace in sight. He couldn't help but heave a sigh as well. He actually didn't care too much for the palace itself, but he was quite sympathetic at the fact that the little girl would have to live with no roof nor shelter over her head. Just as he was about to console her with words along the lines of, "That's fine, we can just make another," the little girl suddenly spoke. "Come out, palace number 24. Her storage ring flashed and the ground rumbled as another small yet intricate palace appeared in front of Lin. Lin. All right, it seemed like his worries were unnecessary. Lin consumed a few energy-restoring pills and retrieved his black brick before speaking to the little girl. "Your Majesty, please punch me." The little girl stared at him with a puzzled expression. "Why?" "Because I can only leave here if I obtain the Holy Grail or my defeat judgment seal is triggered." Lin explained with a smile. "Oh, I see." The little girl faltered as her face fell and her voice became deflated. "You're leaving so soon?" Lin nodded. "Yeah, I have to go back to receive my prize. Don't punch me too hard." "Oh wait, don't punch me too lightly either. Maybe just go 50% of your normal punching power." He felt like his fragile body would definitely be destroyed by a full-force punch, so a 50% one should be okay. To be honest, it was still quite a nervous experience to await for a pummeling. The little girl chewed down on her lower lip and fiddled with the intricate crown before lifting off her head and offering it to Lin with her slender little hands. Lin was shocked into a daze as he stared at the crown before his eyes. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? I'm the queen. How can I attack my own guardians? Just take the crown instead." The little girl smiled lightly as the breeze ruffled her hair. The expression in her eyes was extremely clear and genuine, and Lin felt as if his heartstrings had been tugged and suddenly forgot how to move. This was something he had never anticipated. The two of them stared at each other under the moonlit sky in silence. The girl stood with a sincere expression, while the man was completely dumbfounded. The crown between them glinted faintly under the moonlight. If it wasn't for the girl's hair fluttering in the breeze, the scene would appear like a still image, forever etched into the canvas of time. "But without your crown, I'm still your queen even without my crown." "That's true, Your Majesty." And Lin smiled. He took the crown with trembling hands. It was very difficult to describe his feelings at that very moment. The tens of thousands of spectators on the Blue Sky Plaza were also staring quietly at the image on the crystal screen. But no one uttered even a single word. The sequence of events was very surprising, but for some reason it also seemed quite natural. There was no sense of anything being forced or out of place. Everything was as it should be. Vice Principal Yu Hua stared intently at the crystal screen as waves of incredulity welled up in his heart. It's been almost 100 years. Who would have thought someone would actually succeed? Yu Hua's expression was very complex. He was shocked, he was excited, but most of all he was greatly relieved. "Congratulations! Heavenly Court has received 5 points. His voice reverberated throughout the Blue Sky Plaza, and also sounded in Lin's ears. Not a single person disputed this decision, including the return to Void Stage mighty figures in the stands. They all stared at the scene on the screen with varying expressions, all of them at a complete loss for words. This wasn't the first time they had come to spectate the Tao Exchange Conference. They had seen the fierce and merciless version of the Golden Holy Grail's War Demon. They had seen her crushing all the contestants with her absolute might, but they had never seen her so sincere and genuine. and Lin's body began to dissipate into particles of light as he placed the crown in his hands back onto the little girl's head. Not bad. I only had to borrow this crown to get 5 points. Thank you, Your Majesty. The little girl pursed her lips as she stared in silence at Lin with her rippling eyes. Oh right, the blood skeleton also has a phone. If you ever get bored, you can play against it. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin. Tears began to well up in the little girl's eyes. You're both my guardians. Don't forget me. Don't worry. We will never forget you. And Lin replied earnestly, Farewell, Your Majesty. And Lin's vision began to darken and his consciousness began to blur. And the last thing he heard was a soft and gentle voice. Farewell, Guardian and Lin. The light of dawn rose in the sky, painting the contours of the clouds gold. Vice Principal Yu Hua announced the final results of the conference to the tens of thousands of spectators on the Blue Sky Plaza. The Heavenly Court team were the champions with a staggering 83.7 points. The Buddhist Kingdom came second, the Garden of Eden came in third, and the Hall of Creation took the bottom position. After some recovery, Lin, Wang Xuanzhan, and Lu Qinhuan stood on the stage to receive their final prize. Lin held the trophy that was soon going to be an exhibit in the school museum and looked at the tens of thousands of spectators cheering him on, feeling greatly moved by the occasion. Prior to the conference, he had never thought he would be standing in this position. However, he turned out to be one of the top performers in the whole conference, so he felt no shame in lifting the trophy. Aside from the students on the Blue Sky Plaza, even the representatives from the other 3 powers were genuinely applauding. The conference really was a spectacular event that afforded the younger generation an opportunity to demonstrate what they were capable of. Contestants like Mobile Nuclear Bomb Lin, young internet addiction maiden Lu Qinhuan, and ideal 4th man Hong Do all engraved themselves deeply into the spectators' minds, and their brilliant feats would spread far and wide to all corners of the continent. The award ceremony immediately began after the announcement of the results. The Heavenly Court were the champions, and they received awards befitting of champions. However, the person presenting the awards came as an unpleasant surprise to Lin. A woman in simple Taoist robes made her way gracefully onto the stage to appear before Lin. She was as graceful and majestic as a celestial maiden that had stepped straight out of a painting. Her wispy brows were slightly raised and a meaningful smile played at the corner of her lips. Student Lin, your exemplary performance was quite the spectacle to witness. The woman smiled gracefully. He. Thank you for your praise, Master Tianyu. Lin came to his senses and replied with a nervous smile. Celestial Maiden Tian Yu awarded him the 20 vital stones as well as 2 vouchers which he could exchange for 1 spirit tool and 1 immortal pill. Meet me at the White Crane Pavilion after the awards ceremony. Lin's face twitched slightly. Can I refuse? No. Tian Yu's reply was very quick and resolute. Lin sighed heavily with a resigned expression. Celestial Maiden Tian Yu turned away with a triumphant expression and continued to present awards to the rest of the contestants. The awards ceremony soon concluded, and the Tao Exchange Conference of the 4 powers also came to a close. After such a long conference, all the representatives and spectators were thoroughly exhausted and left the plaza. Lin was very happy with the award he received and also left the Blue Sky Plaza. After receiving the 20 vital stones, his net worth had once again exceeded 1,000,000 spirit stones. Aside from that, he could also trade in his vouchers for an intermediate rank spirit tool from the treasure vault as well as a 6th grade immortal pill from Do Shui Palace. The thought of this was getting him a little excited. However, he had to go to the White Crane Pavilion next and things would probably be a bit dicey there. He was actually still feeling quite uneasy and did not know why Lin Junjun had invited him for a meeting. If the reason for her invitation was that she had prepared more treasures to exchange for information on the Purple Star Research Institute, then that would be welcomed. He followed a winding path forward and soon discovered the small pavilion constructed from white stones. There was a small creek by the side of the pavilion, and a gentle breeze blew by, causing the surface of the water to ripple. A woman in a simple robe sat quietly in the White Crane Pavilion. An expression of focus and determination was etched on her face. She held her paintbrush with her slim fingers, but she did not use it. Instead, She was staring intently at the artwork in front of her. And Lin was relieved to see the peaceful and graceful side of Lin Junjun and began to make his way toward her. Master Tianyu, I'm here. He entered the pavilion and announced in a quiet voice, in fear that he would startle her. The woman raised her head and chuckled lightly. I don't remember you being this polite when I first met you. And Lin smiled a little awkwardly and did no reply. Do you know why I've invited you to come here? Lin Junjun continued. No, and Lin shook his head with an obedient expression. The huge gap between their cultivation bases and social status forced him into submission. He would only answer what was asked, no more and no less. Lin Junjun sighed lightly, and the surroundings of the White Crane Pavilion suddenly rippled with vital energy before everything around them began to blur. Lin Junjun smiled lightly at Lin's distressed expression and explained, This is a concealment spell formation. The reason why I've invited you here is so that you can critique some of my artwork. And Lin winced. Don't try to trick me, art critique. Why would that require the use of a concealment spell formation? Are we looking at pornographic art? Hee. Lin Junjun's face fell as a sinister light began to shine in her eyes, and Lin immediately stopped talking upon realizing he had spoken out of line. Come here and tell me what you think of this piece of artwork. Lin Junjun was able to suppress her emotions quickly and pointed to the artwork in front of her. And Lin did as he was instructed and cast his gaze on the artwork. The artwork was a ball of fire, and the flames were extremely vibrant and lifelike, appearing almost as if it was going to manifest itself into actual flames. Wow, such artwork can only belong in heaven. It is exquisite to the extreme, and Lin immediately offered up words of praise. He wasn't an art critique expert, but it was a simple task to just compliment whatever artwork was presented to him. You're far too kind, Mr. N. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face. However, my Tao of art has progressed to a stage that I am barely able to manifest my artwork into reality. I'll give you a demonstration for you to critique. She moved the tip of her paintbrush toward the artwork as she spoke. There seemed to be a faint light glowing on the tip of the paintbrush. A grim feeling welled up in Lin's heart. Don't do anything rash. He did not get a chance to finish his sentence before the tip of Lin Junjun's paintbrush made contact with the artwork, and the whole canvas began to glow with a brilliant light. Boom! Scorching flames shot forth and engulfed Lin's body. Moments later, a charred and scorched Lin was left standing on the spot with a dumbfounded expression. He opened his mouth and a puff of white smoke drifted out. Mr. N. What do you think of my artwork? Lin Junjun was still calm and graceful. There wasn't even any change in her tone of voice. Celestial Maiden Tianyu, your artwork is of the finest quality. It is imbued with profound meaning. The flames are brimming with passion, reflecting a strong yearning in the path of seeking Tao. And Lin racked his brains for all the words of praise he could find and began to rattle them off non-stop like a machine gun. Lin Junjun smiled again at Lin's panicked state. All right, next. I have an artistic depiction of a world of snow and ice that I would also like Mr. N to critique. No, wait. Let me finish my critique on the previous artwork. I can still go on for 10,000 years. And Lin yelled as Lin Junjun changed to another artwork and began to point the tip of her paintbrush at it. The interior of the White Crane Pavilion was instantly frozen solid. Ah! And Lin roared in anguish at the extreme cold, but unfortunately, his voice only reverberated within the White Crane Pavilion. He finally understood why Lin Junjun cast the concealment spell formation. This was all a fucking premeditated ploy to trap and abuse him. Mr. N. I also have an artwork of flying sabers and swords for you to critique. Mr. N. I also have an artwork of a poisonous cesspool for you to critique. Mr. N. That day, and Lin was forced to relive the horrors of being abused and tortured by Lin Junjun, as well as the shame and humiliation of being ground into the dirt. After being horrendously ravaged, and Lin finally accepted his fate and lay on the ground with an expression filled with despair. Lin Junjun's beautiful features appeared in front of his eyes again. Even though she wore an enchanting smile, In Lin's eyes, her expression looked akin to the sinister smile of the devil. "Did my artworks make for good viewing for Mr. N?" Lin Junjun asked with a smile. Master Tianyu's artworks are so profound and exquisite. They are truly unmatched by anyone, and Lin feebly continued with his words of praise. "That's good to hear. I actually have one last piece of art for you to critique." Her voice was soft and mellow like a gently flowing creek, but Lin couldn't help but shiver at the sound. He almost leaped up in fright. "There's still more?" Lin Junjun's brows furrowed slightly. "Why, you don't like my art?" "I do. I love your art." And Lin forced a smile onto his face. If he had a mirror, he would discover that the smile on his face was even more hideous than a grimace. And Lin stood up with difficulty and limped toward Lin Junjun. Her final piece of artwork was probably her finishing technique. This notion made him extremely uneasy. However, when the artwork was presented before his eyes, he was immediately rooted to the spot. The artwork depicted an extremely lifelike white crane soaring through a cluster of mountains. The artwork exuded a sense of ethereal grace and was exquisitely beautiful. The only thing missing was a set of eyes which hadn't yet been drawn onto the white crane. He stared blankly at the familiar artwork, and after a long while, he finally opened his mouth. "This is the huge-eyed crane?" Lin Junjun was initially quite satisfied with Lin's reaction, but her chest tightened immediately at his remark. It is indeed that huge-eyed crane." The white crane in the artwork only became the huge-eyed crane due to a certain rude person's intrusion. Now, I've drawn it again to show you what the end product should look like. Eh? And Lin blinked at Lin Junjun's words, but a hint of speculation was already surfacing in his mind. Lin Junjun gently touched her paintbrush to the canvas, imbuing the white crane with a pair of eyes and completing the artwork. A pair of vivid, lifelike eyes appeared on the white crane's head. Instantly, vital energy began to surge violently all around them, and white mist began to filter out from the artwork. And Lin saw the projection of the cluster of mountains and heard the sweet-sounding call of a white crane in the small pavilion. A white figure leaped out from the canvas. It was so beautiful, with its long, snowy white body, wide yet flexible wings, a proud, long neck, and big, vibrant eyes. And Lin stared at the white crane with wide eyes and his mouth agape, seemingly shocked into silence. Lin Junjun was very satisfied with Lin's expression. This perfect artwork was her real trump card. So when Lin insulted her artwork in the past? Well, this was the best way to slap Lin in the face. She raised her head to look up at the white crane as a light smile surfaced on her face. But her smile soon froze on her face as her cherry lips became slightly agape, and she stared in disbelief up at the white crane flying in circles within the pavilion. The white crane did indeed have a pair of big, vibrant eyes. Yes, its eyes were even bigger than its head. Its bulbous eyes jutted out like two black watermelons as it flew around slowly in a hilarious display. And Lin's lips trembled violently and his face turned bright red as he tried to suppress his laughter. "Don't laugh, don't laugh." Lin Junjun's body swayed slightly, as if she had received a heavy psychological blow. "The image comes from the heart. This huge-eyed crane reflects the image in my heart. My Tao heart is still unable to break through this obstacle." Plop! Finally, the two huge eyes were unable to support their own weight and detached themselves from the white crane's head before tumbling to the ground. The white crane disappeared into a puddle of ink, and only its huge eyes were left to roll about, and they slowly rolled toward Lin. The eyes were extremely lifelike, and they blinked at Lin innocently. Pwahahaha! And Lin couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter as he pointed at the huge eyeballs. "Those fucking eyes are the actual body, right?" Immediately after this, his body began to tremble involuntarily. "There's killing intent." He looked up at Lin Junjun and was greeted to the sight of countless fist projections burying him from every direction. Thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, 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 puff, puff, puff. After a one-sided beating, Lin fell to the ground with a bloody nose and swollen face, unable to laugh any longer. Lin Junjun clapped her slim hands together as she suddenly realized something. As expected, it was much more convenient and satisfying to vent your rage by your own hands. After a long while, and Lin finally managed to somewhat recover after applying some ointment to himself. After that, he began to discuss the next order of business with Lin Junjun. Next, tell me all the information you have about the Purple Star Research Institute. I'll take all the information you have. Lin Junjun calmed her anger and spoke. And Lin's eyes lit up. He knew it was time to further increase his wealth. Lin Junjun's heart shuddered for some reason after seeing Lin's expression, and she hurriedly posed a question. Wait, approximately how much information do you have left? And Lin stroked his chin and thought about it for a short while. I haven't counted before, all types of symbols, formations, research papers, and mechanical blueprints combined. It comes to a total of around 1 or 200. Another 1 or 200? How do you have so many more? You didn't just steal the mastermind, did you? Lin Junjun exclaimed in shock. Oh no, I didn't get that far. I was kicked after receiving half the information in the mastermind. And Lin replied honestly. Lin Junjun. So you want all of it, right? And Lin asked. He could already envision himself becoming the youngest rich tycoon of the immortal world. Just the thought of it was getting him a little worked up. Lin Junjun averted her gaze. The weather is nice today. The weather is indeed not bad. And Lin nodded before continuing in his questioning. Didn't you say you'd take all the information I had? I'm gonna bring it all out now. Lin Junjun's lips twitched slightly as she brought out 320 vital stones from her storage ring and cleared her throat. Let's have 40 formations first. 40 formations? That will amount to 80,000 spirit stones per formation? And Lin blinked and thought back to the treasures he had exchanged in the past. The price Lin Junjun was offering this time was not bad. In fact, it was a little bit better than the last time. And Lin drew up 40 formations for Lin Junjun, as requested, and gleefully stowed away the 320 vital stones, before turning to stare at Lin Junjun, as his eyes glowed with anticipation. What are you still looking at me for? A light blush appeared on Lin Junjun's porcelain-like features. I still have symbols, research papers, and mechanical blueprints. How many would Master Tianyu like? And Lin continued to stare at her with anticipation. Lin Junjun. Can I just say none? Lin Junjun was on the brink of collapse. She had originally thought that she would be able to shock Lin with the amount of money she was offering, but she did not expect Lin to have such huge quantities of information. If things continued like this, she was about to be thoroughly embarrassed again. Oh, the weather sure is fine today. Master Tianyu, you've already said that. The weather is indeed fantastic today, but can we get back to business? The weather is too good today, so I have to take this opportunity to go look at some scenery. Lin Junjun did not wait for a reply from Lin, and she immediately withdrew the concealment spell formation before fleeing into the air. Hey, then what about all this information that I have left? And Lin yelled. Save it for next time. Lin Junjun's gentle voice disappeared along with her escaping figure. And Lin stared after her and blinked vacantly. He then shook his head in resignation. Sigh, I only earned 3.2 million spirit stones. I originally planned to take this opportunity to accumulate 10 million spirit stones and repay my huge debt to Celestial Maiden Xianxia. Aside from the few pieces of information that he couldn't tell anyone, there were still 130 pieces of information he could exchange for profit. Hopefully, Master Tianyu could bring more spirit stones with her next time. And Lin returned to his dwelling and swallowed a blood spirit pill before going to bed. This was an 8th grade spirit pill with the effect of healing injuries and replenishing energy and lost blood. Such valuable pills should be saved for usage in battle, as he could easily just slowly heal through natural rest and recovery outside of battle. The reason why Lin chose to eat the pill was that he was simply far too rich. Resources had to be utilized to show its true value. And Lin was very aware of this fact and would definitely not treat himself badly just to save on money and resources. Sure enough, after waking up the next day, his body was feeling completely at ease and fit as a fiddle. All his prior injuries and exhaustion had been completely wiped away. The The pills feel so good. I think I'm getting addicted. And Lin stretched lazily and exclaimed with an expression of contentment. Big brother and should let his underlings feel good as well, woof. Dabai protested in dissatisfaction. Dabai already knew about Lin's drastic increase in net worth after Lin Junjun's visit the day before and wanted to take a share of the loot too. You also want to eat some pills? And Lin blinked at the huge white dog in front of him who was wagging his tongue in displeasure. Let me think about it. After a moment, he brought out a golden spirit pill from his storage ring, much to Dabai's delight. Dabai wagged its tail in excitement and panted heavily. What pill is this? Woof! Emperor Snake Pill, 9th grade spirit pill. Consumption of the pill can fortify the meridians, improve body flexibility as well as drastically increase energy and stamina, thus reigniting the man in you? And Lin elaborated slowly. Dabai, put it into simpler terms, woof. And Lin, it's for curing impotence. Dabai faltered slightly, then abruptly pinned Lin onto the ground before slapping his face with his massive paw. Big brother, and you've gone too far. I don't need stuff like this. How could you look down on dogs like that? After some vigorous morning exercise, Lin expertly applied some ointment to reduce swelling onto his own face. He then went outside to wander around on Dabai's back. Dabai still accepted the Emperor Snake Pill in the end, arguing that having a pill was always better than having none, regardless of what effect it had. Xiao Hong was still on the rooftop photosynthesizing, while Xiao Chou had run off to who knows where to cultivate, announcing that he wanted to attain his domain during this time period. And Lin was considering whether to offer some strong support to Xiao Chou when he decided to try and break through into soul formation stage. After all, Xiao Chou had been through a lot with him, and as the owner, he should express his concern and care. Dabai already had his impotence pill. Xiao Chou needed something as well. As for Xiao Hong, there really wasn't any need for this. All she knew how to do was to photosynthesize every day, and Lin really couldn't be bothered dealing with her. How about, I give Xiao Chou an immortal pill that would help him break through to soul formation stage? And Lin suddenly spoke after much thought. Dabai's body trembled in grief and indignation. Why does our third brother get an immortal pill, but I get this trashy impotence pill? I'm the second brother. How could big brother and be so biased? And Lin stroked Dabai's head lightly. Think about it this way, elders have to cater to the younglings. Xiao Hong is the big sister. She didn't get anything, but you got a spirit pill, so it's quite normal that the third brother gets the immortal pill. Dabai. Thus, and Lin made the decision to get Xiao Chou an immortal pill and flew on Dabai to Do Shui Palace. It was still the same old process. After Lin declared that he would like to refine an immortal pill, the small Dao child led him to the pill refinement room of Yi Shi the Enlightened. Pushing the wooden door open, Lin was welcomed by a strong medicinal scent, as well as the sight of the person responsible for pill refinement in the heavenly court. Holy fuck! Yi Shi, why are you so fat now? And Lin was startled by the sight in front of him. The man in front of him had a huge head and floppy ear and his stomach protruding out like a ball in front of him. No, his whole body was a ball. Yi Shi was not very impressed with Lin's exclamation. Stop being so loud. I've always been fat. And Lin's lips twitched slightly. You were a fatso before, but you're a ball of lard now. He was right. Yi Shi was so round that he actually resembled a ball. Even the Zhu Beiji depicted in stories probably wasn't this fat. Yi Shi was instantly enraged by Lin's words, and his flabby body trembled violently. So what if I'm a fat ball? This is only temporary. When I get my accumulation of quantity to result in a qualitative change someday, all my fat will make me stronger. Ha! And Lin blinked in complete incomprehension at what Yi Shi was saying. Yi Shi brought out another pill from his storage ring as he spoke. There was a golden light flowing around the pill which sent light ripples spreading around the pill. This was clearly no ordinary pill. Yi Shi placed the pill into his mouth and began chewing without uttering a single word and narrowed his eyes with an expression of pleasure and enchantment. He. Pills are the best. I can feel my body filling up with energy again. Yi Shi clasped his hands behind his back and exclaimed happily. Pills? And Lin's lips twitched. Elder Yi Shi, Could it be that your body became like this from eating pills? She tilted his head toward one side and gave Lin a smile akin to the smile a benevolent elderly person would give to a young child. That's correct, Mr. Lin. I have already discovered the secret of eating pills and am close to reaching the final step. Thinking back, this was all because of the inspiration you gave me. When I achieve my Tao, I'll be sure to visit you and express my gratitude. And Lin was taken aback by his response. Did he seriously attain this type of body from eating pills? Holy crap, just how many pills did he eat? And he said he was inspired by me? Stop attributing random crap to me. I ain't copping it. And Lin knew that he couldn't continue with this topic of conversation and immediately changed the topic. Elder Shi, the reason why I came here today is because I would like you to refine an immortal pill for me that would be helpful to someone trying to break through into soul formation stage. Oh? How many would you like? Are you going to repeat your show of eating consecutive pills in quick succession like last time? Ishi's eyes lit up with anticipation at Lin's request. If Lin put on another pill eating that demonstrated the evolution from quantitative to qualitative change, it might give him some new inspiration, so he was starting to get quite excited. Lin's face twitched and he hurriedly explained, "It's not for me, but instead, it's for one of my beast pets. He's a golden-eyed monkey king who has reached spirit-nurturing final stage and would like an immortal pill that can help him make the breakthrough." Oh, I see. A hint of disappointment flashed across Ishi's face. He pondered to himself for a short while before continuing. Beasts will need to withstand a small trial of lightning to advance from spirit-nurturing stage to soul formation stage. The golden-eyed monkey king is a type of beast with extremely high intelligence, so the 7th grade immortal pill, ancient divine pill, should be the most suitable choice. Feed it to your beast pet before the trial of lightning befalls him. This will ensure that not only would he receive protection during the trial, thereby significantly lowering the risk involved, it would also assist in fortifying his domain after the trial, as well as strengthen his consciousness to a small extent. Oh! And Lin nodded in response. He didn't understand what was being said. But anyway, he was filthy stinking rich. Hence, he immediately agreed with Ishi's analysis. All right, then I'll go with the ancient divine pill. He handed a large piece of paper to Ishi as he said this. There was a large U character on the paper. This was from back when Lin Junjun was backed into a corner and had no choice but to give Lin a blank check, which should be able to be exchanged for any immortal pill below 6th grade. He also had an immortal pill coupon from Emperor Ziwei, as well as another immortal pill coupon from the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers, all of which could be exchanged for an immortal pill with a grade lower than the 6th grade. However, Lin always had a nagging feeling that Lin Junjun's blank check might be a bit unreliable, so he decided to use that first. Ishi blinked in confusion at the piece of paper in front of him. What are you doing? And Lin shook the piece of paper lightly. I'm using this to exchange an ancient divine pill from you. Ishi's round, flabby face fell as he stared at Lin with an inexplicable expression. Are you fucking kidding me? Ha! And Lin had a bad premonition as he looked at Ishi's expression. Could it be that this really was a blank check? Meanwhile, in the Peach Blossom Pavilion of the Heavenly Court, a woman in a simple Taoist robe supported her cheeks with her hands and stared out at the peach blossoms outside her window as she heaved a light sigh. Her slender fingers played with strands of her own hair absent-mindedly as she stared off into the distance with a vacant expression, seemingly pondering something to herself. What's bothering you this time, Xiaozi? A warm and gentle voice sounded behind her, dragging her back to reality. Father, stop calling me by my nickname. You just made me think of that bastard again. The woman whined at the graceful, bearded man behind her. The man was the esteemed monarch of the Kingdom of the 9 States, but he did not get mad at his daughter's rebuke. Instead, he chuckled with a doting expression. This shows that heroes like Mr. N and myself think alike. Weren't his beast pets named Xiaohong, Dabai, and things like that? These names are both practical and pleasing to the ear. Ha! Does that mean father sees me as a beast pet? The woman retorted indignantly. The man's voice faltered as he came to a loss for words. He felt like his daughter was beginning to argue with him more and more. He had clearly tried to mold her into an elegant and graceful gentlewoman. But for some reason, her temper seemed to be getting worse and worse recently. The woman was none other than Lin Junjun, who had been enraged countless times by Lin and the man in front of her that appeared simultaneously graceful and imposing at the same time. He was naturally the most powerful existence in all of the kingdom of the 9 states, the monarch of the heavenly court, the Celestial the Arch. The Celestial the Arch had initially planned to name his 7 daughters after the colors of the rainbow, but this idea was firmly rebuked by his wife, who then named their daughters Tianshou, Tianyang, Tianrong, Tianchong, Tianxian, Tianqing, and Tianyu. The 7 daughters naturally preferred the more ordinary-sounding names proposed by their mother, so the color-based names gradually became a thing of the past, with only the Celestial the Arch still stubbornly referring to his daughters as such. When the Celestial the Arch found out that Lin of the United University of Cultivation also liked to name his beast pets after colors, he felt as if he had discovered his soulmate. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to leave Lin to progress at his own pace for a few years, he would have summoned Lin for a meeting a long time ago. "Are you fretting about that Lin bastard again?" The Celestial the Arch smiled lightly. "Aha! That bastard. He's bullying me for being poor again." Lin Junjun puckered her lips in displeasure. The Celestial the Arch was quite happy to hear this. This is good news, to be able to dig up so much information regarding the Purple Star civilization. You and I both know how monumental that would be for the development of the heavenly court. Mr. And truly is a prodigy. I'm beginning to like him more and more. The Celestial the Arch paused before continuing. How about this? There should be a spare 500 vital stones that can be withdrawn from the treasury in a few days. You can withdraw all of that from the god of wealth and stump the little bastard with your sheer wealth. Lin Junjun rolled her eyes. "Father, I don't mean to rain on your parade, but even 1,000 vital stones might not be enough." "What?" The Celestial the Arch Monarch exclaimed in shock. Collection of information on the Purple Star civilization was always something Tianyu had been responsible for, so the Celestial the Arch wouldn't normally inquire about the details. Only now did he find out that Lin had such a vast amount of information in his grasp. "Good, great!" The Celestial the Arch exclaimed exultantly after a slight pause. "This is an extremely fortunate event for the heavenly court. Mr. Truly is a young hero. With so much information, we should be able to move on to the 3rd stage of that experiment, right?" A hint of a smile finally appeared on Lin Junjun's face at the mention of this. She nodded and replied, "The 3rd stage is already in progress. I was just preparing to present a report to you about this." The Celestial the Arch was greatly elated and chortled heartily. This Lin certainly is capable of doing a lot of things others can't. This is both a show of his strength as well as a manifestation of his luck. "Xiao Zi, I wouldn't object if you want to get a bit closer to him." Lin Junjun was, of course, able to read between the lines to decipher the implication behind her father's words. A light blush instantly appeared on her porcelain-like face, and she was just about to reply when she discovered the voice transmission talisman was vibrating in her storage ring. She retrieved the voice transmission talisman to find that the caller was Shi the Enlightened. "Huh? Why is Shi the Enlightened contacting me?" She was quite confused but still chose to accept the call. A voice sounded through the voice transmission talisman, but it was not Shi's voice. It was instead a voice that was, to her, an extremely familiar one. "Hey Lin Junjun, you've gone too far. What's the meaning behind this blank check you've given to me?" The voice belonged to none other than Lin, and he was clearly in a sour mood as he immediately unleashed a scathing tirade as soon as the call connected. Lin Junjun was startled by his tirade, but as smart as she was, she managed to get an idea of what had happened in no time. "Are you exchanging for an immortal pill right now?" "That's exactly right. Speaking of which, how could you bully honest people like me? Aren't you afraid of bad karma for your deceitful actions? Can you bully us, members of the proletariat, just because you've got a powerful father? You've already lucked out by exchanging 1 immortal pill for a dozen symbols, but now you gave me a fucking blank check? Do you not have a conscience?" And Lin relentlessly ran his mouth to vent his rage. It was not a good feeling to have Shi stare at him as if he was a retard. He genuinely felt like he had been scammed by Tianyu, but it wasn't like he could do anything to her. So he could only try to use his words to awaken her conscience. Ahem. Xiao Zi, did you really scam him? The Celestial the Arch looked at his daughter curiously. Lin Junjun's chest tightened at her father's words. She wanted nothing more than to end the transmission. Yes. She did not notify Yi Shi in advance about the Yu character she had written for Enlin. This was because a thought suddenly occurred to her after she returned to the Heavenly Court, and that was that she could screw Enlin around a bit for all the times he had bullied her. She envisioned him getting humiliated in the Do Shui Palace, at which time she would swoop in all high and mighty and explain the situation to Yi Shi. There was no problem with her plan, but now that her father was standing behind her, listening to the conversation, the whole thing was entirely different. How should she explain it to her father? She wasn't someone that would write blank checks. But the reality had already been presented to him. Even if she explained that she only wanted to play a prank on Enlin, it was still a display of pettiness. Enlin's enraged voice was still coming through nonstop from the other end of the voice transmission talisman. Lin Junjun's body trembled slightly as her cheeks reddened, as she had been forced to the brink of tears by Enlin. It's him again. It's always him. All he does is bully me. The Celestial the Arch could already guess roughly what had happened from Lin Junjun's expression. He shook his head and patted her on the shoulder. You two truly are destined to be enemies. 2. Chinese term used for the enemy here has a double meaning, which can also refer to two people who are destined to be lovers. The idea is that it reflects a couple who fight all the time and appear as if they were sworn enemies but actually have a very close relationship. The Celestial the Arch didn't really care that Lin Junjun was doing these things, but Lin Junjun was very easily embarrassed, so she would naturally be feeling quite distraught at the fact that her father had discovered her actions. I'll leave you to take care of this yourself and quell that little bastard's anger, haha. The Celestial the Arch knew he would only be adding to his daughter's stress if he stayed, so he voluntarily turned and left. All the while, Enlin was still running his mouth. Enough! Don't you want an immortal pill? Pass the talisman to Yi Shi. Lin Junjun finally roared in a rage after the Celestial the Arch left. Eh? Yes, Master Tianyu. After a short pause, Enlin realized that his torrent of coercion seemed to have worked, and excitedly passed the voice transmission talisman to Yi Shi. Lin Junjun explained the situation to Yi Shi with a frosty expression. She cut off the voice transmission talisman with rage as her chest rose and fell lightly. She humphed lightly and couldn't help but clench her fists as the image of a certain man chortling with mirth appeared in her mind. And Lin, you'll pay for this. At the behest of Lin Junjun, Yi Shi refined an ancient divine pill for Enlin. Enlin took the immortal pill with him and left with Dabai. Xiao Chou was cultivating on Full Moon Mountain, and when Enlin delivered the ancient divine pill to him in person, he was moved to the point of tears. Cultivate hard. I'll leave you to what you're doing. Enlin waved his hand and left. Yes, I'll definitely try my best to become stronger and remain forever by Big Brother An's side. Tears flashed in Xiao Chou bulb-like eyes as he vowed to himself with passion and determination. The Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers had already concluded, so the other three powers were all returning to their respective homes. And Lin had nothing to do anyway, and so he took the initiative to bid farewell to some of the representatives. August, Shirley, and the rest of the Garden of Eden representatives still glowed as brightly as ever, and this idol group was the first group that Enlin bade farewell to, for no reason other than the fact that Dabai was a fan. As Shirley was about to leave, she left Enlin with a mysterious message that said something along the lines of, "See you again in 3 years," and that there was a surprise she was going to present to him then. This left Enlin completely baffled. After leaving her message, the enchanting angel waved goodbye to Enlin with a smile on her face. Enlin scratched his head but did not think too much of it. He hopped onto Dabai's back and continued to see the representatives from the other powers off. They met with the monks of the Buddhist kingdom, during which Enlin inquired about the battling Buddha. Qing Ji was full of exasperation and resignation at the mention of this battling Buddha. He had caused a huge commotion in the Buddhist kingdom recently by challenging everyone he could find to fights. Everyone had already acknowledged that he was badass and strong, but he still showed no signs of stopping. And Lin was also quite surprised to hear this. The battling Buddha had already established his birth as a Buddha but was still unwilling to settle down. Apparently, he had recently gone to the void spirit realm to stir up more trouble there. It appeared it would be quite a difficult mission for Xiao to meet with his idol. And Lin knew that if he was to go to the Buddhist kingdom someday, it would make it a lot easier if he established good relations with Qingji and the other Buddhist kingdom representatives. Hence, he chatted warmly with them for a long while and gifted them an emperor snake pill prior to their departure as a gesture of friendship. Qingji's face darkened as he accepted the pills before they bade farewell to Enlin and Dabai. Lastly, Enlin and Dabai went to the flying warship of the Hall of Creation to pay a visit to Hongdo with the heart as solid as stone. Hongdo had clearly been suffering for the past couple of days as the flames in his chest appeared quite dim. After spotting him, Enlin left a verbal message of, "Hongdo is number one under the heavens," before he left with Dabai while roaring with laughter. Hongdo glared at Enlin as his chest quickly rose and fell. He felt like he was about to have an asthma attack. But after seeing Huang Shan's cold expression, the flames in his chest immediately dimmed once again. Thus, the bustling Dao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers concluded, the three powers left, and Enlin resumed his schoolyard cultivation lifestyle. Cultivation was not very fun nor interesting as the main focus was placed on repeating the same boring cultivation practices day after day. Enlin studied and experimented with basic cultivating knowledge during the day and tempered his beast core at night, so his days were certainly not being wasted. Before he knew it, the better half of a year had passed. His second year in the university was also drawing to a close. During this period of close to a year, there was another event worthy of mention aside from the Dao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers, and that was the free-for-all battle which was held yearly. During that free-for-all battle, Enlin didn't employ any hacks. Instead, he relied on his own strength to reach 8th on the heaven roll. He did not even use the origin energy of the netherworld during this event. He was already super famous anyway, so there was no point in trying so hard at the expense of his own body. The most pitiful person in all this was none other than Wang Xuanzhan. He had clearly reached number one on the heaven roll through his own strength, but in the eyes of the tens of thousands of students, he was always going to be second. Humph, if it wasn't for the fact that God and didn't take the battle seriously, how could Senior Wang have a chance at securing first place? God and could just take him out with a single finger. This wasn't to show that the students looked down on Wang Xuanzhan. It was only that Enlin's legendary feats were simply etched far too deeply into their hearts. So even when Enlin fell by Wang Xuanzhan's hand, they still didn't think there was much for him to be happy about. And Wang Xuanzhan himself certainly wasn't happy. Even during the battle with Enlin, he was still constantly on edge. He had already thought through the situation. If Enlin pointed a finger at him, he would immediately flee the scene. Luckily, Enlin was only using his sword the whole time, so after copping 1 or 2 slashes from Enlin's windsword, Wang Xuanzhan managed to completely overwhelm Enlin with his strength. Su Qianyun and Shen Yuanchang also placed quite well during the free-for-all battle, taking out 4th and 5th on the heaven roll respectively. Aside from that, there were a few other people that Enlin was interested in. For example, Lu Qianhuan once again took out the 2nd spot, Su Xiaolin was ranked 10th, Yao Mingxi 18th, Yao Xiu 36th, and his old teammates Luo Ziping, Miao Tian, and the others were all also within the top 50, so they were all quite eye-catching figures in the university. As for the prizes in the free-for-all battle, filthy rich and didn't really even care. Even with the opportunity to enter and observe the Tao in the Celestial Sepulchre Mountains, he walked in with a muddled expression and came out just as muddled. Moving on to his beast pets, Xiao Hong, Dabai, and Xiao Chou all did quite well during this time. After receiving the Immortal pill from Enlin, Xiao Chou worked even harder in cultivating, going into the mountains every time he had an opportunity to do so. This method of cultivation really did allow him to attain an embryonic domain, which was a terrifying black flame domain. Enlin would often gloat that he had a half-step soul formation stage beast pet. During this time, Dabai also broke through to spirit nurturing intermediate stage. Even Xiao Hong, who did nothing aside from photosynthesizing every day, managed to break through to spirit nurturing intermediate stage on a sunny afternoon while singing a photosynthesis song to herself. Only their master was still trudging on the spot. That's right. Among all of them, he had the lowest cultivation base. This wasn't to say that Lin lacked aptitude, it was just that his beast pets seemed to be far too naturally endowed, thus placing heavy pressure on their master. Recently, Su Xiaolan also broke through to spirit nurturing intermediate stage. In the face of such insane progression speeds exhibited by the prodigies around him, Lin started to panic a little. But it appeared that the only thing he could do was to cultivate harder and improve himself every day. He had even paid a visit to Su Xiaolan one day to inquire about how he could find out the rate at which his cultivation base was progressing, to which Su Xiaolan told him to look at the number of whiskers, the color, as well as the flexibility of his spirit root. After a short while of incomprehension, he suddenly realized that he wasn't even the same species as Su Xiaolan anymore. He had a beast core, and Lin had no other alternative but to ask his own beast pets. He gathered his beast pets together to discuss a cultivation plan. Their collective response was, "You can't really detect your rate of progression, just continuing cultivating and you'll make a breakthrough one day. Don't think too much about it, master. We won't abandon you even if your cultivation base can't progress any further." Tears streaked down Lin's face at their advice before he went away in silence to continue cultivating. A year passed by and it was the end of the term once again. In the Red Leaf City, which was located in the Blackstone Prefecture of the Heavenly River State, the whole city was enshrouded in an eerie silence with the occasional wisp of black mist rising into the air and a faint bloody scent lingering in the air. The streets were completely devoid of people with only the occasional severed limb in sight, but those were all quickly engulfed by the crawling black shadows. The only things remaining on the ground were spots of red blood. This city was a dead city. There were only deathly silence and no signs of life. However, in one corner of the Red Leaf City, there was the commotion of battle, which was a stark contrast to the silence all around. Black shadows crawled toward the man in front of them. They spread their cavernous mouths open, which were large enough to swallow a person whole. Within them, hundreds of sharp teeth squirmed, and a foul odor exuded from their fleshy depth as they crawled forward, intending to swallow the man in one bite. Standing in their way was a well-built middle-aged man. He slashed out with all his might to create a white sword projection which knocked a black shadow back. This black shadow was a huge black ant of about 10 feet in length, and black liquid gushed forth from its head after receiving the slash. After it had been slashed away by the sword projection, another 3 huge ants crawled out and pounced at the man. The man pushed aside the frail girl behind him and roared, "Susu, run! Run to the Heavenly Cloud Palace! Father!" Tears welled up in her eyes, and her whole body trembled as she retreated with gritted teeth. She knew that if she didn't run now, she wouldn't have another opportunity to do so. "You have to live on and find me." The girl prepared to turn and leave as she said this, but she caught sight of the man being knocked down by the giant ant, and she stopped dead in her tracks with her eyes wide open, feeling as if she had just been plunged into a glacier. Her mind was completely blank as she stared at the sharp teeth approaching her father's head. In her panic, she even forgot how to scream. Right at this moment, a light breeze blew past. A delicately handsome man had suddenly appeared in front of the man who had fallen to the ground. He held a black longsword in his hand which still had white wisps of wind flowing around the blade, but those soon dissipated. "Phew! Thank God I was quick enough." The man breathed a sigh of relief and placed his sword back into his storage ring without so much as a glance at the 4 huge ants around him. Bert, the heads of the 4 huge ants slowly detached from their bodies and black blood spurted forth. The man on the ground stared with wide eyes, completely in awe at the scene before him. What had just happened? He was completely in the dark. He only knew that a man had suddenly appeared, following which the 4 huge ants all died. But he immediately came to his sense, for this was definitely a certain mighty figure. He clambered onto his knees in gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior. I, Lu Hu, am forever in your debt." The frail girl with delicate features had also made her way over to express her gratitude. The man who had just been referred to as Senior was slightly taken aback. He then cleared his throat with a calm expression before saying, "Heh, no need to thank me. It was only a simple task anyway." He helped the two of them up from the ground as he said this. The whole city has already been ravaged by this colony of huge ants. Why are you still risking your lives to come here? The man who had been referred to as senior asked. A grief-stricken expression appeared on Lu Hu's face, but he still clenched his fists and replied, My home is in this city. A few days ago, my daughter and I went out to search for medicinal herbs, during which this ant invasion occurred. My parents and my wife were all killed by these accursed ants, so I must avenge them. I heard that the Heavenly Cloud Palace, the sect closest to the Red Leaf City, was organizing a resistance force against the ants. I thought the ants would have already left the city, so I planned to return home to retrieve my weapon and some resources, then travel to the Heavenly Cloud Palace. But I did not expect for there to still be ants hiding here. A remorseful expression appeared on Lu Hu's face as he spoke. He was clearly quite annoyed at himself for his stupid decision. The senior nodded his head and sighed lightly. The ant tribe are known for their bloodlust and ruthlessness. Since the appearance of the Black Mist Bridge, they have committed unforgivable crimes against us humans, so they are the public enemies of all cultivators. I also plan to join the Heavenly Cloud Palace to participate in their ant extermination, so we're actually heading in the same direction. A glint appeared in Lu Hu's eyes. Would you be so kind as to accompany us there, senior? If this powerful cultivator could accompany them, then their trip to the Heavenly Cloud Palace would undoubtedly be much safer. The senior smiled and nodded. I do not know the way, so please take me there. Of course, no problem. Lu Hu nodded excitedly. May I please ask senior's name? My name is Enlin. Oh, Senior Enlin. The Heavenly Cloud Palace is located to the southwest of the Red Leaf City, around 10 kilometers from here. That's fine, let's go. Thus, Enlin, who had been referred to as senior for the very first time, set off on a journey to the Heavenly Cloud Palace with Lu Hu and Lu Susu. Ever since the strange black mist rose up from the abyss of evil to form a black mist bridge, the ant tribe had swarmed in hordes into the kingdom of the 9 states. Within the Heavenly River State, there had already been over 80 cities that have fallen victim to these ants. The places where these ants passed through were all completely wiped of any living beings. They were truly ruthless killers which made people wince just at the very mention of their existence. And it was exactly due to this ant epidemic that the end-of-year trial for Enlin and the others had been completely overhauled this year. The Heavenly Cloud Palace of the Red Leaf City had already extended an open invitation to all cultivators to request for their assistance in withstanding the ant epidemic, as well as to protect those who had lost their homes during this disaster. And Lin had gathered a lot of information on the Heavenly Cloud Palace during his travels, and Lu Hu had also done the same. This included information such as the palace leader of the Heavenly Cloud Palace was a man named Chun Tianyang, who was a mighty figure of spirit-nurturing final stage. Their Grand Elder was an extremely powerful cultivator who had reached the cusp of the God realm, and on top of that, there was a mystical flower in the palace which had unfathomable powers, and Lin listened as Lu Hu divulged this information to him, nodding from time to time in response. Lu Susu cast furtive glances at the handsome cultivator in front of her before casting her gaze away with a blush. After a short while, the girl seemed to have mustered up some courage and took initiative in initiating a conversation. Senior and Lin, this cute dog and adorable monkey, are they your pets? And Lin was slightly taken aback by her words and stroked his chin in silence as he looked behind him at the miniature version of Dabai and then at Xiao Chou, who was perched on his shoulder. Adorable monkey? How unfortunate that a girl so young has already been blighted by blindness. He naturally wouldn't say this out loud. Instead, he introduced his 2 beast pets to the girl with a smile. These aren't just pets, they should be referred to as beast pets. The doggo's name is Dabai and the monkey's name is Xiao Chou. Wow, Senior and Lin is so cool. If I have a chance in the future, I want a few adorable beast pets like these ones too. The girl smiled lightly. Although her figure was quite thin and frail, her smile was extremely pure and delightful. Xiao Chou couldn't help but blush and scratch at his own fur in embarrassment at Lu Susu's compliments. After discovering that Enlin was quite easygoing, a conversation began to flow freely between Lu Susu and Enlin. Soon, a huge palace constructed on the side of a mountain appeared in their line of sight. We're finally here, and Lin raised his head to look up at the palace, and his expression cooled slightly. His eyes turned white as he stared up ahead. Cultivation-based detection spell formation, They sure are well prepared. And Lin raised his ring finger inconspicuously and shot forth a stream of energy from his finger before retracting his hand and clasping it behind his back. They soon reached the entrance, and Lin announced the purpose of his arrival to the guard, following which the guard brought out a blue mirror and looked into it before looking back at Lin and the others. His tone of speech instantly became a lot more respectful. "Please come in, fellow cultivators. I'll take you to see our palace leader." They could see the palace leader immediately upon entry. Lu Hu and Lu Susu both felt extremely flattered. But they both came to the realization when they looked toward Lin. It was all thanks to Senior Lin that they had this type of opportunity. And Lin nodded calmly and followed the guards into the palace. The scene within the Heavenly Cloud Palace was a lively and bustling one. There were many cultivators scurrying about hurriedly, and quite a few of them were training in battle formations, screaming at the top of their lungs about slaughtering the ant tribe, making Lu Hu and Lu Susu's hearts thump with excitement. And Lin continued onward with a calm expression, but his heart grew colder with each step. "Palace leader, we have some good fertilizer this time. There's a cultivator of 10th stage Dao body." A man with sharp features in a black robe spoke under his breath to a man in a white robe sitting on a tall chair. The man in the white robe was none other than the palace leader of the Heavenly Cloud Palace, Chen Tianming. His expression was quite solemn, but the corners of his lips twitched slightly with mirth. "I thought that would be the extent of the refugees and cultivators who had heeded our call. But who would have thought that there would be another fat little piggy to fall into our trap at this time? What a pleasant surprise." Soon, Lin, Lu Hu, and Lu Susu appeared in the hall. Lin, Lu Hu, Lu Susu, "We are honored to be in the presence of the palace leader." The three of them bowed respectfully upon seeing Chen Tianming. The various elders in the hall, including Chen Tianming, carefully examined the three people in front of them. Chen Tianming did not say anything, but a mysterious smile appeared on his face as his eyes flashed past Lin and Lu Hu before setting on Lu Susu. Lu Susu felt as if she was being probed by his gaze and was feeling a little uncomfortable. But in the face of a man with so much power, she did not dare to utter a word and could only bow her head slightly. He, who would have thought that there's not only a fat little piggy but also a pretty little flower too? Chen Tianming narrowed his eyes as the smile on his face deepened. Lu Hu and Lu Susu did not initially comprehend his words and stared in confusion at the man with the powerful aura and a smile on his face. Chen Tianming nodded contently and issued a command. "Lu Susu can remain here for my pleasure. Take the other two piggies and use them as fertilizer." This time, Lu Hu and Lu Susu finally came to a realization. They stared with incredulity at the man in front of them as a chill ran down their spines. "Palace leader, what are you going to do to us? Aren't you rallying cultivators to fight the ant tribe?" Lu Hu asked with wide eyes and a trembling voice. Chen Tianming nodded earnestly. "That's right. I've rallied everyone up to feed my demonic blood lotus so it has the energy to fight the ant tribe. But as for Lu Susu, if you keep me happy, I can consider not using you as fertilizer. After all, I've grown sick of all the other women who have heeded my call and come here. Someone as pure and lovely as you is certainly not easy to find." Lu Susu's face paled instantly as she gripped her father's arm, her body trembling uncontrollably. From Chen Tianming's words, she knew that the refugees and cultivators that had heeded their call were now all dead. In the face of such a colossus, she could not even muster up the courage to mock him with her words and could only stare at him with fear and despair in her eyes. Lu, who was still in complete disbelief that the Heavenly Cloud Palace he had revered could be like this. He stood rooted to the spot with a vacant expression, at a complete loss for what to do. Why had this happened? He only wanted to join an alliance to exact revenge on the ant tribe. What had they done to deserve this fate? Even his beloved daughter would become a lowly toy. "Are you done yapping? If you're done, I'm gonna start doing God's work." Right at this moment, a voice suddenly reverberated throughout the huge hall. Lu Hu and Lu Susu came to their senses and turned their gazes upon Enlin. They suddenly recalled that they had a powerful cultivator accompanying them. He was their only hope for survival. "Senior Enlin, please be calm if we try to escape now." Lu Hu tried to persuade him under his breath as if he was clutching at straws. He knew that Senior Enlin was extremely powerful, but he was even more familiar with just how terrifying the Heavenly Cloud Palace was. This was a colossus that they had no chance of opposing, so they would only have a chance at survival if they tried to escape with all their might. Within the hall, everyone fell into a peculiar silence at Enlin's words. Chun Tianming and the elders all stared at Enlin as if they were looking at a retard. "Doing God's work? Pwahahaha. My apologies. I couldn't help but laugh." Chun Tianming gripped his stomach as he roared with laughter. "Do you not comprehend your current situation? Setting aside the fact that you're only a pathetic 10th stage Dao body scum, even if you were a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator, in my eyes, you'd still only be a slightly more nutritious piggy." Chun Tianming snapped his fingers after laughing for a while, and a white spell formation suddenly appeared on the ground, exuding a terrifying restrictive power. Lu Hu and Lu Susu immediately bowed under the power and buckled to the ground. But Enlin remained upright with a calm expression. "Oh? So you have some skill." Chun Tianming's expression changed slightly. "You talk a lot of bullshit." Enlin shook his head and drew his evil-slaying sword. White wisps of wind began to flow around the blade of the sword as he stabbed a finger on his left hand toward a certain spot in the air. Boom! The white spell formation completely crumbled as if it had received a heavy blow. Before Chun Tianming even had a chance to register a surprised expression, the tip of a sword imbued with powerful killing intent had already appeared in front of him as crippling fear of death engulfed him. Enlin was indescribably fast. Just one step transformed his body into a streaky afterimage, and the sword became a thin white line, piercing through Chun Tianming's heart as if it was a thin bolt of white lightning. The terrifying power imbued in the sword forced Chun Tianming back, and Enlin continued to press forward until Chun Tianming was nailed to the wall behind him. Chun Tianming glared with wide eyes as blood flowed down onto the ground from the blade of the evil-slaying sword. Blood spurted forth from the corner of his mouth as he stared in shock at Enlin, unable to comprehend just what had happened. He was the revered palace leader of the Heavenly Cloud Palace, a cultivator of spirit-nurturing final stage. How could he have been pierced in the heart by the sword of someone he had viewed as scum? You. Chun Tianming's voice was completely hoarse as he fought to speak, but he found that his crippling fear prevented him from uttering even a single word. "Shut the hell up. I already told you. I'm here to do God's work." And Lin pulled the evil-slaying sword out impatiently as he uttered this cliched line. Blood gushed forth as another black sword projection slashed past. And Lin knew that battles in the cultivation world could change at a moment's notice, so if one were to kill someone, one had to be absolutely sure that they were dead. Also, one should not waste too much time with words, or one might give one's opponent a chance to turn the tables around. Chun Tianming's head rolled onto the floor. The dead silence in the hall was finally broken by the sound of Chun Tianming's head falling to the ground. All the elders who had been frozen with shock all reared up in violent rage. "How dare you assassinate the palace leader? I'll have you drawn, quartered, and cut into 1,000,000 pieces." A massive elder began to pounce toward Enlin, while two of them, who remained relatively calm, began to pounce toward Lu Hu and Lu Susu after some consideration. Protect those two," Enlin yelled. The miniature white dog instantly expanded in size to become a powerful behemoth who slashed his huge claws at the oncoming assailants. His claws instantly whipped up blades of wind, severely injuring the two elders and knocking them away. Lu Hu and Lu Susu only came to their senses at this moment and stared in awe at Enlin, who was single-handedly fighting 6 elders at once. "Senior Enlin is so strong." Lu Susu's eyes widened as Enlin's figure became deeply etched into her mind. Lu Hu was completely paralyzed with shock. The all-powerful Chun Tianming in his mind had just been killed in one move by Enlin. He didn't even get a chance to fight before his death. This gave him a completely surreal feeling. This senior Enlin who had accompanied them all the way here, just who was he? Using the 6 strikes of the war god, Enlin's power could rival that of most spirit-nurturing final-stage cultivators. And his wind sword technique was capable of taking spirit-nurturing final-stage cultivators by surprise for an insta-kill. However, this technique was very taxing on his vital energy reserves, so he did not want to unleash it against the 6 elders. These elders were all either spirit-nurturing initial stage or spirit-nurturing intermediate stage cultivators, but their paltry techniques were obviously no match for those from the United University of Cultivation, so fighting the 6 elders at once was no difficult task for Enlin. Sirens had already begun to sound in the Heavenly Cloud Palace, and the sect protection spell formation had also been activated before it crumbled for some unknown reason. A thunderous roar sounded between heaven and earth. Those who bear ill will toward the Heavenly Cloud Palace must perish. A bolt of white lightning struck from the sky and punctured the roof before crashing down in front of Enlin. This was an elderly man with white hair and beard, and white lightning was crackling around his body. He glared at Enlin with rage as a vast aura radiated outwards from the lightning surrounding his body. The most powerful cultivator of the Heavenly Cloud Palace, Grand Elder Chen Yan, was finally here. Grand Elder Chen Yan's expression grew terrifyingly somber at the sight of Chen Tianming's head on the ground. He glared at Enlin with a ruthless expression that said he wanted to skin him alive. Very good. Since you dare to come here and stir up trouble with no regard for your life, I'll torture you until you wished you were dead. Chan Yen roared in rage, and the white lightning around his body instantly expanded to become a swirl of crackling electricity. This was an embryonic domain. The Grand Elder was already a half-step soul formation stage cultivator. Enlin looked at the domain in front of him with a calm expression and shook his head. Your domain is mere trash compared to that of Senior Wang's domain. Let's see just how long you can keep yapping. Chan Yan's hair and beard rose with the static electricity as he charged toward Enlin akin an arrow shot forth from a bow. His domain had been completely unleashed to form bolts of crackling lightning, startling the elders into retreat. Your opponent isn't me. Xiao Chou. A little monkey descended from the sky at Enlin's call. In a flash of golden light, he transformed into a monkey king encapsulated in a suit of black crystal armor, wielding a silver staff which he then swung down at Chan Yen with terrifying might. In the face of the silver staff, Chan Yen chose to retaliate with a set of lightning fists. Boom! The earth-shattering clash caused the hall to begin to collapse. Chan Yen flew back like a cannonball with blood spewing from his mouth. Xiao Chou stepped toward Chen Yen as black flames capable of incinerating everything in this world revolved around his body. His golden eyes flashed with a peerlessly imposing light. At this moment, he was a true armor-clad god-fiend. Is that the little monkey on Senior Enlin's shoulder? Lu Susu stammered with an incredulous expression. It was already difficult enough to accept the fact that the cute little dog by Enlin's side was a vicious beast capable of slapping an elder away with a single palm. But it appeared now that the monkey on Enlin's shoulder was even more terrifying. It was even able to heavily injure the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Cloud Palace with a single blow, the very same Grand Elder that was on the cusp of the God Realm. Lu, who did have a slight cultivation base, so he was able to comprehend just how terrifying the power of Chun Yan's domain was. That kind of seemingly godlike power made him sink into complete despair. So when Xiao Chou knocked him away with a single blow from his silver staff, Lu, who was in complete shock. The battle was still raging, but it was essentially just Xiao Chou chasing Chen Yan around while swinging his silver staff like a game of whack-a-mole. In the wake of their battle, a large portion of the Heavenly Cloud Palace had already collapsed. And Lin turned to the 8 elders with a wicked smirk. It looks like your Grand Elder won't be able to help you. It's time to repent for your sins. And Lin's words were like a frosty gale blowing through their hearts, causing them to tremble involuntarily. They had already realized that the words doing God's work that Enlin had uttered were not some preposterous joke, but instead his exact, honest intentions. All 8 of the elders instantly chose to run without any hesitation. Xiao Hong, your turn to take the stage. And Lin patted his pocket. Light flashed in his pocket, and an exquisitely beautiful woman in a red dress suddenly appeared in midair. Her seductive yet pure eyes surveyed her surroundings before she brought her hands together and the space around them seemed to tremor. Mirror combining Centauria mirror. As her clear, alluring voice sounded, thousands of mirrors began to appear like blooming flowers, suddenly encapsulating the space around them to form a huge cube structure, trapping the 8 elders within. All the elders unleashed their most powerful attacks on the mirror in an attempt to break through, but the mirrors were like reflective fortresses which showed no sign of cracking under the might of their immortal spells. The rest is all up to you now. And Lin made his way to Lu Hu and Lu Susu before speaking to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong nodded obediently and waved her porcelain-like hand as another cylindrical mirror encircled in Lin and the others. Immediately after this, she splayed her hands before her and yelled in a cute voice, "In the name of the sun, I vanquish thee." Suddenly, countless rays of light erupted from her body. The golden light transformed into waves, crashing into the 8 elders with the power of pure yang. There were infinite streaks of golden light which shot forth elsewhere, only to be reflected countless times in the mirrors to create a force field of destruction with no blind spots. The whole space was almost instantly engulfed by boundless light and heat. The Centauria mirror slowly retracted and a huge ball of light exploded like a small sun, creating a smoldering crater in the middle of the heavenly cloud palace. As for the 8 elders, they had probably been reduced to ash long before this. Xiao Hong fell into Lin's lap feebly, and Lin gently hugged her soft, sexy body and breathed in the light, pleasant aroma flowing into his nose. However, before he had time to immerse himself in the fan service, she had already transformed back into her flower form, and she bowed her red flowery head in exhaustion. Xiao Hong was now at spirit-nurturing intermediate stage, so she won't fall unconscious after using this technique, but a period of exhaustion was unavoidable. And Lin looked at the little red flower in his hand and sighed lightly before placing her into his pocket. Following this, he leaped onto his brick and flew away from the heavenly cloud palace, which was on the brink of collapse, with Lu Hu and Lu Susu in tow. Lu Susu had already recovered slightly and was staring at Lin with bright eyes brimming with both respectfulness and curiosity. "Senior Lin, that beautiful big sister from earlier, is she a vegetable?" "Vegetable?" And Lin grimaced at her words, but he nodded earnestly after a short while in reply. "Yes, she's indeed the legendary vegetable. All she did was sit there and photosynthesize anyway, so she was no different to a person in a vegetative state." No problems with that analogy at all. Lu Susu nodded excited and stared at Lin with stars dancing in her eyes. She had never seen someone so cool, nor any beast pets or vegetables this powerful. In contrast to Lu Susu's reference and zeal, Lu Hu was a lot more respectful and even a little bit fearful of Lin. He tried to communicate to his daughter with his eyes, cautioning her to restrain herself a little. A mighty figure with this level of power was definitely someone they could not risk angering. The 3 of them flew out of the heavenly cloud palace, but Lu Susu saw that the cultivators on the ground were still rehearsing in their formations. My God! Such a fierce battle had just occurred, but they look like they haven't even noticed. Lu Susu stared down with a perplexed expression. That's all just an illusion to deceive visitors. And Lin smiled and stabbed a stream of energy toward a spot in the sky. Following a ripple of vital energy, the scene in front of them dissipated like clouds and mist, revealing the truth below. After catching sight of the scene below them, not only Lu Hu and Lu Susu, but even Dabai could not help but gasp. Below them was a barren land with thousands of bones piled up into mountains. There were a total of 9 of these small mountains that had been piled up by human bones, all of which exuded an eerie sense of death. There was a black badge on the tip of each of the mountain of bones which was glinting with a peculiar light. To use the flesh of thousands of humans as a sacrifice to their demonic blood lotus, that is the sin of the heavenly cloud palace. And Lin spoke softly as he looked down at the mountainous piles of bones below him. How could this happen? Lu Hu stammered as his lips trembled. How could the largest immortal sect in Red Leaf City be like this? And Lin's expression was solemn. Perhaps they weren't like this once upon a time, But ever since the Ant Queen descended on the heavenly river state, the higher-ups in the heavenly cloud palace had already been coerced to become evil cultivators. Not just the people that have come here heeding their call, but many of the disciples of the heavenly cloud palace had become the fertilizer for their demonic blood lotus. Boom! Another resounding boom sounded from not far away. Chun Yan's whole body trembled as he stared up in shock at the figure in front of him. Every bone in his body had been smashed, and his vital energy was also nearing complete depletion. In front of him, a monkey king engulfed in black flames, imbued with a deathly aura, was stalking toward him step by step. "Don't kill me! Please spare me!" Chan Yen implored in horror as Xiao Chou walked toward him like a ruthless god of slaughter. He was simply too powerful. Even though they were both at half-step soul formation stage, it was a completely one-sided beating. But Chun Yen did not want to die. He finally reached this step after a long and painstaking journey. Just one more step and he would be a soul formation stage cultivator. When that time arrived, his lifespan would increase to over 10,000 years. He couldn't just die here. "If you spare me, I'll tell you the location of the demonic blood lotus. The demonic blood lotus is almost fully grown. Once it matures, it'll be a second-rank immortal ingredient, the consumption of which would drastically improve your cultivation base." Chan Yen knew that if he wanted a chance at survival, he would have to offer up his most prized possession. As expected, Xiao Chou's eyes lit up at his words. "Okay, then tell me, where's the demonic blood lotus being kept? You have to swear a heavenly Tao oath first, then I'll tell you," Chen Yen replied. Xiao Chou nodded and immediately began to swear an oath. "I swear that if Chen Yen discloses the location of the demonic blood lotus to me, I'll do no further harm to him. If I go back on this oath, then I'll be blasted by lightning from heaven and my Tao heart would immediately crumble." Chen Yen breathed a sigh of relief after Xiao Chou swore his oath and began to disclose the location of the demonic blood lotus. Xiao Chou smiled and nodded as he took in the information before raising his head to look up at the sky. Chun Yen also followed his gaze and looked up in confusion. He then saw a black streak flying through the air. In the next instant, Lin had already landed and was stowing his sword away. "You?" Chan Yan's eyes were in a bloodshot state, his expression full of remorse and rage, but a lethal red line of blood had already appeared on his neck. Thump! His head fell to the ground as blood gushed forth from his decapitated corpse. Chun Yen finally realized at the moment before he died that he had been swindled, but it was all too late. Yes, Xiao Chou had sworn an oath to do no harm to him, but other people could kill him in his stead. To Lin, assassinating a half-step soul formation stage cultivator on the brink of death was far too simple a task. Lu Hu and Lu Susu were even more respectful toward Lin after witnessing him decapitating the most powerful cultivator of the heavenly cloud palace. But at the same time, they were feeling quite thrilled at Chen Yan's death after seeing for themselves the darkness hidden in this evil organization. Xiao Chou, lead the way to the demonic blood lotus. After taking care of the evil cultivators of the heavenly cloud sect, Lin retrieved Chen Yan's storage ring and continued on to their main objective. The main reason why he came here was to find the demonic blood lotus, as it would be vitally important to his mission in killing the Ant Queen. Xiao Chou flew toward the mountains of bones and retrieved all 9 of the black badges on them. He then came to the southeast region of the heavenly cloud palace and punched a hole into the ground, where the passageway to an underground chamber awaited them. In the center of the underground chamber was a huge formation disk. Xiao Chou placed the 9 badges each in different places on the formation disk, and the formation disk began to tremble violently. The black blood lotus badges swallow the flesh and consciousness of cultivators, which are then transported to the demonic blood lotus in the underground chamber as fertilizer through a spell formation. Lin looked up slowly at the rising platform while he recited the information he had received from the Ziwei Pavilion in the Heavenly Court. However, even if the demonic blood lotus was to awaken, the people of the Heavenly Cloud Palace wouldn't have any way of using the flower anyway. The flower is not a gift presented by the Ant Queen to the Heavenly Cloud Palace as a gesture of goodwill. The Ant Queen is just using them as farmers to tend to the flower. a vibrant red lotus sat on the platform, emitting a strange aroma that was irresistibly alluring to those who caught a whiff of its scent. Lu Hu and Lu Susu, who had the weakest cultivation bases, were completely unable to shift their gaze away from the flower, while a dreamy smile of contentment appeared on their faces. Damn! The alluring qualities of the flower are almost comparable to Xiao Hong. And Lin's expression shifted slightly as he nodded in praise. A fit of violent rustling suddenly came from his pocket, as if to express discontentment. All right. From the perspective of who is more alluring, the lotus flower cannot even begin to compare to you. And Lin immediately corrected himself. The rustling in his pocket grew even more violent, seemingly even more incensed by his correction. Big brother in. What you should be telling Big Sister Hong now is that she's completely different from all the promiscuous sluts out there, and that her beauty is like a refreshing breath of fresh air in comparison. Woof! Dabai suddenly spoke. Sure enough, and Lin's pocket ceased rustling at Dabai's words. Dabai looked at Lin with a sly smirk and an expression of a seasoned womanizer. And Lin? Even so, and Lin would definitely not concede that he was inferior to a dog when it came to understanding a woman's heart. He did not ponder the issue any further and departed on his brick after stowing the demonic blood lotus away into his storage ring. Everyone left the now dilapidated Heavenly Cloud Palace and flew elsewhere. Lu Hu and Lu Susu all fell into silence after expressing their gratitude toward Lin for saving their lives. They were completely at a loss for what to do in the future. Their family had been slaughtered, so they decided to participate in the ant tribe extermination operations organized by a reputable sect, but what greeted them instead was the insidious scam that was the Heavenly Cloud Palace. With the destruction of the Heavenly Cloud Palace, they had lost their target and did not know where to go next. My apologies. I used you two to lead me to the Heavenly Cloud Palace so that I can sneak in, placing both of you in perilous danger in the process. And Lin suddenly apologized. Lu Hu and Lu Susu were both taken aback by Lin's words, clearly not expecting him to apologize for something like this. You have nothing to apologize for, Senior Lin. If it wasn't for your assistance, my daughter and I would be food for the ants by now. On top of that, it's an honor for us to help you exterminate those evil cultivators. Lu Hu replied respectfully. These were words straight from the bottom of his heart anyway. The ant tribe epidemic had resulted in countless deaths throughout the Heavenly River State, and it was simply unthinkable that there would be sects willing to cooperate with the Ant Queen at a time like this. They were actually quite happy to have been able to play a part in eliminating such scum. And Lin nodded a little sheepishly before posing a question to them. Do you still plan on joining a resistance against the ant tribe? There's one being organized by the One Valley Immortal sect of the Heavenly River State. One Valley Immortal sect? Lu, whose eyes widened in shock. Isn't that the number 1 immortal sect in the Black Stone Prefecture? That's correct. I have some history with one of the elders there. A reminiscent expression appeared on Lin's face. The figure of a woman who had once struggled resiliently through an endless expanse of darkness surfaced in his mind. How about it, do you two want to go there? If you do, I can take you there. And Lin asked again. The two of them immediately grabbed the opportunity with both hands. And Lin did not say anything more and began to fly toward the abyss of evil with the father and daughter duo in tow. At the border of the abyss of evil was the center of the ant tribe resistance movement. The abyss of evil was a massive wound on the Taichu continent. It stretched for thousands of kilometers and was unfathomably deep. It was like a heavenly rift, separating the kingdom of the 9 states from the realm of white sand. But in the past few days, everything suddenly changed. Endless streams of black mist suddenly began to rise up from the depths of the abyss, forming bridges. Even if one were to destroy the bridges, the black mist would immediately materialize a new one. The black mist bridge allowed the two species to come into contact for the very first time. Even more disturbing was the fact that the ant tribe seemed to have planned for this to happen all along, as wave after wave of huge ants rushed into the kingdom of the 9 states. Aside from the very soil itself, they ate absolutely everything. Not a single blade of grass would be left in the places ravaged by the ants. Everything would become a barren wasteland. In just a few days, over 80 cities in the Heavenly River State fell to the ants, and the human death toll amounted to tens of millions of people. In response to this ant tribe epidemic, the Zhengchong Heavenly Monarch, who was stationed by the Heavenly Court in the southern region of the Kingdom of the Nine States, immediately took up arms to try and quell the ant tribe. Accompanying him were his trusty subordinates Lu Jun, Go Leiji, Pang Yu, Bai Zongyuan, Deng Bowen, Xian Hanshan, Zhang Yuanbua, and Tao Yuanxin. They had already marched deep into the realm of white sand, and no one knew of their situation. It was also due to this epidemic that all second-year university students in the Heavenly Court were assigned the same mission to guard the borders of the Abyss of Evil as their end-of-year trial. There were no set criteria for this end-of-year trial, and a high level of risk was involved, so each class had their homeroom teacher to accompany them, but even then, there were still quite a few instances of student casualties. For students with relative high combat strength like Lin, they were assigned some special missions. This is where we shall part ways. The black brick descended, and Lin bade farewell to Lu Hu and Lu Susu with a smile. Senior, aren't you going to visit the elder you mentioned? Lu Susu asked quizzically, and Lin looked up at the defensive barricades ahead, as well as the black mist bridges spanning across two realms. There were countless black mist bridges like this within the Abyss of Evil. He smiled lightly in reply. I have some things I have to do. Perhaps I'll come to visit her after that. Then, Senior and Lin, will we have an opportunity to meet again? Lu Susu bowed her head slightly and asked in a timid and dejected tone. The heart of a young girl was often worn on her sleeve, so even someone as oblivious as Lin could detect her reluctance to part with him. Of course we'll meet again. Here, I have a sword here. Use it to protect yourself. And Lin retrieved a shiny golden longsword from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Susu. Lu Susu clearly did not expect Lin to gift her a weapon before he left, and she stared at Lin blankly with her mouth slightly agape, appearing extremely adorable. Instead, it was Lu Hu who came to his senses first. He knew just how valuable a weapon bestowed upon them by a mighty figure like Lin would be, and he hurriedly bowed in gratitude for the gift. The sword was the golden glazed sword which Lin used in the past. Even in the prestigious United University of Cultivation, this was quite a fine weapon. However, Lin had the evil-slaying sword now, so he decided to gift the sword to Lu Susu as a gesture of goodwill. You're welcome. Cultivate hard and we'll meet again someday. And Lin rubbed her head dotingly. Lu Susu did not resist. Instead, she lowered her head while blushing as she agreed under her breath. Having experienced the thrill of being referred to as senior, Lin leaped onto his brick and soon disappeared from view into the clouds. Soon Lin rode back onto Dubai. The warm and furry feeling gave him a comforting sense of security. As expected, dog kinesis flight is still the best. Swords and bricks can get fucked. Flying along the Abyss of Evil, Lin could see that there were immortal sects guarding every black mist bridge, in preparation for a potential ant tribe invasion. After flying along for a short while, an extremely broad and solid black mist bridge appeared in front of Lin. This was where the Heavenly Court forces were stationed, and this bridge was also the largest in the whole of the Abyss of Evil. It measured several thousand feet in width and was the main avenue through which the ant tribe reached the Kingdom of the Nine States. A woman in a jade barley ink garment looked up into the sky and a beautiful smile surfaced on her face. Ha! Not bad. And Lin, destroying a whole sect by yourself like a true one-man army? No, it was all because of my awesome team of beast pets. I was only responsible for decapitating the palace leader and grand elder of the Heavenly Cloud Palace. And Lin spoke with a modest expression. Xiao Chou. Dubai. Xiao Hong squirmed in protest. All the beast pets developed a new understanding of just how thick-skinned their master was. Su Xiaolin covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, but soon began to get down to business. The remaining ants in the Heavenly River State have pretty much been completely exterminated, but the second wave is about to arrive, and it's going to be much worse than the first one. And Lin nodded. I'll deliver the demonic blood lotus to the homeroom teacher right away. The first 50 classes in the second year of the United University of Cultivation were responsible for guarding the Black Mist Bridge, while the second 50 classes were responsible for exterminating any ants left within the Heavenly River State. A huge golden city wall stood by the Black Mist Bridge, acting as the most vital barricade against the ant tribe. The students only needed to stand atop the wall and release their immortal spells. This was quite similar to the scene in the past when Enlin and the others combated the Beast Tide, except this time around, there definitely wouldn't be any students retarded enough to run down the wall. If they did, they'd be devoured by the ants until not a single trace of them was left. "Sir, I've brought the demonic blood lotus you requested." And Lin spoke to the man in the white robe standing guard at the end of the bridge. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao turned to look at the mesmerizing lotus in Enlin's hands with an expression of approval. "Student Enlin, you've done a fantastic job completing your mission. Now that all 5 items have been assembled, we can move on to the next stage. Slitherweed, Nightmare Snow Bamboo, Wind Crow, Heavenly Menace Bead, and finally the Demonic Blood Lotus." The 5 items each exuded their own particular aura as Sword Immortal Ling Xiao placed them onto the ground one by one. A white spell formation appeared on the ground as everything was set into motion. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirled violently and created a vortex which plunged straight into the spell formation. This spell formation was an aura-tracking spell formation. This time it was prepared by Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, so the energy rippling from the spell formation was even more mysterious. As vital energy swirled, a white butterfly fluttered out from it, before landing on Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's hand. Behind Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, 9 soul formation stage and 100 spirit nurturing stage cultivators gathered, collectively exuding a chilly killing intent. There were many familiar faces among them, including Earth Immortal Ming Yuan, Shen Yuan Chang, Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyun. But there were also quite a few unfamiliar faces among them too. They were prodigies from the university and the Heavenly Court's execution department. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao looked around at everyone and smiled. "Decapitation mission commence. We shall go and slaughter the Ant Queen." The white butterfly fluttered toward a certain direction in the realm of white sand and 10 soul formation stage, as well as hundreds of spirit nurturing stage cultivators, followed closely behind. Such a formidable team was certainly worthy of a powerful foe such as the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen that they were going to kill was the mastermind behind the Ant Tribe army, as well as the mother of many in the Ant Tribe. It was said that the Ant Queen possessed fearsome power as well as extremely strong guards. The main instigator of this epidemic was not the Ant Queen, but instead, there were more complicated and powerful dark forces at work. But that was something for the 4 heavenly monarchs in the kingdom of the 9 states or even their superiors to worry about. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao only needed to eliminate the mastermind that was exposed in the open. Even so, this was still an extremely arduous mission. In the distance, a cloud of dust suddenly rose up. They heard a sound akin to that of a series of waves. The second wave of ants was upon them. "Everyone maintain a cool head. The ants on the ground will be taken care of by the cultivators guarding the Black Mist Bridge. Our objective is to try not to attract the Ant Queen's attention." Sword Immortal Ling Xiao demonstrated an immortal spell to obscure his body and aura as he spoke. Rumble. This was the first time ever Lin had heard a group of ants that sounded like a stampede of wild horses. And the sound was even more concentrated, giving him a sense of asphyxiation. There were countless ants on the ground and also a vast amount of flying ants in the sky. The aura each ant exuded was perhaps not as powerful as the mutant beasts in the Myriad Mountain domain, but their insane numbers had accumulated to cause a qualitative change. The wave of ants now gave Lin a sense that Armageddon was approaching. It was exactly after witnessing this that he began to worry for the students guarding the Black Mist Bridge behind them. The ordinary ants below do not have much intelligence, and they are being controlled by the consciousness of the Ant Queen. If we kill the Ant Queen, their formations would undoubtedly crumble, making them easy to vanquish, Shen Yuanchang said as he consoled Lin. And Lin nodded and concentrated on the task at hand. Their small team bypassed the ant army and continued deeper into the realm of white sand. Ant nests were normally constructed underground, and the entrance was usually a simple black hole. One would never be able to tell from outside just how huge a space the nest encompassed nor how many huge ants were dwelling within. The ground below them was quite barren, consisting of only white sand and bare rocks. This made Lin wonder just what food source the ants had to support such a huge population. Within the black hole was an extremely cavernous space. There were countless giant ants scurrying around there, each of them carrying a colossal black object which they were transporting elsewhere. In the very center of the ant's nest was a mountainous ant with a body several thousand feet in length. The ant was sprawled out on the ground, its body slowly squirming. That was the mother of the ant tribe, also known as the ant queen. Ah! A delicate, yet raucous cry was accompanied by a violent squirming of her abdomen as hundreds of huge eggs gushed forth with a flood of sticky liquid from her lower abdomen. Congratulations on a smooth birth, mother. A huge blue ant standing on its hind legs exuding a powerful aura bowed to express congratulations. A dozen other huge ants of all shapes and forms also bowed. All of them had vast amounts of power within their bodies, and their eyes glowed with bloodlust. I've lost connection with all the fertilizers I've spread. The ant queen panted lightly. The huge blue ant was initially taken aback by her words and its face fell. Normal cultivators would definitely be unable to discover the fertilizers. The people from Heavenly Court are indeed a quick-acting bunch. They might be able to find their way here with the fertilizers gathered. The ant queen opened her cavernous mouth and placed the huge black objects the worker ants were carrying into her mouth. The huge blue ant chuckled coldly. Even the Zhengchang heavenly monarch was forced into retreat by our tribe leader. If anyone else dares to come here, our army of over 100,000 would ensure they stay here forever. Right at this moment, a white butterfly fluttered in from a passageway. It was light and graceful, flying slowly toward the mountainous ant queen. The ant queen and the huge blue ant both reacted violently at the sight of the butterfly, and just as they were about to spring into action, a resounding boom suddenly erupted as a sword forged of white light punctured through the ground and landed in front of them. The sword was glittering and translucent, with a huge metallic object attached to it. The metallic object was a nuclear missile. In the realm of white sand, over 100 powerful cultivators retreated in unison with all their might. And Lin looked at Shenyuan Chang as his lips twitched and he couldn't help but make a remark. Big brother Chang, where did you get that nuclear missile from? It's such an overkill. Shenyuan Chang smiled lightly. I descended into the mortal world last time and developed an interest in these things, so I swapped a few spirit stones for a few missiles. Who would have thought that they would come in handy now? Earth Immortal Yuing flew to Shenyuan Cheng's side on her book and adjusted her red-rimmed glasses as she spoke in an intelligent tone. The nuclear missile has an explosive force equivalent to tens of millions of tons of TNT, and the effective explosive radius created by its explosion and shockwave is around 15 kilometers. Add to that the spell formations that number in excess of 20 set up by student Shenyuan Chang to amplify the power of the explosion. The effective destructive radius increases to 20 kilometers, enough to raise a large city to the ground. We don't know just how big the ants' net is, but the nuclear missile will definitely blast them into the sky. Shenyuan Chang made a rare show of cockiness. Poor Ant Queen. And Lin could already envision the scene of the nuclear missile exploding in the Ant Queen's face. Boom! Heaven and earth quaked at this moment. An unfathomable amount of power erupted in the ant's nest, releasing destructive force akin to the onset of Armageddon. An extremely fearsome mushroom cloud erupted and quickly expanded as it rose upward. The very ground itself had been blasted open, and a terrifyingly destructive shockwave burst forth. And Lin looked behind him at the golden ball of fire in the center of the explosion. It was even more spectacular than the sun in the sky, as it released boundless light and heat. All of the cultivators activated their protection spell formations and sped away in retreat, but they were still caught in the peripheral shockwaves as the ground split apart around them, and a violent sandstorm obscured the sky above. The huge mushroom cloud remained on the horizon for a long time without dissipating, appearing as if it was a huge ferocious beast standing between heaven and earth. And Lin and the others all stopped to turn back and appreciate the scenery. They were already completely out of the blast radius, so their safety was ensured. Hey, there's probably not even a single speck of the Ant Queen left after that, and Lin exclaimed in marvel. As the leader of the group, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao also had a satisfied smile on his face. Unless there's a mighty figure in the ants' nest capable of manipulating space itself, there's not a chance they could have survived. It was all thanks to student Xuanyuan's nuclear bomb. Otherwise, we definitely would not have been able to secure victory so easily. Xuanyuan Cheng smiled lightly in embarrassment. He didn't dare use this type of weapon in a normal fight, in fear that he too would be reduced to ashes and dust if he didn't run away fast enough. However, after learning of the enemy's location in advance, they would be able to target a location from afar for an extremely effective surprise attack. After the explosion, the group did not immediately depart. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao was planning to set up another aura tracking spell formation to verify whether the Ant Queen was indeed dead. But he did not have time to even begin setting up the formation before a ball of blue light flew out from the mushroom cloud and heading toward their group. Huh? Everyone, pay attention. There appears to be something approaching. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao paused his action and peered into the distance. The other cultivators all stared cautiously in the same direction. There was a ball of blue light hurtling toward everyone at high speed. Only after the ball of blue light was almost upon them did everyone discover just how gigantic it was. Crack! The ball shattered and a mountainous figure fell to the ground with a massive thump, causing the ground to quake as a result. A vast, violent aura burst forth, demonstrating its scorching rage. 16 ants walking upright on their hind legs, exuding powerful auras, appeared at the forefront. One of the huge blue ants sighed lightly as it looked forlornly at the broken blue bead in its hand. Who would have thought that the spatial isolation bead would be used in such a situation? The Ant Queen's strangled cry of anguish erupted like dull thunder. My poor children, these human cultivators, they must die. The 16 ants, all of different shapes and forms, each unleashed their respective fearsome auras following the Ant Queen's anguished cry, and they charged toward Sword Immortal Ling Xiao and the others without so much as uttering a single word. An extremely violent battle suddenly erupted. Each of the 16 huge ants was of soul formation stage power and could easily stir up the heavens with each of their actions. Among them, the huge blue ant was particularly powerful. Its arms were like the sharpest divine weapons, with which he tore through the sword intent of one of the teachers with raw strength alone before he heavily injured that teacher with one blow. In the end, it became entangled in a battle with Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, who was the most powerful cultivator of the group. Yet it was still able to fight on par without falling to a disadvantage. Aside from the 10 teachers of soul formation stage, the other group of over 100 spirit nurturing stage cultivators inevitably engaged in a battle with the remaining huge ants. These spirit nurturing stage cultivators were all cultivators of the highest caliber, and were adept in using combination spell formations to combine their strength. So they were able to fight the huge ants head-on despite the gap in power. The Ant Queen was adept in battle, and aside from her freakish reproductive abilities, the only other notable aspect about her was that her exoskeleton was extremely thick. During the battle, there were cultivators that would attack the Ant Queen from time to time. However, even the most powerful immortal spells were deflected by the Ant Queen's exoskeleton without being able to break through. Just as the two sides were engaged in a battle of life and death, the Ant Queen's body suddenly began to tremble violently, causing the ground below it to tremor and quake. All the cultivators received a nasty shock as they knew that the Ant Queen was about to give birth. Even under such intense circumstances, she was still intent on doing her job. What kind of diligence and dedication would that require? A huge red ant released 9 flaming dragons, forcing a dozen spirit-nurturing stage cultivators into retreat. Xianyuan Cheng's hair was a little singed by the attack, and he turned his head slightly to speak to Enlin. Classmate Enlin, can you roll your eyes and find a chink in the Ant Queen's defenses? Enlin's face fell at his request. What the hell is this rolling eyes business about? Was he referring to the divine inspection technique? Please use some more sophisticated vocabulary. He retreated to a safe distance away, then activated his divine inspection technique. Even with the use of the divine inspection technique, the Ant Queen still resembled an indestructible fortress in his eyes. However, after carefully scanning the entirety of the Ant Queen's body, a strange expression surfaced on Enlin's face. Classmate Enlin, What are your findings? Xianyuan Cheng asked anxiously. Well, there's a weakness. And Lin spoke hesitantly but still decided to transmit his voice to everyone. Everyone, may I please have your attention? The Achilles heel of the ant queen is that hole from which she lays eggs. A peculiar expression also appeared on everyone's faces as they listened to Lin's voice transmission. Some female cultivators like Su Chenyun and Su Xiaolan couldn't help but blush, but they still committed his words to memory. And Lin knew that a battle revolving around the ant queen's asshole was about to erupt. The first person to initiate an attack was Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. He threw a fake jab to distract the huge blue ant, then charged straight toward the ant queen's ass, creating a sword of white light which stretched for over 1,000 feet, which he stabbed toward the ant queen's asshole. Don't you dare hurt mother! The huge blue ant roared, and the blood essence in its body instantly flared up as it used a mystic technique to explosively enhance its speed, transforming it into a streak of blue light which stationed itself in front of the ant queen's asshole before throwing a punch at the white sword of light. Boom! The sword of light crumbled under the blue ant's fist. Even Sword Immortal Ling Xiao himself was forced back a few steps. I'll protect mother's asshole. The blue ant wore a cold expression as it stood proudly in front of Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, preventing him from advancing any further. Right at this moment, there were another few soul formation stage teachers who tried to attack the ant queen, all of which were thwarted by the other huge ants. Rumble! A few hundred huge eggs gushed out like a flood onto the ground. The ant queen had given birth yet again. Big Brother Cheng. All the teachers have been marked by the other ants, so they won't have another opportunity to attack the ant queen. How about we give it a try instead? I still have Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 which should serve quite well for a surprise attack, during which time we can break through their defenses. And Lin transmitted his voice to Xianyuan Cheng. Xianyuan Cheng's eyes lit up. I still have a small nuclear bomb with an explosive force equivalent to about 10,000 tons of TNT, if we shoot that into the hole. And Lin was slightly taken aback by his words before a sly smile appeared on his face, and he and Xianyuan Cheng sprang into action. All the teachers were trying their best to close in on the ant queen to initiate an attack on her asshole. The huge eggs that had just been delivered onto the group were already splitting open. Moments later, a few hundred flying ants rose into the air, opening their cavernous mouths as they charged toward the cultivators in the air. All the while the ant queen's body was trembling violently again, clearly a sign that she was about to deliver another batch. Fuck! This ant queen is like a super efficient pig, giving birth whenever the hell she wants without even having to take a moment to recover her breath. And Lin looked on in disbelief. Pigs aren't that efficient. The ant queen is like a moving soldier factory. We have to eliminate her as soon as possible, Xianyuan Cheng replied. As Lin and Xianyuan Cheng continued to draw closer to the ant queen, a few dozen huge flying ants formed a dense black stream and flew toward them. And Lin and Xianyuan Cheng were just about to engage in battle, when a scorching fire dragon pounced onto the flying ants, creating a sea of fire. The flying ants had vulnerable wings, and they immediately began to screech in anguish in the face of the flames, before plummeting toward the ground in a few short seconds. And Lin turned to look behind him and was greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman with flames fluttering around her like vibrant butterflies. Su Xiaolan, what are you doing here? And Lin asked in surprise. It looked like you two were plotting something, so I came to have a look, Su Xiaolan replied excitedly. And Lin chuckled lightly. We're going to penetrate the ant queen's asshole? What's a girl like you going to do? Why can't girls penetrate as well? Su Xiaolan retorted before a thought suddenly occurred to her, and a blush appeared on her face as she cussed lightly. Bastard! Stationed in front of the ant queen's ass was a huge white ant with an extremely powerful aura. How dare you spirit-nurturing stage trash attempt to approach Mother? You're walking straight to your deaths. It opened its arms and tens of thousands of extremely sharp icicles carved out lethal trajectories as they flew toward Lin and the others, each of the icicles reflecting the light of the sun to form a mesmerizing yet deadly display. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, attack! And Lin bellowed. His storage ring flashed, and the two Gundams activated the ionic deprivation protection formation in front of everyone. The icicles clashed with the formation, only to shatter into icy powder upon impact while the protection formation itself remained unharmed. Trap it! And Lin, Xianyuancheng, and Su Xiaolin charged toward the Ant Queen's asshole, while the Gundams pounced toward the white ant, without hesitation after receiving Lin's instructions. The white ant was clearly not expecting a few spirit-nurturing stage cultivators to have a trump card like this and was just about to spring into action when it saw the Gundams approaching it. One from above and one from below. Purple entrapment formation. A purple cube suddenly appeared, trapping the white ant within and completely restricting its mobility. Save Mother! The white ant transmitted a message to the other huge ants via electric signals. However, when they turned their attention to the team of lowly spirit-nurturing stage cultivators, they had already broken through the defenses and arrived at the Ant Queen's asshole. Xianyuancheng had already released a light sword toward the opening to which the nuclear missile was strapped, and Lin released a mountain-quaking lightning fist toward her ass while Su Xiaolin released a flaming dragon to the same location. After that, the three of them retreated as fast as they could. After listening to Lin's voice transmission, all the cultivators also fell into retreat. Mother! The huge ants felt as if they had been plunged into a glacier as they stared at the flying sword with the nuclear missile attached. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, protect us. The two Gundams flew toward the three of them and set up a protective barrier. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion erupted along with boundless energy. Another fearsome explosion occurred, and heaven and earth were engulfed in a golden light as a mushroom cloud rose up again into the sky with boundless destructive power. The huge ants were once again engulfed in the fearsome memories of the last mushroom cloud. Among the cultivators, and Lin and his two friends were the ones closest to the explosion. But they had the protection of the Gundams, thereby ensuring their safety. The Ant Queen was at the very epicenter of the explosion, and the nuclear bomb was detonated inside her, so it would simply be bullshit if she still managed to survive. The 16 powerful ants were also somewhat affected by the blast. They all charged violently toward the cultivators in a fit of blinding rage at the sight of their Ant Queen being detonated. As the instigators and Lin, Su Xiaolin, and Xianyuancheng were their main targets. In particular, Xianyuancheng, who had set off the nuclear bomb, came under ferocious attack as many of the ants risked severe injury to initiate kamikaze attacks on him. Hold on, everyone. The Ant Queen is already dead. 16 injured ants are no match for us. Keep calm and grind them down. We'll be able to secure victory easily. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to everyone. And Lin and his group were forced into constant retreat after the explosion. And if it wasn't for the protection from the Gundams, they would probably have been shredded into mincemeat already. The situation began to become a bit complex as all the cultivators gathered around the route through which Xianyuancheng was escaping and engaged in guerrilla warfare tactics, while the ants initiated kamikaze attacks on Xianyuancheng. A huge ant completely disregarded the fact that one of its arms had been slashed away when it crushed a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator's head into a pulp, simply because the cultivator was standing in the way of its pursuit of Xianyuancheng. The onset of blinding rage for the ant tribe made the battle even brutal as casualties began to quickly pile up on both sides. Just as Lin was quickly retreating through dog kinesis flight, a dashboard suddenly began to flash in his mind. What the hell is this? He was greatly startled by the flashing dashboard and almost crashed his dog. When he managed to calm himself down and come to his senses, he came to a sudden realization. Could this be the system? That's right. I'm a man with a system. And Lin's eyes instantly lit up. The system had remained silent for a whole year, leaving him with only the words, cultivate hard and improve every day, leading to him completely forgetting about its existence. He opened the dashboard excitedly and discovered that there was a special mission flashing. Detected that host is being pursued by the ant tribe, now assigning the special mission below. Kill 3 soul formation stage ants by host's own hand. Time limit, 2 hours. Mission success. Upgrade the wind spirit technique to the 2nd stage. Wings of wind. Mission failure. Deduct 20 vital stones. And Lin winced as he read through the conditions for the mission. He wanted to smash the system into pieces. What the fuck? The system wanted him to kill 3 soul formation stage ants by his own hand? He was being chased down by a bunch of ants who were initiating kamikaze attacks on him. If he turned around to counterattack now, it was probably as good as relinquishing his own life. Die! An enraged yell suddenly sounded behind Enlin. He turned to find a huge ant enshrouded completely in a black mist with a black staff in its hand, which had already closed into within 100 feet to Enlin's group. A few dozen black skulls suddenly erupted from the black staff, all of them screeching dreadfully as the black mist swirled and obscured the sky, before flowing toward the 3 of them like a black tidal wave. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, stop them! And Lin once again summoned his 2 Gundams in the face of the fearsome attack. 2 shiny silver automatons stood guard behind Enlin, one of them releasing the ionic deprivation protection formation, blocking the black mist attack, while the other initiated a gravity amplification force field, causing the huge ant shrouded in black mist to plummet toward the ground. And Lin did not even have a chance to breathe a sigh of relief before another huge ant charged at him. This ant was golden in color, and it unleashed insane speed in pursuit of the 3 of them. How dare you kill Mother? Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. The huge ant roared even louder as golden blood gushed from its body. One of its arms and both its legs had been slashed away, but it still pointed its remaining arm at Shen Yuancheng as it flew toward him like a golden sword. Shen Yuancheng knew that he couldn't evade the attack, so he turned and activated his myriad spirit Tai Chi technique. A circular energy barrier enveloped his whole body, and the projection of a yin-yang symbol appeared behind him. Big Brother Chang. And Lin also stopped and brought out his evil-slaying sword. Die! The huge ant had already appeared in front of Shen Yuancheng and was stabbing its remaining arm toward Shen Yuancheng's heart. Reverse heaven and earth. Shen Yuancheng became motionless at this moment, and his body seemed to merge with the world around him. His long sword rippled like water as he stabbed toward the seemingly invincible golden arm. The ant's body was pushed away from its original trajectory, and the 2 of them passed each other by. In the instant they passed each other, Shen Yuancheng slashed out at his assailant's stomach and golden blood burst forth again. Su Xiaolan's flaming sword then slashed down, catching the ant's body alight. The huge ant stared at them with its eyes wide open, clearly in shock at the fact that the 3 of them who had just been running for their lives could rally up such a powerful resistance. In the next instant, Lin had already used his wind sword technique to decapitate the huge ant. Ding dong. Completed 1/3 of mission criteria. And Lin faltered slightly at the notification. 1 out of 3 just like that? It seemed like delivering the killing blow on a few half-dead ants was not impossible. The 3 of them glanced at each other, then began to escape again in perfect sync. In order to be able to use the wind sword technique again, Lin swallowed a blood spirit pill to recover his energy and vitality. Soon, another 2 ants broke through the defensive line of cultivators and pounced toward them in a kamikaze attack. I'm starting to regret being so nosy. I could have been spared from being hunted. Su Xiaolan repented with a sour expression. If she hadn't been so stupid and burned the Ant Queen's arse, she wouldn't have to deal with the crazed pursuit of these soul formation stage ants. Don't panic. There are another 2 ants coming now. I'm going to stage a counterattack. And Lin's eyes glowed as he prepared for battle. Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuancheng both turned to look at him with incredulity. Su Xiaolan exclaimed in surprise. You were the first to fall back in retreat. When did you become so brave? Shen Yuancheng looked at him with approval. Classmate Lin, you've truly shown me a new side to yourself. And Lin was a little dejected. So that's what I'm like in their hearts. A huge ant transformed into a ball of fire and crashed toward Shen Yuancheng like a flaming comet. As expected, their primary target was still Shen Yuancheng. And Lin was pondering whether the ants would all focus on Shen Yuancheng if they split up. But there was no point to that train of thought, as he was definitely not going to abandon Big Brother Cheng. Bastard! Don't try to escape from my sword formation. Someone yelled from above, and a light sword shot forth at an unbelievable speed, piercing through the ant's flames and running through its body. and Lin looked up to find that one of the sword instructors in the university had initiated the attack. Pwah! A huge hole appeared in the ant's chest as its momentum was completely halted. Its whole body was riddled with wounds, but it still persisted in its pursuit of Xianxia. Only its speed was gradually falling away, and Lin moved now. His wind sword technique was as quick as lightning as it sliced off the ant's head in one clean slash. Ding dong! 2/3 of the mission has been completed. Ha, nice! At that moment, a chilling sense of terror enveloped Lin. Howl! The howl of a dragon erupted like roaring thunder. For black dragons with terrifying auras pounded toward Lin. A huge ant in black armor stood in the center of the black dragons and spoke in a cold voice. You dare to kill my brothers, I'll have you slaughtered in vengeance. And Lin cursed to himself in his heart. This ant seems to have a little bit too much HP left. And Lin! Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuancheng both yelled in panic when they saw Lin being engulfed by the black dragons. And Lin had just used the wind sword and thus left Dabai's back. Dabai immediately charged toward the black dragons after catching sight of his owner falling into dire straits. The teacher in the distance had just unleashed a sword technique and needed time to retract his arm before he unleashed another. Su Xiaolan and the others were still a distance away and could not get to him in time. As such, Lin did not have any other sources of external assistance and had to take the attack of a soul formation stage ant head-on. This soul formation stage ant had been severely injured but clearly still retained a lot of combat strength. The black dragons under its control sealed away all avenues for Lin's escape and pounced at him with fearsome power. Fuck it! A fierce expression appeared on Lin's face, and black smoke exuded from his body as his aura suddenly became extremely powerful. Origin energy of the netherworld. Second technique, Shadow Tiger. Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, Dabai, and the huge ant in black armor were all quite close to Lin. All of them felt as if the sky suddenly darkened and everything became deathly quiet. Within the absolute darkness and deathly silence, Lin emerged from the shadows to appear behind the ant in black armor and slashed down silently with the evil-slaying sword. A black sword projection stretching for over 1,000 feet sliced the arm and body of the black ant cleanly in half. Light reappeared and Lin's silent attack had already vanished. The 4 black dragons wailed in anguish as they crumbled, and the ant in black armor stared into the distance with bloodshot eyes, an expression of fear frozen on its face as its body began to fall to the ground below, spilling a fountain of blood in its wake. And Lin's origin energy of the netherworld slowly dissipated as he experienced an overwhelming sense of feebleness. He too began to plummet toward the ground in exhaustion. Big Brother and woof! Dabai halted Lin's free fall expertly with his own body. Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuancheng both breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that classmate Lin had such a fearsome mystic technique and sword technique up his sleeve? Shen Yuancheng exclaimed in admiration. Su Xiaolan was a lot more indifferent to this. After all, she had already witnessed this combination once in the abyss of evil, so she was more concerned about Lin's condition at this point in time. She flew to Dabai's side and asked in a concerned voice, "Are you okay?" "I'm okay. We have to run. Otherwise, the other ants are going to catch up." And Lin waved his hand feebly and swallowed another blood spirit pill. In perilous times like these, he was definitely not going to hold back with his spirit pills. After all, his life was more important than these pills. Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuancheng both nodded solemnly and continued to retreat while protecting Lin. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. The mission is now completed and the wind spirit technique will now be upgraded to level 2. In an instant, boundless information, observations, and true intent began to merge with his body. The second level of the wind spirit technique allowed him to conjure up wings of wind, enabling him to explosively accelerate over a short period of time. It was as badass as it was practical, much better than the rings of wind from level 1. And Lin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exult with his arms held aloft. Ha 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 ha! I'm a man with wings now. Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuancheng looked back at Lin with peculiar expressions, but Lin was always a bit weird anyway. So they didn't think much of it and soon shifted their gazes away. The battle between the huge ants and the cultivators was still raging, but the ant tribe was slowly falling to a disadvantage. During this period of time, another huge ant broke through the defensive line and pounced toward Xianxia before it was cut down by the sword Immortal teacher that was accompanying them. Sword of the Four Extremes. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao slashed his sword through the air and 4 divine swords appeared in midair, each of them imbued with the powers of wind, lightning, water, and fire respectively as they descended upon the giant blue ant all at once. Earth Immortal Yuing and Sword Immortal Ming Yuan both used their restrictive formations to trap the powerful blue ant as the divine swords whistled through the air, finally piercing through the body of the blue ant. The power of the 4 extreme elements surged violently through its body, seemingly as if it was going to grind away every particle of its existence into oblivion. You killed Mother. Just wait for the tribe leader to exact his revenge on you all. You'll wish you had never been born. The blue ant's enraged cries vanished alongside its body under the power of the divine swords. One giant ant fell after another as none of them chose to escape. All of them chose to fight until the bitter end, so they all ended up dead. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 smashed the head of the black mist ant into pieces, then fried its body to a crisp with dragon flames, and only set off to return to their master after scanning the remains to ensure that there were absolutely no signs of life left. Xianyuan Chang learned from a voice transmission that the ant tribe had been fully exterminated and decided to reunite with Sword Immortal Ling Xiao within Lin and Su Xiaolan, as well as the Sword Immortal teacher that was accompanying them. This battle was a catastrophic one, with over half the cultivators dead or injured. The teachers set up an emergency regeneration formation, thereby enabling those who were injured to recover slightly from their injuries. Among the Soul Formation Stage teachers deployed to participate in this mission, 6 were injured and 1 was killed. Among the 100 or so Spirit Nurturing Stage cultivators, there were over 50 injured and 8 who had fallen in battle. This was the first time that Lin had experienced comrades falling around him, and he fell into silence. When he saw the bodies of the deceased lined up in a row by the teachers, he felt a sense of profound sadness and uneasiness. One of the cultivators' bodies could not be recovered as it had been burnt to ashes by an ant, while some others had been decapitated to become headless corpses. The deceased Soul Formation Stage teacher had had his heart smashed into pieces by the blue ant and died instantly at the scene. And Lin did not understand why they had to pay such a heavy price even after using the nuclear bombs and having the battle under their control the whole time. If they didn't have the nuclear bombs, what would the battle be like? And Lin did not dare to think. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao had also planned for a scenario where the nuclear bomb failed. In that case, they would simply have to kill the Ant Queen at all costs, then stage a retreat, but there would definitely be a lot more casualties than what they suffered now. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao placed the bodies of the deceased cultivators into his storage ring and headed to the epicenter of the nuclear bomb explosion with a few other teachers. There were still thick plumes of smoke lingering in the air. They were not afraid of the radiation, but they still chose to survey the scene from afar with their divine senses. Aside from her head, her whole body had been decimated by the extreme temperatures. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao suddenly remarked. A surprised expression appeared on all the other teachers' faces. They were shocked that the head of the Ant Queen could be so durable. Its durability probably exceeded that of all spirit tools in this world. They used an immortal spell to drag the head of the Ant Queen out from amidst the debris. Although only the charred head of the Ant Queen remained, this was still something the size of a small mountain to all the cultivators. Everyone who had participated in this mission all looked up at the Ant Queen's lifeless head and sighed with emotion. This battle is finally over. Within the abyss of evil, in a corner that had been forsaken by the sun, darkness was the one eternal constant here. There was no time nor vitality there, only endless perils and deathly silence. No one knew how deep the abyss of evil was. It had countless branches and crevices, all of which were extremely convoluted. No explorer had ever reached the bottom of the abyss, but there were countless who had died halfway. However, within the deepest part of the abyss of evil, there was suddenly a glimmer of light. This was an extremely gentle light that seemed to encompass a whole world within. If anyone were to stare directly into the light, they would feel as if they had fallen into a parallel world. Countless powerful sinister devils and demons were forced into retreat. They did not even dare to face the light head-on. The existence that had brought light to the bottom of the abyss of evil was a man with long silver hair, dressed in a starry robe with a cold expression on his face. He was one of the heavenly emperors of the heavenly court, known as Heavenly Emperor Ziwei. The man not only adept in all manners of immortal spells but also controlled the essence of heaven and earth as well as the fate of the universe. Emperor Ziwei arrived at a certain location in the abyss of evil and stood silently with his eyes closed. Time slowly passed by and deathly silence enveloped the abyss. "Come out." After an unknown length of time, he finally spoke. His voice pierced through space before him, traveling to a certain point in the darkness. There was a ripple in the darkness. A black figure began to appear in front of Heavenly Emperor Ziwei, as if it was materializing itself from a dream. It was a figure somewhere between existence and non-existence, with only its eyes, which were bright as stars, providing any hint of substance. "Night Monarch, retract the bridges." Emperor Ziwei spoke in a cold voice. "It's not time yet." The existence that was referred to as the Night Monarch replied firmly. Emperor Ziwei stared at the Night Monarch in silence for a moment before continuing. "If you keep this up, I'll exterminate the whole of the ant tribe." "If you exterminate the ant tribe, is the heavenly court going to guard the demons of hell then?" Night Monarch shook his head. "You wouldn't dare." Boom! Light began to expand violently toward all sides, engulfing and decimating everything in its wake. Rocks, sinister devils, demons of hell, the very air itself and everything within the space instantly vanished, creating a barren patch of circular land tens of thousands of feet in radius. In the center of it all, Emperor Ziwei was still facing off against the Night Monarch. There was not even a trace of emotion on the Night Monarch's face as he looked at the man in front of him. "The ant tribe needs a new monarch, and that requires sacrifice. Otherwise there will be an even heavier price for the kingdom of the 9 states to pay in the future." Emperor Ziwei humphed coldly. "There's no need for that. Don't forget that Her Majesty Nuwa sides with the heavenly court. Her Majesty Nuwa does indeed take a fancy to humans and even went as far as to create a new plane for humans to exist on. But she is not human, after all. This epidemic is the backlash from the whole continent. In the face of such a major epidemic, I'm sure you know what Her Majesty's decision will be. If you can't even make such a small sacrifice, how do you expect to continue to exist in this world?" The Night Monarch's words did not come slowly nor were they rushed, but each and every sentence seemed to drag the listener closer to eternal slumber. Emperor Ziwei closed his eyes and the all-encompassing light gradually faded away. He turned in the darkness like any ordinary man and departed. "I can't stand by and watch as the flesh and blood of humans is sacrificed to feed the monarch of the ant tribe." Emperor Ziwei left one final message before his body began to disappear into the darkness. In the abyss of evil, a second wave of the ant tribe's army was swarming violently toward the barricades built by the human cultivators. Some of the bridges which were not as well defended had already had their defensive lines broken through and the ant tribe's army swarmed in, swallowing everything in their wake and drowning the human cultivators in a sea of ants. At the One Valley Immortal sect, a huge energy-gathering formation loomed over heaven and earth, encapsulating all the cultivators within. They stood atop a huge mountain and relentlessly released their immortal spells at the ants below. The mountain was formed by intermediate-rank spirit tools, which made it extremely solid and impenetrable to the giant ants' teeth. On the ground below, the dead bodies of the ants had piled up into mountains and blood flowed like a river. Meanwhile, the ants were gaining territory up to the mountain with each passing wave. The cultivators knew that if the black wave reached the summit, aside from cultivators of spirit nurturing stage and above, everyone else would die to this epidemic. Lu Susu held the golden glazed sword in her hand and slashed out small sword projections toward the ants below. She was only 5th stage Dao body, and even with the assistance of the energy-gathering formation, her sword projections could only create small scratches on the exoskeletons of the giant ants instead of dealing any substantial damage. Even so, she still gritted her teeth and continued to swing the long sword in her hands. When she thought of her family members who had fallen to the ants, and the senior and Lin who had gifted her with the long sword, she knew she couldn't disappoint them and that she had to fight as hard as she could. The wave's black rose higher and higher, and before long, she was probably going to fall to the ants. A hint of regret appeared on Lu Susu's delicate features. It was just a pity that Senior and Lin's sword would go to waste. At the largest black mist bridge was where the ant waves surged most violently. Not only were there huge masses of black ants crawling along the ground, but there were also flying ants in the sky that appeared as dense as an invasion of locusts. The location for the Heavenly Court's defense was like a huge rock amidst a sea of black waves, resisting against the army of countless huge ants. Countless dazzling immortal spells rained down on the ants, and the golden wall shook under the collective attacks of the ant army. The flying ants in the sky flew down on the cultivators with no regard for their own lives, and they would tear apart any cultivators they could sink their fangs into if they penetrated the defensive line. In this type of battle, even soul formation stage teachers were at risk of being overrun and injured. There were simply too many ants. They were like a relentless force, but cultivators can't just constantly release immortal spells forever. The thousands of students at the scene felt as if their formation was about to collapse at any time. They had never encountered this type of battle before. Dead bodies piled up like mountains and blood flowed like the sea, painting the very ground below them a different color. Death constantly hung above their heads. If they were to lose focus for even just a moment, they could be torn apart by the flying ants in the sky. They couldn't stop, and they didn't dare to stop. They consumed energy-restoring pill and washed it down with energy drinks, all in a bid to stay conscious and continue battling. Perhaps they would undergo an evolution during this battle, or perhaps they would enter an eternal slumber here, when Valley Immortal Sect's defensive barricades. The ant tribe had already successfully reached the peak of the mountain, and with their mouths wide open, they charged at any humans they could find. Lu, who kept Lu Susu behind him, but even he was trembling uncontrollably. However, right at this moment, the rampant ant tribe's army suddenly stopped cold in their actions. Their eyes lost focus and became vacant as their bodies faltered like inanimate statues. Boom! The cultivators did not stop attacking until all the ants on the mountain had been completely decimated. Before they had even figured out why the ants had all ceased in their motions, the ant tribe's army began to move again. The cultivators all became anxious again and began to hurl immortal spells down on the ants as if their lives depended on it. It was also at this moment that the ant tribe's army formation completely collapsed. Their ranks were previously organized and orderly, with a collective direction and purpose that they were striving toward. But the ant tribe's army had suddenly become chaotic and disorderly. They began to crawl around aimlessly with no sense of direction, and there were even some ants who were swallowing members of their own species. All the cultivators stared with their mouths agape at the crumbling ant tribe's army. What the hell's going on? Have they all gone crazy? Lu Susu stared with her bright eyes wide open in disbelief. The ant tribe were indeed very violent and gluttonous, but this was the first time she had ever seen them cannibalizing one another. Although the ants were no longer targeting the cultivators on the mountain, the cultivators did not cease their attacks in fear that the ant tribe's army would suddenly rediscover their groove. On top of the city wall in the Heavenly Court's defensive line, raucous cheers erupted as everyone saw the ant tribe's army fall into disarray. The Ant Queen was the mastermind behind the entirety of the ant tribe's army. As such, there could only be one reason why the ants had fallen in disarray, and that was that the Ant Queen had already died. The mission to kill the Ant Queen had succeeded. At the same time, they began to eliminate the ant tribe's army in hordes. The ant tribe had fallen into complete chaos as all of them began to scurry around with zero sense of direction. Without an overriding consciousness governing their actions, the ant tribe's army posed next to no threat. They didn't even have the intelligence to stage a retreat. All of them were simply moving according to their most primitive instincts. The cultivators initiated a counterattack at this moment. A series of powerful immortal spells rained down upon the aimlessly scurrying ants amid a sea of exploding flesh and blood. Soon, the dead bodies of the ant tribe's army had covered the entirety of the border of the abyss of evil. The defensive line pushed on ahead, slowly approaching the realm of white sand. After a while, the waves of giant ants had been completely decimated by the counterattacking cultivators. Raging flames scorched the remains of the abyss of evil, forming a flaming dragon which coiled itself down into the depths of the abyss of evil, wiping their existence from the world. The ant tribe's army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, were thus completely vanquished by the cultivators of the Heavenly Court and the Heavenly River State. Although the cultivators had secured victory in this battle, they did not depart. Instead, they chose to fortify their defensive line in preparation for the next battle. The Black Mist Bridge had not yet dissipated, so there was no reason for their departure, and Lin rode on Debai's back to the location where the Heavenly Court forces were situated. The return of over 100 cultivators was met by raucous cheers from the students. The cheers were for their heroes, who had ventured deep into enemy territory and successfully carried out their decapitation mission. And Lin waved to the students on the Golden City wall before descending into the crowd. Big brother, and you guys killed the Ant Queen. What did it look like? Miao Tian ran over to him and asked impatiently as she gripped onto his arm. She wore a set of pink garments and seemed to have just taken a shower after the grueling battle. There were still water droplets in her short, black hair, giving her a refreshing look. Luo Ziping, Sun Xinglian, and Zhong Yongyan also made their way over with curiosity on their faces. The Ant Queen looked like an ant, of course. What else could it look like? And Lin shook his head. The battle was too intense, so I didn't get a chance to take a photo with my phone. How did you guys kill the Ant Queen? To kill the Ant Queen on her own home turf, it must have been no simple task. Zhong Yongyan spoke as he waved his fan about. It sure was no simple task. We had to throw 2 nuclear bombs at it. And Lin did not hide any details. Clatter. Zhong Yongyan's hand trembled as his fan clattered to the ground. Miao Tian. Luo Ziping. Sun Shenglian blinked in a daze. Using nuclear bombs to blast an ant? And Lin nodded. This Ant Queen was no ordinary ant. It was as big as a mountain, and when it produced eggs, it was like an avalanche, with each delivery producing a few hundred huge eggs. They did not know anything about the decapitation mission, so it was no surprise that they were in shock. Now that the decapitation mission was over, and Lin described to them the events that had transpired in detail while boasting about his feats in killing 3 soul formation stage ants along the way as a means of lightening everyone's moods during this gloomy situation. In the southern region of the realm of White Sand, there was a place there that was surrounded by a cluster of mountains, exotic flora, and clear, sparkling creeks. A sparkling white city sat in the center of the cluster of mountains, and rich vital energy permeated the entire heaven and earth. This was the holy land of the ant tribe. Many huge ants with powerful auras that were able to walk upright on their hind legs were gathered in the center of the city, falling to their knees in worship of a black egg. A series of complex golden-veined patterns spread outwards on the ground. If one was to look down from the sky above, they would see that the golden-veined patterns encompassed the entire ground to form an extremely huge spell formation. The black egg was situated at the very center of the spell formation. Along the veins of the spell formation, wisps of spiritual energy were constantly gathering onto the egg. On a battlefield far away, the deaths of hundreds of thousands of huge ants resulted in hundreds of thousands of wisps of black spiritual energy gathering to the egg through the spell formation. As for the cultivators who had fallen and been consumed by the giant ants, they formed wisps of white spiritual energy which also gathered there and merged into the egg. No one knew just what was inside the egg, but the ant tribe referred to it as Monarch. Tribe leader. There are now 2 ant queens transferring over to the abyss of evil with over 1 million soldier ants in accompaniment. A huge white ant knelt on one knee and spoke in a respectful voice. The huge ant that had been referred to as the tribe leader was as thin as a stick and was holding a red staff in its hand. Its aura was as vast and powerful as the sea, making onlookers involuntarily bow to his might. It nodded lightly at the giant white ant's report as if it wasn't paying much attention. Go forth, as long as it's a battle against the humans. Mobilize all the troops you want. The tribe leader stared at the huge black egg with a solemn expression. I'll welcome our king with sacrifices. However, heaven and earth suddenly fell silent at the conclusion of the tribe leader's words. Boundless divine might descended from the sky. You don't have the right to use human sacrifices for your own gain. The voice was like a clap of roaring thunder, erupting between heaven and earth with unmatched might and power. Many of the powerful giant ants were forced into submission by the voice alone, and their knees buckled below them while their bodies trembled. This was the power of the monarch of heaven and earth. This was a true god. Emperor Ziwei, what are you doing here? As the ant tribe's leader looked up at the man with flowing silver hair who was standing proudly in the air, its expression finally registering some change. Emperor Ziwei made a few seals with his hands, and his eyes lit up with the light of countless stars, creating a dazzling sight. A shimmering star flew from his fingers and descended toward the huge black egg. I'm here to teach you a lesson. You wouldn't dare. The expression of the ant tribe's leader shifted drastically as it yelled in rage. The star fell upon the center of the spell formation, and heaven and earth dimmed, with only the light of the purple star being the exclusive hint of color in the world. The ground trembled, and the golden-veined patterns were completely dispelled by the purple star before crumbling layer by layer. The huge spell formation that had encompassed the whole of the realm of white sand completely collapsed at that moment. The ant tribe's leader stared up at him with wide eyes as its body trembled. Emperor Ziwei, have you gone mad? Your actions will prevent the birth of monarch and result in more deaths for humans in the future. The citizens of the Kingdom of the Nine States will only die in battle rather than die in some mysterious epidemic. Emperor Ziwei clasped his hands behind his back and departed. After he said this parting sentence, countless powerful ants were gathered there, but not one of them dared to stand in his way. In the depths of the abyss of evil, within the chaotic darkness, a wistful sight sounded, imbued with both resignation and a forlorn exasperation. So be it. In the abyss of evil, the black mist bridges began to disappear like clouds in the sky. All the cultivators of the immortal sex all stared at the scene in front of them, unable to comprehend what had just happened. At the location where the Heavenly Court's forces were stationed, all the students and teachers were staring at the scene before them, and all of them had a different expression on their faces. Some were shocked, some were confused, some were elated. It was only until a message was delivered to everyone through Sword Immortal Ling Zhao's voice transmission talisman that irrepressible joy welled up in everyone's hearts and raucous cheers erupted. The black mist bridges had completed crumbled, thereby effectively putting an end to the ant tribe's plans. They had succeeded. Everyone who had been tightly wound up were finally able to completely relax. A lot of the students collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion with tears welling up in their eyes, while others roared with laughter. They had won this battle. Among them, there were classmates and comrades that had permanently departed, but those who survived had experienced the most critical stage of evolution in their lives. This special battle had also been recorded into the history books of the United University of Cultivation. Among the 10,000 students and 100 teachers that had participated in the battle, there were 376 student casualties and 2 teachers that died on the battlefield. These statistics were not particularly eye-catching among the university's noteworthy historical events. But the extraordinary events were only now being set into motion. Within the One Valley Immortal Sect's defensive barricades, Lu Susu stared out at the realm of white sand with a vacant expression. There was a white bandage around her waist, part of which had been stained red by a wound on her body, making it appear like a flourishing red flower. This was an injury she had received while counterattacking against the ant tribe in the realm of white sand. Now that the black mist bridges had all collapsed, there was a piece of information from the Heavenly Court telling them that the battle was over. It was probably time for her and her father to leave. The Red Leaf City was a dead city, so they probably wouldn't return there in the immediate future. So where would they go? After vanquishing the ant tribe's army, she and her father had avenged their family and completed their objective, but they didn't know what to do next. She held a long sword in her hand as a hint of worry and confusion surfaced on her face. After a long while, a figure flew down from the sky. Lu Susu raised her head, and her whole body trembled lightly as the negative emotions instantly dissipated from her face like cloud and mist. Senior and Lin. Hey there, Lu Susu. and Lin still wore an easygoing expression on his face. Lu Susu saw that there was an extremely beautiful woman accompanying him. She had a regal and graceful air about her, drawing admiration from onlookers. Haha, and Lin, you're a senior now, eh? The woman poked Lin in the back while wearing an approachable, affectionate smile. Ahem, please just go with it. And Lin spoke under his breath before introducing both sides to one another. This is my friend, Su Xiaolan, and this is Lu Susu, who I met when I was in the Red Leaf City. Greetings, Senior Su Xiaolan. Lu Susu greeted her respectfully. Su Xiaolan was not expecting that she too would be referred to as senior, and was slightly taken aback before nodding in reply. Hi there, Lu Susu. And Lin had already discovered the wound on Lu Susu's waist by this point and immediately handed a blood spirit pill to her. Here, eat this. I'm okay, Senior and Lin. My wounds have already been tended to. They should heal in a few days. Just do as you're told and eat this. All right? Lu Susu held the pill in her hand and looked at Lin's solemn expression before biting down on her lower lip and swallowing the pill as instructed. Where's your father? He's in the tool refinement chamber. He told me he wanted to refine a suit of armor. Oh, I see. And Lin nodded and smiled. The battle's over now. What do you plan on doing next? Lu Susu shook her head in dejection. I don't know. Both your home and Immortal sect are gone now. How about you join the One Valley Immortal sect? And Lin suggested while stroking his chin. Lu Susu's opened her eyes wide. Huh? But with my father's and my lack of aptitude. No problem, we can go through the back door. And Lin cut her off abruptly. Lu Susu, Su Xiaolan. Thus, they met up with the elder of the One Valley Immortal sect, Ji Yanling. Since their encounter a year ago, Ji Yanling had matured significantly. Although her figure appeared a little slim and frail, the clarity and determination in her eyes gave one a sense of security and reliability. A genuinely joyful expression appeared on her face at the sight of Lin and Su Xiaolan. They were all comrades who had fought side by side in the abyss of evil, so they felt especially close to one another and chatted about recent events. Lin made a proposal for Lu Hu and Lu Susu to join the Wen Valley Immortal sect, to which Ji Yanling agreed without a second thought, opening the back door as smoothly as possible. At this sudden turn of fortune, Lu Susu was startled to the point of tears and immediately knelt down in gratitude. She didn't know who she should express her gratitude to, so she thanked everyone one by one. Even to this day, Ji Yanling still wore that crystal that had completely dimmed. She chose to commit some things deeply into her memory, but this was not an unhealthy obsession. From their conversation, Lin was aware that she had already gotten over her grief, and this was exactly what Wang Lu wanted to see as well. After their reunion, Lin and the others got ready to depart. Cultivate hard and improve every day. And Lin waved in farewell. Right, Senior and Lin, I'll do my best. May we meet again someday. Lu Susu nodded in earnest. After flying into the air, Su Xiaolan couldn't help but begin her interrogation. Be honest, why are you treating Lu Susu with so much kindness? Because Big Brother and wants to keep her for his harem. Dabai answered in his stead. Thump. Dabai immediately received a blow to the head from Lin. And Lin only replied after pondering the question for a while. It's probably because she's the first person in the world to call me senior. Lu Susu stared up at Lin's departing figure from the ground, and she continued to do so long after he had completely disappeared from view. The end-of-year trial had already concluded, and Lin had 10 days to recuperate before he had to report back to the Heavenly Court, following which he would have a holiday of a month, so he had a lot of free time coming up. The prefectural city of the Heavenly River State presented a luxurious and bustling scene. With Su Xiaolan, they rode on Dabai as they traveled the streets aimlessly. Shopping while dog riding had become habitual for Lin, but Su Xiaolan did not have a beast pet to ride and was walking alongside him on foot, making him feel a little apologetic. Xiaolan, how about you get on as well? And Lin patted Dabai's back and proposed. Huh? Can I really? Su Xiaolan's bright eyes shone with anticipation. And Lin laughed heartily. Of course, Dabai also waved his tail as a sign of approval. Su Xiaolan leaped onto Dabai's back and touched his soft and warm fur. Dabai, I've always wanted to ride you. A wicked smile appeared on Dabai's face. Celestial Maiden Xiaolan, I've always wanted to be ridden by you, woof. And Lin? Su Xiaolan, Dabai seems like a perverted dog. I think I'll walk after all. No, Dabai's very pure and innocent, I assure you. And Lin immediately vouched for Dabai. I only love Qinghua, woof, Dabai added. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. She was obviously not going to believe in Lin and Dabai's blatant lies. But she did not want to disembark either. The two of them rode on Dabai and slowly meandered through the market streets. Su Xiaolan initially gripped onto Dabai's fur with her hands, but she felt like that was somewhat inappropriate and gripped onto the hem of Lin's shirt instead. And Lin was pleased with this development. I've read some romantic martial arts novels in the past and always looked up to those heroes that could ride together with their lovers on horseback, dreaming that I would one day be able to do the same thing. Now, my dreams have come true, although it's riding on a dog's back, so the standards have dropped a little. But the lover has been replaced by a celestial maiden, so the standards have shot right back up again. Dabai immediately protested his statement in rage. Woof! You've gone too far. How could you insult your brother just to pursue a girl? Su Xiaolan did not reply and only smiled lightly as she faced upward slightly. With her radiant, porcelain-like features and eyes that were narrowed to slivers, it looked as if she was basking in relaxation under the warm light of the sun. Her hands, which were gripping in Lin's shirt, suddenly held on even tighter at some unknown point. A handsome man and an exquisite beauty rode on a huge dog, which was simultaneously adorable and imposing at the same time, created a unique spectacle on the bustling market streets. To Su Xiaolan and Lin, who were riding on the dog's back, this beautiful and luxurious prefectural city, as well as the beautiful scenery around them worthy of commemoration, were memories that would not fade even with the passing of time.